The girl who trod on the loaf. There was once a girl who trod on a loaf to avoid soiling her shoes, and the misfortunes that happened to her in consequence are well known. Her name was Inga. She was a poor child, but proud and presuming, and with a bad and cruel disposition. When quite a little child she would delight in catching flies, and tearing off their wings, so as to make creeping things of them. When older, she would take cockchafers and beetles, and stick pins through them. Then she pushed a green leaf, or a little scrap of paper towards their feet, and when the poor creatures would seize it and hold it fast, and turn over and over in their struggles to get free from the pin, she would say, "The cockchafer is reading. See how he turns over the leaf." She grew worse instead of better with years, and, unfortunately, she was pretty, which caused her to be excused, when she should have been sharply reproved. "Your headstrong will require severity to conquer it," her mother often said to her. "As a little child you used to trample on my apron, but one day I fear you will trample on my heart." And, alas! This fear was realized. Inga was taken to the house of some rich people, who lived at a distance, and who treated her as their own child, and dressed her so fine that her pride and arrogance increased. When she had been there about a year, her patroness said to her, "You ought to go, for once, and see your parents, Inga." So Inga started to go and visit her parents. But she only wanted to show herself in her native place, that the people might see how fine she was. She reached the entrance of the village, and saw the young laboring men and maidens standing together chatting, and her own mother amongst them. Inga's mother was sitting on a stone to rest, with a faggot of sticks lying before her, which she had picked up in the wood. Then Inga turned back. She who was so finely dressed she felt ashamed of her mother, a poorly clad woman, who picked up wood in the forest. She did not turn back out of pity for her mother's poverty, but from pride. Another half-year went by, and her mistress said, "You ought to go home again, and visit your parents, Inga, and I will give you a large wheaten loaf to take to them. They will be glad to see you, I am sure." So Inga put on her best clothes, and her new shoes, drew her dress up around her, and set out, stepping very carefully, that she might be clean and neat about the feet, and there was nothing wrong in doing so. But when she came to the place where the footpath led across the moor, she found small pools of water, and a great deal of mud, so she threw the loaf into the mud, and trod upon it, that she might pass without wetting her feet. But as she stood with one foot on the loaf and the other lifted up to step forward, the loaf began to sink under her, lower and lower, till she disappeared altogether. And only a few bubbles on the surface of the muddy pool remained to show where she had sunk. And this is the story. But where did Inga go? She sank into the ground, and went down to the marsh woman, who is always brewing there. The marsh woman is related to the elf maidens, who are well known, for songs are sung and pictures painted about them. But of the marsh woman nothing is known, excepting that when a mist arises from the meadows, in summer time, it is because she is brewing beneath them. To the marsh woman's brewery Inga sunk down to a place which no one can endure for long. A heap of mud is a palace compared with the marsh woman's brewery, and as Inga fell she shuddered in every limb, and soon became cold and stiff as marble. Her foot was still fastened to the loaf, which bowed her down as a golden ear of corn bends the stem. An evil spirit soon took possession of Inga, and carried her to a still worse place, in which she saw crowds of unhappy people, waiting in a state of agony for the gates of mercy to be opened to them. And in every heart was a miserable and eternal feeling of unrest. It would take too much time to describe the various tortures these people suffered, but Inga's punishment consisted in standing there as a statue, with her foot fastened to the loaf. She could move her eyes about, and see all the misery around her, but she could not turn her head, and when she saw the people looking at her she thought they were admiring her pretty face and fine clothes, for she was still vain and proud. But she had forgotten how soiled her clothes had become while in the marsh woman's brewery, and that they were covered with mud. A snake had also fastened itself in her hair, and hung down her back, while from each fold in her dress a great toad peeped out and croaked like an asthmatic poodle. Worse than all was the terrible hunger that tormented her, and she could not stoop to break off a piece of the loaf on which she stood. No, her back was too stiff, and her whole body like a pillar of stone. And then came creeping over her face and eyes flies without wings. She winked and blinked, but they could not fly away, for their wings had been pulled off. This, added to the hunger she felt, was horrible torture. If this lasts much longer, she said, I shall not be able to bear it. But it did last, and she had to bear it, without being able to help herself. A tear, followed by many scalding tears, fell upon her head, and rolled over her face and neck, down to the loaf on which she stood. Who could be weeping for Inga? She had a mother in the world still, and the tears of sorrow which a mother sheds for her child will always find their way to the child's heart, but they often increase the torment instead of being a relief. And Inga could hear all that was said about her in the world she had left, and every one seemed cruel to her. The sin she had committed in treading on the loaf was known on earth, for she had been seen by the cowherd from the hill, when she was crossing the marsh and had disappeared. When her mother wept and exclaimed, Ah, Inga! What grief thou hast caused thy mother, she would say, Oh that I had never been born! My mother's tears are useless now. And then the words of the kind people who had adopted her came to her ears, when they said, Inga was a sinful girl, who did not value the gifts of God, but trampled them under her feet. Ah, thought Inga, they should have punished me, and driven all my naughty tempers out of me. A song was made about the girl who trod on a loaf to keep her shoes from being soiled, and this song was sung everywhere. The story of her sin was also told to the little children, and they called her Wicked Inga, and said she was so naughty that she ought to be punished. Inga heard all this, and her heart became hardened and full of bitterness. But one day, while hunger and grief were gnawing in her hollow frame, she heard a little, innocent child, while listening to the tale of the vain, haughty Inga, burst into tears and exclaim, But will she never come up again? And she heard the reply, No, she will never come up again. But if she were to say she was sorry, and ask pardon, and promise never to do so again, asked the little one. Yes, then she might come, but she will not beg pardon, was the answer. Oh, I wish she would, said the child, who was quite unhappy about it. I should be so glad. I would give up my doll and all my playthings, if she could only come here again. Poor Inga! It is so dreadful for her. These pitying words penetrated to Inga's inmost heart, and seemed to do her good. It was the first time anyone had said, Poor Inga, without saying something about her faults. A little innocent child was weeping, and praying for mercy for her. It made her feel quite strange, and she would gladly have wept herself, and it added to her torment to find she could not do so. And while she thus suffered in a place where nothing changed, years passed away on earth, and she heard her name less frequently mentioned. But one day a sigh reached her ear, and the words, Inga! Inga! What a grief thou hast been to me! I said it would be so. It was the last sigh of her dying mother. After this, Inga heard her kind mistress say, Ah, poor Inga! Shall I ever see thee again? Perhaps I may, for we know not what may happen in the future. But Inga knew right well that her mistress would never come to that dreadful place. Time passed, a long bitter time, then Inga heard her name pronounced once more, and saw what seemed two bright stars shining above her. They were two gentle eyes closing on earth. Many years had passed since the little girl had lamented and wept about poor Inga. That child was now an old woman, whom God was taking to himself. In the last hour of existence the events of a whole life often appear before us, and this hour the old woman remembered how, when a child, she had shed tears over the story of Inga, and she prayed for her now. As the eyes of the old woman closed to earth, the eyes of the soul opened upon the hidden things of eternity, and then she, in whose last thoughts Inga had been so vividly present, saw how deeply the poor girl had sunk. She burst into tears at the sight, and in heaven, as she had done when a little child on earth, she wept and prayed for poor Inga. Her tears and her prayers echoed through the dark void that surrounded the tormented captive soul, and the unexpected mercy was obtained for it through an angel's tears. As in thought Inga seemed to act over again every sin she had committed on earth, she trembled, and tears she had never yet been able to weep rushed to her eyes. It seemed impossible that the gates of mercy could ever be opened to her. But while she acknowledged this in deep penitence, a beam of radiant light shot suddenly into the depths upon her. More powerful than the sunbeam that dissolves the man of snow which the children have raised, more quickly than the snowflake melts and becomes a drop of water on the warm lips of a child, was the stony form of Inga changed. And as a little bird she soared, with the speed of lightning, upward to the world of mortals. A bird that felt timid and shy to all things around it, that seemed to shrink with shame from meeting any living creature, and hurriedly sought to conceal itself in a dark corner of an old ruined wall. There it sat cowering and unable to utter a sound, for it was voiceless. Yet how quickly the little bird discovered the beauty of everything around it. The sweet, fresh air, the soft radiance of the moon, as its light spread over the earth. The fragrance which exhaled from bush and tree, made it feel happy as it sat there clothed in its fresh, bright plumage. All creation seemed to speak of beneficence and love. The bird wanted to give utterance to thoughts that stirred in his breast, as the cuckoo and the nightingale in the spring, but it could not. Yet in heaven can be heard the song of praise, even from a worm. And the notes trembling in the breast of the bird were as audible to heaven even as the Psalms of David before they had fashioned themselves into words and song. Christmas time drew near, and a peasant who dwelt close by the old wall stuck up a pole with some ears of corn fastened to the top, that the birds of heaven might have feast, and rejoice in the happy, blessed time. And on Christmas morning the sun arose and shone upon the ears of corn, which were quickly surrounded by a number of twittering birds. Then, from a hole in the wall, gushed forth in song the swelling thoughts of the bird as he issued from his hiding place to perform his first good deed on earth, and in heaven it was well known who that bird was. The winter was very hard. The ponds were covered with ice, and there was very little food for either the beasts of the field or the birds of the air. Our little bird flew away into the public roads, and found here and there, in the ruts of the sledges, a grain of corn, and at the halting places some crumbs. Of these he ate only a few, but he called around him the other birds and the hungry sparrows, that they too might have food. He flew into the towns, and looked about, and wherever a kind hand had strewed bread on the window-sill for the birds, he only ate a single crumb himself, and gave all the rest to the rest of the other birds. In the course of the winter the bird had in this way collected many crumbs and given them to other birds, till they equaled the weight of the loaf on which Inga had trod to keep her shoes clean. And when the last bread crumb had been found and given, the grey wings of the bird became white, and spread themselves out for flight. "See, yonder is a sea-gull!" cried the children, when they saw the white bird, as it dived into the sea, and rose again into the clear sunlight, white and glittering. But no one could tell whither it went then, although some declared it flew straight to the sun. Ole the Tower-Keeper. In the world it's always going up and down, and now I can't go up any higher. So said Ole the Tower-Keeper. Most people have to try both the ups and the downs. And, rightly considered, we all get to be watchmen at last, and look down upon life from a height. Such was the speech of Ole, my friend, the old tower-keeper, a strange, talkative old fellow, who seemed to speak out everything that came into his head, and who for all that had many a serious thought deep in his heart. Yes, he was the child of respectable people, and there were even some who said that he was the son of a privy councillor, or that he might have been. He had studied, too, and had been assistant teacher and deputy clerk. But of what service was all that to him? In those days he lived in a clerk's house, and was to have everything in the house, to be at free quarters, as the saying is, but he was still, so to speak, a fine young gentleman. He wanted to have his boots cleaned with patent blacking, and the clerk could only afford ordinary grease, and upon that point they split. One spoke of stinginess, the other of vanity, and the blacking became the black cause of enmity between them, and at last they parted. This is what he demanded of the world in general, namely, patent blacking, and he got nothing but grease. Accordingly, he at last drew back from all men, and became a hermit, but the church tower is the only place in a great city where hermitage, office and bread can be found together. So he betook himself up thither, and smoked his pipe as he made his solitary rounds. He looked upward and downward, and had his own thoughts, and told in his own way of what he read in books and in himself. I often lent him books, good books. And you may know by the company he keeps. He loved neither the English governess novels nor the French ones, which he called a mixture of empty wind and raisin stalks. He wanted biographies, and descriptions of the wonders of the world. I visited him at least once a year, generally directly after New Year's Day, and then he always spoke of this and that which the change of the year had put into his head. I will tell the story of 3 of these visits, and will reproduce his own words whenever I can remember them. First visit. Among the books which I had lately lent Ole, was one which had greatly rejoiced and occupied him. It was a geological book, containing an account of the boulders. Yes, they're rare old fellows, those boulders, he said, and to think that we should pass them without noticing them. And over the street pavement, the paving stones, those fragments of the oldest remains of antiquity, one walks without ever thinking about them. I have done the very thing myself. But now I look respectfully at every paving stone. Many thanks for the book. It has filled me with thought, and has made me long to read more on the subject. The romance of the earth is, after all, the most wonderful of all romances. It's a pity one can't read the first volume of it, because it is written in a language that we don't understand. One must read in the different strata, in the pebble stones, for each separate period. Yes, it is a romance, a very wonderful romance, and we all have our place in it. We grope and ferret about, and yet remain where we are, but the ball keeps turning, without emptying the ocean over us. The clod on which we move about, holds, and does not let us through. And then it's a story that has been acting for thousands upon thousands of years and is still going on. My best thanks for the book about the boulders. Those are fellows indeed. They could tell us something worth hearing, if they only knew how to talk. It's really a pleasure now and then to become a mere nothing, especially when a man is as highly placed as I am. And then to think that we all, even with patent lacquer, are nothing more than insects of a moment on that ant-hill the earth, though we may be insects with stars and garters, places and offices. One feels quite a novice beside these venerable million-year-old boulders. On last New Year's Eve I was reading the book, and had lost myself in it so completely, that I forgot my usual New Year's diversion, namely, the wild hunt to Aimac. Ah, you don't know what that is. The journey of the witches on broomsticks is well enough known. That journey is taken on St. John's Eve, to the Brocken. But we have a wild journey, also which is national and modern, and that is the journey to Aimac on the night of the New Year. All indifferent poets and poetesses, musicians, newspaper writers, and artistic notabilities, I mean those who are no good, ride in the New Year's night through the air to Aimac. They sit backwards on their painting brushes or quill pens, for steel pens won't bear them, they're too stiff. As I told you, I see that every New Year's night, and could mention the majority of the riders by name, but I should not like to draw their enmity upon myself, for they don't like people to talk about their ride to Aimac on quill pens. I've a kind of niece, who is a fishwife, and who, as she tells me, supplies 3 respectable newspapers with the terms of abuse and vituperation they use, and she has herself been at Aimac as an invited guest. But she was carried out thither, for she does not own a quill pen, nor can she ride. She has told me all about it. Half of what she said is not true, but the other half gives us information enough. When she was out there, the festivities began with a song. Each of the guests had written his own song, and each one sang his own song, for he thought that the best, and it was all one, all the same melody. Then those came marching up, in little bands, who are only busy with their mouths. There were ringing bells that rang alternately, and then came the little drummers that beat their tattoo in the family circle. An acquaintance was made with those who write without putting their names, which here means as much as using grease instead of patent blacking. And then there was the Beetle with his boy, and the boy was worst off, for in general he gets no notice taken of him. Then, too, there was the good street sweeper with his cart, who turns over the dust bin, and calls it good, very good, remarkably good. And in the midst of the pleasure that was afforded by the mere meeting of these folks, there shot up out of the great dirt heap at Aimac a stem, a tree, an immense flower, a great mushroom, a perfect roof, which formed a sort of warehouse for the worthy company, for in it hung everything they had given to the world during the old year. Out of the tree poured sparks like flames of fire. These were the ideas and thoughts, borrowed from others, which they had used, and which now got free and rushed away like so many fireworks. They played at "The Stick Burns," and the young poets played at "Heart Burns," and the witlings played off their jests, and the jests rolled away with a thundering sound, as if empty pots were being shattered against doors. It was very amusing. My niece said, in fact, she said many things that were very malicious but very amusing, but I won't mention them, for a man must be good-natured, and not a carping critic. But you will easily perceive that when a man once knows the rights of the journey to Aimac, as I know them, it's quite natural that on the New Year's night one should look out to see the wild chase go by. If in the new year I miss certain persons who used to be there, I am sure to notice others who are new arrivals. But this year I omitted taking my look at the guests. I bowled away on the boulders, rolled back through millions of years, and saw the stones break loose high up in the north, saw them drifting about on icebergs. Long before Noah's Ark was constructed, saw them sink down to the bottom of the sea, and reappear with a sandbank, with that one that peered forth from the flood and said, "This shall be Zealand." I saw them become the dwelling place of birds that are unknown to us, and then become the seat of wild chiefs of whom we know nothing, until with their axes they cut their runic signs into a few of these stones, which then came into the calendar of time. But as for me, I had gone quite beyond all lapse of time, and had become a cipher and a nothing. Then 3 or 4 beautiful falling stars came down, which cleared the air, and gave my thoughts another direction. You know what a falling star is, do you not? The learned men are not at all clear about it. I have my own ideas about shooting stars, as the common people in many parts call them, and my idea is this: how often are silent thanksgivings offered up for one who has done a good and noble action. The thanks are often speechless, but they are not lost for all that. I think these thanks are caught up, and the sunbeams bring the silent, hidden thankfulness over the head of the benefactor. And if it be a whole people that has been expressing its gratitude through a long lapse of time, the thankfulness appears as a nosegay of flowers, and at length falls in the form of a shooting star over the good man's grave. I am always very much pleased when I see a shooting star, especially in the New Year's night, and then find out for whom the gift of gratitude was intended. Lately a gleaming star fell in the southwest, as a tribute of thanksgiving to many, many. For whom was that star intended, thought I? It fell, no doubt, on the hill by the Bay of Plensburg, where the Danebrog waves over the graves of Schleppegrell, Laszlos, and their comrades. One star also fell in the midst of the land, fell upon sorrow, a flower on the grave of Hallberg, the thanks of the year from a great many, thanks for his charming plays. It is a great and pleasant thought to know that a shooting star falls upon our graves. On mine certainly none will fall, no sunbeam brings thanks to me, for here there is nothing worthy of thanks. I shall not get the patent lacquer, said Ole, for my fate on earth is only Greece, after all. Second visit. It was New Year's Day, and I went up on the tower. Ole spoke of the toasts that were drunk on the transition from the old year into the new, from one grave into the other, as he said. And he told me a story about the glasses, and this story had a very deep meaning. It was this. When on the New Year's night the clock strikes 12, the people at the table rise up with full glasses in their hands, and drain these glasses, and drink success to the new year. They begin the year with the glass in their hands. That is a good beginning for drunkards. They begin the new year by going to bed, and that's a good beginning for drones. Sleep is sure to play a great part in the new year, and the glass likewise. Do you know what dwells in the glass? Asked Ole. I will tell you. There dwell in the glass, first, health, and then pleasure, then the most complete sensual delight, and misfortune and the bitterest woe dwell in the glass also. Now, suppose we count the glasses. Of course I count the different degrees in the glasses for different people. You see, the first glass, that's the glass of health, and in that the herb of health is found growing. Put it up on the beam in the ceiling, and at the end of the year you may be sitting in the arbor of health. If you take the second glass, from this a little bird soars upward, twittering in guileless cheerfulness, so that a man may listen to his song, and perhaps join in "Fair is Life." No downcast looks. Take courage, and march onward. Out of the third glass rises a little winged urchin, who cannot certainly be called an angel child, for there is goblin blood in his veins, and he has the spirit of a goblin, not wishing to hurt or harm you, indeed, but very ready to play off tricks upon you. He'll sit at your ear and whisper merry thoughts to you, he'll creep into your heart and warm you, so that you grow very merry, and become a wit, so far as the wits of the others can judge. In the fourth glass is neither herb, bird, nor urchin. In that glass is the pause drawn by reason, and one may never go beyond that sign. Take the fifth glass, and you will weep at yourself, you will feel such a deep emotion, or it will affect you in a different way. Out of the glass there will spring with a bang Prince Carnival, 9 times, and extravagantly merry. He'll draw you away with him, you'll forget your dignity, if you have any, and you'll forget more than you should or ought to forget. All is dance, song and sound, the masks will carry you away with them, and the daughters of vanity, clad in silk and satin, will come with loose hair and alluring charms, but tear yourself away if you can. The sixth glass. Yes, in that glass sits a demon, in the form of a little, well-dressed, attractive and very fascinating man, who thoroughly understands you, agrees with you in everything, and becomes quite a second self to you. He has a lantern with him, to give you light as he accompanies you home. There is an old legend about a saint who was allowed to choose one of the 7 deadly sins, and who accordingly chose drunkenness, which appeared to him the least, but which led him to commit all the other 6. The man's blood is mingled with that of the demon. It is the 6th glass, and with that the germ of all evil shoots up within us. And each one grows up with a strength like that of the grains of mustard seed, and shoots up into a tree, and spreads over the whole world, and most people have no choice but to go into the oven, to be recast in a new form. That's the history of the glasses, said the Tower-Keeper Ole, and it can be told with lacquer or only with grease, but I give it you with both. Third visit. On this occasion I chose the general, moving day, for my visit to Ole, for on that day it is anything but agreeable down in the streets in the town. For they are full of sweepings, shreds, and remnants of all sorts, to say nothing of the cast-off rubbish in which one has to wade about. But this time I happened to see 2 children playing in this wilderness of sweepings. They were playing at going to bed, for the occasion seemed especially favorable for this sport. They crept under the straw, and drew an old bit of ragged curtain over themselves by way of coverlet. It was splendid, they said. But it was a little too strong for me, and besides, I was obliged to mount up on my visit to Ole. It's moving day today, he said, streets and houses are like a dust-bin, a large dust-bin, but I'm content with a cartload. I may get something good out of that, and I really did get something good out of it once. Shortly after Christmas I was going up the street, it was rough weather, wet and dirty, the right kind of weather to catch cold in. The dustman was there with his cart, which was full, and looked like a sample of streets on moving day. At the back of the cart stood a fir tree, quite green still, and with tinsel on its twigs. It had been used on Christmas Eve, and now it was thrown out into the street, and the dustman had stood it up at the back of his cart. It was droll to look at, or you may say it was mournful, all depends on what you think of when you see it. And I thought about it, and thought this and that of many things that were in the cart, or I might have done so, and that comes to the same thing. There was an old lady's glove, too, I wonder what that was thinking of. Shall I tell you? The glove was lying there, pointing with its little finger at the tree. I'm sorry for the tree, it thought, and I was also at the feast, where the chandeliers glittered. My life was, so to speak, a ball night, a pressure of the hand, and I burst. My memory keeps dwelling upon that, and I have really nothing else to live for. This is what the glove thought, or what it might have thought. That's a stupid affair with yonder fir tree, said the potsherds. You see, potsherds think everything is stupid. When one is in the dust cart, they said, one ought not to give oneself airs and wear tinsel. I know that I have been useful in the world, far more useful than such a green stick. This was a view that might be taken, and I don't think it quite a peculiar one, but for all that, the fir tree looked very well. It was like a little poetry in the dust heap, and truly there is dust enough in the streets on moving day. The way is difficult and troublesome then, and I feel obliged to run away out of the confusion, or, if I am on the tower, I stay there and look down, and it is amusing enough. There are the good people below, playing at changing houses. They toil and tug away with their goods and chattels, and the household goblin sits in an old tub and moves with them. All the little griefs of the lodging and the family, and the real cares and sorrows, move with them out of the old dwelling into the new, and what gain is there for them or for us in the whole affair? Yes, there was written long ago the good old maxim, think on the great moving day of death. That is a serious thought. I hope it is not disagreeable to you that I should have touched upon it. Death is the most certain messenger, after all, in spite of his various occupations. Yes, Death is the omnibus conductor, and he is the passport writer, and he countersigns our service book, and he is director of the savings bank of life. Do you understand me? All the deeds of our life, the great and the little alike, we put into this savings bank. And when Death calls with his omnibus, and we have to step in, and drive with him into the land of eternity, then on the frontier he gives us our service book as a pass. As a provision for the journey, he takes this or that good deed we have done, and lets it accompany us, and this may be very pleasant or very terrific. Nobody has ever escaped the omnibus journey. There is certainly a talk about one who was not allowed to go. They call him the Wandering Jew. He has to ride behind the omnibus. If he had been allowed to get in, he would have escaped the clutches of the poets. Just cast your mind's eye into that great omnibus. The society is mixed, for king and beggar, genius and idiot, sit side by side. They must go without their property and money. They have only the service book and the gift out of the savings bank with them. But which of our deeds is selected and given to us? Perhaps quite a little one that we have forgotten, but which has been recorded, small as a pea, but the pea can send out a blooming shoot. The poor bumpkin who sat on a low stool in the corner, and was jeered at and flouted, will perhaps have his worn-out stool given him as a provision. And the stool may become a litter in the land of eternity, and rise up then as a throne, gleaming like gold and blooming as an arbor. He who always lounged about, and drank the spiced draught of pleasure, that he might forget the wild things he had done here, will have his barrel given to him on the journey, and will have to drink from it as they go on. And the drink is bright and clear, so that the thoughts remain pure, and all good and noble feelings are awakened, and he sees and feels what in life he could not or would not see. And then he has within him the punishment, the gnawing worm, which will not die through time incalculable. If on the glasses there stood written oblivion, on the barrel remembrance is inscribed. When I read a good book, an historical work, I always think at last of the poetry of what I am reading, and of the omnibus of death, and wonder, which of the hero's deeds death took out of the savings bank for him. And what provisions he got on the journey into eternity. There was once a French king, I have forgotten his name, for the names of good people are sometimes forgotten, even by me, but it will come back some day. There was a king who, during a famine, became the benefactor of his people. And the people raised up to his memory a monument of snow, with the inscription, "Quicker than this melts didst thou bring help." I fancy that death, looking back upon the monument, gave him a single snowflake as provision, a snowflake that never melts, and this flake floated over his royal head, like a white butterfly, into the land of eternity. Thus, too, there was Louis XI. I have remembered his name, for one remembers what is bad. A trait of him often comes into my thoughts, and I wish one could say the story is not true. He had his Lord High Constable executed, and he could execute him, right or wrong. But he had the innocent children of the constable, one 7 and the other 8 years old, placed under the scaffold so that the warm blood of their father spurted over them, and then he had them sent to the Bastille, and shut up in iron cages. where not even a coverlet was given them to protect them from the cold. And King Louis sent the executioner to them every week, and had a tooth pulled out of the head of each, that they might not be too comfortable. And the elder of the boys said, "My mother would die of grief if she knew that my younger brother had to suffer so cruelly, therefore pull out 2 of my teeth, and spare him." The tears came into the hangman's eyes, but the king's will was stronger than the tears, and every week 2 little teeth were brought to him on a silver plate. He had demanded them, and he had them. I fancy that death took these 2 teeth out of the savings bank of life, and gave them to Louis XI, to carry with him on the great journey into the land of immortality. They fly before him like 2 flames of fire. They shine and burn, and they bite him, the innocent children's teeth. Yes, that's a serious journey, the omnibus ride on the great moving day. And when is it to be undertaken? That's just the serious part of it. Any day, any hour, any minute, the omnibus may draw up. Which of our deeds will death take out of the savings bank, and give to us as provision? Let us think of the moving day that is not marked in the calendar. 2 brothers. On one of the Danish islands, where old things tones, the seats of justice of our forefathers, still stand in the cornfields, and huge trees rise in the forests of beech. There lies a little town whose low houses are covered with red tiles. In one of these houses strange things were brewing over the glowing coals on the open hearth. There was a boiling going on in glasses, and a mixing distilling, while herbs were being cut up and pounded in mortars. An elderly man looked after it all. "One must only do the right thing," he said. "Yes, the right, the correct thing. One must find out the truth concerning every created particle, and keep to that." In the room with the good housewife sat her 2 sons. They were still small, but had great thoughts. Their mother, too, had always spoken to them of right and justice, and exhorted them to keep to the truth, which she said was the countenance of the Lord in this world. The elder of the boys looked roguish and enterprising. He took a delight in reading of the forces of nature, of the sun and the moon. No fairy tale pleased him so much. "Oh, how beautiful it must be," he thought, "to go on voyages of discovery, or to find out how to imitate the wings of birds and then to be able to fly. Yes, to find that out was the right thing. Father was right, and mother was right, truth holds the world together." The younger brother was quieter, and buried himself entirely in his books. When he read about Jacob dressing himself in sheepskins to personify Esau, and so to usurp his brother's birthright, he would clench his little fist in anger against the deceiver. When he read of tyrants and of the injustice and wickedness of the world, tears would come into his eyes, and he was quite filled with the thought of the justice and truth which must and would triumph. One evening he was lying in bed, but the curtains were not yet drawn close, and the light streamed in upon him. He had taken his book into bed with him, for he wanted to finish reading the story of Solon. His thoughts lifted and carried him away a wonderful distance. It seemed to him as if the bed had become a ship flying along under full sail. Was he dreaming, or what was happening? It glided over the rolling waves and across the ocean of time, and to him came the voice of Solon, spoken in a strange tongue, yet intelligible to him. He heard the Danish motto, "By law the land is ruled." The genius of the human race stood in the humble room, bent down over the bed and imprinted a kiss on the boy's forehead. "Be thou strong in fame and strong in the battle of life. With truth in thy heart fly toward the land of truth." The elder brother was not yet in bed. He was standing at the window looking out at the mist which rose from the meadows. They were not elves dancing out there, as their old nurse had told him. He knew better. They were vapors which were warmer than the air, and that is why they rose. A shooting star lit up the sky, and the boy's thoughts passed in a second from the vapors of the earth up to the shining meteor. The stars gleamed in the heavens, and it seemed as if long golden threads hung down from them to the earth. "Fly with me," sang a voice, which the boy heard in his heart. And the mighty genius of mankind, swifter than a bird and then an arrow, swifter than anything of earthly origin, carried him out into space, where the heavenly bodies are bound together by the rays that pass from star to star. Our earth revolved in the thin air, and the cities upon it seemed to lie close to each other. Through the spheres echoed the words. What is near, what is far, when thou art lifted by the mighty genius of mind? And again the boy stood by the window, gazing out, whilst his younger brother lay in bed. Their mother called them by their names, Anders Sando, and Hans Christian. Denmark and the whole world knows them, the two brothers Ørsted. The wind tells about Waldemar and his daughters. When the wind sweeps across the grass, the field has a ripple like a pond, and when it sweeps across the corn the field waves to and fro like a high sea. That is called the wind's dance. But the wind does not dance only, he also tells stories, and how loudly he can sing out of his deep chest, and how different it sounds in the treetops in the forest, and through the loopholes and clefts and cracks in walls. Do you see how the wind drives the clouds up yonder, like a frightened flock of sheep? Do you hear how the wind howls down here through the open valley, like a watchman blowing his horn? With wonderful tones he whistles and screams down the chimney and into the fireplace. The fire crackles and flares up, and shines far into the room, and the little place is warm and snug, and it is pleasant to sit there listening to the sounds. Let the wind speak, for he knows plenty of stories and fairy tales, many more than are known to any of us. Just hear what the wind can tell. Ha, ush. Roar along. That is the burden of the song. By the shores of the Great Belt, one of the straits that unite the Kattegat with the Baltic, lies an old mansion with thick red walls, says the wind. I know every stone in it. I saw it when it still belonged to the castle of Marsk Stig on the promontory. But it had to be pulled down, and the stone was used again for the walls of a new mansion in another place, the baronial mansion of Borreby, which still stands by the coast. I knew them, the noble lords and ladies, the changing races that dwelt there, and now I'm going to tell about Waldemar and his daughters. How proudly he carried himself, he was of royal blood. He could do more than merely hunt the stag and empty the wine-can. It shall be done, he was accustomed to say. His wife walked proudly in gold-embroidered garments over the polished marble floors. The tapestries were gorgeous, the furniture was expensive and artistically carved. She had brought gold and silver plate with her into the house, and there was German beer in the cellar. Black fiery horses neighed in the stables. There was a wealthy look about the house of Borreby at that time, when wealth was still at home there. For children dwelt there also, 3 delicate maidens, Ida, Joanna, and Anna Dorothea, I have never forgotten their names. They were rich people, noble people, born in affluence, nurtured in affluence. Ha, sh. Roar along, sang the wind. And then he continued. I did not see here, as in other great noble houses, the high-born lady sitting among her women in the great hall turning the spinning wheel, here she swept the sounding chords of the cithern, and sang to the sound. But not always old Danish melodies, but songs of a strange land. It was live and let live, here, stranger guests came from far and near, the music sounded, the goblets clashed, and I was not able to drown the noise, said the wind. Ostentation, and haughtiness, and splendor, and display, and rule were there, but the fear of the Lord was not there. And it was just on the evening of the first day of May, the wind continued. I came from the west, and had seen how the ships were being crushed by the waves, with all on board, and flung on the west coast of Jutland. I had hurried across the heath, and over Jutland's wood-girt eastern coast, and over the island of Funen, and now I drove over the great belt, groaning and sighing. Then I lay down to rest on the shore of Sealand, in the neighborhood of the great house of Borreby, where the forest, the splendid oak forest, still rose. The young men servants of the neighborhood were collecting branches and brushwood under the oak trees, the largest and driest they could find they carried into the village, and piled them up in a heap, and set them on fire. And men and maids danced, singing in a circle round the blazing pile. I lay quite quiet, continued the wind. But I silently touched a branch, which had been brought by the handsomest of the men servants, and the wood blazed up brightly, blazed up higher than all the rest. And now he was the chosen one, and bore the name the street goat, and might choose his street lamb first from among the maids, and there was mirth and rejoicing, greater than I had ever heard before in the halls of the rich baronial mansion. And the noble lady drove towards the baronial mansion, with her 3 daughters, in a gilded carriage drawn by 6 horses. The daughters were young and fair, 3 charming blossoms, rose, lily, and pale hyacinth. The mother was a proud tulip, and never acknowledged the salutation of one of the men or maids who paused in their sport to do her honor. The gracious lady seemed a flower that was rather stiff in the stalk. Rose, lily, and pale hyacinth. Yes, I saw them all 3. Whose lambkins will they one day become? Thought I, their street goat will be a gallant knight, perhaps a prince. Ha, sh. Hurry along. Hurry along. Yes, the carriage rolled on with them, and the peasant people resumed their dancing. They rode that summer through all the villages round about. But in the night, when I rose again, said the wind, the very noble lady lay down, to rise again no more. That thing came upon her which comes upon all, there is nothing new in that. Waldemar stood for a space silent and thoughtful. The proudest tree can be bowed without being broken, said a voice within him. His daughters wept, and all the people in the mansion wiped their eyes, but Lady Da had driven away, and I drove away too, and rushed along. Said the wind. I returned again, I often returned again over the island of Funen, and the shores of the belt, and I sat down by Borreby, by the splendid oak wood. There the heron made his nest, and wood pigeons haunted the place, and blue ravens, and even the black stork. It was still spring, some of them were yet sitting on their eggs, others had already hatched their young. But how they flew up, how they cried. The axe sounded, blow on blow, the wood was to be felled. Waldemar wanted to build a noble ship, a man-of-war, a 3-decker, which the king would be sure to buy. And therefore the wood must be felled, the landmark of the seamen, the refuge of the birds. The hawk started up and flew away, for its nest was destroyed. The heron and all the birds of the forest became homeless, and flew about in fear and in anger. I could well understand how they felt. Crows and ravens croaked aloud as if in scorn. Crack, crack. The nest cracks, cracks, cracks. Far in the interior of the wood, where the noisy swarm of laborers were working, stood Waldemar and his 3 daughters, and all laughed at the wild cries of the birds. Only one, the youngest, Anna Dorothea, felt grieved in her heart. And when they made preparations to fell a tree that was almost dead, and on whose naked branches the black stork had built his nest, whence the little storks were stretching out their heads, she begged for mercy for the little things. And tears came into her eyes. Therefore the tree with the black stork's nest was left standing. The tree was not worth speaking of. There was a great hewing and sawing, and a 3-decker was built. The architect was of low origin, but of great pride. His eyes and forehead told how clever he was, and Waldemar was fond of listening to him, and so was Waldemar's daughter Ida, the eldest, who was now 15 years old. And while he built a ship for the father, he was building for himself an airy castle, into which he and Ida were to go as a married couple, which might indeed have happened, if the castle with stone walls, and ramparts, and moats had remained. But in spite of his wise head, the architect remained but a poor bird, and, indeed, what business has a sparrow to take part in a dance of peacocks? I careered away, and he careered away too, for he was not allowed to stay. And little Ida got over it, because she was obliged to get over it. The proud black horses were neighing in the stable, they were worth looking at, and accordingly they were looked at. The admiral, who had been sent by the king himself to inspect the new ship and take measures for its purchase, spoke loudly in admiration of the beautiful horses. I heard all that, said the wind. I accompanied the gentleman through the open door, and strewed blades of straw like bars of gold before their feet. Waldemar wanted to have gold, and the admiral wished for the proud black horses, and that is why he praised them so much. But the hint was not taken, and consequently the ship was not bought. It remained on the shore covered over with boards, a Noah's ark that never got to the water. Rush away. Away, and that was a pity. In the winter, when the fields were covered with snow, and the water with large blocks of ice that I blew up onto the coast, continued the wind, crows and ravens came, all as black as might be, great flocks of them, and alighted on the dead, deserted, lonely ship by the shore, and croaked in hoarse accents of the wood that was no more, of the many pretty birds' nests destroyed, and the little ones left without a home. And all for the sake of that great bit of lumber, that proud ship that never sailed forth. I made the snowflakes whirl, and the snow lay like a great lake high around the ship, and drifted over it. I let it hear my voice, that it might know what a storm has to say. Certainly I did my part towards teaching it seamanship. Push along. And the winter passed away. Winter and summer, both passed away, and they are still passing away, even as I pass away, as the snow whirls along, and the apple blossom whirls along, and the leaves fall, away. 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 And men are passing away too. But the daughters were still young, and little Ida was a rose, as fair to look upon as on the day when the architect saw her. I often seized her long brown hair, when she stood in the garden by the apple tree, musing, and not heeding how I strewed blossoms on her hair, and loosened it, while she was gazing at the red sun and the golden sky, through the dark underwood and the trees of the garden. Her sister was bright and slender as a lily. Joanna had height and deportment, but was like her mother, rather stiff in the stalk. She was very fond of walking through the great hall, where hung the portraits of her ancestors. The women were painted in dresses of silk and velvet, with a tiny little hat, embroidered with pearls, on their plaited hair. They were handsome women. The gentlemen were represented clad in steel, or in costly cloaks lined with squirrel's skin. They wore little ruffs, and swords at their sides, but not buckled to their hips. Where would Joanna's picture find its place on that wall some day? And how would he look, her noble lord and husband? This is what she thought of, and of this she spoke softly to herself. I heard it, as I swept into the long hall, and turned round to come out again. Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, a child of 14, was quiet and thoughtful. Her great deep blue eyes had a musing look, but the childlike smile still played around her lips. I was not able to blow it away, nor did I wish to do so. We met in the garden, in the hollow lane, in the field and meadow. She gathered herbs and flowers which she knew would be useful to her father in concocting the drinks and drops he distilled. Waldemar was arrogant and proud, but he was also a learned man, and knew a great deal. That was no secret, and many opinions were expressed concerning it. In his chimney there was fire even in summer time. He would lock the door of his room, and for days the fire would be poked and raked. But of this he did not talk much. The forces of nature must be conquered in silence, and soon he would discover the art of making the best thing of all, the red gold. That is why the chimney was always smoking, therefore the flames crackled so frequently. Yes, I was there too, said the wind. Let it go, I sang down through the chimney, it will end in smoke, air, coals and ashes. You will burn yourself. Huash! Drive away. Drive away. But Waldemar did not drive it away. The splendid black horses in the stable, what became of them? What became of the old gold and silver vessels in cupboards and chests, the cows in the fields, and the house and home itself? Yes, they may melt in the golden crucible, and yet yield no gold. Empty grew the barns and storerooms, the cellars and magazines. The servants decreased in number, and the mice multiplied. Then a window broke, and then another, and I could get in elsewhere besides at the door, said the wind. Where the chimney smokes the meal is being cooked, the proverb says. But here the chimney smoked that devoured all the meals, for the sake of the red gold. I blew through the courtyard gate like a watchman blowing his horn, the wind went on, but no watchman was there. I twirled the weathercock round on the summit of the tower, and it creaked like the snoring of the warder, but no warder was there. Only mice and rats were there. Poverty laid the tablecloth, poverty sat in the wardrobe and in the larder, the door fell off its hinges, cracks and fissures made their appearance, and I went in and out at pleasure. And that is how I know all about it. Amid smoke and ashes, amid sorrow and sleepless nights, the hair and beard of the master turned grey, and deep furrows showed themselves around his temples. His skin turned pale and yellow, as his eyes looked greedily for the gold, the desired gold. I blew the smoke and ashes into his face and beard, the result of his labor was debt instead of pelf. I sung through the burst window panes and the yawning clefts in the walls. I blew into the chests of drawers belonging to the daughters, wherein lay the clothes that had become faded and threadbare from being worn over and over again. That was not the song that had been sung at the children's cradle. The lordly life had changed to a life of penury. I was the only one who rejoiced aloud in that castle, said the wind. I snowed them up, and they say snow keeps people warm. They had no wood, and the forest from which they might have brought it was cut down. It was a biting frost. I rushed in through loopholes and passages, over gables and roofs, that I might be brisk. They were lying in bed because of the cold, the 3 high-born daughters, and their father was crouching under his leathern coverlet. Nothing to bite, nothing to break, no fire on the hearth, there was a life for high-born people. Hush, let it go. But that is what my Lord Da could not do, he could not let it go. After winter comes spring, he said. After want, good times will come, one must not lose patience, one must learn to wait. Now my house and lands are mortgaged, it is indeed high time, and the gold will soon come. At Easter. I heard how he spoke thus, looking at a spider's web. Thou cunning little weaver, thou dost teach me perseverance. Let them tear thy web, and thou wilt begin it again, and complete it. Let them destroy it again, and thou wilt resolutely begin to work again, again. That is what we must do, and that will repay itself at last. It was the morning of Easter Day. The bells sounded from the neighboring church, and the sun seemed to rejoice in the sky. The master had watched through the night in feverish excitement, and had been melting and cooling, distilling and mixing. I heard him sighing like a soul in despair, I heard him praying, and I noticed how he held his breath. The lamp was burnt out, but he did not notice it. I blew at the fire of coals, and it threw its red glow upon his ghastly white face, lighting it up with a glare, and his sunken eyes looked forth wildly out of their deep sockets, but they became larger and larger, as though they would burst. Look at the alchemic glass. It glows in the crucible, red hot, and pure and heavy. He lifted it with a trembling hand, and cried with a trembling voice, Gold! Gold! He was quite dizzy, I could have blown him down, said the wind. But I only fanned the glowing coals, and accompanied him through the door to where his daughters sat shivering. His coat was powdered with ashes, and there were ashes in his beard and in his tangled hair. He stood straight up, and held his costly treasure on high, in the brittle glass. Found, found, gold, gold, he shouted, and again held aloft the glass to let it flash in the sunshine. But his hand trembled, and the alchemic glass fell clattering to the ground, and broke into 1,000 pieces, and the last bubble of his happiness had burst. Huash! Rushing away, and I rushed away from the goldmaker's house. Late in autumn, when the days are short, and the mist comes and strews cold drops upon the berries and leafless branches, I came back in fresh spirits, rushed through the air, swept the sky clear. And snapped the dry twigs, which is certainly no great labor, but yet it must be done. Then there was another kind of sweeping clean at Waldemar Das, in the mansion of Borreby. His enemy, O Raynal, of Basnas, was there with the mortgage of the house and everything it contained in his pocket. I drummed against the broken window panes, beat against the old rotten doors, and whistled through cracks and rifts, Hush. Mr. O. Raynal did not like staying there. Ida and Anna Dorothea wept bitterly. Joanna stood pale and proud, and bit her thumb till it bled, but what could that avail? O. Raynal offered to allow Waldemar Da to remain in the mansion till the end of his life, but no thanks were given him for his offer. I listened to hear what occurred. I saw the ruined gentleman lift his head and throw it back prouder than ever, and I rushed against the house and the old lime trees with such force, that one of the thickest branches broke, one that was not decayed. And the branch remained lying at the entrance as a broom when anyone wanted to sweep the place out, and a grand sweeping out there was. I thought it would be so. It was hard on that day to preserve one's composure. But their woe was as hard as their fortune. There was nothing they could call their own except the clothes they wore. Yes, there was one thing more, the alchemist's glass, a new one that had lately been bought, and filled with what had been gathered up from the ground of the treasure which promised so much but never kept its promise. Waldemar hid the glass in his bosom, and taking his stick in his hand, the once rich gentleman passed with his daughters out of the house of Borreby. I blew cold upon his heated cheeks, I stroked his grey beard and his long white hair, and I sang as well as I could, Hush. Gone away. Gone away. And that was the end of the wealth and splendor. Ida walked on one side of the old man, and Anna Dorothea on the other. Joanna turned round at the entrance. Why? Fortune would not turn because she did so. She looked at the old walls of what had once been the castle of Marsk Stig, and perhaps she thought of his daughters. The eldest gave the youngest her hand and forth they went to the far-off land. Was she thinking of this old song? Here were 3 of them, and their father was with them too. They walked along the road on which they had once driven in their splendid carriage, they walked forth as beggars, with their father, and wandered out into the open field, and into a mud hut, which they rented for $1.50 a year, into their new house with the empty rooms and empty vessels. Crows and magpies fluttered above them, and cried, as if in contempt, Craw! Craw! Out of the nest! Craw! Craw! As they had done in the wood at Borreby when the trees were felled. And his daughters could not help hearing it. I blew about their ears, for what use would it be that they should listen? And they went to live in the mud hut on the open field, and I wandered away over moor and field, through bare bushes and leafless forests, to the open waters, the free shores, to other lands, hush, away, away. Year after year. And how did Waldemar and his daughters prosper? The wind tells us. The one I saw last, yes, for the last time, was Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, then she was old and bent, for it was 50 years afterwards. She lived longer than the rest. She knew all. Yonder on the heath, by the Jutland town of Wiborg, stood the fine new house of the canon, built of red bricks with projecting gables, the smoke came up thickly from the chimney. The canon's gentle lady and her beautiful daughters sat in the bay window, and looked over the hawthorn hedge of the garden towards the brown heath. What were they looking at? Their glances rested upon the stork's nest without, and on the hut, which was almost falling in. The roof consisted of moss and houseleek, in so far as a roof existed there at all, the stork's nest covered the greater part of it, and that alone was in proper condition, for it was kept in order by the stork himself. That is a house to be looked at, but not to be touched. I must deal gently with it, said the wind. For the sake of the stork's nest the hut has been allowed to stand, though it was a blot upon the landscape. They did not like to drive the stork away, therefore the old shed was left standing, and the poor woman who dwelt in it was allowed to stay. She had the Egyptian bird to thank for that. Or was it perchance her reward, because she had once interceded for the nest of its black brother in the forest of Borreby? At that time she, the poor woman, was a young child, a pale hyacinth in the rich garden. She remembered all that right well, did Anna Dorothea. Oh! Oh! Yes, people can sigh like the wind moaning in the rushes and reeds. Oh! Oh, she sighed, no bells sounded at thy burial, Waldemar da. The poor schoolboys did not even sing a psalm and the former lord of Borreby was laid in the earth to rest. Oh, everything has an end, even misery. Sister Ida became the wife of a peasant. That was the hardest trial that befell our father, that the husband of a daughter of his should be a miserable serf, whom the proprietor could mount on the wooden horse for punishment. I suppose he is under the ground now. And thou, Ida? Alas, alas! It is not ended yet, wretch that I am. Grant me that I may die, kind heaven. That was Anna Dorothea's prayer in the wretched hut which was left standing for the sake of the stork. I took pity on the fairest of the sisters, said the wind. Her courage was like that of a man, and in man's clothes she took service as a sailor on board of a ship. She was sparing of words, and of a dark countenance, but willing at her work. But she did not know how to climb. So I blew her overboard before anybody found out that she was a woman, and according to my thinking that was well done, said the wind. On such an Easter morning as that on which Waldemar had fancied that he had found the red gold, I heard the tones of a psalm under the stork's nest, among the crumbling walls. It was Anna Dorothea's last song. There was no window, only a hole in the wall. The sun rose up like a mass of gold, and looked through. What a splendor he diffused! Her eyes were breaking, and her heart was breaking, but that they would have done, even if the sun had not shone that morning on Anna Dorothea. The stork covered her hut till her death. I sang at her grave, said the wind. I sang at her father's grave. I know where his grave is, and where hers is, and nobody else knows it. New times, changed times. The old high road now runs through cultivated fields. The new road winds among the trim ditches, and soon the railway will come with its train of carriages, and rush over the graves which are forgotten like the names, Hush! Passed away, passed away. That is the story of Waldemar and his daughters. Tell it better, any of you, if you know how, said the wind, and turned away, and he was gone. The butterfly. There was once a butterfly who wished for a bride, and, as may be supposed, he wanted to choose a very pretty one from among the flowers. He glanced, with a very critical eye, at all the flower beds, and found that the flowers were seated quietly and demurely on their stalks, just as maidens should sit before they are engaged. But there was a great number of them, and it appeared as if his search would become very wearisome. The butterfly did not like to take too much trouble, so he flew off on a visit to the daisies. The French call this flower Marguerite, and they say that the little daisy can prophesy. Lovers pluck off the leaves, and as they pluck each leaf, they ask a question about their lovers, thus, does he or she love me, ardently? Distractedly? Very much? A little? Not at all, and so on. Every one speaks these words in his own language. The butterfly came also to Marguerite to inquire, but he did not pluck off her leaves. He pressed a kiss on each of them, for he thought there was always more to be done by kindness. Darling Marguerite Daisy, he said to her, you are the wisest woman of all the flowers. Pray tell me which of the flowers I shall choose for my wife. Which will be my bride? When I know, I will fly directly to her, and propose. But Marguerite did not answer him. She was offended that he should call her a woman when she was only a girl, and there is a great difference. He asked her a second time, and then a third, but she remained dumb, and answered not a word. Then he would wait no longer, but flew away, to commence his wooing at once. It was in the early spring, when the crocus and the snowdrop were in full bloom. They are very pretty, thought the butterfly, charming little lasses, but they are rather formal. Then, as the young lads often do, he looked out for the elder girls. He next flew to the anemones. These were rather sour to his taste. The violet, a little too sentimental. The lime blossoms, too small, and besides, there was such a large family of them. The apple blossoms, though they looked like roses, bloomed today, but might fall off tomorrow, with the first wind that blew. And he thought that a marriage with one of them might last too short a time. The pea blossom pleased him most of all. She was white and red, graceful and slender, and belonged to those domestic maidens who have a pretty appearance, and can yet be useful in the kitchen. He was just about to make her an offer, when, close by the maiden, he saw a pod, with a withered flower hanging at the end. "Who is that?" he asked. "That is my sister," replied the pea blossom. "Oh, indeed. And you will be like her some day," said he, and he flew away directly, for he felt quite shocked. A honeysuckle hung forth from the hedge, in full bloom, but there were so many girls like her, with long faces and sallow complexions. No. He did not like her. But which one did he like? Spring went by, and summer drew towards its close, autumn came, but he had not decided. The flowers now appeared in their most gorgeous robes, but all in vain. They had not the fresh, fragrant air of youth. For the heart asks for fragrance, even when it is no longer young, and there is very little of that to be found in the dahlias or the dry chrysanthemums. Therefore the butterfly turned to the mint on the ground. You know, this plant has no blossom, but it is sweetness all over, full of fragrance from head to foot, with the scent of a flower in every leaf. I will take her, said the butterfly. And he made her an offer. But the mint stood silent and stiff, as she listened to him. At last she said, "Friendship, if you please, nothing more. I am old, and you are old, but we may live for each other just the same. As to marrying, no. Don't let us appear ridiculous at our age." And so it happened that the butterfly got no wife at all. He had been too long choosing, which is always a bad plan. And the butterfly became what is called an old bachelor. It was late in the autumn, with rainy and cloudy weather. The cold wind blew over the bowed backs of the willows, so that they creaked again. It was not the weather for flying about in summer clothes. But fortunately the butterfly was not out in it. He had got a shelter by chance. It was in a room heated by a stove, and as warm as summer. He could exist here, he said, well enough. But it is not enough merely to exist, said he, I need freedom, sunshine, and a little flower for a companion. Then he flew against the window pane, and was seen and admired by those in the room, who caught him, and stuck him on a pin, in a box of curiosities. They could not do more for him. Now I am perched on a stalk, like the flowers, said the butterfly. It is not very pleasant, certainly, I should imagine it is something like being married, for here I am stuck fast. And with this thought he consoled himself a little. That seems very poor consolation, said one of the plants in the room, that grew in a pot. Ah, thought the butterfly, one can't very well trust these plants in pots, they have too much to do with mankind. The Bishop of Borglum and his warriors. Our scene is laid in northern Jutland, in the so-called wild moor. We hear what is called the Westerwauwau, the peculiar roar of the North Sea as it breaks against the western coast of Jutland. It rolls and thunders with a sound that penetrates for miles into the land, and we are quite near the roaring. Before us rises a great mound of sand, a mountain we have long seen, and towards which we are wending our way, driving slowly along through the deep sand. On this mountain of sand is a lofty old building, the convent of Borglum. In one of its wings, the larger one, there is still a church. And at this convent we now arrive in the late evening hour. But the weather is clear in the bright June night around us, and the eye can range far, far over field and moor to the Bay of Aalborg, over heath and meadow, and far across the deep blue sea. Now we are there, and roll past between barns and other farm buildings. And at the left of the gate we turn aside to the old castle farm, where the lime trees stand in lines along the walls, and, sheltered from the wind and weather, grow so luxuriantly that their twigs and leaves almost conceal the windows. We mount the winding staircase of stone, and march through the long passages under the heavy roof beams. The wind moans very strangely here, both within and without. It is hardly known how, but the people say, yes, people say a great many things when they are frightened or want to frighten others. They say that the old dead choirmen glide silently past us into the church, where Mass is sung. They can be heard in the rushing of the storm, and their singing brings up strange thoughts in the hearers, thoughts of the old times into which we are carried back. On the coast a ship is stranded. And the bishop's warriors are there, and spare not those whom the sea has spared. The sea washes away the blood that has flowed from the cloven skulls. The stranded goods belong to the bishop, and there is a store of goods here. The sea casts up tubs and barrels filled with costly wine for the convent cellar, and in the convent is already good store of beer and mead. There is plenty in the kitchen, dead game and poultry, hams and sausages. And fat fish swim in the ponds without. The Bishop of Borglum is a mighty lord. He has great possessions, but still he longs for more. Everything must bow before the mighty Olaf Glob. His rich cousin at thy land is dead, and his widow is to have the rich inheritance. But how comes it that one relation is always harder towards another than even strangers would be? The widow's husband had possessed all thy land, with the exception of the church property. Her son was not at home. In his boyhood he had already started on a journey, for his desire was to see foreign lands and strange people. For years there had been no news of him. Perhaps he had been long laid in the grave, and would never come back to his home, to rule where his mother then ruled. What has a woman to do with rule, said the bishop. He summoned the widow before a law court, but what did he gain thereby? The widow had never been disobedient to the law, and was strong in her just rights. Bishop Olaf of Borglum, what dost thou purpose? What writest thou on yonder smooth parchment, sealing it with thy seal, and entrusting it to the horsemen and servants, who ride away, far away, to the city of the Pope? It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon icy winter will come. Twice had icy winter returned before the bishop welcomed the horsemen and servants back to their home. They came from Rome with a papal decree, a ban, or bull, against the widow who had dared to offend the pious bishop. Cursed be she and all that belongs to her. Let her be expelled from the congregation and the church. Let no man stretch forth a helping hand to her, and let friends and relations avoid her as a plague and a pestilence. What will not bend must break, said the Bishop of Borglum. And all forsake the widow, but she holds fast to her God. He is her helper and defender. One servant only, an old maid, remained faithful to her, and with the old servant, the widow herself followed the plough, and the crop grew, although the land had been cursed by the Pope and by the bishop. Thou child of perdition, I will yet carry out my purpose, cried the Bishop of Borglum. Now will I lay the hand of the Pope upon thee, to summon thee before the tribunal that shall condemn thee. Then did the widow yoke the last 2 oxen that remained to her to a wagon, and mounted up on the wagon, with her old servant, and travelled away across the heath out of the Danish land. As a stranger she came into a foreign country, where a strange tongue was spoken and where new customs prevailed. Farther and farther she journeyed, to where green hills rise into mountains, and the vine clothes their sides. Strange merchants drive by her, and they look anxiously after their wagons laden with merchandise. They fear an attack from the armed followers of the robber knights. The 2 poor women, in their humble vehicle drawn by 2 black oxen, travel fearlessly through the dangerous sunken road and through the darksome forest. And now they were in Franconia. And there met them a stalwart knight, with a train of 12 armed followers. He paused, gazed at the strange vehicle, and questioned the women as to the goal of their journey and the place whence they came. Then one of them mentioned thy land in Denmark, and spoke of her sorrows, of her woes, which were soon to cease, for so divine providence had willed it. For the stranger knight is the widow's son. He seized her hand, he embraced her, and the mother wept. For years she had not been able to weep, but had only bitten her lips till the blood started. It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon will icy winter come. The sea rolled wine tubs to the shore for the bishop's cellar. In the kitchen the deer roasted on the spit before the fire. At Borglum it was warm and cheerful in the heated rooms, while cold winter raged without, when a piece of news was brought to the bishop. Jens Glob, of thy land, has come back, and his mother with him. Jens Glob laid a complaint against the bishop, and summoned him before the temporal and the spiritual court. That will avail him little, said the bishop. Best leave off thy efforts, knight Jens. Again it is the time of falling leaves and stranded ships. Icy winter comes again, and the white bees are swarming, and sting the traveller's face till they melt. Keen weather today, say the people, as they step in. Jens Glob stands so deeply wrapped in thought, that he singes the skirt of his wide garment. Thou Borglum bishop, he exclaims, I shall subdue thee after all. Under the shield of the Pope, the law cannot reach thee. But Jens Glob shall reach thee. Then he writes a letter to his brother-in-law, Olaf Hayes, in Salingland, and prays that night to meet him on Christmas Eve, at Mass, in the church at Witburg. The bishop himself is to read the Mass, and consequently will journey from Borglum to thy land, and this is known to Jens Glob. Moorland and meadow are covered with ice and snow. The marsh will bear horse and rider, the bishop with his priests and armed men. They ride the shortest way, through the waving reeds, where the wind moans sadly. Blow thy brazen trumpet, thou trumpeter clad in fox skin. It sounds merrily in the clear air. So they ride on over heath and moorland, over what is the garden of Fata Morgana in the hot summer, though now icy, like all the country, towards the church of Witburg. The wind is blowing his trumpet too, blowing it harder and harder. He blows up a storm, a terrible storm, that increases more and more. Towards the church they ride, as fast as they may through the storm. The church stands firm, but the storm careers on over field and moorland, over land and sea. Borglum's bishop reaches the church, but Olaf Hayes will scarce do so, however hard he may ride. He journeys with his warriors on the farther side of the bay, in order that he may help Jens Glob, now that the bishop is to be summoned before the judgment seat of the highest. The church is the judgment hall, the altar is the council table. The lights burn clear in the heavy brass candelabra. The storm reads out the accusation and the sentence, roaming in the air over moor and heath, and over the rolling waters. No ferry boat can sail over the bay in such weather as this. Olaf Hayes makes halt at Otswerd. There he dismisses his warriors, presents them with their horses and harness, and gives them leave to ride home and greet his wife. He intends to risk his life alone in the roaring waters. But they are to bear witness for him that it is not his fault if Jens Glob stands without reinforcement in the church at Witburg. The faithful warriors will not leave him, but follow him out into the deep waters. 10 of them are carried away. But Olaf Hayes and 2 of the youngest men reach the farther side. They have still 4 miles to ride. It is past midnight. It is Christmas. The wind has abated. The church is lighted up. The gleaming radiance shines through the window frames, and pours out over meadow and heath. The Mass has long been finished, silence reigns in the church, and the wax is heard dropping from the candles to the stone pavement. And now Olaf Hayes arrives. In the forecourt Jens Glob greets him kindly, and says, I have just made an agreement with the bishop. Sayest thou so? Replied Olaf Hayes. Then neither thou nor the bishop shall quit this church alive. And the sword leaps from the scabbard, and Olaf Hayes deals a blow that makes the panel of the church door, which Jens Glob hastily closes between them, fly in fragments. Hold, brother. First hear what the agreement was that I made. I have slain the bishop and his warriors and priests. They will have no word more to say in the matter, nor will I speak again of all the wrong that my mother has endured. The long wicks of the altar lights glimmer red. But there is a redder gleam upon the pavement, where the bishop lies with cloven skull, and his dead warriors around him, in the quiet of the holy Christmas night. And 4 days afterwards the bells toll for a funeral in the convent of Borglum. The murdered bishop and the slain warriors and priests are displayed under a black canopy, surrounded by candelabra decked with crape. There lies the dead man, in the black cloak wrought with silver. The crozier in the powerless hand that was once so mighty. The incense rises in clouds, and the monks chant the funeral hymn. It sounds like a wail, it sounds like a sentence of wrath and condemnation, that must be heard far over the land, carried by the wind, sung by the wind, the wail that sometimes is silent, but never dies. Forever again it rises in song, singing even into our own time this legend of the Bishop of Borglum and his hard nephew. It is heard in the dark night by the frightened husbandman, driving by in the heavy sandy road past the convent of Borglum. It is heard by the sleepless listener in the thickly walled rooms at Borglum. And not only to the ear of superstition is the sighing and the tread of hurrying feet audible in the long echoing passages leading to the convent door that has long been locked. The door still seems to open, and the lights seem to flame in the brazen candlesticks, the fragrance of incense arises, the church gleams in its ancient splendor. And the monks sing and say the mass over the slain bishop, who lies there in the black silver-embroidered mantle, with the crozier in his powerless hand. And on his pale proud forehead gleams the red wound like fire, and there burn the worldly mind and the wicked thoughts. Sink down into his grave, into oblivion, ye terrible shapes of the times of old. Hark to the raging of the angry wind, sounding above the rolling sea. A storm approaches without, calling aloud for human lives. The sea has not put on a new mind with the new time. This night it is a horrible pit to devour up lives, and tomorrow, perhaps, it may be a glassy mirror, even as in the old time that we have buried. Sleep sweetly, if thou canst sleep. Now it is morning. The new time flings sunshine into the room. The wind still keeps up mightily. A wreck is announced, as in the old time. During the night, down yonder by Lochen, the little fishing village with the red-tiled roofs, we can see it up here from the window, a ship has come ashore. It has struck, and is fast embedded in the sand, but the rocket apparatus has thrown a rope on board, and formed a bridge from the wreck to the mainland, and all on board are saved, and reach the land, and are wrapped in warm blankets. And today they are invited to the farm at the convent of Borglum. In comfortable rooms they encounter hospitality and friendly faces. They are addressed in the language of their country, and the piano sounds for them with melodies of their native land. And before these have died away, the chord has been struck, the wire of thought that reaches to the land of the sufferers announces that they are rescued. Then their anxieties are dispelled. And at even they join in the dance at the feast given in the great hall at Borglum. Waltzes and Styrian dances are given, and Danish popular songs, and melodies of foreign lands in these modern times. Blessed be thou, new time. Speak thou of summer and of purer gales. Send thy sunbeams gleaming into our hearts and thoughts. On thy glowing canvas let them be painted, the dark legends of the rough hard times that are past. The Old Church Bell. In the country of Wettenberg, in Germany, where the acacias grow by the public road, where the apple trees and the pear trees in autumn bend to the earth with the weight of the precious fruit, lies the little town of Marbach. As is often the case with many of these towns, it is charmingly situated on the banks of the river Neckar, which rushes rapidly by, passing villages, old knights' castles, and green vineyards, till its waters mingle with those of the stately Rhine. It was late in the autumn, the vine leaves still hung upon the branches of the vines, but they were already tinted with red and gold. Heavy showers fell on the surrounding country, and the cold autumn wind blew sharp and strong. It was not at all pleasant weather for the poor. The days grew shorter and more gloomy, and, dark as it was out of doors in the open air, it was still darker within the small, old-fashioned houses of the village. The gable end of one of these houses faced the street, and with its small, narrow windows, presented a very mean appearance. The family who dwelt in it were also very poor and humble, but they treasured the fear of God in their innermost hearts. And now he was about to send them a child. It was the hour of the mother's sorrow, when there pealed forth from the church tower the sound of festive bells. In that solemn hour the sweet and joyous chiming filled the hearts of those in the humble dwelling with thankfulness and trust. And when, amidst these joyous sounds, a little son was born to them, the words of prayer and praise arose from their overflowing hearts, and their happiness seemed to ring out over town and country in the liquid tones of the church bell's chime. The little one, with its bright eyes and golden hair, had been welcomed joyously on that dark November day. Its parents kissed it lovingly, and the father wrote these words in the Bible, on the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son. And a short time after, when the child had been baptized, the names he had received were added, John Christopher Frederick. And what became of the little lad, the poor boy of the humble town of Marbach? Ah, indeed, there was no one who thought or supposed, not even the old church bell which had been the first to sound and chime for him, that he would be the first to sing the beautiful song of the bell. The boy grew apace, and the world advanced with him. While he was yet a child, his parents removed from Marbach, and went to reside in another town. But their dearest friends remained behind at Marbach, and therefore sometimes the mother and her son would start on a fine day to pay a visit to the little town. The boy was at this time about 6 years old, and already knew a great many stories out of the Bible, and several religious psalms. While seated in the evening on his little cane chair, he had often heard his father read from Gellert's fables, and sometimes from Klopstock's grand poem, The Messiah. He and his sister, 2 years older than himself, had often wept scalding tears over the story of him who suffered death on the cross for us all. On his first visit to Marbach, the town appeared to have changed but very little, and it was not far enough away to be forgotten. The house, with its pointed gable, narrow windows, overhanging walls and stories, projecting one beyond another, looked just the same as in former times. But in the churchyard there were several new graves. And there also, in the grass, close by the wall, stood the old church bell. It had been taken down from its high position, in consequence of a crack in the metal which prevented it from ever chiming again, and a new bell now occupied its place. The mother and son were walking in the churchyard when they discovered the old bell, and they stood still to look at it. Then the mother reminded her little boy of what a useful bell this had been for many 100 years. It had chimed for weddings and for christenings, it had tolled for funerals, and to give the alarm in case of fire. With every event in the life of man the bell had made its voice heard. His mother also told him how the chiming of that old bell had once filled her heart with joy and confidence, and that in the midst of the sweet tones her child had been given to her. And the boy gazed on the large, old bell with the deepest interest. He bowed his head over it and kissed it, old, thrown away, and cracked as it was, and standing there amidst the grass and nettles. The boy never forgot what his mother told him, and the tones of the old bell reverberated in his heart till he reached manhood. In such sweet remembrance was the old bell cherished by the boy, who grew up in poverty to be tall and slender, with a freckled complexion and hair almost red, but his eyes were clear and blue as the deep sea. And what was his career to be? His career was to be good, and his future life enviable. We find him taking high honors at the military school in the division commanded by the member of a family high in position, and this was an honor, that is to say, good luck. He wore gaiters, stiff collars, and powdered hair, and by this he was recognized, and, indeed, he might be known by the word of command, march. Halt. Front. The old church bell had long been quite forgotten, and no one imagined it would ever again be sent to the melting furnace to make it as it was before. No one could possibly have foretold this. Equally impossible would it have been to believe that the tones of the old bell still echoed in the heart of the boy from Marbach, or that one day they would ring out loud enough and strong enough to be heard all over the world. They had already been heard in the narrow space behind the school wall, even above the deafening sounds of march. Halt. Front. They had chimed so loudly in the heart of the youngster, that he had sung them to his companions, and their tones resounded to the very borders of the country. He was not a free scholar in the military school, neither was he provided with clothes or food. But he had his number, and his own peg. For everything here was ordered like clockwork, which we all know is of the greatest utility. People get on so much better together when their position and duties are understood. It is by pressure that a jewel is stamped. The pressure of regularity and discipline here stamped the jewel, which in the future the world so well knew. In the chief town of the province a great festival was being celebrated. The light streamed forth from thousands of lamps, and the rockets shot upwards towards the sky, filling the air with showers of colored fiery sparks. A record of this bright display will live in the memory of man, for through it the pupil in the military school was in tears and sorrow. He had dared to attempt to reach foreign territories unnoticed, and must therefore give up fatherland, mother, his dearest friends, all, or sink down into the stream of common life. The old church bell had still some comfort. It stood in the shelter of the church wall in Marbach, once so elevated, now quite forgotten. The wind roared around it, and could have readily related the story of its origin and of its sweet chimes, and the wind could also tell of him to whom he had brought fresh air when, in the woods of a neighboring country, he had sunk down exhausted with fatigue, with no other worldly possessions than hope for the future, and a written leaf from Fiesco. The wind could have told that his only protector was an artist, who, by reading each leaf to him, made it plain, and that they amused themselves by playing at ninepins together. The wind could also describe the pale fugitive, who, for weeks and months, lay in a wretched little roadside inn, where the landlord got drunk and raved, and where the merrymakers had it all their own way. And he, the pale fugitive, sang of the ideal. For many heavy days and dark nights the heart must suffer to enable it to endure trial and temptation, yet, amidst it all, would the minstrel sing. Dark days and cold nights also passed over the old bell, and it noticed them not, but the bell in the man's heart felt it to be a gloomy time. What would become of this young man, and what would become of the old bell? The old bell was, after a time, carried away to a greater distance than any one, even the warder in the bell tower, ever imagined, and the bell in the breast of the young man was heard in countries where his feet had never wandered. The tones went forth over the wide ocean to every part of the round world. We will now follow the career of the old bell. It was, as we have said, carried far away from Marbach and sold as old copper. Then sent to Bavaria to be melted down in a furnace. And then what happened? In the royal city of Bavaria, many years after the bell had been removed from the tower and melted down, some metal was required for a monument in honor of one of the most celebrated characters which a German people or a German land could produce. And now we see how wonderfully things are ordered. Strange things sometimes happen in this world. In Denmark, in one of those green islands where the foliage of the beech woods rustles in the wind, and where many Huns' graves may be seen, was another poor boy born. He wore wooden shoes, and when his father worked in a shipyard, the boy, wrapped up in an old worn-out shawl, carried his dinner to him every day. This poor child was now the pride of his country. For the sculptured marble, the work of his hands, had astonished the world. 3 To him was offered the honor of forming from the clay, a model of the figure of him whose name, John Christopher Frederick, had been written by his father in the Bible. The bust was cast in bronze, and part of the metal used for this purpose was the old church bell, whose tones had died away from the memory of those at home and elsewhere. The metal, glowing with heat, flowed into the mold, and formed the head and bust of the statue which was unveiled in the square in front of the old castle. The statue represented in living, breathing reality, the form of him who was born in poverty, the boy from Marbach, the pupil of the military school, the fugitive who struggled against poverty and oppression, from the outer world. Germany's great and immortal poet, who sung of Switzerland's deliverer, William Tell, and of the heaven-inspired Maid of Orleans. It was a beautiful sunny day. Flags were waving from tower and roof in royal Stuttgart, and the church bells were ringing a joyous peal. One bell was silent. But it was illuminated by the bright sunshine which streamed from the head and bust of the renowned figure, of which it formed a part. On this day, just 100 years had passed since the day on which the chiming of the old church bell at Marbach had filled the mother's heart with trust and joy, the day on which her child was born in poverty, and in a humble home. The same who, in after years, became rich, became the noble woman-hearted poet, a blessing to the world, the glorious, the sublime, the immortal bard, John Christopher Frederick Schiller. What the old man does is always right. I will tell you a story which was told to me when I was a little boy. Every time I thought of the story, it seemed to me to become more and more charming. For it is with stories as it is with many people, they become better as they grow older. I take it for granted that you have been in the country, and seen a very old farmhouse with a thatched roof, and mosses and small plants growing wild upon the thatch. There is a stork's nest on the summit of the gable. For we can't do without the stork. The walls of the house are sloping, and the windows are low, and only one of the latter is made so that it will open. The baking oven sticks out of the wall like a little fat body. The elder tree hangs over the paling, and beneath its branches, at the foot of the paling, is a pool of water in which a few ducks are disporting themselves. There is a yard dog too, who barks at all comers. Just such a farmhouse stood out in the country, and in this house dwelt an old couple, a peasant and his wife. Small as was their property, there was one article among it that they could do without, a horse, which made a living out of the grass it found by the side of the high road. The old peasant rode into the town on this horse. And often his neighbors borrowed it of him, and rendered the old couple some service in return for the loan of it. But they thought it would be best if they sold the horse, or exchanged it for something that might be more useful to them. But what might this something be? "You'll know that best, old man," said the wife. "It is fair day today, so ride into town, and get rid of the horse for money, or make a good exchange, whichever you do will be right to me. Ride to the fair." And she fastened his neckerchief for him, for she could do that better than he could, and she tied it in a double bow, for she could do that very prettily. Then she brushed his hat round and round with the palm of her hand, and gave him a kiss. So he rode away upon the horse that was to be sold or to be bartered for something else. Yes, the old man knew what he was about. The sun shone hotly down, and not a cloud was to be seen in the sky. The road was very dusty, for many people who were all bound for the fair were driving, or riding, or walking upon it. There was no shelter anywhere from the sunbeams. Among the rest, a man was trudging along, and driving a cow to the fair. The cow was as beautiful a creature as any cow can be. "She gives good milk, I'm sure," said the peasant. That would be a very good exchange, the cow for the horse. "Hullo, you there with the cow," he said. "I tell you what, I fancy a horse costs more than a cow, but I don't care for that, a cow would be more useful to me. If you like, we'll exchange." "To be sure I will," said the man, and they exchanged accordingly. So that was settled, and the peasant might have turned back, for he had done the business he came to do, but as he had once made up his mind to go to the fair, he determined to proceed, merely to have a look at it. And so he went on to the town with his cow. Leading the animal, he strode sturdily on, and after a short time, he overtook a man who was driving a sheep. It was a good fat sheep, with a fine fleece on its back. "I should like to have that fellow," said our peasant to himself. "He would find plenty of grass by our palings, and in the winter we could keep him in the room with us. Perhaps it would be more practical to have a sheep instead of a cow. Shall we exchange?" The man with the sheep was quite ready, and the bargain was struck. So our peasant went on in the high road with his sheep. Soon he overtook another man, who came into the road from a field, carrying a great goose under his arm. "That's a heavy thing you have there. It has plenty of feathers and plenty of fat, and would look well tied to a string, and paddling in the water at our place. That would be something for my old woman, she could make all kinds of profit out of it. How often she has said, if we only had a goose. Now, perhaps, she can have one, and, if possible, it shall be hers. Shall we exchange? I'll give you my sheep for your goose, and thank you into the bargain." The other man had not the least objection, and accordingly they exchanged, and our peasant became proprietor of the goose. By this time he was very near the town. The crowd on the high road became greater and greater. There was quite a crush of men and cattle. They walked in the road, and close by the palings. And at the barrier they even walked into the tollman's potato field, where his one fowl was strutting about, with a string to its leg, lest it should take fright at the crowd, and stray away, and so be lost. This fowl had short tail feathers, and winked with both its eyes, and looked very cunning. "Cluck, cluck," said the fowl. What it thought when it said this I cannot tell you. But directly our good man saw it, he thought, "That's the finest fowl I've ever seen in my life. Why, it's finer than our parson's brood hen. On my word, I should like to have that fowl. A fowl can always find a grain or two, and can almost keep itself. I think it would be a good exchange if I could get that for my goose." "Shall we exchange?" he asked the toll-taker. "Exchange," repeated the man. "Well, that would not be a bad thing." And so they exchanged. The toll-taker at the barrier kept the goose, and the peasant carried away the fowl. Now, he had done a good deal of business on his way to the fair, and he was hot and tired. He wanted something to eat, and a glass of brandy to drink, and soon he was in front of the inn. He was just about to step in, when the hostler came out, so they met at the door. The hostler was carrying a sack. "What have you in that sack?" asked the peasant. "Rotten apples," answered the hostler, "a whole sackful of them, enough to feed the pigs with." "Why, that's terrible waste. I should like to take them to my old woman at home. Last year the old tree by the turf hole only bore a single apple, and we kept it on the cupboard till it was quite rotten and spoilt. It was always property, my old woman said, but here she could see a quantity of property, a whole sackful. Yes, I shall be glad to show them to her." "What will you give me for the sackful?" asked the hostler. "What will I give?" "I will give my fowl in exchange." And he gave the fowl accordingly, and received the apples, which he carried into the guest room. He leaned the sack carefully by the stove, and then went to the table. But the stove was hot, he had not thought of that. Many guests were present, horse dealers, ox herds, and 2 Englishmen, and the 2 Englishmen were so rich that their pockets bulged out with gold coins, and almost burst, and they could bet too, as you shall hear. Hiss ss. Hiss ss. What was that by the stove? The apples were beginning to roast. "What is that?" "Why, do you know," said our peasant. And he told the whole story of the horse that he had changed for a cow, and all the rest of it, down to the apples. "Well, your old woman will give it you well when you get home," said one of the 2 Englishmen. "There will be a disturbance." "What, give me what?" said the peasant. "She will kiss me, and say, what the old man does is always right." "Shall we wager?" said the Englishman. "We'll wager coined gold by the ton, 100 pounds to the hundredweight." "A bushel will be enough," replied the peasant. "I can only set the bushel of apples against it. And I'll throw myself and my old woman into the bargain, and I fancy that's piling up the measure." "Done, taken." And the bet was made. The host's carriage came up, and the Englishman got in, and the peasant got in. Away they went, and soon they stopped before the peasant's hut. "Good evening, old woman." "Good evening, old man. I've made the exchange." "Yes, you understand what you're about," said the woman. And she embraced him, and paid no attention to the stranger guests, nor did she notice the sack. "I got a cow in exchange for the horse," said he. "Heaven be thanked," said she. "What glorious milk we shall have, and butter and cheese on the table." That was a capital exchange. "Yes, but I changed the cow for a sheep." "Ah, that's better still," cried the wife. "You always think of everything, we have just pasture enough for a sheep. Use milk and cheese, and woolen jackets and stockings. The cow cannot give those, and her hairs will only come off. How you think of everything. But I changed away the sheep for a goose. Then this year we shall really have roast goose to eat, my dear old man. You are always thinking of something to give me pleasure. How charming that is. We can let the goose walk about with a string to her leg, and she'll grow fatter still before we roast her." "But I gave away the goose for a fowl," said the man. "A fowl? That was a good exchange," replied the woman. "The fowl will lay eggs and hatch them, and we shall have chickens, we shall have a whole poultry yard." "Oh, that's just what I was wishing for." "Yes, but I exchanged the fowl for a sack of shriveled apples." "What? I must positively kiss you for that," exclaimed the wife. "My dear, good husband. Now, I'll tell you something. Do you know, you had hardly left me this morning, before I began thinking how I could give you something very nice this evening. I thought it should be pancakes with savory herbs. I had eggs, and bacon too, but I wanted herbs. So I went over to the schoolmaster's. They have herbs there, I know, but the schoolmistress is a mean woman, though she looks so sweet. I begged her to lend me a handful of herbs. 'Lend,' she answered me, nothing at all grows in our garden, not even a shriveled apple. I could not even lend you a shriveled apple, my dear woman. But now I can lend her 10, or a whole sackful. That I'm very glad of, that makes me laugh." And with that she gave him a sounding kiss. "I like that," exclaimed both the Englishmen together. "Always going downhill, and always merry, that's worth the money." So they paid 100 weight of gold to the peasant, who was not scolded, but kissed. Yes, it always pays, when the wife sees and always asserts that her husband knows best, and that whatever he does is right. You see, that is my story. I heard it when I was a child, and now you have heard it too, and know that, what the old man does is always right. In the duck yard. A duck arrived from Portugal. Some said she came from Spain, but that's all the same. At any rate she was called the Portuguese, and laid eggs, and was killed and cooked, and that was her career. But the ducklings which crept forth from her eggs were afterwards also called Portuguese, and there is something in that. Now, of the whole family there was only one left in the duck yard, a yard to which the chickens had access likewise, and where the cock strutted about in a very aggressive manner. "He annoys me with his loud crowing," observed the Portuguese duck. "But he's a handsome bird, there's no denying that, though he is not a drake. He ought to moderate his voice, but that's an art inseparable from polite education, like that possessed by the little singing birds over in the lime trees in the neighbor's garden. How charmingly they sing! There's something quite pretty in their warbling. I call it Portugal. If I had only such a little singing bird, I'd be a mother to him, kind and good, for that's in my blood, my Portuguese blood." And while she was still speaking, a little singing bird came head over heels from the roof into the yard. The cat was behind him, but the bird escaped with a broken wing, and that's how he came tumbling into the yard. "That's just like the cat." "She's a villain," said the Portuguese duck. "I remember her ways when I had children of my own. That such a creature should be allowed to live, and to wander about upon the roofs. I don't think they do such things in Portugal." And she pitied the little singing bird, and the other ducks who were not of Portuguese descent pitied him too. "Poor little creature," they said, as one after another came up. "We certainly can't sing," they said, "but we have a sounding board, or something of the kind, within us, we can feel that, though we don't talk of it." "But I can talk of it," said the Portuguese duck. "And I'll do something for the little fellow, for that's my duty." And she stepped into the water trough, and beat her wings upon the water so heartily, that the little singing bird was almost drowned by the bath she got, but the duck meant it kindly. "That's a good deed," she said, "the others may take example by it." "Peep," said the little bird, one of his wings was broken, and he found it difficult to shake himself, but he quite understood that the bath was kindly meant. "You are very kind-hearted, madam," he said, but he did not wish for a second bath. "I have never thought about my heart," continued the Portuguese duck, "but I know this much, that I love all my fellow creatures except the cat. But nobody can expect me to love her, for she ate up 2 of my ducklings. But pray make yourself at home, for one can make oneself comfortable. I myself am from a strange country, as you may see from my bearing, and from my feathery dress. My drake is a native of these parts, he's not of my race, but for all that I'm not proud. If any one here in the yard can understand you, I may assert that I am that person." "She's quite full of portulac," said a little common duck, who was witty. And all the other common ducks considered the word portulac quite a good joke, for it sounded like Portugal, and they nudged each other and said, "Rap." It was too witty. And all the other ducks now began to notice the little singing bird. "The Portuguese has certainly a greater command of language," they said. "For our part, we don't care to fill our beaks with such long words, but our sympathy is just as great. If we don't do anything for you, we march about with you everywhere. And we think that the best thing we can do." "You have a lovely voice," said one of the oldest. "It must be a great satisfaction to be able to give so much pleasure as you are able to impart. I certainly am no great judge of your song, and consequently I keep my beak shut, and even that is better than talking nonsense to you, as others do. Don't plague him so, interposed the Portuguese duck, he requires rest and nursing. My little singing bird, do you wish me to prepare another bath for you? Oh no. Pray let me be dry, was the little bird's petition. The water cure is the only remedy for me when I am unwell, quoth the Portuguese. Amusement is beneficial too. The neighboring fowls will soon come to pay their visit. There are 2 Cochin Chinese among them. They wear feathers on their legs, are well educated, and have been brought from afar, consequently they stand higher than the others in my regard. And the fowls came, and the cock came. Today he was polite enough to abstain from being rude. You are a true singing bird, he said, and you do as much with your little voice as can possibly be done with it. But one requires a little more shrillness, that every hearer may hear that one is a male. The 2 Chinese stood quite enchanted with the appearance of the singing bird. He looked very much rumpled after his bath, so that he seemed to them to have quite the appearance of a little Cochin China fowl. He's charming, they cried, and began a conversation with him, speaking in whispers, and using the most aristocratic Chinese dialect. We are of your race, they continued. The ducks, even the Portuguese, are swimming birds, as you cannot fail to have noticed. You do not know us yet. Very few know us, or give themselves the trouble to make our acquaintance, not even any of the fowls, though we are born to occupy a higher grade on the ladder than most of the rest. But that does not disturb us, we quietly pursue our path amid the others, whose principles are certainly not ours. For we look at things on the favorable side, and only speak of what is good, though it is difficult sometimes to find something when nothing exists. Except us 2 and the cock, there's no one in the whole poultry yard who is at once talented and polite. It cannot even be said of the inhabitants of the duck-yard. We warn you, little singing bird, don't trust that one yonder with the short tail feathers, for she's cunning. The pied one there, with the crooked stripes on her wings, is a strife-seeker, and lets nobody have the last word, though she's always in the wrong. The fat duck yonder speaks evil of every one, and that's against our principles. If we have nothing good to tell, we should hold our beaks. The Portuguese is the only one who has any education, and with whom one can associate, but she is passionate, and talks too much about Portugal. I wonder what those 2 Chinese are always whispering to one another about, whispered one duck to her friend. They annoy me, we have never spoken to them. Now the drake came up. He thought the little singing bird was a sparrow. Well, I don't understand the difference, he said, and indeed it's all the same thing. He's only a plaything, and if one has them, why, one has them. Don't attach any value to what he says, the Portuguese whispered. He's very respectable in business matters, and with him business takes precedence of everything. But now I shall lie down for a rest. One owes that to oneself, that one may be nice and fat when one is to be embalmed with apples and plums. And accordingly she lay down in the sun, and winked with one eye, and she lay very comfortably, and she felt very comfortable, and she slept very comfortably. The little singing bird busied himself with his broken wing. At last he lay down too, and pressed close to his protectress. The sun shone warm and bright, and he had found a very good place. But the neighbors' fowls were awake. They went about scratching up the earth. And, to tell the truth, they had paid the visit simply and solely to find food for themselves. The Chinese were the first to leave the duck-yard, and the other fowls soon followed them. The witty little duck said of the Portuguese that the old lady was becoming a ducky dotard. At this the other ducks laughed and cackled aloud. Ducky dotard, they whispered, that's too witty. And then they repeated the former joke about Portulac, and declared that it was vastly amusing. And then they lay down. They had been lying asleep for some time, when suddenly something was thrown into the yard for them to eat. It came down with such a thwack, that the whole company started up from sleep and clapped their wings. The Portuguese awoke too, and threw herself over on the other side, pressing the little singing bird very hard as she did so. Peep, he cried. You trod very hard upon me, madam. Well, why do you lie in my way? The duck retorted. You must not be so touchy. I have nerves of my own, but yet I never called out, peep. Don't be angry, said the little bird. The peep came out of my beak unawares. The Portuguese did not listen to him, but began eating as fast as she could, and made a good meal. When this was ended, and she lay down again, the little bird came up, and wanted to be amiable, and sang. Tilly lily lee of the good springtime I'll sing so fine as far away I flee. Now I want to rest after my dinner, said the Portuguese. You must conform to the rules of the house while you're here. I want to sleep now. The little singing bird was quite taken aback, for he had meant it kindly. When Madame afterwards awoke, he stood before her again with a little corn that he had found, and laid it at her feet, but as she had not slept well, she was naturally in a very bad humor. Give that to a chicken, she said, and don't be always standing in my way. Why are you angry with me? Replied the little singing bird. What have I done? Done, repeated the Portuguese duck, your mode of expression is not exactly genteel. A fact to which I must call your attention. Yesterday it was sunshine here, said the little bird, but today it's cloudy and the air is close. You don't know much about the weather, I fancy, retorted the Portuguese. The day is not done yet. Don't stand there looking so stupid. But you are looking at me just as the wicked eyes looked when I fell into the yard yesterday. Impertinent creature! Exclaimed the Portuguese duck, would you compare me with the cat, that beast of prey? There's not a drop of malicious blood in me. I've taken your part, and will teach you good manners. And so saying, she bit off the singing bird's head, and he lay dead on the ground. Now, what's the meaning of this? She said, could he not bear even that? Then certainly he was not made for this world. I've been like a mother to him, I know that, for I've a good heart. Then the neighbor's cock stuck his head into the yard, and crowed with steam engine power. You'll kill me with your crowing, she cried. It's all your fault. He's lost his head, and I am very near losing mine. There's not much lying where he fell, observed the cock. Speak of him with respect, retorted the Portuguese duck, for he had song, manners, and education. He was affectionate and soft, and that's as good in animals, as in your so-called human beings. And all the ducks came crowding round the little dead singing bird. Ducks have strong passions, whether they feel envy or pity. And as there was nothing here to envy, pity manifested itself, even in the two Chinese. We shall never get such a singing bird again. He was almost a Chinese, they whispered, and they wept with a mighty clucking sound, and all the fowls clucked too, but the ducks went about with the redder eyes. We've hearts of our own, they said, nobody can deny that. Hearts, repeated the Portuguese, yes, that we have, almost as much as in Portugal. Let us think of getting something to satisfy our hunger, said the drake, for that's the most important point. If one of our toys is broken, why, we have plenty more. The Ice Maiden. Little Rudy. We will pay a visit to Switzerland, and wander through that country of mountains, whose steep and rocky sides are overgrown with forest trees. Let us climb to the dazzling snowfields at their summits, and descend again to the green meadows beneath, through which rivers and brooks rush along as if they could not quickly enough reach the sea and vanish. Fiercely shines the sun over those deep valleys, as well as upon the heavy masses of snow which lie on the mountains. During the year these accumulations thaw or fall in the rolling avalanches, or are piled up in shining glaciers. Two of these glaciers lie in the broad, rocky cliffs, between the Schreckhorn and the Wetterhorn, near the little town of Grindelwald. They are wonderful to behold, and therefore in the summer time strangers come here from all parts of the world to see them. They cross snow-covered mountains, and travel through the deep valleys, or ascend for hours, higher and still higher, the valleys appearing to sink lower and lower as they proceed, and become as small as if seen from an air balloon. Over the lofty summits of these mountains the clouds often hang like a dark veil. While beneath in the valley, where many brown, wooden houses are scattered about, the bright rays of the sun may be shining upon a little brilliant patch of green, making it appear almost transparent. The waters foam and dash along in the valleys beneath, the streams from above trickle and murmur as they fall down the rocky mountain side, looking like glittering silver bands. On both sides of the mountain path stand these little wooden houses. And, as within, there are many children and many mouths to feed, each house has its own little potato garden. These children rush out in swarms, and surround travelers, whether on foot or in carriages. They are all clever at making a bargain. They offer for sale the sweetest little toy houses, models of the mountain cottages in Switzerland. Whether it be rain or sunshine, these crowds of children are always to be seen with their wares. About 20 years ago, there might be seen occasionally, standing at a short distance from the other children, a little boy, who was also anxious to sell his curious wares. He had an earnest, expressive countenance, and held the box containing his carved toys tightly with both hands, as if unwilling to part with it. His earnest look, and being also a very little boy, made him noticed by the strangers. So that he often sold the most, without knowing why. An hour's walk farther up the ascent lived his grandfather, who cut and carved the pretty little toy houses. And in the old man's room stood a large press, full of all sorts of carved things, nutcrackers, knives and forks, boxes with beautifully carved foliage, leaping chamois. It contained everything that could delight the eyes of a child. But the boy, who was named Rudy, looked with still greater pleasure and longing at some old firearms which hung upon the rafters, under the ceiling of the room. His grandfather promised him that he should have them some day, but that he must first grow big and strong, and learn how to use them. Small as he was, the goats were placed in his care, and a good goat-keeper should also be a good climber, and such Rudy was. He sometimes, indeed, climbed higher than the goats, for he was fond of seeking for birds' nests at the top of high trees. He was bold and daring, but was seldom seen to smile, excepting when he stood by the roaring cataract, or heard the descending roll of the avalanche. He never played with the other children, and was not seen with them, unless his grandfather sent him down to sell his curious workmanship. Rudy did not much like trade. He loved to climb the mountains, or to sit by his grandfather and listen to his tales of olden times, or of the people in Meiringen, the place of his birth. In the early ages of the world, said the old man, these people could not be found in Switzerland. They are a colony from the north, where their ancestors still dwell, and are called Swedes. This was something for Rudy to know, but he learnt more from other sources, particularly from the domestic animals who belonged to the house. One was a large dog, called a jola, which had belonged to his father, and the other was a tomcat. This cat stood very high in Rudy's favor, for he had taught him to climb. "Come out on the roof with me," said the cat. And Rudy quite understood him, for the language of fowls, ducks, cats, and dogs, is as easily understood by a young child as his own native tongue. But it must be at the age when grandfather's stick becomes a neighing horse, with head, legs, and tail. Some children retain these ideas later than others, and they are considered backwards and childish for their age. People say so, but is it so? "Come out on the roof with me, little Rudy," was the first thing he heard the cat say, and Rudy understood him. "What people say about falling down is all nonsense," continued the cat. "You will not fall, unless you are afraid. Come, now, set one foot here and another there, and feel your way with your 4 feet. Keep your eyes wide open, and move softly, and if you come to a hole jump over it, and cling fast as I do." And this was just what Rudy did. He was often on the sloping roof with the cat, or on the tops of high trees. But, more frequently, higher still on the ridges of the rocks where Puss never came. "Higher, higher!" cried the trees and the bushes, "see to what height we have grown, and how fast we hold, even to the narrow edges of the rocks." Rudy often reached the top of the mountain before the sunrise, and there inhaled his morning draught of the fresh, invigorating mountain air, God's own gift, which men call the sweet fragrance of plant and herb on the mountainside, and the mint and wild thyme in the valleys. The overhanging clouds absorb all heaviness from the air, and the winds convey them away over the pine tree summits. The spirit of fragrance, light and fresh, remained behind, and this was Rudy's morning draught. The sunbeams, those blessing-bringing daughters of the sun, kissed his cheeks. Vertigo might be lurking on the watch, but he dared not approach him. The swallows, who had not less than 7 nests in his grandfather's house, flew up to him and his goats, singing, "We and you and we." They brought him greetings from his grandfather's house, even from 2 hens, the only birds of the household, but Rudy was not intimate with them. Although so young and such a little fellow, Rudy had traveled a great deal. He was born in the canton of Valais, and brought to his grandfather over the mountains. He had walked to Staubach, a little town that seems to flutter in the air like a silver veil, the glittering, snow-clad mountain Jungfrau. He had also been to the great glaciers, but this is connected with a sad story, for here his mother met her death, and his grandfather used to say that all Rudy's childish merriment was lost from that time. His mother had written in a letter, that before he was a year old he had laughed more than he cried, but after his fall into the snow-covered crevasse, his disposition had completely changed. The grandfather seldom spoke of this, but the fact was generally known. Rudy's father had been a postilion, and the large dog which now lived in his grandfather's cottage had always followed him on his journeys over the Simplon to the Lake of Geneva. Rudy's relations, on his father's side, lived in the canton of Valais, in the valley of the Rhône. His uncle was a chamois hunter, and a well-known guide. Rudy was only a year old when his father died, and his mother was anxious to return with her child to her own relations, who lived in the Bernese Oberland. Her father dwelt at a few hours' distance from Grindelwald. He was a carver in wood, and gained so much by it that he had plenty to live upon. She set out homewards in the month of June, carrying her infant in her arms, and, accompanied by 2 chamois hunters, crossed the Gemmi on her way to Grindelwald. They had already left more than half the journey behind them. They had crossed high ridges, and traversed snowfields. They could even see her native valley, with its familiar wooden cottages. They had only one more glacier to climb. Some newly fallen snow concealed a cleft which, though it did not extend to the foaming waters in the depths beneath, was still much deeper than the height of a man. The young woman, with the child in her arms, slipped upon it, sank in, and disappeared. Not a shriek, not a groan was heard, nothing but the whining of a little child. More than an hour elapsed before her 2 companions could obtain from the nearest house ropes and poles to assist in raising them. And it was with much exertion that they at last succeeded in raising from the crevasse what appeared to be 2 dead bodies. Every means was used to restore them to life. With the child they were successful, but not with the mother. So the old grandfather received his daughter's little son into his house an orphan, a little boy who laughed more than he cried. But it seemed as if laughter had left him in the cold ice world into which he had fallen, where, as the Swiss peasants say, the souls of the lost are confined till the judgment day. The glaciers appear as if a rushing stream had been frozen in its course, and pressed into blocks of green crystal, which, balanced one upon another, form a wondrous palace of crystal for the Ice Maiden, the queen of the glaciers. It is she whose mighty power can crush the traveler to death, and arrest the flowing river in its course. She is also a child of the air, and with the swiftness of the chamois she can reach the snow-covered mountain tops, where the boldest mountaineer has to cut footsteps in the ice to ascend. She will sail on a frail pine twig over the raging torrents beneath, and spring lightly from one iceberg to another, with her long, snow-white hair flowing around her, and her dark green robe glittering like the waters of the deep Swiss lakes. "Mine is the power to seize and crush," she cried. "Once a beautiful boy was stolen from me by man, a boy whom I had kissed, but had not kissed to death. He is again among mankind, and tends the goats on the mountains. He is always climbing higher and higher, far away from all others, but not from me. He is mine, I will send for him." And she gave Vertigo the commission. It was summer, and the Ice Maiden was melting amidst the green verdure, when Vertigo swung himself up and down. Vertigo has many brothers, quite a troop of them, and the Ice Maiden chose the strongest among them. They exercise their power in different ways, and everywhere. Some sit on the banisters of steep stairs, others on the outer rails of lofty towers, or spring like squirrels along the ridges of the mountains. Others tread the air as a swimmer treads the water, and lure their victims here and there till they fall into the deep abyss. Vertigo and the Ice Maiden clutch at human beings, as the polypus seizes upon all that comes within its reach. And now Vertigo was to seize Rudy. "Seize him, indeed," cried Vertigo, "I cannot do it. That monster of a cat has taught him her tricks. That child of the human race has a power within him which keeps me at a distance. I cannot possibly reach the boy when he hangs from the branches of trees, over the precipice, or I would gladly tickle his feet, and send him heels over head through the air, but I cannot accomplish it." "We must accomplish it," said the Ice Maiden, "either you or I must, and I will, I will." "No, no," sounded through the air, like an echo on the mountain church bell's chime. It was an answer in song, in the melting tones of a chorus from others of nature's spirits, good and loving spirits, the daughters of the sunbeam. They who place themselves in a circle every evening on the mountain peaks. There they spread out their rose-colored wings, which, as the sun sinks, become more flaming red, until the lofty Alps seem to burn with fire. Men call this the alpine glow. After the sun has set, they disappear within the white snow on the mountain tops, and slumber there till sunrise, when they again come forth. They have great love for flowers, for butterflies, and for mankind. And from among the latter they had chosen little Rudy. "You shall not catch him, you shall not seize him," they sang. "Greater and stronger than he have I seized," said the Ice Maiden. Then the daughters of the sun sang a song of the traveler, whose cloak had been carried away by the wind. The wind took the covering, but not the man, it could even seize upon him, but not hold him fast. The children of strength are more powerful, more ethereal, even than we are. They can rise higher than our parent, the sun. They have the magic words that rule the wind and the waves, and compel them to serve and obey. And they can, at last, cast off the heavy, oppressive weight of mortality, and soar upwards. Thus sweetly sounded the bell-like tones of the chorus. And each morning the sun's rays shone through the one little window of the grandfather's house upon the quiet child. The daughters of the sunbeam kissed him. They wished to thaw, and melt, and obliterate the ice kiss which the queenly maiden of the glaciers had given him as he lay in the lap of his dead mother, in the deep crevasse of ice from which he had been so wonderfully rescued. 2. The journey to the new home. Rudy was just 8 years old, when his uncle, who lived on the other side of the mountain, wished to have the boy, as he thought he might obtain a better education with him, and learn something more. His grandfather thought the same, so he consented to let him go. Rudy had many to say farewell to, as well as his grandfather. First, there was Ajola, the old dog. "Your father was the postilion, and I was the postilion's dog," said Ajola. "We have often traveled the same journey together. I knew all the dogs and men on this side of the mountain. It is not my habit to talk much, but now that we have so little time to converse together, I will say something more than usual. I will relate to you a story, which I have reflected upon for a long time. I do not understand it, and very likely you will not, but that is of no consequence. I have, however, learned from it that in this world things are not equally divided, neither for dogs nor for men. All are not born to lie on the lap and to drink milk. I have never been petted in this way, but I have seen a little dog seated in the place of a gentleman or lady, and traveling inside a post-chaise. The lady, who was his mistress, or of whom he was master, carried a bottle of milk, of which the little dog now and then drank. She also offered him pieces of sugar to crunch. He sniffed at them proudly, but would not eat one, so she ate them herself. I was running along the dirty road by the side of the carriage as hungry as a dog could be, chewing the cud of my own thoughts, which were rather in confusion. But many other things seemed in confusion also. Why was not I lying on a lap and travelling in a coach? I could not tell, yet I knew I could not alter my own condition, either by barking or growling. This was Ajola's farewell speech, and Rudy threw his arms round the dog's neck and kissed his cold nose. Then he took the cat in his arms, but he struggled to get free. "You are getting too strong for me," he said. "But I will not use my claws against you. Clamber away over the mountains, it was I who taught you to climb. Do not fancy you are going to fall, and you will be quite safe." Then the cat jumped down and ran away. He did not wish Rudy to see that there were tears in his eyes. The hens were hopping about the floor. One of them had no tail. A traveler, who fancied himself a sportsman, had shot off her tail. He had mistaken her for a bird of prey. "Rudy is going away over the mountains," said one of the hens. "He is always in such a hurry," said the other, "and I don't like taking leave," so they both hopped out. But the goats said farewell. They bleated and wanted to go with him, they were so very sorry. Just at this time two clever guides were going to cross the mountains to the other side of the Gemmy, and Rudy was to go with them on foot. It was a long walk for such a little boy, but he had plenty of strength and invincible courage. The swallows flew with him a little way, singing, "We and you and we." The way led across the rushing Lutschine, which falls in numerous streams from the dark clefts of the Grindelwald glaciers. Trunks of fallen trees and blocks of stone form bridges over these streams. After passing a forest of alders, they began to ascend, passing by some blocks of ice that had loosened themselves from the side of the mountain and lay across their path. They had to step over these ice blocks or walk round them. Rudy crept here and ran there, his eyes sparkling with joy, and he stepped so firmly with his iron-tipped mountain shoe, that he left a mark behind him wherever he placed his foot. The earth was black where the mountain torrents or the melted ice had poured upon it, but the bluish-green, glassy ice sparkled and glittered. They had to go round little pools, like lakes, enclosed between large masses of ice. And, while thus wandering out of their path, they came near an immense stone, which lay balanced on the edge of an icy peak. The stone lost its balance just as they reached it, and rolled over into the abyss beneath, while the noise of its fall was echoed back from every hollow cliff of the glaciers. They were always going upwards. The glaciers seemed to spread above them like a continued chain of masses of ice, piled up in wild confusion between bare and rugged rocks. Rudy thought for a moment of what had been told him, that he and his mother had once lain buried in one of these cold, heart-chilling fissures. But he soon banished such thoughts, and looked upon the story as fabulous, like many other stories which had been told him. Once or twice, when the men thought the way was rather difficult for such a little boy, they held out their hands to assist him, but he would not accept their assistance, for he stood on the slippery ice as firmly as if he had been a chamois. They came at length to rocky ground, sometimes stepping upon moss-covered stones, sometimes passing beneath stunted fir trees, and again through green meadows. The landscape was always changing, but ever above them towered the lofty snow-clad mountains, whose names not only Rudy but every other child knew, the Jungfrau, the Monk and the Eiger. Rudy had never been so far away before. He had never trodden on the wide-spreading ocean of snow that lay here with its immovable billows, from which the wind blows off the snowflake now and then, as it cuts the foam from the waves of the sea. The glaciers stand here so close together it might almost be said they are hand in hand, and each is a crystal palace for the Ice Maiden, whose power and will it is to seize and imprison the unwary traveler. The sun shone warmly, and the snow sparkled as if covered with glittering diamonds. Numerous insects, especially butterflies and bees, lay dead in heaps on the snow. They had ventured too high, or the wind had carried them here and left them to die of cold. Around the Wetterhorn hung a feathery cloud, like a wool bag, and a threatening cloud too, for as it sunk lower it increased in size, and concealed within was a fen, fearful in its violence should it break loose. This journey, with its varied incidents, the wild paths, the night passed on the mountain, the steep rocky precipices, the hollow clefts, in which the rustling waters from time immemorial had worn away passages for themselves through blocks of stone, all these were firmly impressed on Rudy's memory. In a forsaken stone building, which stood just beyond the seas of snow, they one night took shelter. Here they found some charcoal and pine branches, so that they soon made a fire. They arranged couches to lie on as well as they could, and then the men seated themselves by the fire, took out their pipes, and began to smoke. They also prepared a warm, spiced drink, of which they partook, and Rudy was not forgotten, he had his share. Then they began to talk of those mysterious beings with which the land of the Alps abounds. The hosts of apparitions which come in the night, and carry off the sleepers through the air, to the wonderful floating town of Venice, of the wild herdsman, who drives the black sheep across the meadows. These flocks are never seen, yet the tinkle of their little bells has often been heard, as well as their unearthly bleating. Rudy listened eagerly, but without fear, for he knew not what fear meant. And while he listened, he fancied he could hear the roaring of the spectral herd. It seemed to come nearer and roar louder, till the men heard it also and listened in silence, till, at length, they told Rudy that he must not dare to sleep. It was a fen, that violent storm wind which rushes from the mountain to the valley beneath, and in its fury snaps asunder the trunks of large trees as if they were but slender reeds, and carries the wooden houses from one side of a river to the other as easily as we could move the pieces on a chessboard. After an hour had passed, they told Rudy that it was all over, and he might go to sleep, and, fatigued with his long walk, he readily slept at the word of command. Very early the following morning they again set out. The sun on this day lighted up for Rudy new mountains, new glaciers, and new snowfields. They had entered the Canton Valley, and found themselves on the ridge of the hills which can be seen from Grindelwald, but he was still far from his new home. They pointed out to him other clefts, other meadows, other woods and rocky paths, and other houses. Strange men made their appearance before him, and what men! They were misshapen, wretched-looking creatures, with yellow complexions. And on their necks were dark, ugly lumps of flesh, hanging down like bags. They were called cretins. They dragged themselves along painfully, and stared at the strangers with vacant eyes. The women looked more dreadful than the men. Poor Rudy! Were these the sort of people he should see at his new home? Free, the uncle. Rudy arrived at last at his uncle's house, and was thankful to find the people like those he had been accustomed to see. There was only one cretin amongst them, a poor idiot boy, one of those unfortunate beings who, in their neglected conditions, go from house to house, and are received and taken care of in different families, for a month or two at a time. Poor Saperli had just arrived at his uncle's house when Rudy came. The uncle was an experienced hunter, he also followed the trade of a cooper. His wife was a lively little person, with a face like a bird, eyes like those of an eagle, and a long, hairy throat. Everything was new to Rudy, the fashion of the dress, the manners, the employments, and even the language. But the latter his childish ear would soon learn. He saw also that there was more wealth here, when compared with his former home at his grandfather's. The rooms were larger, the walls were adorned with the horns of the chamois, and brightly polished guns. Over the door hung a painting of the Virgin Mary, fresh alpine roses and a burning lamp stood near it. Rudy's uncle was, as we have said, one of the most noted chamois hunters in the whole district, and also one of the best guides. Rudy soon became the pet of the house. But there was another pet, an old hound, blind and lazy, who would never more follow the hunt, well as he had once done so. But his former good qualities were not forgotten, and therefore the animal was kept in the family and treated with every indulgence. Rudy stroked the old hound, but he did not like strangers, and Rudy was as yet a stranger. He did not, however, long remain so, he soon endeared himself to every heart, and became like one of the family. "We are not very badly off, here in the Canton Valley," said his uncle one day. "We have the chamois, they do not die so fast as the wild goats, and it is certainly much better here now than in former times. How highly the old times have been spoken of, but ours is better. The bag has been opened, and a current of air now blows through our once confined valley. Something better always makes its appearance when old, worn-out things fail." When his uncle became communicative, he would relate stories of his youthful days, and farther back still of the warlike times in which his father had lived. Valais was then, as he expressed it, only a closed-up bag, quite full of sick people, miserable cretins, but the French soldiers came, and they were capital doctors, they soon killed the disease and the sick people, too. The French people knew how to fight in more ways than one, and the girls knew how to conquer too, and when he said this the uncle nodded at his wife, who was a French woman by birth, and laughed. The French could also do battle on the stones. It was they who cut a road out of the solid rock over the Simplon, such a road, that I need only say to a child of 3 years old, go down to Italy, you have only to keep in the high road, and the child will soon arrive in Italy. If he followed my directions. Then the uncle sang a French song, and cried, hurrah! Long live Napoleon Bonaparte! This was the first time Rudy had ever heard of France, or of Lyons, that great city on the Rhone where his uncle had once lived. His uncle said that Rudy, in a very few years, would become a clever hunter. He had quite a talent for it. He taught the boy to hold a gun properly, and to load and fire it. In the hunting season he took him to the hills, and made him drink the warm blood of the chamois, which is said to prevent the hunter from becoming giddy. He taught him to know the time when, from the different mountains, the avalanche is likely to fall, namely, at noontide or in the evening, from the effects of the sun's rays. He made him observe the movements of the chamois when he gave a leap, so that he might fall firmly and lightly on his feet. He told him that when on the fissures of the rocks he could find no place for his feet, he must support himself on his elbows, and cling with his legs, and even lean firmly with his back, for this could be done when necessary. He told him also that the chamois are very cunning, they place lookers out on the watch, but the hunter must be more cunning than they are, and find them out by the scent. One day, when Rudy went out hunting with his uncle, he hung a coat and hat on an alpine staff, and the chamois mistook it for a man, as they generally do. The mountain path was narrow here. Indeed it was scarcely a path at all, only a kind of shelf, close to the yawning abyss. The snow that lay upon it was partially thawed, and the stones crumbled beneath the feet. Every fragment of stone broken off struck the sides of the rock in its fall, till it rolled into the depths beneath, and sunk to rest. Upon this shelf Rudy's uncle laid himself down, and crept forward. At about 100 paces behind him stood Rudy, upon the highest point of the rock, watching a great vulture hovering in the air. With a single stroke of his wing the bird might easily cast the creeping hunter into the abyss beneath, and make him his prey. Rudy's uncle had eyes for nothing but the chamois, who, with its young kid, had just appeared round the edge of the rock. So Rudy kept his eyes fixed on the bird. He knew well what the great creature wanted, therefore he stood in readiness to discharge his gun at the proper moment. Suddenly the chamois made a spring, and his uncle fired and struck the animal with the deadly bullet, while the young kid rushed away, as if for a long life he had been accustomed to danger and practiced flight. The large bird, alarmed at the report of the gun, wheeled off in another direction, and Rudy's uncle was saved from danger, of which he knew nothing till he was told of it by the boy. While they were both in pleasant mood, wending their way homewards, and the uncle whistling the tune of a song he had learnt in his young days, they suddenly heard a peculiar sound which seemed to come from the top of the mountain. They looked up, and saw above them, on the overhanging rock, the snow-covering heave and lift itself as a piece of linen stretched on the ground to dry raises itself when the wind creeps under it. Smooth as polished marble slabs, the waves of snow cracked and loosened themselves, and then suddenly, with the rumbling noise of distant thunder, fell like a foaming cataract into the abyss. An avalanche had fallen, not upon Rudy and his uncle, but very near them. Alas, a great deal too near. "Hold fast, Rudy," cried his uncle, "hold fast, with all your might." Then Rudy clung with his arms to the trunk of the nearest tree, while his uncle climbed above him, and held fast by the branches. The avalanche rolled past them at some distance. But the gust of wind that followed, like the storm wings of the avalanche, snapped asunder the trees and bushes over which it swept, as if they had been but dry rushes, and threw them about in every direction. The tree to which Rudy clung was thus overthrown, and Rudy dashed to the ground. The higher branches were snapped off, and carried away to a great distance, and among these shattered branches lay Rudy's uncle, with his skull fractured. When they found him, his hand was still warm, but it would have been impossible to recognize his face. Rudy stood by, pale and trembling. It was the first shock of his life, the first time he had ever felt fear. Late in the evening he returned home with the fatal news, to that home which was now to be so full of sorrow. His uncle's wife uttered not a word, nor shed a tear, till the corpse was brought in, then her agony burst forth. The poor Cretan crept away to his bed, and nothing was seen of him during the whole of the following day. Towards evening, however, he came to Rudy, and said, "Will you write a letter for me?" Saperli cannot write. Saperli can only take the letters to the post. "A letter for you," said Rudy. "Who do you wish to write to?" "To the Lord Christ," he replied. "What do you mean?" asked Rudy. Then the poor idiot, as the Cretan was often called, looked at Rudy with a most touching expression in his eyes, clasped his hands, and said, solemnly and devoutly, "Saperli wants to send a letter to Jesus Christ, to pray him to let Saperli die. And not the master of the house here." Rudy pressed his hand, and replied, "A letter would not reach him up above, it would not give him back whom we have lost." It was not, however, easy for Rudy to convince Saperli of the impossibility of doing what he wished. "Now you must work for us," said his foster mother, and Rudy very soon became the entire support of the house. 4. Babette. Who was the best marksman in the Canton Valley? The chamois knew well. "Save yourselves from Rudy," they might well say. "And who is the handsomest marksman?" "Oh, it is Rudy," said the maidens, but they did not say, "Save yourselves from Rudy." Neither did anxious mothers say so, for he bowed to them as pleasantly as to the young girls. He was so brave and cheerful. His cheeks were brown, his teeth white, and his eyes dark and sparkling. He was now a handsome young man of 20 years. The most icy water could not deter him from swimming, he could twist and turn like a fish. None could climb like he, and he clung as firmly to the edges of the rocks as a limpet. He had strong muscular power, as could be seen when he leapt from rock to rock. He had learnt this first from the cat, and more lately from the chamois. Rudy was considered the best guide over the mountains, every one had great confidence in him. He might have made a great deal of money as guide. His uncle had also taught him the trade of a cooper, but he had no inclination for either. His delight was in chamois hunting, which also brought him plenty of money. Rudy would be a very good match, as people said, if he would not look above his own station. He was also such a famous partner in dancing, that the girls often dreamt about him, and one and another thought of him even when awake. "He kissed me in the dance," said Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter, to her dearest friend. But she ought not to have told this, even to her dearest friend. It is not easy to keep such secrets, they are like sand in a sieve, they slip out. It was therefore soon known that Rudy, so brave and so good as he was, had kissed someone while dancing, and yet he had never kissed her who was dearest to him. Ah, said an old hunter, he has kissed Annette, has he? He has begun with A, and I suppose he will kiss through the whole alphabet. But a kiss in the dance was all the busy tongues could accuse him of. He certainly had kissed Annette, but she was not the flower of his heart. Down in the valley, near Bex, among the great walnut trees, by the side of a little rushing mountain stream, lived a rich miller. His dwelling house was a large building, 3 stories high, with little turrets. The roof was covered with chips, bound together with tin plates, that glittered in sunshine and in the moonlight. The largest of the turrets had a weathercock, representing an apple pierced by a glittering arrow, in memory of William Tell. The mill was a neat and well-ordered place, that allowed itself to be sketched and written about, but the miller's daughter did not permit any to sketch or write about her. So, at least, Rudy would have said, for her image was pictured in his heart. Her eyes shone in it so brightly, that quite a flame had been kindled there, and, like all other fires, it had burst forth so suddenly, that the miller's daughter, the beautiful Babette, was quite unaware of it. Rudy had never spoken a word to her on the subject. The miller was rich, and, on that account, Babette stood very high, and was rather difficult to aspire to. But said Rudy to himself, nothing is too high for a man to reach, he must climb with confidence in himself, and he will not fail. He had learnt this lesson in his youthful home. It happened once that Rudy had some business to settle at Beck's. It was a long journey at that time, for the railway had not been opened. From the glaciers of the Rhône, at the foot of the Simplon, between its ever-changing mountain summits, stretches the valley of the Canton Valley. Through it runs the noble river of the Rhône, which often overflows its banks, covering fields and highways, and destroying everything in its course. Near the towns of Chaon and Asti, Maurice, the valley takes a turn, and bends like an elbow, and behind Street Maurice becomes so narrow that there is only space enough for the bed of the river and a narrow carriage road. An old tower stands here, as if it were guardian to the Canton Valley, which ends at this point, and from it we can look across the stone bridge to the toll house on the other side, where the Canton Vaud commences. Not far from this spot stands the town of Beck's, and at every step can be seen an increase of fruitfulness and verdure. It is like entering a grove of chestnut and walnut trees. Here and there the cypress and pomegranate blossoms peep forth. And it is almost as warm as an Italian climate. Rudy arrived at Beck's, and soon finished the business which had brought him there, and then walked about the town. But not even the miller's boy could be seen, nor anyone belonging to the mill, not to mention Babette. This did not please him at all. Evening came on. The air was filled with the perfume of the wild thyme and the blossoms of the lime trees, and the green woods on the mountain seemed to be covered with a shining veil, blue as the sky. Over everything reigned a stillness, not of sleep or of death, but as if nature were holding her breath, that her image might be photographed on the blue vault of heaven. Here and there, amidst the trees of the silent valley, stood poles which supported the wires of the electric telegraph. Against one of these poles leaned an object so motionless that it might have been mistaken for the trunk of a tree. But it was Rudy, standing there as still as at that moment was everything around him. He was not asleep, neither was he dead. But just as the various events in the world, matters of momentous importance to individuals, were flying through the telegraph wires, without the quiver of a wire or the slightest tone, so, through the mind of Rudy, thoughts of overwhelming importance were passing, without an outward sign of emotion. The happiness of his future life depended upon the decision of his present reflections. His eyes were fixed on one spot in the distance, a light that twinkled through the foliage from the parlor of the miller's house, where Babette dwelt. Rudy stood so still, that it might have been supposed he was watching for a chamois. But he was in reality like a chamois, who will stand for a moment, looking as if it were chiseled out of the rock, and then, if only a stone rolled by, would suddenly bound forward with a spring, far away from the hunter. And so with Rudy, a sudden roll of his thoughts roused him from his stillness, and made him bound forward with determination to act. "Never despair," cried he. "A visit to the mill, to say good evening to the miller, and good evening to little Babette, can do no harm. No one ever fails who has confidence in himself. If I am to be Babette's husband, I must see her some time or other." Then Rudy laughed joyously, and took courage to go to the mill. He knew what he wanted to marry Babette. The clear water of the river rolled over its yellow bed, and willows and lime trees were reflected in it, as Rudy stepped along the path to the miller's house. But, as the children sing, there was no one at home in the house. Only a kitten at play. The cat standing on the steps put up its back and cried, "Mew." But Rudy had no inclination for this sort of conversation. He passed on, and knocked at the door. No one heard him, no one opened the door. "Mew," said the cat again, and had Rudy been still a child, he would have understood this language, and known that the cat wished to tell him there was no one at home. So he was obliged to go to the mill and make inquiries, and there he heard that the miller had gone on a journey to Interlaken, and taken Babette with him, to the great shooting festival, which began that morning, and would continue for 8 days. And that people from all the German settlements would be there. Poor Rudy! We may well say, it was not a fortunate day for his visit to Beck's. He had just to return the way he came, through Street Maurice and Chaon, to his home in the valley. But he did not despair. When the sun rose the next morning, his good spirits had returned, indeed he had never really lost them. "Babette is at Interlaken," said Rudy to himself, many days' journey from here. It is certainly a long way for anyone who takes the high road, but not so far if he takes a short cut across the mountain, and that just suits a chamois hunter. I have been that way before, for it leads to the home of my childhood, where, as a little boy, I lived with my grandfather. And there are shooting matches at Interlaken. I will go, and try to stand first in the match. Babette will be there, and I shall be able to make her acquaintance. Carrying his light knapsack, which contained his Sunday clothes, on his back, and with his musket and his game bag over his shoulder, Rudy started to take the shortest way across the mountain. Still it was a great distance. The shooting matches were to commence on that day, and to continue for a whole week. He had been told also that the miller and Babette would remain that time with some relatives at Interlaken. So over the Gemmi Rudy climbed bravely, and determined to descend the side of the Grindelwald. Bright and joyous were his feelings as he stepped lightly onwards, inhaling the invigorating mountain air. The valley sunk as he ascended, the circle of the horizon expanded. One snow-capped peak after another rose before him, till the whole of the glittering alpine range became visible. Rudy knew each ice-clad peak, and he continued his course towards the Schreckhorn, with its white powdered stone finger raised high in the air. At length he had crossed the highest ridges, and before him lay the green pasture lands sloping down towards the valley, which was once his home. The buoyancy of the air made his heart light. Hill and valley were blooming in luxuriant beauty, and his thoughts were youthful dreams, in which old age or death were out of the question. Life, power, and enjoyment were in the future, and he felt free and light as a bird. And the swallows flew round him, as in the days of his childhood, singing, we and you and we. All was overflowing with joy. Beneath him lay the meadows, covered with velvety green, with the murmuring river flowing through them, and dotted here and there were small wooden houses. He could see the edges of the glaciers, looking like green glass against the soiled snow, and the deep chasms beneath the loftiest glacier. The church bells were ringing, as if to welcome him to his home with their sweet tones. His heart beat quickly, and for a moment he seemed to have forgotten Babette, so full were his thoughts of old recollections. He was, in imagination, once more wandering on the road where, when a little boy, he, with other children, came to sell their curiously carved toy houses. Yonder, behind the fir trees, still stood his grandfather's house, his mother's father, but strangers dwelt in it now. Children came running to him, as he had once done, and wished to sell their wares. One of them offered him an alpine rose. Rudy took the rose as a good omen, and thought of Babette. He quickly crossed the bridge where the two rivers flow into each other. Here he found a walk overshadowed with large walnut trees, and their thick foliage formed a pleasant shade. Very soon he perceived in the distance, waving flags, on which glittered a white cross on a red ground, the standard of the Danes as well as of the Swiss, and before him lay Interlaken. It is really a splendid town, like none other that I have ever seen, said Rudy to himself. It was indeed a Swiss town in its holiday dress. Not like the many other towns, crowded with heavy stone houses, stiff and foreign-looking. No. Here it seemed as if the wooden houses on the hills had run into the valley, and placed themselves in rows and ranks by the side of the clear river, which rushes like an arrow in its course. The streets were rather irregular, it is true, but still this added to their picturesque appearance. There was one street which Rudy thought the prettiest of them all. It had been built since he had visited the town when a little boy. It seemed to him as if all the neatest and most curiously carved toy houses which his grandfather once kept in the large cupboard at home, had been brought out and placed in this spot, and that they had increased in size since then, as the old chestnut trees had done. The houses were called hotels, the woodwork on the windows and balconies was curiously carved. The roofs were gaily painted, and before each house was a flower garden, which separated it from the macadamized high road. These houses all stood on the same side of the road, so that the fresh, green meadows, in which were cows grazing, with bells on their necks, were not hidden. The sound of these bells is often heard amidst alpine scenery. These meadows were encircled by lofty hills, which receded a little in the center, so that the most beautifully formed of Swiss mountains, the snow-crowned Jungfrau, could be distinctly seen glittering in the distance. A number of elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies from foreign lands, and crowds of country people from the neighboring cantons, were assembled in the town. Each marksman wore the number of hits he had made twisted in a garland round his hat. Here were music and singing of all descriptions, hand organs, trumpets, shouting, and noise. The houses and bridges were adorned with verses and inscriptions. Flags and banners were waving. Shot after shot was fired, which was the best music to Rudy's ears. And amidst all this excitement he quite forgot Babette, on whose account only he had come. The shooters were thronging round the target, and Rudy was soon amongst them. But when he took his turn to fire, he proved himself the best shot, for he always struck the bull's-eye. "Who may that young stranger be?" was the inquiry on all sides. "He speaks French as it is spoken in the Swiss cantons. And makes himself understood very well when he speaks German," said some. "He lived here, when a child, with his grandfather, in a house on the road to Grindelwald," remarked one of the sportsmen. "And full of life was this young stranger. His eyes sparkled, his glance was steady, and his arm sure, therefore he always hit the mark." Good fortune gives courage, and Rudy was always courageous. He soon had a circle of friends gathered round him. Every one noticed him, and did him homage. Babette had quite vanished from his thoughts, when he was struck on the shoulder by a heavy hand, and a deep voice said to him in French, "You are from the Canton Ballet." Rudy turned round, and beheld a man with a ruddy, pleasant face, and a stout figure. It was the rich miller from Beck's. His broad, portly person, hid the slender, lovely Babette, but she came forward and glanced at him with her bright, dark eyes. The rich miller was very much flattered at the thought that the young man, who was acknowledged to be the best shot, and was so praised by every one, should be from his own canton. Now was Rudy really fortunate, he had travelled all this way to this place, and those he had forgotten were now come to seek him. When country people go far from home, they often meet with those they know, and improve their acquaintance. Rudy, by his shooting, had gained the first place in the shooting match, just as the miller at home at Beck's stood first, because of his money in his mill. So the two men shook hands, which they had never done before. Babette, too, held out her hand to Rudy frankly, and he pressed it in his, and looked at her so earnestly, that she blushed deeply. The miller talked of the long journey they had travelled, and of the many towns they had seen. It was his opinion that he had really made as great a journey as if he had travelled in a steamship, a railway carriage, or a post-chaise. "I came by a much shorter way," said Rudy, "I came over the mountains. There is no road so high that a man may not venture upon it." "Ah, yes, and break your neck," said the miller, "and you look like one who will break his neck some day, you are so daring." "Oh, nothing ever happens to a man if he has confidence in himself," replied Rudy. The miller's relations at Interlaken, with whom the miller and Babette were staying, invited Rudy to visit them, when they found he came from the same canton as the miller. It was a most pleasant visit. Good fortune seemed to follow him, as it does those who think and act for themselves, and who remember the proverb, "Nuts are given to us, but they are not cracked for us." And Rudy was treated by the miller's relations almost like one of the family, and glasses of wine were poured out to drink to the welfare of the best shooter. Babette clinked glasses with Rudy, and he returned thanks for the toast. In the evening they all took a delightful walk under the walnut trees, in front of the stately hotels. There were so many people, and such crowding, that Rudy was obliged to offer his arm to Babette. Then he told her how happy it made him to meet people from the Canton Vaud, for Vaud and Valais were neighboring cantons. He spoke of this pleasure so heartily that Babette could not resist giving his arm a slight squeeze. And so they walked on together, and talked and chatted like old acquaintances. Rudy felt inclined to laugh sometimes at the absurd dress and walk of the foreign ladies. But Babette did not wish to make fun of them, for she knew there must be some good, excellent people amongst them. She, herself, had a godmother, who was a high-born English lady. 18 years before, when Babette was christened, this lady was staying at Beck's, and she stood godmother for her, and gave her the valuable brooch she now wore in her bosom. Her godmother had twice written to her, and this year she was expected to visit Interlaken with her 2 daughters, but they are old maids, added Babette, who was only 18, they are nearly 30. Her sweet little mouth was never still a moment, and all that she said sounded in Rudy's ears as matters of the greatest importance, and at last he told her what he was longing to tell. How often he had been at Beck's, how well he knew the mill, and how often he had seen Babette, when most likely she had not noticed him. And lastly, that full of many thoughts which he could not tell her, he had been to the mill on the evening when she and her father had started on their long journey, but not too far for him to find a way to overtake them. He told her all this, and a great deal more. He told her how much he could endure for her, and that it was to see her, and not the shooting match, which had brought him to Interlaken. Babette became quite silent after hearing all this. It was almost too much, and it troubled her. And while they thus wandered on, the sun sunk behind the lofty mountains. The Jungfrau stood out in brightness and splendor, as a background to the green woods of the surrounding hills. Every one stood still to look at the beautiful sight, Rudy and Babette among them. "Nothing can be more beautiful than this," said Babette. "Nothing," replied Rudy, looking at Babette. "Tomorrow I must return home," remarked Rudy a few minutes afterwards. "Come and visit us at Beck's," whispered Babette, "my father will be pleased to see you." On the way home. Oh, what a number of things Rudy had to carry over the mountains, when he set out to return home. He had 3 silver cups, 2 handsome pistols, and a silver coffee pot. This latter would be useful when he began housekeeping. But all these were not the heaviest weight he had to bear. Something mightier and more important he carried with him in his heart, over the high mountains, as he journeyed homeward. The weather was dismally dark, and inclined to rain. The clouds hung low, like a morning veil on the tops of the mountains, and shrouded their glittering peaks. In the woods could be heard the sound of the axe and the heavy fall of the trunks of the trees, as they rolled down the slopes of the mountains. When seen from the heights, the trunks of these trees looked like slender stems. But on a nearer inspection they were found to be large and strong enough for the masts of a ship. The river murmured monotonously, the wind whistled, and the clouds sailed along hurriedly. Suddenly there appeared, close by Rudy's side, a young maiden. He had not noticed her till she came quite near to him. She was also going to ascend the mountain. The maiden's eyes shone with an unearthly power, which obliged you to look into them. They were strange eyes, clear, deep, and unfathomable. "Hast thou a lover?" asked Rudy. All his thoughts were naturally on love just then. "I have none," answered the maiden, with a laugh. It was as if she had not spoken the truth. "Do not let us go such a long way round," said she. "We must keep to the left, it is much shorter." "Ah, yes," he replied, "and fall into some crevasse. Do you pretend to be a guide, and not know the road better than that?" "I know every step of the way," said she, "and my thoughts are collected, while yours are down in the valley yonder. We should think of the Ice Maiden while we are up here. Men say she is not kind to their race." "I fear her not," said Rudy. "She could not keep me when I was a child. I will not give myself up to her now I am a man." Darkness came on, the rain fell, and then it began to snow, and the whiteness dazzled the eyes. "Give me your hand," said the maiden. "I will help you to mount." And he felt the touch of her icy fingers. "You help me," cried Rudy, "I do not yet require a woman to help me to climb." And he stepped quickly forwards away from her. The drifting snow shower fell like a veil between them, the wind whistled, and behind him he could hear the maiden laughing and singing, and the sound was most strange to hear. "It certainly must be a spectre or a servant of the Ice Maiden," thought Rudy, who had heard such things talked about when he was a little boy, and had stayed all night on the mountain with the guides. The snow fell thicker than ever, the clouds lay beneath him. He looked back, there was no one to be seen, but he heard sounds of mocking laughter, which were not those of a human voice. When Rudy at length reached the highest part of the mountain, where the path led down to the valley of the Rhone, the snow had ceased, and in the clear heavens he saw two bright stars twinkling. They reminded him of Babette and of himself, and of his future happiness, and his heart glowed at the thought. 6. The visit to the mill. "What beautiful things you have brought home," said his old foster mother. And her strange-looking eagle eyes sparkled, while she wriggled and twisted her skinny neck more quickly and strangely than ever. "You have brought good luck with you, Rudy. I must give you a kiss, my dear boy." Rudy allowed himself to be kissed. But it could be seen by his countenance that he only endured the infliction as a homely duty. "How handsome you are, Rudy," said the old woman. "Don't flatter," said Rudy, with a laugh, but still he was pleased. "I must say once more," said the old woman, "that you are very lucky." "Well, in that I believe you are right," said he, as he thought of Babette. Never had he felt such a longing for that deep valley as he now had. "They must have returned home by this time," said he to himself, "it is already 2 days over the time which they fixed upon. I must go to Beck's." So Rudy set out to go to Beck's, and when he arrived there, he found the miller and his daughter at home. They received him kindly, and brought him many greetings from their friends at Interlaken. Babette did not say much. She seemed to have become quite silent, but her eyes spoke, and that was quite enough for Rudy. The miller had generally a great deal to talk about, and seemed to expect that every one should listen to his jokes, and laugh at them, for was not he the rich miller? But now he was more inclined to hear Rudy's adventures while hunting and traveling, and to listen to his descriptions of the difficulties the chamois hunter has to overcome on the mountain tops. Or of the dangerous snowdrifts which the wind and weather cause to cling to the edges of the rocks, or to lie in the form of a frail bridge over the abyss beneath. The eyes of the brave Rudy sparkled as he described the life of a hunter, or spoke of the cunning of the chamois and their wonderful leaps, also of the powerful fen and the rolling avalanche. He noticed that the more he described, the more interested the miller became, especially when he spoke of the fierce vulture and of the royal eagle. Not far from Beck's, in the Canton Valley, was an eagle's nest, more curiously built under a high, overhanging rock. In this nest was a young eagle, but who would venture to take it? A young Englishman had offered Rudy a whole handful of gold, if he would bring him the young eagle alive. "There is a limit to everything," was Rudy's reply. The eagle could not be taken, it would be folly to attempt it. The wine was passed round freely, and the conversation kept up pleasantly, but the evening seemed too short for Rudy, although it was midnight when he left the miller's house, after this his first visit. While the lights in the windows of the miller's house still twinkled through the green foliage, out through the open skylight came the parlor cat onto the roof, and along the water pipe walked the kitchen cat to meet her. "What is the news at the mill?" asked the parlor cat. "Here in the house there is secret love-making going on, which the father knows nothing about. Rudy and Babette have been treading on each other's paws, under the table, all the evening. They trod on my tail twice, but I did not mew, that would have attracted notice." "Well, I should have mewed," said the kitchen cat. "What might suit the kitchen would not suit the parlor," said the other. "I am quite curious to know what the miller will say when he finds out this engagement." Yes, indeed, what would the miller say? Rudy himself was anxious to know that, but to wait till the miller heard of it from others was out of the question. Therefore, not many days after this visit, he was riding in the omnibus that runs between the two cantons, Valais and Vaud. These cantons are separated by the Rhône, over which is a bridge that unites them. Rudy, as usual, had plenty of courage, and indulged in pleasant thoughts of the favorable answer he should receive that evening. And when the omnibus returned, Rudy was again seated in it, going homewards. And at the same time the parlor cat at the miller's house ran out quickly, crying, "Here, you from the kitchen, what do you think? The miller knows all now. Everything has come to a delightful end. Rudy came here this evening, and he and Babette had much whispering and secret conversation together. They stood in the path near the miller's room. I lay at their feet, but they had no eyes or thoughts for me. 'I will go to your father at once,' said he, 'it is the most honorable way.' 'Shall I go with you?' asked Babette, it will give you courage." "I have plenty of courage," said Rudy. "But if you are with me, he must be friendly, whether he says yes or no." So they turned to go in, and Rudy trod heavily on my tail. "He certainly is very clumsy." I mewed, but neither he nor Babette had any ears for me. They opened the door, and entered together. I was before them, and jumped on the back of a chair. I hardly know what Rudy said, but the miller flew into a rage, and threatened to kick him out of the house. He told him he might go to the mountains, and look after the chamois, but not after our little Babette. "And what did they say?" "Did they speak?" asked the kitchen cat. "What did they say?" "Why, all that people generally do say when they go a-wooing. I love her, and she loves me, and when there is milk in the can for one, there is milk in the can for two." "But she is so far above you," said the miller. "She has heaps of gold, as you know. You should not attempt to reach her." "There is nothing so high that a man cannot reach, if he will," answered Rudy, for he is a brave youth. "Yet you could not reach the young eagle," said the miller, laughing. "Babette is higher than the eagle's nest." "I will have them both," said Rudy. "Very well, I will give her to you when you bring me the young eaglet alive," said the miller. And he laughed till the tears stood in his eyes. "But now I thank you for this visit, Rudy, and if you come tomorrow, you will find nobody at home. Goodbye, Rudy." Babette also wished him farewell. But her voice sounded as mournful as the mew of a little kitten that has lost its mother. "A promise is a promise between man and man," said Rudy. "Do not weep, Babette, I shall bring the young eagle." "You will break your neck, I hope," said the miller, "and we shall be relieved from your company." "I call that kicking him out of the house," said the parlor cat. And now Rudy is gone, and Babette sits and weeps, while the miller sings German songs that he learnt on his journey, but I do not trouble myself on the matter, it would be of no use. "Yet, for all that, it is a very strange affair," said the kitchen cat. 7. The Eagle's Nest. From the mountain path came a joyous sound of some person whistling, and it betokened good humor and undaunted courage. It was Rudy, going to meet his friend Vesinod. "You must come and help," said he. "I want to carry off the young eaglet from the top of the rock. We will take young Raggly with us. Had you not better first try to take down the moon?" "That would be quite as easy a task," said Vesinod. "You seem to be in good spirits." "Yes, indeed I am. I am thinking of my wedding. But to be serious, I will tell you all about it, and how I am situated." Then he explained to Vesinod and Raggly what he wished to do, and why. "You are a daring fellow," said they, "but it is no use, you will break your neck." "No one falls, unless he is afraid," said Rudy. So at midnight they set out, carrying with them poles, ladders, and ropes. The road lay amidst brushwood and underwood, over rolling stones, always upwards higher and higher in the dark night. Waters roared beneath them, or fell in cascades from above. Humid clouds were driving through the air as the hunters reached the precipitous ledge of the rock. It was even darker here, for the sides of the rocks almost met, and the light penetrated only through a small opening at the top. At a little distance from the edge could be heard the sound of the roaring, foaming waters in the yawning abyss beneath them. The three seated themselves on a stone, to await in stillness the dawn of day, when the parent eagle would fly out, as it would be necessary to shoot the old bird before they could think of gaining possession of the young one. Rudy sat motionless, as if he had been part of the stone on which he sat. He held his gun ready to fire, with his eyes fixed steadily on the highest point of the cliff, where the eagle's nest lay concealed beneath the overhanging rock. The three hunters had a long time to wait. At last they heard a rustling, whirring sound above them, and a large hovering object darkened the air. 2 guns were ready to aim at the dark body of the eagle as it rose from the nest. Then a shot was fired. For an instant the bird fluttered its wide-spreading wings, and seemed as if it would fill up the whole of the chasm, and drag down the hunters in its fall. But it was not so. The eagle sunk gradually into the abyss beneath, and the branches of trees and bushes were broken by its weight. Then the hunters roused themselves, 3 of the longest ladders were brought and bound together. The topmost ring of these ladders would just reach the edge of the rock which hung over the abyss, but no farther. The point beneath which the eagle's nest lay sheltered was much higher, and the sides of the rock were as smooth as a wall. After consulting together, they determined to bind together 2 more ladders, and to hoist them over the cavity, and so form a communication with the 3 beneath them, by binding the upper ones to the lower. With great difficulty they contrived to drag the 2 ladders over the rock, and there they hung for some moments, swaying over the abyss, but no sooner had they fastened them together, than Rudy placed his foot on the lowest step. It was a bitterly cold morning. Clouds of mist were rising from beneath, and Rudy stood on the lower step of the ladder as a fly rests on a piece of swinging straw, which a bird may have dropped from the edge of the nest it was building on some tall factory chimney. But the fly could fly away if the straw were shaken, Rudy could only break his neck. The wind whistled around him, and beneath him the waters of the abyss, swelled by the thawing of the glaciers, those palaces of the Ice Maiden, foamed and roared in their rapid course. When Rudy began to ascend, the ladder trembled like the web of the spider, when it draws out the long, delicate threads. But as soon as he reached the 4th of the ladders, which had been bound together, he felt more confidence. He knew that they had been fastened securely by skillful hands. The 5th ladder, that appeared to reach the nest, was supported by the sides of the rock, yet it swung to and fro, and flapped about like a slender reed, and as if it had been bound by fishing lines. It seemed a most dangerous undertaking to ascend it, but Rudy knew how to climb. He had learnt that from the cat, and he had no fear. He did not observe Vertigo, who stood in the air behind him, trying to lay hold of him with his outstretched polypus arms. When at length he stood on the topmost step of the ladder, he found that he was still some distance below the nest, and not even able to see into it. Only by using his hands and climbing could he possibly reach it. He tried the strength of the stunted trees, and the thick underwood upon which the nest rested, and of which it was formed, and finding they would support his weight, he grasped them firmly, and swung himself up from the ladder till his head and breast were above the nest, and then what an overpowering stench came from it, for in it lay the putrid remains of lambs, chamois, and birds. Vertigo, although he could not reach him, blew the poisonous vapor in his face, to make him giddy and faint. And beneath, in the dark, yawning deep, on the rushing waters, sat the Ice Maiden, with her long, pale, green hair falling around her, and her death-like eyes fixed upon him, like the 2 barrels of a gun. "I have thee now," she cried. In a corner of the eagle's nest sat the young eaglet, a large and powerful bird, though still unable to fly. Rudy fixed his eyes upon it, held on by one hand with all his strength, and with the other threw a noose round the young eagle. The string slipped to its legs. Rudy tightened it, and thus secured the bird alive. Then flinging the sling over his shoulder, so that the creature hung a good way down behind him, he prepared to descend with the help of a rope, and his foot soon touched safely the highest step of the ladder. Then Rudy, remembering his early lesson in climbing, "Hold fast, and do not fear," descended carefully down the ladders, and at last stood safely on the ground with the young living eaglet, where he was received with loud shouts of joy and congratulations. 8. What fresh news the parlour cat had to tell. "There is what you asked for," said Rudy, as he entered the miller's house at Beck's, and placed on the floor a large basket. He removed the lid as he spoke, and a pair of yellow eyes, encircled by a black ring, stared forth with a wild, fiery glance, that seemed ready to burn and destroy all that came in its way. Its short, strong beak was open, ready to bite, and on its red throat were short feathers, like stubble. "The young eaglet," cried the miller. Babette screamed, and started back, while her eyes wandered from Rudy to the bird in astonishment. "You are not to be discouraged by difficulties, I see," said the miller. "And you will keep your word," replied Rudy. "Each has his own characteristic, whether it is honor or courage." "But how is it you did not break your neck?" asked the miller. "Because I held fast," answered Rudy, "and I mean to hold fast to Babette." You must get her first, said the miller, laughing, and Babette thought this a very good sign. We must take the bird out of the basket, said she. It is getting into a rage, how its eyes glare. How did you manage to conquer it? Then Rudy had to describe his adventure, and the miller's eyes opened wide as he listened. With your courage and your good fortune you might win 3 wives, said the miller. Oh, thank you, cried Rudy. But you have not won Babette yet, said the miller, slapping the young alpine hunter on the shoulder playfully. Have you heard the fresh news at the mill? Asked the parlor cat of the kitchen cat. Rudy has brought us the young eagle, and he is to take Babette in exchange. They kissed each other in the presence of the old man, which is as good as an engagement. He was quite civil about it, drew in his claws, and took his afternoon nap, so that the two were left to sit and wag their tails as much as they pleased. They have so much to talk about that it will not be finished till Christmas. Neither was it finished till Christmas. The wind whirled the faded, fallen leaves. The snow drifted in the valleys, as well as upon the mountains, and the Ice Maiden sat in the stately palace which, in winter time, she generally occupied. The perpendicular rocks were covered with slippery ice, and where in summer the stream from the rocks had left a watery veil, icicles large and heavy hung from the trees. While the snow-powdered fir trees were decorated with fantastic garlands of crystal. The Ice Maiden rode on the howling wind across the deep valleys. The country, as far as Beck's, was covered with a carpet of snow, so that the Ice Maiden could follow Rudy, and see him, when he visited the mill. And while in the room at the miller's house, where he was accustomed to spend so much of his time with Babette. The wedding was to take place in the following summer, and they heard enough of it, for so many of their friends spoke of the matter. Then came sunshine to the mill. The beautiful alpine roses bloomed, and joyous, laughing Babette, was like the early spring, which makes all the birds sing of summer-time and bridal days. How those two do sit and chatter together, said the parlor cat, I have had enough of their mewing. 9. The Ice Maiden. The walnut and chestnut trees, which extend from the bridge of St. Maurice, by the river Rhône, to the shores of the Lake of Geneva, were already covered with the delicate green garlands of early spring, just bursting into bloom. While the Rhône rushed wildly from its source among the green glaciers which form the ice palace of the Ice Maiden. She sometimes allows herself to be carried by the keen wind to the lofty snowfields, where she stretches herself in the sunshine on the soft snowy cushions. From thence she throws her far-seeing glance into the deep valley beneath, where human beings are busily moving about like ants on a stone in the sun. Spirits of strength, as the children of the sun call you, cried the Ice Maiden, ye are but worms. Let but a snowball roll, and you and your houses and your towns are crushed and swept away. And she raised her proud head, and looked around her with eyes that flashed death from their glance. From the valley came a rumbling sound, men were busily at work blasting the rocks to form tunnels, and laying down roads for the railway. They are playing at work underground, like moles, said she. They are digging passages beneath the earth, and the noise is like the reports of cannons. I shall throw down my palaces, for the clamor is louder than the roar of thunder. Then there ascended from the valley a thick vapor, which waved itself in the air like a fluttering veil. It rose, as a plume of feathers, from a steam engine, to which, on the lately opened railway, a string of carriages was linked, carriage to carriage, looking like a winding serpent. The train shot past with the speed of an arrow. They play at being masters down there, those spirits of strength, exclaimed the Ice Maiden, but the powers of nature are still the rulers. And she laughed and sang till her voice sounded through the valley, and people said it was the rolling of an avalanche. But the children of the sun sang in louder strains in praise of the mind of man, which can span the sea as with a yoke, can level mountains, and fill up valleys. It is the power of thought which gives man the mastery over nature. Just at this moment there came across the snowfield, where the Ice Maiden sat, a party of travelers. They had bound themselves fast to each other, so that they looked like one large body on the slippery plains of ice encircling the deep abyss. Worms, exclaimed the Ice Maiden. You, the lords of the powers of nature. And she turned away and looked maliciously at the deep valley where the railway train was rushing by. "There they sit, these thoughts," she exclaimed. "There they sit in their power over nature's strength. I see them all. One sits proudly apart, like a king, others sit together in a group, yonder, half of them are asleep, and when the steam dragon stops, they will get out and go their way. The thoughts go forth into the world," and she laughed. "There goes another avalanche," said those in the valley beneath. "It will not reach us," said two who sat together behind the steam dragon. "Two hearts in one beat," as people say. They were Rudy and Babette, and the miller was with them. "I am like the luggage," said he, "I am here as a necessary appendage." "There sit those two," said the Ice Maiden. "Many a chamois have I crushed. Millions of alpine roses have I snapped and broken off, not a root have I spared. I know them all, and their thoughts, those spirits of strength," and again she laughed. "There rolls another avalanche," said those in the valley. X. The Godmother. At Montreux, one of the towns which encircle the northeast part of the Lake of Geneva, lived Babette's godmother, the noble English lady, with her daughters and a young relative. They had only lately arrived, yet the miller had paid them a visit, and informed them of Babette's engagement to Rudy. The whole story of their meeting at Interlaken, and his brave adventure with the eaglet, were related to them, and they were all very much interested, and as pleased about Rudy and Babette as the miller himself. The three were invited to come to Montreux. It was but right for Babette to become acquainted with her godmother, who wished to see her very much. A steamboat started from the town of Villeneuve, at one end of the Lake of Geneva, and arrived at Bernex, a little town beyond Montreux, in about half an hour. And in this boat, the miller, with his daughter and Rudy, set out to visit her godmother. They passed the coast which has been so celebrated in song. Here, under the walnut trees, by the deep blue lake, sat Byron, and wrote his melodious verses about the prisoner confined in the gloomy castle of Chillon. Here, where Clarens, with its weeping willows, is reflected in the clear water, wandered Rousseau, dreaming of Heloise. The river Rhone glides gently by beneath the lofty snow-capped hills of Savoy, and not far from its mouth lies a little island in the lake, so small that, seen from the shore, it looks like a ship. The surface of the island is rocky. And about 100 years ago, a lady caused the ground to be covered with earth, in which 3 acacia trees were planted, and the whole enclosed with stone walls. The acacia trees now overshadow every part of the island. Babette was enchanted with the spot. It seemed to her the most beautiful object in the whole voyage, and she thought how much she should like to land there. But the steamship passed it by, and did not stop till it reached Bernex. The little party walked slowly from this place to Montreux, passing the sunlit walls with which the vineyards of the little mountain town of Montreux are surrounded, and peasants' houses, overshadowed by fig trees, with gardens in which grow the laurel and the cypress. Halfway up the hill stood the boarding house in which Babette's godmother resided. She was received most cordially. Her godmother was a very friendly woman, with a round, smiling countenance. When a child, her head must have resembled one of Raphael's cherubs. It was still an angelic face, with its white locks of silvery hair. The daughters were tall, elegant, slender maidens. The young cousin, whom they had brought with them, was dressed in white from head to foot. He had golden hair and golden whiskers, large enough to be divided amongst 3 gentlemen. And he began immediately to pay the greatest attention to Babette. Richly bound books, notepaper, and drawings, lay on the large table. The balcony window stood open, and from it could be seen the beautiful wide extended lake, the water so clear and still, that the mountains of Savoy, with their villages, woods, and snow-crowned peaks, were clearly reflected in it. Rudy, who was usually so lively and brave, did not in the least feel himself at home. He acted as if he were walking on peas, over a slippery floor. How long and wearisome the time appeared, it was like being in a treadmill. And then they went out for a walk, which was very slow and tedious. 2 steps forward and 1 backwards had Rudy to take to keep pace with the others. They walked down to Chillon, and went over the old castle on the rocky island. They saw the implements of torture, the deadly dungeons, the rusty fetters in the rocky walls, the stone benches for those condemned to death, the trapdoors through which the unhappy creatures were hurled upon iron spikes, and impaled alive. They called looking at all these a pleasure. It certainly was the right place to visit. Byron's poetry had made it celebrated in the world. Rudy could only feel that it was a place of execution. He leaned against the stone framework of the window, and gazed down into the deep, blue water, and over to the little island with the 3 acacias, and wished himself there, away and free from the whole chattering party. But Babette was most unusually lively and good-tempered. "I have been so amused," she said. The cousin had found her quite perfect. "He is a perfect fop," said Rudy, and this was the first time Rudy had said anything that did not please Babette. The Englishman had made her a present of a little book, in remembrance of their visit to Chillon. It was Byron's poem, The Prisoner of Chillon, translated into French, so that Babette could read it. "The book may be very good," said Rudy. "But that finely combed fellow who gave it to you is not worth much. He looks something like a flour sack without any flour," said the miller, laughing at his own wit. Rudy laughed, too, for so had he appeared to him. 11. The cousin. When Rudy went a few days after to pay a visit to the mill, he found the young Englishman there. Babette was just thinking of preparing some trout to set before him. She understood well how to garnish the dish with parsley, and make it look quite tempting. Rudy thought all this quite unnecessary. What did the Englishman want there? What was he about? Why should he be entertained, and waited upon by Babette? Rudy was jealous, and that made Babette happy. It amused her to discover all the feelings of his heart, the strong points and weak ones. Love was to her as yet only a pastime, and she played with Rudy's whole heart. At the same time it must be acknowledged that her fortune, her whole life, her inmost thoughts, her best and most noble feelings in this world were all for him. Still the more gloomy he looked, the more her eyes laughed. She could almost have kissed the fair Englishman, with the golden whiskers, if by so doing she could have put Rudy in a rage, and made him run out of the house. That would have proved how much he loved her. All this was not right in Babette, but she was only 19 years of age, and she did not reflect on what she did, neither did she think that her conduct would appear to the young Englishman as light. And not even becoming the modest and much-loved daughter of the miller. The mill at Bex stood in the highway, which passed under the snow-clad mountains, and not far from a rapid mountain stream, whose waters seemed to have been lashed into a foam like soapsuds. This stream, however, did not pass near enough to the mill, and therefore the mill wheel was turned by a smaller stream which tumbled down the rocks on the opposite side, where it was opposed by a stone mill dam. And obtained greater strength and speed, till it fell into a large basin, and from thence through a channel to the mill wheel. This channel sometimes overflowed, and made the path so slippery that any one passing that way might easily fall in, and be carried towards the mill wheel with frightful rapidity. Such a catastrophe nearly happened to the young Englishman. He had dressed himself in white clothes, like a miller's man, and was climbing the path to the miller's house, but he had never been taught to climb, and therefore slipped, and nearly went in head foremost. He managed, however, to scramble out with wet sleeves and bespattered trousers. Still, wet and splashed with mud, he contrived to reach Babette's window, to which he had been guided by the light that shone from it. Here he climbed the old linden tree that stood near it, and began to imitate the voice of an owl, the only bird he could venture to mimic. Babette heard the noise, and glanced through the thin window curtain. But when she saw the man in white and guessed who he was, her little heart beat with terror as well as anger. She quickly put out the light, felt if the fastening of the window was secure, and then left him to howl as long as he liked. How dreadful it would be, thought Babette, if Rudy were here in the house. But Rudy was not in the house. No, it was much worse, he was outside, standing just under the linden tree. He was speaking loud, angry words. He could fight, and there might be murder. Babette opened the window in alarm, and called Rudy's name. She told him to go away, she did not wish him to remain there. "You do not wish me to stay," cried he. Then this is an appointment you expected, this good friend whom you prefer to me. Shame on you, Babette. You are detestable, exclaimed Babette, bursting into tears. Go away. I hate you. I have not deserved this, said Rudy, as he turned away, his cheeks burning, and his heart like fire. Babette threw herself on the bed, and wept bitterly. So much as I loved thee, Rudy, and yet thou canst think ill of me. Thus her anger broke forth, it relieved her, however, otherwise she would have been more deeply grieved, but now she could sleep soundly, as youth only can sleep. 12. Evil Powers. Rudy left Bex, and took his way home along the mountain path. The air was fresh, but cold, for here amidst the deep snow, the Ice Maiden reigned. He was so high up that the large trees beneath him, with their thick foliage, appeared like garden plants, and the pines and bushes even less. The alpine roses grew near the snow, which lay in detached stripes, and looked like linen laid out to bleach. A blue gentian grew in his path, and he crushed it with the butt end of his gun. A little higher up, he espied 2 chamois. Rudy's eyes glistened, and his thoughts flew at once in a different direction, but he was not near enough to take a sure aim. He ascended still higher, to a spot where a few rough blades of grass grew between the blocks of stone and the chamois passed quietly on over the snowfields. Rudy walked hurriedly, while the clouds of mist gathered round him. Suddenly he found himself on the brink of a precipitous rock. The rain was falling in torrents. He felt a burning thirst, his head was hot, and his limbs trembled with cold. He seized his hunting flask, but it was empty. He had not thought of filling it before ascending the mountain. He had never been ill in his life, nor ever experienced such sensations as those he now felt. He was so tired that he could scarcely resist lying down at his full length to sleep, although the ground was flooded with the rain. Yet when he tried to rouse himself a little, every object around him danced and trembled before his eyes. Suddenly he observed in the doorway of a hut newly built under the rock, a young maiden. He did not remember having seen this hut before, yet there it stood. And he thought, at first, that the young maiden was Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter, whom he had once kissed in the dance. The maiden was not Annette. Yet it seemed as if he had seen her somewhere before, perhaps near Grindelwald, on the evening of his return home from Interlaken, after the shooting match. "How did you come here?" he asked. "I am at home," she replied. "I am watching my flocks." "Your flocks," he exclaimed, "where do they find pasture?" "There is nothing here but snow and rocks." "Much you know of what grows here," she replied, laughing. "Not far beneath us there is beautiful pastureland. My goats go there. I tend them carefully, I never miss one. What is once mine remains mine." "You are bold," said Rudy. "And so are you," she answered. "Have you any milk in the house?" he asked. "If so, give me some to drink. My thirst is intolerable." "I have something better than milk," she replied, "which I will give you. Some travelers who were here yesterday with their guide left behind them half a flask of wine, such as you have never tasted. They will not come back to fetch it, I know, and I shall not drink it, so you shall have it." Then the maiden went to fetch the wine, poured some into a wooden cup, and offered it to Rudy. "How good it is," said he. "I have never before tasted such warm, invigorating wine." And his eyes sparkled with new life, a glow diffused itself over his frame. It seemed as if every sorrow, every oppression were banished from his mind, and a fresh, free nature were stirring within him. "You are surely Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter," cried he. "Will you give me a kiss?" "Yes, if you will give me that beautiful ring which you wear on your finger." "My betrothal ring?" he replied. "Yes, just so," said the maiden, as she poured out some more wine, and held it to his lips. Again he drank, and a living joy streamed through every vein. "The whole world is mine, why therefore should I grieve?" thought he. "Everything is created for our enjoyment and happiness. The stream of life is a stream of happiness. Let us flow on with it to joy and felicity. Rudy gazed on the young maiden. It was Annette, and yet it was not Annette, still less did he suppose it was the spectral phantom, whom he had met near Grindelwald. The maiden up here on the mountain was fresh as the new fallen snow, blooming as an alpine rose, and as nimble-footed as a young kid. Still, she was one of Adam's race, like Rudy. He flung his arms round the beautiful being, and gazed into her wonderfully clear eyes, only for a moment, but in that moment words cannot express the effect of his gaze. Was it the spirit of life or of death that overpowered him? Was he rising higher, or sinking lower and lower into the deep, deadly abyss? He knew not, but the walls of ice shone like blue-green glass. Innumerable clefts yawned around him, and the water drops tinkled like the chiming of church bells, and shone clearly as pearls in the light of a pale blue flame. The Ice Maiden, for she it was, kissed him, and her kiss sent a chill as of ice through his whole frame. A cry of agony escaped from him, he struggled to get free, and tottered from her. For a moment all was dark before his eyes, but when he opened them again it was light, and the Alpine Maiden had vanished. The powers of evil had played their game, the sheltering hut was no more to be seen. The water trickled down the naked sides of the rocks, and snow lay thickly all around. Rudy shivered with cold, he was wet through to the skin, and his ring was gone, the betrothal ring that Babette had given him. His gun lay near him in the snow. He took it up and tried to discharge it, but it missed fire. Heavy clouds lay on the mountain clefts, like firm masses of snow. Upon one of these Vertigo sat, lurking after his powerless prey, and from beneath came a sound as if a piece of rock had fallen from the cleft, and was crushing everything that stood in its way or opposed its course. But, at the miller's, Babette sat alone and wept. Rudy had not been to see her for 6 days. He who was in the wrong, and who ought to ask her forgiveness, for did she not love him with her whole heart? 13. At the mill. What strange creatures human beings are, said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. Babette and Rudy have fallen out with each other. She sits and cries, and he thinks no more about her. That does not please me to hear, said the kitchen cat. Nor me either, replied the parlor cat, but I do not take it to heart. Babette may fall in love with the red whiskers, if she likes, but he has not been here since he tried to get on the roof. The powers of evil carry on their game both around us and within us. Rudy knew this, and thought a great deal about it. What was it that had happened to him on the mountain? Was it really a ghostly apparition, or a fever dream? Rudy knew nothing of fever, or any other ailment. But, while he judged Babette, he began to examine his own conduct. He had allowed wild thoughts to chase each other in his heart, and a fierce tornado to break loose. Could he confess to Babette, indeed, every thought which in the hour of temptation might have led him to wrongdoing? He had lost her ring, and that very loss had won him back to her. Could she expect him to confess? He felt as if his heart would break while he thought of it, and while so many memories lingered on his mind. He saw her again, as she once stood before him, a laughing, spirited child. Many loving words, which she had spoken to him out of the fullness of her love, came like a ray of sunshine into his heart, and soon it was all sunshine as he thought of Babette. But she must also confess she was wrong, that she should do. He went to the mill, he went to confession. It began with a kiss, and ended with Rudy being considered the offender. It was such a great fault to doubt Babette's truth, it was most abominable of him. Such mistrust, such violence, would cause them both great unhappiness. This certainly was very true, she knew that. And therefore Babette preached him a little sermon, with which she was herself much amused, and during the preaching of which she looked quite lovely. She acknowledged, however, that on one point Rudy was right. Her godmother's nephew was a fop, she intended to burn the book which he had given her, so that not the slightest thing should remain to remind her of him. Well, that quarrel is all over, said the kitchen cat. Rudy is come back, and they are friends again, which they say is the greatest of all pleasures. I heard the rat say one night, said the kitchen cat, that the greatest pleasure in the world was to eat tallow candles and to feast on rancid bacon. Which are we to believe, the rats or the lovers? Neither of them, said the parlor cat. It is always the safest plan to believe nothing you hear. The greatest happiness was coming for Rudy and Babette. The happy day, as it is called, that is, their wedding day, was near at hand. They were not to be married at the church at Bex, nor at the miller's house. Babette's godmother wished the nuptials to be solemnized at Montreux, in the pretty little church in that town. The miller was very anxious that this arrangement should be agreed to. He alone knew what the newly married couple would receive from Babette's godmother, and he knew also that it was a wedding present well worth a concession. The day was fixed, and they were to travel as far as Villeneuve the evening before, to be in time for the steamer which sailed in the morning for Montreux, and the godmother's daughters were to dress and adorn the bride. Here in this house there ought to be a wedding day kept, said the parlor cat, or else I would not give a mew for the whole affair. There is going to be great feasting, replied the kitchen cat. Ducks and pigeons have been killed, and a whole roebuck hangs on the wall. It makes me lick my lips when I think of it. Tomorrow morning they will begin the journey. Yes, tomorrow. And this evening, for the last time, Rudy and Babette sat in the miller's house as an engaged couple. Outside, the Alps glowed in the evening sunset, the evening bells chimed, and the children of the sunbeam sang, "Whatever happens is best." 14. Night Visions. The sun had gone down, and the clouds lay low on the valley of the Rhône. The wind blew from the south across the mountains. It was an African wind, a wind which scattered the clouds for a moment, and then suddenly fell. The broken clouds hung in fantastic forms upon the wood-covered hills by the rapid Rhône. They assumed the shapes of antediluvian animals, of eagles hovering in the air, of frogs leaping over a marsh, and then sunk down upon the rushing stream and appeared to sail upon it, although floating in the air. An uprooted fir tree was being carried away by the current, and marking out its path by eddying circles on the water. Vertigo and his sisters were dancing upon it, and raising these circles on the foaming river. The moon lighted up the snow on the mountain tops, shone on the dark woods, and on the drifting clouds those fantastic forms which at night might be taken for spirits of the powers of nature. The mountain dweller saw them through the panes of his little window. They sailed in hosts before the Ice Maiden as she came out of her palace of ice. Then she seated herself on the trunk of the fir tree as on a broken skiff, and the water from the glaciers carried her down the river to the open lake. "The wedding guests are coming," sounded from air and sea. These were the sights and sounds without. Within there were visions, for Babette had a wonderful dream. She dreamt that she had been married to Rudy for many years, and that, one day when he was out chamois hunting, and she alone in their dwelling at home, the young Englishman with the golden whiskers sat with her. His eyes were quite eloquent, and his words possessed a magic power. He offered her his hand, and she was obliged to follow him. They went out of the house and stepped downwards, always downwards, and it seemed to Babette as if she had a weight on her heart which continually grew heavier. She felt she was committing a sin against Rudy, a sin against God. Suddenly she found herself forsaken, her clothes torn by the thorns, and her hair grey. She looked upwards in her agony, and there, on the edge of the rock, she espied Rudy. She stretched out her arms to him, but she did not venture to call him or to pray. And had she called him, it would have been useless, for it was not Rudy, only his hunting coat and hat hanging on an alpenstock, as the hunters sometimes arranged them to deceive the chamois. "Oh," she exclaimed in her agony. "Oh, that I had died on the happiest day of my life, my wedding day. Oh my God, it would have been a mercy and a blessing had Rudy traveled far away from me, and I had never known him. None know what will happen in the future." And then, in ungodly despair, she cast herself down into the deep rocky gulf. The spell was broken, a cry of terror escaped her, and she awoke. The dream was over, it had vanished. But she knew she had dreamt something frightful about the young Englishman, yet months had passed since she had seen him or even thought of him. Was he still at Montreux, and should she meet him there on her wedding day? A slight shadow passed over her pretty mouth as she thought of this, and she knit her brows. But the smile soon returned to her lip, and joy sparkled in her eyes, for this was the morning of the day on which she and Rudy were to be married, and the sun was shining brightly. Rudy was already in the parlor when she entered it, and they very soon started for Villeneuve. Both of them were overflowing with happiness, and the miller was in the best of tempers, laughing and merry. He was a good, honest soul, and a kind father. "Now we are masters of the house," said the parlor cat. 15. The conclusion. It was early in the afternoon, and just at dinner time, when the three joyous travelers reached Villeneuve. After dinner, the miller placed himself in the armchair, smoked his pipe, and had a little nap. The bridal pair went arm in arm out through the town and along the high road, at the foot of the wood-covered rocks, and by the deep, blue lake. The grey walls, and the heavy clumsy-looking towers of the gloomy castle of Chillon, were reflected in the clear flood. The little island, on which grew the three acacias, lay at a short distance, looking like a bouquet rising from the lake. "How delightful it must be to live there," said Babette, who again felt the greatest wish to visit the island. And an opportunity offered to gratify her wish at once, for on the shore lay a boat, and the rope by which it was moored could be very easily loosened. They saw no one near, so they took possession of it without asking permission of any one, and Rudy could row very well. The oars divided the pliant water like the fins of a fish, that water which, with all its yielding softness, is so strong to bear and to carry, so mild and smiling when at rest, and yet so terrible in its destroying power. A white streak of foam followed in the wake of the boat, which, in a few minutes, carried them both to the little island, where they went on shore, but there was only just room enough for two to dance. Rudy swung Babette round 2 or 3 times. And then, hand in hand, they sat down on a little bench under the drooping acacia tree, and looked into each other's eyes, while everything around them glowed in the rays of the setting sun. The fir-tree forests on the mountains were covered with a purple hue like the heather bloom, and where the woods terminated, and the rocks became prominent, they looked almost transparent in the rich crimson glow of the evening sky. The surface of the lake was like a bed of pink rose leaves. As the evening advanced, the shadows fell upon the snow-capped mountains of Savoy, painting them in colors of deep blue, while their topmost peaks glowed like red lava. And for a moment this light was reflected on the cultivated parts of the mountains, making them appear as if newly risen from the lap of earth, and giving to the snow-crested peak of the Dent du Midi the appearance of the full moon as it rises above the horizon. Rudy and Babette felt that they had never seen the alpine glow in such perfection before. "How very beautiful it is, and what happiness to be here," exclaimed Babette. "Earth has nothing more to bestow upon me," said Rudy. "An evening like this is worth a whole life. Often have I realized my good fortune, but never more than in this moment. I feel that if my existence were to end now, I should still have lived a happy life. What a glorious world this is! One day ends, and another begins even more beautiful than the last. How infinitely good God is, Babette! I have such complete happiness in my heart," said she. "Earth has no more to bestow," answered Rudy. And then came the sound of the evening bells, borne upon the breeze over the mountains of Switzerland and Savoy, while still, in the golden splendor of the west, stood the dark blue mountains of Jura. "God grant you all that is brightest and best!" exclaimed Babette. "He will," said Rudy. "He will tomorrow. Tomorrow you will be wholly mine, my own sweet wife." "The boat," cried Babette, suddenly. The boat in which they were to return had broken loose, and was floating away from the island. "I will fetch it back," said Rudy, throwing off his coat and boots. He sprang into the lake, and swam with strong efforts towards it. The dark blue water, from the glaciers of the mountains, was icy cold and very deep. Rudy gave but one glance into the water beneath, but in that one glance he saw a gold ring rolling, glittering, and sparkling before him. His engaged ring came into his mind. But this was larger, and spread into a glittering circle, in which appeared a clear glacier. Deep chasms yawned around it, the water drops glittered as if lighted with blue flame, and tinkled like the chiming of church bells. In one moment he saw what would require many words to describe. Young hunters, and young maidens, men and women who had sunk in the deep chasms of the glaciers, stood before him here in lifelike forms, with eyes open and smiles on their lips. And far beneath them could be heard the chiming of the church bells of buried villages, where the villagers knelt beneath the vaulted arches of churches in which ice blocks formed the organ pipes, and the mountain streamed the music. On the clear, transparent ground sat the Ice Maiden. She raised herself towards Rudy, and kissed his feet, and instantly a cold, deathly chill, like an electric shock, passed through his limbs. Ice or fire? It was impossible to tell, the shock was so instantaneous. Mine. Mine, sounded around him, and within him, I kissed thee when thou wert a little child. I once kissed thee on the mouth, and now I have kissed thee from heel to toe. Thou art wholly mine. And then he disappeared in the clear, blue water. All was still. The church bells were silent, the last tone floated away with the last red glimmer on the evening clouds. Thou art mine, sounded from the depths below, but from the heights above, from the eternal world, also sounded the words, Thou art mine. Happy was he thus to pass from life to life, from earth to heaven. A cord was loosened, and tones of sorrow burst forth. The icy kiss of death had overcome the perishable body, it was but the prelude before life's real drama could begin, the discord which was quickly lost in harmony. Do you think this a sad story? Poor Babette. For her it was unspeakable anguish. The boat drifted farther and farther away. No one on the opposite shore knew that the betrothed pair had gone over to the little island. The clouds sunk as the evening drew on, and it became dark. Alone, in despair, she waited and trembled. The weather became fearful, flash after flash lighted up the mountains of Jura, Savoy, and Switzerland, while peals of thunder, that lasted for many minutes, rolled over her head. The lightning was so vivid that every single vine stem could be seen for a moment as distinctly as in the sunlight at noonday, and then all was veiled in darkness. It flashed across the lake in winding, zigzag lines, lighting it up on all sides. While the echoes of the thunder grew louder and stronger. On land, the boats were all carefully drawn up on the beach, every living thing sought shelter, and at length the rain poured down in torrents. Where can Rudy and Babette be in this awful weather? Said the miller. Poor Babette sat with her hands clasped, and her head bowed down, dumb with grief. She had ceased to weep and cry for help. In the deep water, she said to herself. Far down he lies, as if beneath a glacier. Deep in her heart rested the memory of what Rudy had told her of the death of his mother, and of his own recovery, even after he had been taken up as dead from the cleft in the glacier. Ah, she thought, the Ice Maiden has him at last. Suddenly there came a flash of lightning, as dazzling as the rays of the sun on the white snow. The lake rose for a moment like a shining glacier. And before Babette stood the pallid, glittering, majestic form of the Ice Maiden, and at her feet lay Rudy's corpse. Mine, she cried, and again all was darkness around the heaving water. How cruel, murmured Babette. Why should he die just as the day of happiness drew near? Merciful God, enlighten my understanding, shed light upon my heart. For I cannot comprehend the arrangements of thy providence, even while I bow to the decree of thy almighty wisdom and power. And God did enlighten her heart. A sudden flash of thought, like a ray of mercy, recalled her dream of the preceding night, all was vividly represented before her. She remembered the words and wishes she had then expressed, that what was best for her and for Rudy she might piously submit to. Woe is me, she said, was the germ of sin really in my heart? Was my dream a glimpse into the course of my future life, whose thread must be violently broken to rescue me from sin? Oh, miserable creature that I am! Thus she sat lamenting in the dark night, while through the deep stillness the last words of Rudy seemed to ring in her ears. This earth has nothing more to bestow. Words, uttered in the fullness of joy, were again heard amid the depths of sorrow. Years have passed since this sad event happened. The shores of the peaceful lake still smile in beauty. The vines are full of luscious grapes. Steamboats, with waving flags, pass swiftly by. Pleasure boats, with their swelling sails, skim lightly over the watery mirror, like white butterflies. The railway is opened beyond Chillon, and goes far into the deep valley of the Rhône. At every station strangers alight with red-bound guidebooks in their hands, in which they read of every place worth seeing. They visit Chillon, and observe on the lake the little island with the 3 acacias, and then read in their guidebook the story of the bridal pair who, in the year 1856, rowed over to it. They read that the 2 were missing till the next morning, when some people on the shore heard the despairing cries of the bride, and went to her assistance, and by her were told of the bridegroom's fate. But the guidebook does not speak of Babette's quiet life afterwards with her father, not at the mill, strangers dwell there now, but in a pretty house in a row near the station. On many an evening she sits at her window, and looks out over the chestnut trees to the snow-capped mountains on which Rudy once roamed. She looks at the alpine glow in the evening sky, which is caused by the children of the sun retiring to rest on the mountain tops, and again they breathe their song of the traveller whom the whirlwind could deprive of his cloak but not of his life. There is a rosy tint on the mountain snow, and there are rosy gleams in each heart in which dwells the thought, God permits nothing to happen, which is not the best for us. But this is not often revealed to all, as it was revealed to Babette in her wonderful dream. The Psyche. In the fresh morning dawn, in the rosy air gleams a great star, the brightest star of the morning. His rays tremble on the white wall, as if he wished to write down on it what he can tell, what he has seen there and elsewhere during thousands of years in our rolling world. Let us hear one of his stories. A short time ago, the stars, short time ago, is called among men, centuries ago, my rays followed a young artist. It was in the city of the popes, in the world city, Rome. Much has been changed there in the course of time, but the changes have not come so quickly as the change from youth to old age. Then already the palace of the Caesars was a ruin, as it is now. Fig trees and laurels grew among the fallen marble columns, and in the desolate bathing halls, where the gilding still clings to the wall, the Colosseum was a gigantic ruin. The church bell sounded, the incense sent up its fragrant cloud, and through the streets marched processions with flaming tapers and glowing canopies. Holy Church was there, and art was held as a high and holy thing. In Rome lived the greatest painter in the world, Raphael, there also dwelt the first of sculptors, Michelangelo. Even the Pope paid homage to these 2, and honored them with a visit. Art was recognized and honored, and was rewarded also. But, for all that, everything great and splendid was not seen and known. In a narrow lane stood an old house. Once it had been a temple, a young sculptor now dwelt there. He was young and quite unknown. He certainly had friends, young artists, like himself, young in spirit, young in hopes and thoughts. They told him he was rich in talent, and an artist, but that he was foolish for having no faith in his own power. For he always broke what he had fashioned out of clay, and never completed anything, and a work must be completed if it is to be seen and to bring money. You are a dreamer, they went on to say to him, and that's your misfortune. But the reason of this is, that you have never lived, you have never tasted life, you have never enjoyed it in great wholesome draughts, as it ought to be enjoyed. In youth one must mingle one's own personality with life, that they may become one. Look at the great master Raphael, whom the Pope honors and the world admires. He's no despiser of wine and bread. And he even appreciates the baker's daughter, the pretty Fornarina, added Angelo, one of the merriest of the young friends. Yes, they said a good many things of the kind, according to their age and their reason. They wanted to draw the young artist out with them into the merry wild life, the mad life as it might also be called. And at certain times he felt an inclination for it. He had warm blood, a strong imagination, and could take part in the merry chat, and laugh aloud with the rest. But what they called Raphael's merry life disappeared before him like a vapor when he saw the divine radiance that beamed forth from the pictures of the great master. And when he stood in the Vatican, before the forms of beauty which the masters had hewn out of marble thousands of years since, his breast swelled, and he felt within himself something high, something holy, something elevating, great and good. And he wished that he could produce similar forms from the blocks of marble. He wished to make a picture of that which was within him, stirring upward from his heart to the realms of the infinite, but how, and in what form? The soft clay was fashioned under his fingers into forms of beauty, but the next day he broke what he had fashioned, according to his wont. One day he walked past one of those rich palaces of which Rome has many to show. He stopped before the great open portal, and beheld a garden surrounded by cloistered walks. The garden bloomed with a goodly show of the fairest roses. Great white lilies with green juicy leaves shot upward from the marble basin in which the clear water was splashing, and a form glided past, the daughter of the princely house, graceful, delicate, and wonderfully fair. Such a form of female loveliness he had never before beheld, yet stay, he had seen it, painted by Raphael, painted as a Psyche, in one of the Roman palaces. Yes, there it had been painted, but here it passed by him in living reality. The remembrance lived in his thoughts, in his heart. He went home to his humble room, and modeled a Psyche of clay. It was the rich young Roman girl, the noble maiden, and for the first time he looked at his work with satisfaction. It had a meaning for him, for it was she. And the friends who saw his work shouted aloud for joy. They declared that this work was a manifestation of his artistic power, of which they had long been aware, and that now the world should be made aware of it too. The clay figure was lifelike and beautiful, but it had not the whiteness or the durability of marble. So they declared that the Psyche must henceforth live in marble. He already possessed a costly block of that stone. It had been lying for years, the property of his parents, in the courtyard. Fragments of glass, climbing weeds, and remains of artichokes had gathered about it and sullied its purity. But under the surface the block was as white as the mountain snow, and from this block the Psyche was to arise. Now, it happened one morning, the bright star tells nothing about this, but we know it occurred, that a noble Roman company came into the narrow lane. The carriage stopped at the top of the lane, and the company proceeded on foot towards the house, to inspect the young sculptor's work, for they had heard him spoken of by chance. And who were these distinguished guests? Poor young man. Or fortunate young man he might be called. The noble young lady stood in the room and smiled radiantly when her father said to her, "It is your living image." That smile could not be copied, any more than the look could be reproduced, the wonderful look which she cast upon the young artist. It was a fiery look, that seemed at once to elevate and to crush him. The Psyche must be executed in marble, said the wealthy patrician. And those were words of life for the dead clay and the heavy block of marble, and words of life likewise for the deeply moved artist. When the work is finished I will purchase it, continued the rich noble. A new era seemed to have arisen in the poor studio. Life and cheerfulness gleamed there, and busy industry plied its work. The beaming morning star beheld how the work progressed. The clay itself seemed inspired since she had been there, and molded itself, in heightened beauty, to a likeness of the well-known features. "Now I know what life is," cried the artist rejoicingly, "it is love. It is the lofty abandonment of self for the dawning of the beautiful in the soul. What my friends call life and enjoyment is a passing shadow. It is like bubbles among seething dregs, not the pure heavenly wine that consecrates us to life." The marble block was reared in its place. The chisel struck great fragments from it. The measurements were taken, points and lines were made, the mechanical part was executed, till gradually the stone assumed a human female form, a shape of beauty, and became converted into the Psyche. Fair and glorious, a divine being in human shape. The heavy stone appeared as a gliding, dancing, airy Psyche, with the heavenly innocent smile, the smile that had mirrored itself in the soul of the young artist. The star of the roseate dawn beheld and understood what was stirring within the young man, and could read the meaning of the changing color of his cheek, of the light that flashed from his eye, as he stood busily working. Reproducing what had been put into his soul from above. "Thou art a master like those masters among the ancient Greeks," exclaimed his delighted friends, "soon shall the whole world admire thy Psyche." "My Psyche," he repeated. "Yes, mine. She must be mine." I, too, am an artist, like those great men who are gone. Providence has granted me the boon, and has made me the equal of that lady of noble birth. And he knelt down and breathed a prayer of thankfulness to heaven, and then he forgot heaven for her sake, for the sake of her picture in stone, for her Psyche which stood there as if formed of snow, blushing in the morning dawn. He was to see her in reality, the living, graceful Psyche, whose words sounded like music in his ears. He could now carry the news into the rich palace that the marble Psyche was finished. He betook himself thither, strode through the open courtyard where the waters ran splashing from the dolphins' jaws into the marble basins, where the snowy lilies and the fresh roses bloomed in abundance. He stepped into the great lofty hall, whose walls and ceilings shone with gilding and bright colors and heraldic devices. Gaily dressed serving men, adorned with trappings like sleigh horses, walked to and fro, and some reclined at their ease upon the carved oak seats, as if they were the masters of the house. He told them what had brought him to the palace, and was conducted up the shining marble staircase, covered with soft carpets and adorned with many a statue. Then he went on through richly furnished chambers, over mosaic floors, amid gorgeous pictures. All this pomp and luxury seemed to weary him. But soon he felt relieved, for the princely old master of the house received him most graciously, almost heartily, and when he took his leave he was requested to step into the signora's apartment, for she, too, wished to see him. The servants led him through more luxurious halls and chambers into her room, where she appeared the chief and leading ornament. She spoke to him. No hymn of supplication, no holy chant, could melt his soul like the sound of her voice. He took her hand and lifted it to his lips. No rose was softer, but a fire thrilled through him from this rose, a feeling of power came upon him, and words poured from his tongue, he knew not what he said. Does the crater of the volcano know that the glowing lava is pouring from it? He confessed what he felt for her. She stood before him astonished, offended, proud, with contempt in her face, an expression of disgust, as if she had suddenly touched a cold unclean reptile. Her cheeks reddened, her lips grew white and her eyes flashed fire, though they were dark as the blackness of night. "Mad man," she cried, "away! Begone!" And she turned her back upon him. Her beautiful face wore an expression like that of the stony countenance with the snaky locks. Like a stricken, fainting man, he tottered down the staircase and out into the street. Like a man walking in his sleep, he found his way back to his dwelling. Then he woke up to madness and agony, and seized his hammer, swung it high in the air, and rushed forward to shatter the beautiful marble image. But, in his pain, he had not noticed that his friend Angelo stood beside him, and Angelo held back his arm with a strong grasp, crying, "Are you mad? What are you about?" They struggled together. Angelo was the stronger. And, with a deep sigh of exhaustion, the young artist threw himself into a chair. "What has happened?" asked Angelo. "Command yourself. Speak." But what could he say? How could he explain? And as Angelo could make no sense of his friend's incoherent words, he forbore to question him further, and merely said, "Your blood grows thick from your eternal dreaming. Be a man, as all others are, and don't go on living in ideals, for that is what drives men crazy. A jovial feast will make you sleep quietly and happily. Believe me, the time will come when you will be old, and your sinews will shrink, and then, on some fine sunshiny day, when everything is laughing and rejoicing, you will lie there a faded plant, that will grow no more. I do not live in dreams, but in reality. Come with me. Be a man." And he drew the artist away with him. At this moment he was able to do so, for a fire ran in the blood of the young sculptor, a change had taken place in his soul. He felt a longing to tear from the old, the accustomed, to forget, if possible, his own individuality, and therefore it was that he followed Angelo. In an out-of-the-way suburb of Rome lay a tavern much visited by artists. It was built on the ruins of some ancient baths. The great yellow citrons hung down among the dark shining leaves, and covered a part of the old reddish-yellow walls. The tavern consisted of a vaulted chamber, almost like a cavern, in the ruins. A lamp burned there before the picture of the Madonna. A great fire gleamed on the hearth, and roasting and boiling was going on there. Without, under the citron trees and laurels, stood a few covered tables. The two artists were received by their friends with shouts of welcome. Little was eaten, but much was drunk, and the spirits of the company rose. Songs were sung and ditties were played on the guitar. Presently the saltarello sounded, and the merry dance began. 2 young Roman girls, who sat as models to the artists, took part in the dance and in the festivity. 2 charming bacchantes were they. Certainly not Psyches, not delicate, beautiful roses, but fresh, hardy, glowing carnations. How hot it was on that day! Even after sundown it was hot. There was fire in the blood, fire in every glance, fire everywhere. The air gleamed with gold and roses, and life seemed like gold and roses. "At last you have joined us, for once," said his friends. "Now let yourself be carried by the waves within and around you." "Never yet have I felt so well, so merry," cried the young artist. "You are right, you are all of you right. I was a fool, a dreamer. Man belongs to reality, and not to fancy." With songs and with sounding guitars the young people returned that evening from the tavern. Through the narrow streets, the 2 glowing carnations, daughters of the Campagna, went with them. In Angelo's room, among a litter of colored sketches, studies, and glowing pictures, the voices sounded mellower, but not less merrily. On the ground lay many a sketch that resembled the daughters of the Campagna, in their fresh, hardy comeliness, but the 2 originals were far handsomer than their portraits. All the burners of the 6-armed lamp flared and flamed. And the human flamed up from within, and appeared in the glare as if it were divine. Apollo! Jupiter! I feel myself raised to our heaven, to your glory. I feel as if the blossom of life were unfolding itself in my veins at this moment. Yes, the blossom unfolded itself, and then burst and fell, and an evil vapor arose from it, blinding the sight, leading astray the fancy, the firework of the senses went out, and it became dark. He was again in his own room. There he sat down on his bed and collected his thoughts. "Fie on thee," these were the words that sounded out of his mouth from the depths of his heart. "Wretched man, go, begone." And a deep painful sigh burst from his bosom. "Away! Begone!" These, her words, the words of the living Psyche, echoed through his heart, escaped from his lips. He buried his head in the pillows, his thoughts grew confused, and he fell asleep. In the morning dawn he started up, and collected his thoughts anew. What had happened? Had all the past been a dream? The visit to her, the feast at the tavern, the evening with the purple carnations of the Campagna? No, it was all real, a reality he had never before experienced. In the purple air gleamed the bright star, and its beams fell upon him and upon the marble Psyche. He trembled as he looked at that picture of immortality, and his glance seemed impure to him. He threw the cloth over the statue, and then touched it once more to unveil the form, but he was not able to look again at his own work. Gloomy, quiet, absorbed in his own thoughts, he sat there through the long day. He heard nothing of what was going on around him, and no man guessed what was passing in this human soul. And days and weeks went by, but the nights passed more slowly than the days. The flashing star beheld him one morning as he rose, pale and trembling with fever, from his sad couch. Then he stepped towards the statue, threw back the covering, took one long, sorrowful gaze at his work, and then, almost sinking beneath the burden, he dragged the statue out into the garden. In that place was an old dry well, now nothing but a hole. Into this he cast the Psyche, threw earth in above her, and covered up the spot with twigs and nettles. Away! Begone! Such was the short epitaph he spoke. The star beheld all this from the pink morning sky, and its beam trembled upon 2 great tears upon the pale feverish cheeks of the young man, and soon it was said that he was sick unto death, and he lay stretched upon a bed of pain. The convent brother Ignatius visited him as a physician and a friend, and brought him words of comfort, of religion, and spoke to him of the peace and happiness of the church, of the sinfulness of man, of rest and mercy to be found in heaven. And the words fell like warm sunbeams upon a teeming soil. The soil smoked and sent up clouds of mist, fantastic pictures, pictures in which there was reality, and from these floating islands he looked across at human life. He found it vanity and delusion it had been to him. They told him that art was a sorcerer, betraying us to vanity and to earthly lusts, that we are false to ourselves, unfaithful to our friends, unfaithful towards heaven. And that the serpent was always repeating within us, "Eat, and thou shalt become as God." And it appeared to him as if now, for the first time, he knew himself, and had found the way that leads to truth and to peace. In the church was the light and the brightness of God, in the monk's cell he should find the rest through which the tree of human life might grow on into eternity. Brother Ignatius strengthened his longings, and the determination became firm within him. A child of the world became a servant of the church, the young artist renounced the world, and retired into the cloister. The brothers came forward affectionately to welcome him, and his inauguration was as a Sunday feast. Heaven seemed to him to dwell in the sunshine of the church, and to beam upon him from the holy pictures and from the cross. And when, in the evening, at the sunset hour, he stood in his little cell, and, opening the window, looked out upon old Rome, upon the desolated temples, and the great dead Colosseum, when he saw all this in its spring garb, when the acacias bloomed, and the ivy was fresh, and roses burst forth everywhere, and the citron and orange were in the height of their beauty, and the palm trees waved their branches, then he felt a deeper emotion than had ever yet thrilled through him. The quiet open Campagna spread itself forth towards the blue snow-covered mountains, which seemed to be painted in the air, all the outlines melting into each other, breathing peace and beauty, floating, dreaming, and all appearing like a dream. Yes, this world was a dream, and the dream lasts for hours, and may return for hours, but convent life is a life of years, long years, and many years. From within comes much that renders men sinful and impure. He fully realized the truth of this. What flames arose up in him at times! What a source of evil, of that which we would not, welled up continually. He mortified his body, but the evil came from within. One day, after the lapse of many years, he met Angelo, who recognized him. "Man!" exclaimed Angelo. "Yes, it is thou. Art thou happy now? Thou hast sinned against God, and cast away his boon from thee, hast neglected thy mission in this world. Read the parable of the entrusted talent. The master, who spoke that parable, spoke the truth. What hast thou gained? What hast thou found? Dost thou not fashion for thyself a religion and a dreamy life after thine own idea, as almost all do? Suppose all this is a dream, a fair delusion. Get thee away from me, Satan, said the monk, and he quitted Angelo. There is a devil, a personal devil. This day I have seen him, said the monk to himself. Once I extended a finger to him, and he took my whole hand. But now, he sighed, the evil is within me, and it is in yonder man, but it does not bow him down, he goes abroad with head erect, and enjoys his comfort, and I grasped at comfort in the consolations of religion. If it were nothing but a consolation. Supposing everything here were, like the world I have quitted, only a beautiful fancy, a delusion like the beauty of the evening clouds, like the misty blue of the distant hills. When you approach them, they are very different. O Eternity! Thou actest like the great calm ocean, that beckons us, and fills us with expectation, and when we embark upon thee, we sink, disappear, and cease to be. Delusion! Away with it! Begone! And tearless, but sunk in bitter reflection, he sat upon his hard couch, and then knelt down, before whom? Before the stone cross fastened to the wall. No, it was only habit that made him take this position. The more deeply he looked into his own heart, the blacker did the darkness seem. Nothing within, nothing without, this life squandered and cast away. And this thought rolled and grew like a snowball, until it seemed to crush him. I can confide my griefs to none. I may speak to none of the gnawing worm within. My secret is my prisoner, if I let the captive escape, I shall be his. And the godlike power that dwelt within him suffered and strove. O Lord, my Lord! He cried, in his despair, be merciful and grant me faith. I threw away the gift thou hadst vouchsafed to me, I left my mission unfulfilled. I lack strength, and strength thou didst not give me. Immortality, the Psyche in my breast, away with it. It shall be buried like that Psyche, the best gleam of my life, never will it arise out of its grave. The star glowed in the roseate air, the star that shall surely be extinguished and pass away while the soul still lives on. Its trembling beam fell upon the white wall, but it wrote nothing there upon being made perfect in God, nothing of the hope of mercy, of the reliance on the divine love that thrills through the heart of the believer. The Psyche within can never die. Shall it live in consciousness? Can the incomprehensible happen? Yes, yes. My being is incomprehensible. Thou art unfathomable, O Lord. Thy whole world is incomprehensible, a wonderwork of power, of glory and of love. His eyes gleamed, and then closed in death. The tolling of the church bell was the last sound that echoed above him, above the dead man. And they buried him, covering him with earth that had been brought from Jerusalem, and in which was mingled the dust of many of the pious dead. When years had gone by his skeleton was dug up, as the skeletons of the monks who had died before him had been. It was clad in a brown frock, a rosary was put into the bony hand, and the form was placed among the ranks of other skeletons in the cloisters of the convent. And the sun shone without, while within the censers were waved and the mass was celebrated. And years rolled by. The bones fell asunder and became mingled with others. Skulls were piled up till they formed an outer wall around the church. And there lay also his head in the burning sun, for many dead were there, and no one knew their names, and his name was forgotten also. And see, something was moving in the sunshine, in the sightless cavernous eyes. What might that be? A sparkling lizard moved about in the skull, gliding in and out through the sightless holes. The lizard now represented all the life left in that head, in which once great thoughts, bright dreams, the love of art and of the glorious, had arisen, whence hot tears had rolled down, where hope and immortality had had their being. The lizard sprang away and disappeared, and the skull itself crumbled to pieces and became dust among dust. Centuries passed away. The bright star gleamed unaltered, radiant and large, as it had gleamed for thousands of years, and the air glowed red with tints fresh as roses, crimson like blood. There, where once had stood the narrow lane containing the ruins of the temple, a nunnery was now built. A grave was being dug in the convent garden for a young nun who had died, and was to be laid in the earth this morning. The spade struck against a hard substance, it was a stone, that shone dazzling white. A block of marble soon appeared, a rounded shoulder was laid bare. And now the spade was plied with a more careful hand, and presently a female head was seen, and butterflies' wings. Out of the grave in which the young nun was to be laid they lifted, in the rosy morning, a wonderful statue of a Psyche carved in white marble. How beautiful, how perfect it is, cried the spectators. A relic of the best period of art. And who could the sculptor have been? No one knew, no one remembered him, except the bright star that had gleamed for thousands of years. The star had seen the course of that life on earth, and knew of the man's trials, of his weakness, in fact, that he had been but human. The man's life had passed away, his dust had been scattered abroad as dust is destined to be. But the result of his noblest striving, the glorious work that gave token of the divine element within him, the Psyche that never dies, that lives beyond posterity, the brightness even of this earthly Psyche remained here after him. And was seen and acknowledged and appreciated. The bright morning star in the roseate air threw its glancing ray downward upon the Psyche, and upon the radiant countenances of the admiring spectators, who here beheld the image of the soul portrayed in marble. What is earthly will pass away and be forgotten, and the star in the vast firmament knows it. What is heavenly will shine brightly through posterity, and when the ages of posterity are past, the Psyche, the soul, will still live on. The Beetle who went on his travels. There was once an emperor who had a horse shod with gold. He had a golden shoe on each foot, and why was this? He was a beautiful creature, with slender legs, bright, intelligent eyes, and a mane that hung down over his neck like a veil. He had carried his master through fire and smoke in the battlefield, with the bullets whistling round him. He had kicked and bitten, and taken part in the fight, when the enemy advanced, and, with his master on his back, he had dashed over the fallen foe, and saved the golden crown and the emperor's life, which was of more value than the brightest gold. This is the reason of the emperor's horse wearing golden shoes. A beetle came creeping forth from the stable, where the farrier had been shoeing the horse. "Great ones, first, of course," said he, "and then the little ones. But size is not always a proof of greatness." He stretched out his thin leg as he spoke. "And pray what do you want?" asked the farrier. "Golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Why, you must be out of your senses," cried the farrier. "Golden shoes for you, indeed." "Yes, certainly, golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Am I not just as good as that great creature yonder, who is waited upon and brushed, and has food and drink placed before him? And don't I belong to the royal stables?" "But why does the horse have golden shoes?" asked the farrier. "Of course you understand the reason." "Understand? Well, I understand that it is a personal slight to me," cried the beetle. "It is done to annoy me, so I intend to go out into the world and seek my fortune." "Go along with you," said the farrier. "You're a rude fellow," cried the beetle, as he walked out of the stable. And then he flew for a short distance, till he found himself in a beautiful flower garden, all fragrant with roses and lavender. The ladybirds, with red and black shells on their backs, and delicate wings, were flying about, and one of them said, "Is it not sweet and lovely here? Oh, how beautiful everything is!" "I am accustomed to better things," said the beetle. "Do you call this beautiful? Why, there is not even a dung heap." Then he went on, and under the shadow of a large haystack he found a caterpillar crawling along. "How beautiful this world is," said the caterpillar. "The sun is so warm, I quite enjoy it. And soon I shall go to sleep, and die as they call it, but I shall wake up with beautiful wings to fly with, like a butterfly." "How conceited you are," exclaimed the beetle. "Fly about as a butterfly, indeed. What of that? I have come out of the emperor's stable, and no one there, not even the emperor's horse, who, in fact, wears my cast-off golden shoes, has any idea of flying, excepting myself. To have wings and fly! Why, I can do that already." And so saying, he spread his wings and flew away. "I don't want to be disgusted," he said to himself, "and yet I can't help it." Soon after, he fell down upon an extensive lawn, and for a time pretended to sleep, but at last fell asleep in earnest. Suddenly a heavy shower of rain came falling from the clouds. The beetle woke up with the noise and would have been glad to creep into the earth for shelter, but he could not. He was tumbled over and over with the rain, sometimes swimming on his stomach and sometimes on his back, and as for flying, that was out of the question. He began to doubt whether he should escape with his life, so he remained, quietly lying where he was. After a while the weather cleared up a little, and the beetle was able to rub the water from his eyes, and look about him. He saw something gleaming, and he managed to make his way up to it. It was linen which had been laid to bleach on the grass. He crept into a fold of the damp linen, which certainly was not so comfortable a place to lie in as the warm stable, but there was nothing better, so he remained lying there for a whole day and night, and the rain kept on all the time. Towards morning he crept out of his hiding place, feeling in a very bad temper with the climate. 2 frogs were sitting on the linen, and their bright eyes actually glistened with pleasure. "Wonderful weather this," cried one of them, "and so refreshing. This linen holds the water together so beautifully, that my hind legs quiver as if I were going to swim." "I should like to know," said another, "if the swallow who flies so far in her many journeys to foreign lands, ever met with a better climate than this." What delicious moisture! It is as pleasant as lying in a wet ditch. I am sure anyone who does not enjoy this has no love for his fatherland. Have you ever been in the Emperor's stable? Asked the Beetle. There the moisture is warm and refreshing. That's the climate for me, but I could not take it with me on my travels. Is there not even a dunghill here in this garden, where a person of rank, like myself, could take up his abode and feel at home? But the frogs either did not or would not understand him. I never ask a question twice, said the Beetle, after he had asked this one 3 times, and received no answer. Then he went on a little farther and stumbled against a piece of broken crockeryware, which certainly ought not to have been lying there. But as it was there, it formed a good shelter against wind and weather to several families of earwigs who dwelt in it. Their requirements were not many, they were very sociable, and full of affection for their children, so much so that each mother considered her own child the most beautiful and clever of them all. Our dear son has engaged himself, said one mother, dear innocent boy, his greatest ambition is that he may one day creep into a clergyman's ear. That is a very artless and lovable wish, and being engaged will keep him steady. What happiness for a mother! Our son, said another, had scarcely crept out of the egg, when he was off on his travels. He is all life and spirits, I expect he will wear out his horns with running. How charming this is for a mother, is it not, Mr. Beetle? For she knew the stranger by his horny coat. You are both quite right, said he, so they begged him to walk in, that is to come as far as he could under the broken piece of earthenware. Now you shall also see my little earwigs, said a third and a fourth mother, they are lovely little things, and highly amusing. They are never ill-behaved, except when they are uncomfortable in their inside, which unfortunately often happens at their age. Thus each mother spoke of her baby, and their babies talked after their own fashion, and made use of the little nippers they have in their tails to nip the beard of the beetle. They are always busy about something, the little rogues, said the mother, beaming with maternal pride, but the beetle felt it a bore, and he therefore inquired the way to the nearest dung-heap. That is quite out in the great world, on the other side of the ditch, answered an earwig. I hope none of my children will ever go so far, it would be the death of me. But I shall try to get so far, said the beetle, and he walked off without taking any formal leave, which is considered a polite thing to do. When he arrived at the ditch, he met several friends, all them beetles. We live here, they said, and we are very comfortable. May we ask you to step down into this rich mud? You must be fatigued after your journey. Certainly, said the beetle, I shall be most happy. I have been exposed to the rain, and have had to lie upon linen, and cleanliness is a thing that greatly exhausts me. I have also pains in one of my wings from standing in the draught under a piece of broken crockery. It is really quite refreshing to be with one's own kindred again. Perhaps you came from a dung-heap, observed the oldest of them. No, indeed, I came from a much grander place, replied the beetle. I came from the Emperor's stable, where I was born, with golden shoes on my feet. I am traveling on a secret embassy, but you must not ask me any questions, for I cannot betray my secret. Then the beetle stepped down into the rich mud, where sat 3 young lady beetles, who tittered, because they did not know what to say. None of them are engaged yet, said their mother, and the beetle maidens tittered again, this time quite in confusion. I have never seen greater beauties, even in the royal stables, exclaimed the beetle, who was now resting himself. Don't spoil my girls, said the mother, and don't talk to them, pray, unless you have serious intentions. But of course the beetle's intentions were serious, and after a while our friend was engaged. The mother gave them her blessing, and all the other beetles cried, hurrah. Immediately after the betrothal came the marriage, for there was no reason to delay. The following day passed very pleasantly, and the next was tolerably comfortable. But on the third it became necessary for him to think of getting food for his wife, and, perhaps, for children. I have allowed myself to be taken in, said our beetle to himself, and now there's nothing to be done but to take them in return. No sooner said than done. Away he went, and stayed away all day and all night, and his wife remained behind a forsaken widow. "Oh," said the other beetles, "this fellow that we have received into our family is nothing but a complete vagabond. He has gone away and left his wife a burden upon our hands. Well, she can be unmarried again, and remain here with my other daughters," said the mother. "Fie on the villain that forsook her." In the meantime the beetle, who had sailed across the ditch on a cabbage leaf, had been journeying on the other side. In the morning 2 persons came up to the ditch. When they saw him they took him up and turned him over and over, looking very learned all the time, especially one, who was a boy. "Allah sees the black beetle in the black stone, and the black rock. Is not that written in the Quran?" he asked. Then he translated the beetle's name into Latin, and said a great deal upon the creature's nature and history. The second person, who was older and a scholar, proposed to carry the beetle home, as they wanted just such good specimens as this. Our beetle considered this speech a great insult, so he flew suddenly out of the speaker's hand. His wings were dry now, so they carried him to a great distance, till at last he reached a hothouse, where a sash of the glass roof was partly open, so he quietly slipped in and buried himself in the warm earth. "It is very comfortable here," he said to himself, and soon after fell asleep. Then he dreamed that the emperor's horse was dying, and had left him his golden shoes, and also promised that he should have 2 more. All this was very delightful, and when the beetle woke up he crept forth and looked around him. What a splendid place the hothouse was! At the back, large palm trees were growing, and the sunlight made the leaves look quite glossy. And beneath them what a profusion of luxuriant green, and of flowers red like flame, yellow as amber, or white as new-fallen snow. "What a wonderful quantity of plants," cried the beetle, "how good they will taste when they are decayed. This is a capital storeroom. There must certainly be some relations of mine living here. I will just see if I can find any one with whom I can associate. I'm proud, certainly, but I'm also proud of being so." Then he prowled about in the earth, and thought what a pleasant dream that was about the dying horse, and the golden shoes he had inherited. Suddenly a hand seized the beetle, and squeezed him, and turned him round and round. The gardener's little son and his playfellow had come into the hothouse, and, seeing the beetle, wanted to have some fun with him. First, he was wrapped in a vine leaf, and put into a warm trousers pocket. He twisted and turned about with all his might, but he got a good squeeze from the boy's hand, as a hint for him to keep quiet. Then the boy went quickly towards a lake that lay at the end of the garden. Here the beetle was put into an old broken wooden shoe, in which a little stick had been fastened upright for a mast, and to this mast the beetle was bound with a piece of worsted. Now he was a sailor, and had to sail away. The lake was not very large, but to the beetle it seemed an ocean, and he was so astonished at its size that he fell over on his back, and kicked out his legs. Then the little ship sailed away. Sometimes the current of the water seized it, but whenever it went too far from the shore one of the boys turned up his trousers, and went in after it, and brought it back to land. But at last, just as it went merrily out again, the 2 boys were called, and so angrily, that they hastened to obey, and ran away as fast as they could from the pond, so that the little ship was left to its fate. It was carried away farther and farther from the shore, till it reached the open sea. This was a terrible prospect for the beetle, for he could not escape in consequence of being bound to the mast. Then a fly came and paid him a visit. "What beautiful weather," said the fly, "I shall rest here and sun myself." "You must have a pleasant time of it." "You speak without knowing the facts," replied the beetle, "don't you see that I am a prisoner?" "Ah, but I'm not a prisoner," remarked the fly, and away he flew. "Well, now I know the world," said the beetle to himself, "it's an abominable world, I'm the only respectable person in it. First, they refuse me my golden shoes. Then I have to lie on damp linen, and to stand in a draught, and to crown all, they fasten a wife upon me. Then, when I have made a step forward in the world, and found out a comfortable position, just as I could wish it to be, one of these human boys comes and ties me up, and leaves me to the mercy of the wild waves. While the emperor's favorite horse goes prancing about proudly on his golden shoes. This vexes me more than anything. But it is useless to look for sympathy in this world. My career has been very interesting, but what's the use of that if nobody knows anything about it? The world does not deserve to be made acquainted with my adventures, for it ought to have given me golden shoes when the emperor's horse was shod, and I stretched out my feet to be shod, too. If I had received golden shoes I should have been an ornament to the stable, now I am lost to the stable and to the world. It is all over with me. But all was not yet over. A boat, in which were a few young girls, came rowing up. "Look, yonder is an old wooden shoe sailing along," said one of the younger girls. "And there's a poor little creature bound fast in it," said another. The boat now came close to our Beetle's ship, and the young girls fished it out of the water. One of them drew a small pair of scissors from her pocket, and cut the worsted without hurting the Beetle, and when she stepped on shore she placed him on the grass. "There," she said, "creep away, or fly, if thou canst. It is a splendid thing to have thy liberty." Away flew the Beetle, straight through the open window of a large building. There he sank down, tired and exhausted, exactly on the mane of the emperor's favorite horse, who was standing in his stable. And the Beetle found himself at home again. For some time he clung to the mane, that he might recover himself. "Well," he said, "here I am, seated on the emperor's favorite horse, sitting upon him as if I were the emperor himself. But what was it the farrier asked me? Ah, I remember now, that's a good thought, he asked me why the golden shoes were given to the horse. The answer is quite clear to me, now. They were given to the horse on my account." And this reflection put the Beetle into a good temper. The sun's rays also came streaming into the stable, and shone upon him, and made the place lively and bright. "Traveling expands the mind very much," said the Beetle. "The world is not so bad after all, if you know how to take things as they come." The Snow Man. "It is so delightfully cold," said the Snow Man, "that it makes my whole body crackle. This is just the kind of wind to blow life into one. How that great red thing up there is staring at me." He meant the sun, who was just setting. "It shall not make me wink. I shall manage to keep the pieces." He had 2 triangular pieces of tile in his head, instead of eyes, his mouth was made of an old broken rake, and was, of course, furnished with teeth. He had been brought into existence amidst the joyous shouts of boys, the jingling of sleigh bells, and the slashing of whips. The sun went down, and the full moon rose, large, round, and clear, shining in the deep blue. "There it comes again, from the other side," said the Snow Man, who supposed the sun was showing himself once more. "Ah, I have cured him of staring, though, now he may hang up there, and shine, that I may see myself. If I only knew how to manage to move away from this place, I should so like to move. If I could, I would slide along yonder on the ice, as I have seen the boys do, but I don't understand how, I don't even know how to run." "Away, away," barked the old yard dog. He was quite hoarse, and could not pronounce bow wow properly. He had once been an indoor dog, and lay by the fire, and he had been hoarse ever since. "The sun will make you run some day. I saw him, last winter, make your predecessor run, and his predecessor before him. Away, away, they all have to go." "I don't understand you, comrade," said the Snow Man, "is that thing up yonder to teach me to run? I saw it running itself a little while ago, and now it has come creeping up from the other side." "You know nothing at all," replied the yard dog, "but then, you've only lately been patched up. What you see yonder is the moon, and the one before it was the sun. It will come again tomorrow, and most likely teach you to run down into the ditch by the well, for I think the weather is going to change. I can feel such pricks and stabs in my left leg, I am sure there is going to be a change." "I don't understand him," said the Snow Man to himself, "but I have a feeling that he is talking of something very disagreeable. The one who stared so just now, and whom he calls the sun, is not my friend, I can feel that too." "Away, away," barked the yard dog, and then he turned round 3 times, and crept into his kennel to sleep. There was really a change in the weather. Towards morning, a thick fog covered the whole country round, and a keen wind arose, so that the cold seemed to freeze one's bones, but when the sun rose, the sight was splendid. Trees and bushes were covered with hoarfrost, and looked like a forest of white coral, while on every twig glittered frozen dewdrops. The many delicate forms concealed in summer by luxuriant foliage, were now clearly defined, and looked like glittering lacework. From every twig glistened a white radiance. The birch, waving in the wind, looked full of life, like trees in summer. And its appearance was wondrously beautiful. And where the sun shone, how everything glittered and sparkled, as if diamond dust had been strewn about. While the snowy carpet of the earth appeared as if covered with diamonds, from which countless lights gleamed, whiter than even the snow itself. "This is really beautiful," said a young girl, who had come into the garden with a young man. And they both stood still near the snow man, and contemplated the glittering scene. "Summer cannot show a more beautiful sight," she exclaimed, while her eyes sparkled. "And we can't have such a fellow as this in the summer time," replied the young man, pointing to the snow man. "He is capital." The girl laughed, and nodded at the snow man, and then tripped away over the snow with her friend. The snow creaked and crackled beneath her feet, as if she had been treading on starch. "Who are these two?" asked the snow man of the yard dog. "You have been here longer than I have. Do you know them?" "Of course I know them," replied the yard dog. "She has stroked my back many times, and he has given me a bone of meat. I never bite those two." "But what are they?" asked the snow man. "They are lovers," he replied. "They will go and live in the same kennel by and by, and gnaw at the same bone." "Away, away! Are they the same kind of beings as you and I?" asked the snow man. "Well, they belong to the same master," retorted the yard dog. "Certainly people who were only born yesterday know very little. I can see that in you. I have age and experience. I know every one here in the house, and I know there was once a time when I did not lie out here in the cold, fastened to a chain. Away, away! The cold is delightful," said the snow man, "but do tell me, only you must not clank your chain so, for it jars all through me when you do that." "Away, away," barked the yard dog, "I'll tell you. They said I was a pretty little fellow once, then I used to lie in a velvet-covered chair, up at the master's house, and sit in the mistress's lap. They used to kiss my nose, and wipe my paws with an embroidered handkerchief, and I was called Ami, dear Ami, sweet Ami. But after a while I grew too big for them, and they sent me away to the housekeeper's room. So I came to live on the lower story. You can look into the room from where you stand, and see where I was master once, for I was indeed master to the housekeeper. It was certainly a smaller room than those upstairs, but I was more comfortable. For I was not being continually taken hold of and pulled about by the children as I had been. I received quite as good food, or even better. I had my own cushion, and there was a stove. It is the finest thing in the world at this season of the year. I used to go under the stove, and lie down quite beneath it. Ah, I still dream of that stove. Away, away! Does a stove look beautiful? Asked the snow man. Is it at all like me? It is just the reverse of you, said the dog. It's as black as a crow, and has a long neck and a brass knob. It eats firewood, so that fire spurts out of its mouth. We should keep on one side, or under it, to be comfortable. You can see it through the window, from where you stand. Then the snow man looked, and saw a bright polished thing with a brazen knob, and fire gleaming from the lower part of it. The snow man felt quite a strange sensation come over him. It was very odd, he knew not what it meant, and he could not account for it. But there are people who are not men of snow, who understand what it is. And why did you leave her? Asked the snow man, for it seemed to him that the stove must be of the female sex. How could you give up such a comfortable place? I was obliged, replied the yard dog. They turned me out of doors, and chained me up here. I had bitten the youngest of my master's sons in the leg, because he kicked away the bone I was gnawing. Bone for bone, I thought, but they were so angry, and from that time I have been fastened with a chain, and lost my bone. Don't you hear how hoarse I am? Away, away. I can't talk any more like other dogs. Away, away, that is the end of it all. But the snowman was no longer listening. He was looking into the housekeeper's room on the lower story, where the stove stood on its 4 iron legs, looking about the same size as the snowman himself. What a strange crackling I feel within me, he said. Shall I ever get in there? It is an innocent wish, and innocent wishes are sure to be fulfilled. I must go in there and lean against her, even if I have to break the window. You must never go in there, said the yard dog, for if you approach the stove, you'll melt away, away. I might as well go, said the snowman, for I think I am breaking up as it is. During the whole day the snowman stood looking in through the window, and in the twilight hour the room became still more inviting, for from the stove came a gentle glow, not like the sun or the moon. No, only the bright light which gleams from a stove when it has been well fed. When the door of the stove was opened, the flames darted out of its mouth. This is customary with all stoves. The light of the flames fell directly on the face and breast of the snowman with a ruddy gleam. I can endure it no longer, said he. How beautiful it looks when it stretches out its tongue. The night was long, but did not appear so to the snowman, who stood there enjoying his own reflections, and crackling with the cold. In the morning, the window panes of the housekeeper's room were covered with ice. They were the most beautiful ice flowers any snowman could desire, but they concealed the stove. These window panes would not thaw, and he could see nothing of the stove, which he pictured to himself, as if it had been a lovely human being. The snow crackled and the wind whistled around him. It was just the kind of frosty weather a snowman might thoroughly enjoy. But he did not enjoy it. How, indeed, could he enjoy anything when he was stove sick? That is terrible disease for a snowman, said the yard dog. I have suffered from it myself, but I got over it. Away, away, he barked, and then he added, the weather is going to change. And the weather did change. It began to thaw. As the warmth increased, the snowman decreased. He said nothing and made no complaint, which is a sure sign. One morning he broke, and sunk down altogether. And, behold, where he had stood, something like a broomstick remained sticking up in the ground. It was the pole round which the boys had built him up. Ah, now I understand why he had such a great longing for the stove, said the yard dog. Why, there's the shovel that is used for cleaning out the stove, fastened to the pole. The snowman had a stove scraper in his body, that was what moved him so. But it's all over now. Away, away. And soon the winter passed. Away, away, barked the horse-yard dog. But the girls in the house sang. Come from your fragrant home, green thyme. Stretch your soft branches, willow tree. The months are bringing the sweet springtime, when the lark in the sky sings joyfully. Come gentle sun, while the cuckoo sings. And I'll mock his note in my wanderings. And nobody thought any more of the snowman. The Snail and the Rose-Tree. Round about the garden ran a hedge of hazel bushes. Beyond the hedge were fields and meadows with cows and sheep. But in the middle of the garden stood a rose-tree in bloom, under which sat a snail, whose shell contained a great deal, that is, himself. Only wait till my time comes, he said. I shall do more than grow roses, bear nuts, or give milk, like the hazel bush, the cows, and the sheep. I expect a great deal from you, said the rose-tree. May I ask when it will appear? I take my time, said the snail. You're always in such a hurry. That does not excite expectation. The following year the snail lay in almost the same spot, in the sunshine under the rose-tree, which was again budding and bearing roses as fresh and beautiful as ever. The snail crept half out of his shell, stretched out his horns, and drew them in again. Everything is just as it was last year. No progress at all. The rose-tree sticks to its roses and gets no farther. The summer and the autumn passed. The rose-tree bore roses and buds till the snow fell and the weather became raw and wet, then it bent down its head, and the snail crept into the ground. A new year began, the roses made their appearance, and the snail made his too. "You are an old rose tree now," said the snail. "You must make haste and die. You have given the world all that you had in you, whether it was of much importance is a question that I have not had time to think about. But this much is clear and plain, that you have not done the least for your inner development, or you would have produced something else. Have you anything to say in defense? You will now soon be nothing but a stick. Do you understand what I say?" "You frighten me," said the rose-tree. "I have never thought of that." "No, you have never taken the trouble to think at all. Have you ever given yourself an account why you bloomed, and how your blooming comes about, why just in that way and in no other?" "No," said the rose-tree. "I bloom in gladness, because I cannot do otherwise. The sun shone and warmed me, and the air refreshed me, I drank the clear dew and the invigorating rain. I breathed and I lived. Out of the earth there arose a power within me, whilst from above I also received strength. I felt an ever-renewed and ever-increasing happiness, and therefore I was obliged to go on blooming. That was my life, I could not do otherwise." "You have led a very easy life," remarked the snail. "Certainly. Everything was given me," said the rose-tree. "But still more was given to you. Yours is one of those deep-thinking natures, one of those highly gifted minds that astonishes the world." "I have not the slightest intention of doing so," said the snail. "The world is nothing to me. What have I to do with the world? I have enough to do with myself, and enough in myself. But must we not all here on earth give up our best parts to others, and offer as much as lies in our power? It is true, I have only given roses. But you who are so richly endowed, what have you given to the world? What will you give it? What have I given? What am I going to give? I spit at it, it's good for nothing, and does not concern me. For my part, you may go on bearing roses, you cannot do anything else. Let the hazel bush bear nuts, and the cows and sheep give milk. They have each their public. I have mine in myself. I retire within myself and there I stop. The world is nothing to me." With this the snail withdrew into his house and blocked up the entrance. "That's very sad," said the rose-tree. "I cannot creep into myself, however much I might wish to do so, I have to go on bearing roses. Then they drop their leaves, which are blown away by the wind. But I once saw how a rose was laid in the mistress's hymn book, and how one of my roses found a place in the bosom of a young beautiful girl, and how another was kissed by the lips of a child in the glad joy of life. That did me good. It was a real blessing. Those are my recollections, my life." And the rose-tree went on blooming in innocence, while the snail lay idling in his house. The world was nothing to him. Years passed by. The snail had turned to earth in the earth, and the rose-tree too. Even the souvenir rose in the hymn book was faded, but in the garden there were other rose-trees and other snails. The latter crept into their houses and spat at the world, for it did not concern them. Shall we read the story all over again? It will be just the same. The Silver Shilling. There was once a shilling, which came forth from the mint springing and shouting, "Hurrah! Now I am going out into the wide world." And truly it did go out into the wide world. The children held it with warm hands, the miser with a cold and convulsive grasp, and the old people turned it about, goodness knows how many times, while the young people soon allowed it to roll away from them. The shilling was made of silver, it contained very little copper, and considered itself quite out in the world when it had been circulated for a year in the country in which it had been coined. One day, it really did go out into the world, for it belonged to a gentleman who was about to travel in foreign lands. This gentleman was not aware that the shilling lay at the bottom of his purse when he started, till he one day found it between his fingers. "Why," cried he, "here is a shilling from home, well, it must go on its travels with me now." And the shilling jumped and rattled for joy, when it was put back again into the purse. Here it lay among a number of foreign companions, who were always coming and going, one taking the place of another, but the shilling from home was always put back, and had to remain in the purse, which was certainly a mark of distinction. Many weeks passed, during which the shilling had travelled a long distance in the purse, without in the least knowing where he was. He had found out that the other coins were French and Italian. And one coin said they were in this town, and another said they were in that, but the shilling was unable to make out or imagine what they meant. A man certainly cannot see much of the world if he is tied up in a bag, and this was really the shilling's fate. But one day, as he was lying in the purse, he noticed that it was not quite closed, and so he slipped near to the opening to have a little peep into society. He certainly had not the least idea of what would follow, but he was curious, and curiosity often brings its own punishment. In his eagerness, he came so near the edge of the purse that he slipped out into the pocket of the trousers. And when, in the evening, the purse was taken out, the shilling was left behind in the corner to which it had fallen. As the clothes were being carried into the hall, the shilling fell out on the floor, unheard and unnoticed by any one. The next morning the clothes were taken back to the room, the gentleman put them on, and started on his journey again, but the shilling remained behind on the floor. After a time it was found, and being considered a good coin, was placed with 3 other coins. Ah, thought the shilling, this is pleasant, I shall now see the world, become acquainted with other people, and learn other customs. Do you call that a shilling? Said someone the next moment. That is not a genuine coin of the country, it is false, it is good for nothing. Now begins the story as it was afterwards related by the shilling himself. False. Good for nothing, said he. That remark went through and through me like a dagger. I knew that I had a true ring, and that mine was a genuine stamp. These people must at all events be wrong, or they could not mean me. But yes, I was the one they called false, and good for nothing. Then I must pay it away in the dark, said the man who had received me. So I was to be got rid of in the darkness, and be again insulted in broad daylight. False. Good for nothing. Oh, I must contrive to get lost, thought I. And I trembled between the fingers of the people every time they tried to pass me off slyly as a coin of the country. Ah! Unhappy shilling that I was! Of what use were my silver, my stamp, and my real value here, where all these qualities were worthless? In the eyes of the world, a man is valued just according to the opinion formed of him. It must be a shocking thing to have a guilty conscience, and to be sneaking about on account of wicked deeds. As for me, innocent as I was, I could not help shuddering before their eyes whenever they brought me out, for I knew I should be thrown back again up the table as a false pretender. At length I was paid away to a poor old woman, who received me as wages for a hard day's work. But she could not again get rid of me, no one would take me. I was to the woman a most unlucky shilling. I am positively obliged to pass this shilling to somebody, said she, I cannot, with the best intentions, lay by a bad shilling. The rich baker shall have it, he can bear the loss better than I can. But, after all, it is not a right thing to do. Ah, sighed I to myself, am I also to be a burden on the conscience of this poor woman? Am I then in my old days so completely changed? The woman offered me to the rich baker, but he knew the current money too well, and as soon as he received me he threw me almost in the woman's face. She could get no bread for me, and I felt quite grieved to the heart that I should be cause of so much trouble to another, and be treated as a cast-off coin. I who, in my young days, felt so joyful in the certainty of my own value, and knew so well that I bore a genuine stamp. I was as sorrowful now as a poor shilling can be when nobody will have him. The woman took me home again with her, and looking at me very earnestly, she said, No, I will not try to deceive any one with thee again. I will bore a hole through thee, that everyone may know that thou art a false and worthless thing. And yet, why should I do that? Very likely thou art a lucky shilling. A thought has just struck me that it is so, and I believe it. Yes, I will make a hole in the shilling, said she, and run a string through it, and then give it to my neighbor's little one to hang round her neck, as a lucky shilling. So she drilled a hole through me. It is really not at all pleasant to have a hole bored through one, but we can submit to a great deal when it is done with a good intention. A string was drawn through the hole, and I became a kind of metal. They hung me round the neck of a little child, and the child laughed at me and kissed me, and I rested for one whole night on the warm, innocent breast of a child. In the morning the child's mother took me between her fingers, and had certain thoughts about me, which I very soon found out. First, she looked for a pair of scissors, and cut the string. "Lucky shilling," said she, "certainly this is what I mean to try." Then she laid me in vinegar till I became quite green, and after that she filled up the hole with cement, rubbed me a little to brighten me up, and went out in the twilight hour to the lottery collector, to buy herself a ticket. With a shilling that should bring luck. How everything seemed to cause me trouble. The lottery collector pressed me so hard that I thought I should crack. I had been called false, I had been thrown away, that I knew. And there were many shillings and coins with inscriptions and stamps of all kinds lying about. I well knew how proud they were, so I avoided them from very shame. With the collector were several men who seemed to have a great deal to do, so I fell unnoticed into a chest, among several other coins. Whether the lottery ticket gained a prize, I know not. But this I know, that in a very few days after, I was recognized as a bad shilling, and laid aside. Everything that happened seemed always to add to my sorrow. Even if a man has a good character, it is of no use for him to deny what is said of him, for he is not considered an impartial judge of himself. A year passed, and in this way I had been changed from hand to hand. Always abused, always looked at with displeasure, and trusted by no one, but I trusted in myself, and had no confidence in the world. Yes, that was a very dark time. At length one day I was passed to a traveller, a foreigner, the very same who had brought me away from home, and he was simple and true-hearted enough to take me for current coin. But would he also attempt to pass me? And should I again hear the outcry, "False! Good for nothing"? The traveller examined me attentively. "I took thee for good coin," said he, then suddenly a smile spread all over his face. I have never seen such a smile on any other face as on his. "Now this is singular," said he, "it is a coin from my own country, a good, true, shilling from home. Some one has bored a hole through it, and people have no doubt called it false. How curious that it should come into my hands. I will take it home with me to my own house." Joy thrilled through me when I heard this. I had been once more called a good, honest shilling, and I was to go back to my own home, where each and all would recognize me, and know that I was made of good silver, and bore a true, genuine stamp. I should have been glad in my joy to throw out sparks of fire, but it has never at any time been my nature to sparkle. Steel can do so, but not silver. I was wrapped up in fine, white paper, that I might not mix with the other coins and be lost. And on special occasions, when people from my own country happened to be present, I was brought forward and spoken of very kindly. They said I was very interesting, and it was really quite worth while to notice that those who are interesting have often not a single word to say for themselves. At length I reached home. All my cares were at an end. Joy again overwhelmed me. For was I not good silver, and had I not a genuine stamp? I had no more insults or disappointments to endure, although, indeed, there was a hole through me, as if I were false. But suspicions are nothing when a man is really true, and every one should persevere in acting honestly, for and will be made right in time. "That is my firm belief," said the shilling. The Snowdrop. It was winter time, the air was cold, the wind was sharp, but within the closed doors it was warm and comfortable, and within the closed door lay the flower, it lay in the bulb under the snow-covered earth. One day rain fell. The drops penetrated through the snowy covering down into the earth, and touched the flower bulb, and talked of the bright world above. Soon the sunbeam pierced its way through the snow to the root, and within the root there was a stirring. "Come in," said the flower. "I cannot," said the sunbeam. "I am not strong enough to unlock the door. When the summer comes I shall be strong." "When will it be summer?" asked the flower, and she repeated this question each time a new sunbeam made its way down to her. But the summer was yet far distant. The snow still lay upon the ground, and there was a coat of ice on the water every night. "What a long time it takes! What a long time it takes," said the flower. "I feel a stirring and striving within me. I must stretch myself, I must unlock the door, I must get out, and must nod a good morning to the summer, and what a happy time that will be." And the flower stirred and stretched itself within the thin rind which the water had softened from without, and the snow and the earth had warmed, and the sunbeam had knocked at. And it shot forth under the snow with a greenish-white blossom on a green stalk, with narrow thick leaves, which seemed to want to protect it. The snow was cold, but was pierced by the sunbeam, therefore it was easy to get through it, and now the sunbeam came with greater strength than before. "Welcome, welcome!" sang and sounded every ray, and the flower lifted itself up over the snow into the brighter world. The sunbeams caressed and kissed it, so that it opened altogether, white as snow, and ornamented with green stripes. It bent its head in joy and humility. "Beautiful flower," said the sunbeams, "how graceful and delicate you are. You are the first, you are the only one. You are our love. You are the bell that rings out for summer, beautiful summer, over country and town. All the snow will melt, the cold winds will be driven away, we shall rule, all will become green, and then you will have companions, syringas, laburnums, and roses. But you are the first, so graceful, so delicate." That was a great pleasure. It seemed as if the air were singing and sounding, as if rays of light were piercing through the leaves and the stalks of the flower. There it stood, so delicate and so easily broken, and yet so strong in its young beauty, it stood there in its white dress with the green stripes, and made a summer. But there was a long time yet to the summer time. Clouds hid the sun, and bleak winds were blowing. "You have come too early," said wind and weather. "We have still the power, and you shall feel it, and give it up to us. You should have stayed quietly at home and not have run out to make a display of yourself. Your time is not come yet." It was a cutting cold. The days which now come brought not a single sunbeam. It was weather that might break such a little flower in two with cold. But the flower had more strength than she herself knew of. She was strong in joy and in faith in the summer, which would be sure to come, which had been announced by her deep longing and confirmed by the warm sunlight. And so she remained standing in confidence in the snow in her white garment, bending her head even while the snowflakes fell thick and heavy, and the icy winds swept over her. "You'll break," they said, "and fade, and fade. What did you want out here? Why did you let yourself be tempted? The sunbeam only made game of you. Now you have what you deserve, you summer gawk." "Summer gawk," she repeated in the cold morning hour. "Oh summer gawk!" cried some children rejoicingly, "Yonder stands one, how beautiful, how beautiful. The first one, the only one." These words did the flower so much good, they seemed to her like warm sunbeams. In her joy the flower did not even feel when it was broken off. It lay in a child's hand, and was kissed by a child's mouth, and carried into a warm room, and looked on by gentle eyes, and put into water. How strengthening, how invigorating! The flower thought she had suddenly come upon the summer. The daughter of the house, a beautiful little girl, was confirmed, and she had a friend who was confirmed, too. He was studying for an examination for an appointment. "He shall be my summer gawk," she said, and she took the delicate flower and laid it in a piece of scented paper, on which verses were written, beginning with summer gawk and ending with summer gawk. "My friend, be a winter gawk." She had twit him with the summer. Yes, all this was in the verses, and the paper was folded up like a letter, and the flower was folded in the letter, too. It was dark around her, dark as in those days when she lay hidden in the bulb. The flower went forth on her journey, and lay in the post-bag, and was pressed and crushed, which was not at all pleasant, but that soon came to an end. The journey was over, the letter was opened, and read by the dear friend. How pleased he was! He kissed the letter, and it was laid, with its enclosure of verses, in a box, in which there were many beautiful verses, but all of them without flowers. She was the first, the only one, as the sunbeams had called her. And it was a pleasant thing to think of that. She had time enough, moreover, to think about it. She thought of it while the summer passed away, and the long winter went by, and the summer came again, before she appeared once more. But now the young man was not pleased at all. He took hold of the letter very roughly, and threw the verses away, so that the flower fell on the ground. Flat and faded she certainly was, but why should she be thrown on the ground? Still, it was better to be here than in the fire, where the verses and the paper were being burnt to ashes. What had happened? What happened so often? The flower had made a gawk of him, that was a jest. The girl had made a fool of him, that was no jest. She had, during the summer, chosen another friend. Next morning the sun shone in upon the little flattened snowdrop, that looked as if it had been painted upon the floor. The servant girl, who was sweeping out the room, picked it up, and laid it in one of the books which were upon the table, in the belief that it must have fallen out while the room was being arranged. Again the flower lay among verses, printed verses, and they are better than written ones, at least, more money has been spent upon them. And after this years went by. The book stood upon the bookshelf, and then it was taken up and somebody read out of it. It was a good book, verses and songs by the old Danish poet, Ambrosius Stubb, which are well worth reading. The man who was now reading the book turned over a page. "Why, there's a flower," he said, "a snowdrop, a summer gawk, a poet gawk. That flower must have been put in there with a meaning. Poor Ambrosius Stubb. He was a summer fool too, a poet fool. He came too early, before his time, and therefore he had to taste the sharp winds, and wander about as a guest from one noble landed proprietor to another, like a flower in a glass of water, a flower in rhymed verses. Summer fool, winter fool, fun and folly, but the first, the only, the fresh young Danish poet of those days. Yes, thou shalt remain as a token in the book, thou little snowdrop, thou hast been put there with a meaning." And so the snowdrop was put back into the book, and felt equally honored and pleased to know that it was a token in the glorious book of songs, and that he who was the first to sing and to write had been also a snowdrop, had been a summer gawk, and had been looked upon in the winter-time as a fool. The flower understood this, in her way, as we interpret everything in our way. That is the story of the snowdrop. The teapot. There was once a proud teapot. It was proud of being porcelain, proud of its long spout, proud of its broad handle. It had something before and behind, the spout before and the handle behind, and that was what it talked about. But it did not talk of its lid, which was cracked and riveted. These were defects, and one does not talk of one's defects, for there are plenty of others to do that. The cups, the cream pot, and the sugar bowl, the whole tea service, would think much oftener of the lid's imperfections, and talk about them, than of the sound handle and the remarkable spout. The teapot knew it. "I know you," it said within itself. "I know, too, my imperfection, and I am well aware that in that very thing is seen my humility, my modesty. Imperfections we all have, but we also have compensations. The cups have a handle, the sugar bowl a lid. I have both, and one thing besides, in front, which they can never have. I have a spout, and that makes me the queen of the tea table. I spread abroad a blessing on thirsting mankind, for in me the Chinese leaves are brewed in the boiling, tasteless water." All this said the teapot in its fresh young life. It stood on the table that was spread for tea. It was lifted by a very delicate hand, but the delicate hand was awkward. The teapot fell, the spout snapped off, and the handle snapped off. The lid was no worse to speak of, the worst had been spoken of that. The teapot lay in a swoon on the floor, while the boiling water ran out of it. It was a horrid shame, but the worst was that everybody jeered at it. They jeered at the teapot and not at the awkward hand. "I never shall forget that experience," said the teapot, when it afterward talked of its life. "I was called an invalid, and placed in a corner, and the next day was given to a woman who begged for victuals. I fell into poverty, and stood dumb both outside and in. But then, just as I was, began my better life. One can be one thing and still become quite another. Earth was placed in me. For a teapot, this is the same as being buried, but in the earth was placed a flower bulb. Who placed it there, who gave it, I know not. But given it was, and it became a compensation for the Chinese leaves and the boiling water, a compensation for the broken handle and spout. And the bulb lay in the earth, the bulb lay in me. It became my heart, my living heart, such as I had never before possessed. There was life in me, power and might. The heart pulsed, and the bulb put forth sprouts, it was the springing up of thoughts and feelings which burst forth into flower. I saw it, I bore it, I forgot myself in its delight. Blessed is it to forget oneself in another. The flower gave me no thanks, it did not think of me. It was admired and praised, and I was glad at that. How happy it must have been. One day I heard someone say that the flower deserved a better pot. I was thumped hard on my back, which was a great affliction, and the flower was put into a better pot. I was thrown out into the yard, where I lie as an old potsherd. But I have the memory, and that I can never lose. The golden treasure. The drummer's wife went into the church. She saw the new altar with the painted pictures and the carved angels. Those upon the canvas and in the glory over the altar were just as beautiful as the carved ones. And they were painted and gilt into the bargain. Their hair gleamed golden in the sunshine, lovely to behold, but the real sunshine was more beautiful still. It shone redder, clearer through the dark trees, when the sun went down. It was lovely thus to look at the sunshine of heaven. And she looked at the red sun, and she thought about it so deeply, and thought of the little one whom the stork was to bring, and the wife of the drummer was very cheerful, and looked, and wished that the child might have a gleam of sunshine given to it, so that it might at least become like one of the shining angels over the altar. And when she really had the little child in her arms, and held it up to its father, then it was like one of the angels in the church to behold, with hair like gold, the gleam of the setting sun was upon it. My golden treasure, my riches, my sunshine, said the mother, and she kissed the shining locks, and it sounded like music and song in the room of the drummer, and there was joy, and life, and movement. The drummer beat a roll of joy. And the drum said, the fire drum, that was beaten when there was a fire in the town. Red hair. The little fellow has red hair. Believe the drum, and not what your mother says. Rub-a-dub, rub-a-dub. And the town repeated what the fire drum had said. The boy was taken to church, the boy was christened. There was nothing much to be said about his name, he was called Peter. The whole town, and the drum too, called him Peter the drummer's boy with the red hair, but his mother kissed his red hair, and called him her golden treasure. In the hollow way in the clayey bank, many had scratched their names as a remembrance. Celebrity is always something, said the drummer, and so he scratched his own name there, and his little son's name likewise. And the swallows came. They had, on their long journey, seen more durable characters engraven on rocks, and on the walls of the temples in Hindostan, mighty deeds of great kings, immortal names, so old that no one now could read or speak them. Remarkable celebrity. In the clayey bank the martins built their nest. They bored holes in the deep declivity, and the splashing rain and the thin mist came and crumbled and washed the names away, and the drummer's name also, and that of his little son. Peter's name will last a full year and a half longer, said the father. Fool, thought the fire drum, but it only said, dub, 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 rub-a-dub. He was a boy full of life and gladness, this drummer's son with the red hair. He had a lovely voice. He could sing, and he sang like a bird in the woodland. There was melody, and yet no melody. He must become a chorister boy, said his mother. He shall sing in the church, and stand among the beautiful gilded angels who are like him. Fiery cat, said some of the witty ones of the town. The drum heard that from the neighbors' wives. Don't go home, Peter, cried the street boys. If you sleep in the garret, there'll be a fire in the house, and the fire drum will have to be beaten." "Look out for the drumsticks," replied Peter. And, small as he was, he ran up boldly, and gave the foremost such a punch in the body with his fist, that the fellow lost his legs and tumbled over, and the others took their legs off with themselves very rapidly. The town musician was very genteel and fine. He was the son of the royal plate washer. He was very fond of Peter, and would sometimes take him to his home, and he gave him a violin, and taught him to play it. It seemed as if the whole art lay in the boy's fingers, and he wanted to be more than a drummer, he wanted to become musician to the town. "I'll be a soldier," said Peter. For he was still quite a little lad, and it seemed to him the finest thing in the world to carry a gun, and to be able to march 1, 2, 1, 2, and to wear a uniform and a sword. "Ah, you learn to long for the drum skin, drum, dum, dum," said the drum. "Yes, if he could only march his way up to be a general," observed his father, "but before he can do that, there must be war." "Heaven forbid," said his mother. "We have nothing to lose," remarked the father. "Yes, we have, my boy," she retorted. "But suppose he came back a general," said the father. "Without arms and legs," cried the mother. "No, I would rather keep my golden treasure with me." Drum, dum, dum. The fire drum and all the other drums were beating, for war had come. The soldiers all set out, and the son of the drummer followed them. Red head. Golden treasure. The mother wept, the father in fancy saw him famous. The town musician was of opinion that he ought not to go to war, but should stay at home and learn music. "Red head," said the soldiers, and little Peter laughed. But when one of them sometimes said to another, "Foxy," he would bite his teeth together and look another way, into the wide world. He did not care for the nickname. The boy was active, pleasant of speech, and good-humored. "That is the best canteen," said his old comrades. And many a night he had to sleep under the open sky, wet through with the driving rain or the falling mist, but his good humor never forsook him. The drumsticks sounded, rub-a-dub, all up, all up. Yes, he was certainly born to be a drummer. The day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but the morning was come. The air was cold, the battle was hot, there was mist in the air, but still more gunpowder smoke. The bullets and shells flew over the soldiers' heads, and into their heads, into their bodies and limbs, but still they pressed forward. Here or there one or other of them would sink on his knees, with bleeding temples and a face as white as chalk. The little drummer still kept his healthy color, he had suffered no damage. He looked cheerfully at the dog of the regiment, which was jumping along as merrily as if the whole thing had been got up for his amusement, and as if the bullets were only flying about that he might have a game of play with them. March! Forward! March! This was the word of command for the drum. The word had not yet been given to fall back, though they might have done so, and perhaps there would have been much sense in it, and now at last the word retire was given. But our little drummer beat forward. March, for he had understood the command thus, and the soldiers obeyed the sound of the drum. That was a good roll, and proved the summons to victory for the men, who had already begun to give way. Life and limb were lost in the battle. Bombshells tore away the flesh in red strips. Bombshells lit up into a terrible glow the straw heaps to which the wounded had dragged themselves, to lie untended for many hours, perhaps for all the hours they had to live. It's no use thinking of it. And yet one cannot help thinking of it, even far away in the peaceful town. The drummer and his wife also thought of it, for Peter was at the war. "Now, I'm tired of these complaints," said the fire drum. Again the day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but it was morning. The drummer and his wife were asleep. They had been talking about their son, as, indeed, they did almost every night, for he was out yonder in God's hand. And the father dreamt that the war was over, that the soldiers had returned home, and that Peter wore a silver cross on his breast. But the mother dreamt that she had gone into the church, and had seen the painted pictures and the carved angels with the gilded hair, and her own dear boy, the golden treasure of her heart, who was standing among the angels in white robes, singing so sweetly, as surely only the angels can sing. And that he had soared up with them into the sunshine, and nodded so kindly at his mother. "My golden treasure," she cried out, and she awoke. Now the good God has taken him to himself. She folded her hands, and hid her face in the cotton curtains of the bed, and wept. Where does he rest now? Among the many in the big grave that they have dug for the dead? Perhaps he's in the water in the marsh. Nobody knows his grave. No holy words have been read over it. And the Lord's Prayer went inaudibly over her lips. She bowed her head, and was so weary that she went to sleep. And the days went by, in life as in dreams. It was evening. Over the battlefield a rainbow spread, which touched the forest and the deep marsh. It has been said, and is preserved in popular belief, that where the rainbow touches the earth a treasure lies buried, a golden treasure, and here there was one. No one but his mother thought of the little drummer, and therefore she dreamt of him. And the days went by, in life as in dreams. Not a hair of his head had been hurt, not a golden hair. Drum marum. Drum marum. There he is. The drum might have said, and his mother might have sung, if she had seen or dreamt it. With hurrah and song, adorned with green wreaths of victory, they came home, as the war was at an end, and peace had been signed. The dog of the regiment sprang on in front with large bounds, and made the way 3 times as long for himself as it really was. And days and weeks went by, and Peter came into his parents' room. He was as brown as a wild man, and his eyes were bright, and his face beamed like sunshine. And his mother held him in her arms, she kissed his lips, his forehead, and his red hair. She had her boy back again. He had not a silver cross on his breast, as his father had dreamt, but he had sound limbs, a thing the mother had not dreamt. And what a rejoicing was there! They laughed and they wept, and Peter embraced the old fire drum. "There stands the old skeleton still," he said. And the father beat a roll upon it. "One would think that a great fire had broken out here," said the fire drum. "Bright day. Fire in the heart. Golden treasure. Scrot. Escararat. Escararat." "And what then?" "What then?" asked the town musician. "Peter's far outgrowing the drum," he said. "Peter will be greater than I." And yet he was the son of a royal plate washer. But all that he had learned in half a lifetime, Peter learned in half a year. There was something so merry about him, something so truly kind-hearted. His eyes gleamed, and his hair gleamed too, there was no denying that. "He ought to have his hair dyed," said the neighbor's wife. That answered capitally with the policeman's daughter, and she got a husband. But her hair turned as green as duckweed, and was always having to be colored up. "She knows how to manage for herself," said the neighbors, and so can Peter. "He comes to the most genteel houses, even to the burgomaster's where he gives Miss Charlotte pianoforte lessons. He could play. He could play, fresh out of his heart, the most charming pieces, that had never been put upon music paper. He played in the bright nights, and in the dark nights, too." The neighbors declared it was unbearable, and the fire drum was of the same opinion. He played until his thoughts soared up, and burst forth in great plans for the future. To be famous. And Burgomaster Charlotte sat at the piano. Her delicate fingers danced over the keys, and made them ring into Peter's heart. It seemed too much for him to bear, and this happened not once, but many times. And at last one day he seized the delicate fingers and the white hand, and kissed it, and looked into her great brown eyes. Heaven knows what he said, but we may be allowed to guess at it. Charlotte blushed to guess at it. She reddened from brow to neck, and answered not a single word, and then strangers came into the room, and one of them was the state councillor's son. He had a lofty white forehead, and carried it so high that it seemed to go back into his neck. And Peter sat by her a long time, and she looked at him with gentle eyes. At home that evening he spoke of travel in the wide world, and of the golden treasure that lay hidden for him in his violin. To be famous. Tum-me-lum, 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 said the fire drum. Peter has gone clear out of his wits. I think there must be a fire in the house. Next day the mother went to market. Shall I tell you news, Peter? She asked when she came home. A capital piece of news. Burgomaster Charlotte has engaged herself to the state councillor's son. The betrothal took place yesterday evening. No, cried Peter, and he sprang up from his chair. But his mother persisted in saying yes. She had heard it from the baker's wife, whose husband had it from the burgomaster's own mouth. And Peter became as pale as death, and sat down again. Good heaven! What's the matter with you? Asked his mother. Nothing, nothing. Only leave me to myself, he answered, but the tears were running down his cheeks. My sweet child, my golden treasure, cried the mother, and she wept, but the fire drum sang, not out loud, but inwardly. Charlotte's gone. Charlotte's gone. And now the song is done. But the song was not done. There were many more verses in it, long verses, the most beautiful verses, the golden treasures of a life. She behaves like a mad woman, said the neighbor's wife. All the world is to see the letters she gets from her golden treasure, and to read the words that are written in the papers about his violin playing. And he sends her money too, and that's very useful to her since she has been a widow. He plays before emperors and kings, said the town musician. I never had that fortune, but he's my pupil, and he does not forget his old master. And his mother said. His father dreamt that Peter came home from the war with a silver cross. He did not gain one in the war, but it is still more difficult to gain one in this way. Now he has the cross of honor. If his father had only lived to see it. He's grown famous. Said the fire drum, and all his native town said the same thing, for the drummer's son, Peter with the red hair, Peter whom they had known as a little boy, running about in wooden shoes, and then as a drummer. Playing for the dancers, was become famous. He played at our house before he played in the presence of kings, said the burgomaster's wife. At that time he was quite smitten with Charlotte. He was always of an aspiring turn. At that time he was saucy and an enthusiast. My husband laughed when he heard of the foolish affair, and now our Charlotte is a state councillor's wife. A golden treasure had been hidden in the heart and soul of the poor child, who had beaten the roll as a drummer, a roll of victory for those who had been ready to retreat. There was a golden treasure in his bosom, the power of sound. It burst forth on his violin as if the instrument had been a complete organ, and as if all the elves of a midsummer night were dancing across the strings. In its sounds were heard the piping of the thrush and the full clear note of the human voice. Therefore the sound brought rapture to every heart, and carried his name triumphant through the land. That was a great firebrand, the firebrand of inspiration. And then he looked so splendid, said the young ladies and the old ladies too. And the oldest of all procured an album for famous locks of hair, wholly and solely that she might beg a lock of his rich splendid hair, that treasure, that golden treasure. And the son came into the poor room of the drummer, elegant as a prince, happier than a king. His eyes were as clear and his face was as radiant as sunshine. And he held his mother in his arms, and she kissed his mouth, and wept as blissfully as any one can weep for joy, and he nodded at every old piece of furniture in the room, at the cupboard with the teacups, and at the flower vase. He nodded at the sleeping bench, where he had slept as a little boy, but the old fire drum he brought out, and dragged it into the middle of the room, and said to it and to his mother. My father would have beaten a famous roll this evening. Now I must do it. And he beat a thundering roll call on the instrument, and the drum felt so highly honored that the parchment burst with exultation. He has a splendid touch, said the drum. I've a remembrance of him now that will last. I expect that the same thing will happen to his mother, from pure joy over her golden treasure. And this is the story of the golden treasure. The will-o'-the-wisp is in the town, says the Moor woman. There was a man who once knew many stories, but they had slipped away from him, so he said. The story that used to visit him of its own accord no longer came and knocked at his door. And why did it come no longer? It is true enough that for days and years the man had not thought of it, had not expected it to come and knock, and if he had expected it, it would certainly not have come. For without there was war, and within was the care and sorrow that war brings with it. The stork and the swallows came back from their long journey, for they thought of no danger. And, behold, when they arrived, the nest was burnt, the habitations of men were burnt, the hedges were all in disorder, and everything seemed gone, and the enemy's horses were stamping in the old graves. Those were hard, gloomy times, but they came to an end. And now they were past and gone, so people said, yet no story came and knocked at the door, or gave any tidings of its presence. I suppose it must be dead, or gone away with many other things, said the man. But the story never dies. And more than a whole year went by, and he longed, oh, so very much, for the story. I wonder if the story will ever come back again and knock. And he remembered it so well in all the various forms in which it had come to him, sometimes young and charming, like spring itself, sometimes as a beautiful maiden, with a wreath of thyme in her hair, and a beechen branch in her hand. And with eyes that gleamed like deep woodland lakes in the bright sunshine. Sometimes it had come to him in the guise of a peddler, and had opened its box and let silver ribbon come fluttering out, with verses and inscriptions of old remembrances. But it was most charming of all when it came as an old grandmother, with silvery hair, and such large, sensible eyes. She knew so well how to tell about the oldest times, long before the princesses spun with the golden spindles, and the dragons lay outside the castles, guarding them. She told with such an air of truth, that black spots danced before the eyes of all who heard her, and the floor became black with human blood. Terrible to see and to hear, and yet so entertaining, because such a long time had passed since it all happened. Will it ever knock at my door again? Said the man, and he gazed at the door, so that black spots came before his eyes and upon the floor. He did not know if it was blood, or morning crepe from the dark heavy days. And as he sat thus, the thought came upon him whether the story might not have hidden itself, like the princess in the old tale. And he would now go in search of it. If he found it, it would beam in new splendor, lovelier than ever. Who knows? Perhaps it has hidden itself in the straw that balances on the margin of the well. Carefully, carefully. Perhaps it lies hidden in a certain flower, that flower in one of the great books on the bookshelf. And the man went and opened one of the newest books, to gain information on this point, but there was no flower to be found. There he read about Holger Dansk. And the man read that the tale had been invented and put together by a monk in France, that it was a romance, translated into Danish and printed in that language. That Holger Dansk had never really lived, and consequently could never come again, as we have sung, and have been so glad to believe. And William Tell was treated just like Holger Dansk. These were all only myths, nothing on which we could depend. And yet it is all written in a very learned book. Well, I shall believe what I believe, said the man. There grows no plantain where no foot has trod. And he closed the book and put it back in its place, and went to the fresh flowers at the window. Perhaps the story might have hidden itself in the red tulips, with the golden yellow edges, or in the fresh rose, or in the beaming camellia. The sunshine lay among the flowers, but no story. The flowers which had been here in the dark troublous time had been much more beautiful. But they had been cut off, one after another, to be woven into wreaths and placed in coffins, and the flag had waved over them. Perhaps the story had been buried with the flowers. But then the flowers would have known of it, and the coffin would have heard it, and every little blade of grass that shot forth would have told of it. The story never dies. Perhaps it has been here once, and has knocked. But who had eyes or ears for it in those times? People looked darkly, gloomily, and almost angrily at the sunshine of spring, at the twittering birds, and all the cheerful green. The tongue could not even bear the old merry, popular songs, and they were laid in the coffin with so much that our heart held dear. The story may have knocked without obtaining a hearing. There was none to bid it welcome, and so it may have gone away. I will go forth and seek it. Out in the country. Out in the wood. And on the open sea beach. Out in the country lies an old manor house, with red walls, pointed gables, and a red flag that floats on the tower. The nightingale sings among the finely fringed beech leaves, looking at the blooming apple trees of the garden, and thinking that they bear roses. Here the bees are mightily busy in the summer-time, and hover round their queen with their humming song. The autumn has much to tell of the wild chase, of the leaves of the trees, and of the races of men that are passing away together. The wild swans sing at Christmas-time on the open water, while in the old hall the guests by the fireside gladly listen to songs and to old legends. Down into the old part of the garden, where the great avenue of wild chestnut trees lures the wanderer to tread its shades, went the man who was in search of the story. For here the wind had once murmured something to him of Waldemar and his daughters. The Dryad in the tree, who was the story mother herself, had here told him the dream of the old oak tree. Here, in the time of the ancestral mother, had stood clipped hedges, but now only ferns and stinging nettles grew there, hiding the scattered fragments of old sculptured figures. The moss is growing in their eyes, but they can see as well as ever, which was more than the man could do who was in search of the story, for he could not find that. Where could it be? The crows flew past him by hundreds across the old trees, and screamed, "Krah! Duh, krah! Duh!" And he went out of the garden and over the grass plot of the yard, into the alder grove. There stood a little six-sided house, with a poultry yard and a duck yard. In the middle of the room sat the old woman who had the management of the whole, and who knew accurately about every egg that was laid, and about every chicken that could creep out of an egg. But she was not the story of which the man was in search. That she could attest with a Christian certificate of baptism and of vaccination that lay in her drawer. Without, not far from the house, is a hill covered with red thorn and broom. Here lies an old gravestone, which was brought here many years ago from the churchyard of the provincial town, a remembrance of one of the most honored councillors of the place. His wife and his 5 daughters, all with folded hands and stiff ruffs, stand round him. One could look at them so long, that it had an effect upon the thoughts, and these reacted upon the stones, as if they were telling of old times. At least it had been so with the man who was in search of the story. As he came nearer, he noticed a living butterfly sitting on the forehead of the sculptured councillor. The butterfly flapped its wings, and flew a little bit farther, and then returned fatigued to sit upon the gravestone, as if to point out what grew there. 4-leaved shamrocks grew there. There were 7 specimens close to each other. When fortune comes, it comes in a heap. He plucked the shamrocks and put them in his pocket. Fortune is as good as red gold, but a new charming story would be better still, thought the man, but he could not find it here. And the sun went down, round and large, the meadow was covered with vapor. The Moor woman was at her brewing. It was evening. He stood alone in his room, and looked out upon the sea, over the meadow, over moor and coast. The moon shone bright, a mist was over the meadow, making it look like a great lake, and, indeed, it was once so, as the legend tells, and in the moonlight the eye realizes these myths. Then the man thought of what he had been reading in the town, that William Tell and Holger Dansk never really lived, but yet live in popular story, like the lake yonder, a living evidence for such myths. Yes, Holger Dansk will return again. As he stood thus and thought, something beat quite strongly against the window. Was it a bird, a bat, or an owl? Those are not let in, even when they knock. The window flew open of itself, and an old woman looked in at the man. "What's your pleasure?" said he. "Who are you? You're looking in at the first-floor window. Are you standing on a ladder?" "You have a 4-leaved shamrock in your pocket," she replied. "Indeed, you have 7, and one of them is a 6-leaved one." "Who are you?" asked the man again. "The Moor woman," she replied. "The Moor woman who brews." I was at it. The bung was in the cask, but one of the little Moor imps pulled it out in his mischief, and flung it up into the yard, where it beat against the window, and now the beer's running out of the cask, and that won't do good to anybody. Pray tell me some more, said the man. Yes, wait a little, answered the Moor woman. I've something else to do just now. And she was gone. The man was going to shut the window, when the woman already stood before him again. Now it's done, she said, but I shall have half the beer to brew over again tomorrow, if the weather is suitable. Well, what have you to ask me? I've come back, for I always keep my word, and you have 7 4-leaved shamrocks in your pocket, and one of them is a 6-leaved one. That inspires respect, for that's an order that grows beside the sandy way, but that everyone does not find. What have you to ask me? Don't stand there like a ridiculous oaf, for I must go back again directly to my bung and my cask. And the man asked about the story, and inquired if the Moor woman had met it in her journeyings. By the big brewing vat! Exclaimed the woman, haven't you got stories enough? I really believe that most people have enough of them. Here are other things to take notice of, other things to examine. Even the children have gone beyond that. Give the little boy a cigar, and the little girl a new crinoline, they like that much better. To listen to stories. No, indeed, there are more important things to be done here, and other things to notice. What do you mean by that? Asked the man, and what do you know of the world? You don't see anything but frogs and will-o'-the-wisps. Yes, beware of the will-o'-the-wisps, said the Moor woman, for they're out, they're let loose, that's what we must talk about. Come to me in the moor, where my presence is necessary, and I will tell you all about it, but you must make haste, and come while your 7 4-leaved shamrocks, for which one has 6 leaves, are still fresh, and the moon stands high. And the Moor woman was gone. It struck 12 in the town, and before the last stroke had died away, the man was out in the yard, out in the garden, and stood in the meadow. The mist had vanished, and the Moor woman stopped her brewing. You've been a long time coming, said the Moor woman. Witches get forward faster than men, and I'm glad that I belong to the witch folk. What have you to say to me now? Asked the man. Is it anything about the story? Can you never get beyond asking about that? Retorted the woman. Can you tell me anything about the poetry of the future? Resumed the man. Don't get on your stilts, said the crone, and I'll answer you. You think of nothing but poetry, and only ask about that story, as if she were the lady of the whole troop. She's the oldest of us all, but she takes precedence of the youngest. I know her well. I've been young, too, and she's no chicken now. I was once quite a pretty elf maiden, and have danced in my time with the others in the moonlight, and have heard the nightingale, and have gone into the forest and met the story maiden, who was always to be found out there, running about. Sometimes she took up her night's lodging in a half-blown tulip, or in a field flower, sometimes she would slip into the church, and wrap herself in the mourning crape that hung down from the candles on the altar. You are capitally well informed, said the man. I ought at least to know as much as you, answered the Moor woman. Stories and poetry, yes, they're like 2 yards of the same piece of stuff. They can go and lie down where they like, and one can brew all their prattle, and have it all the better and cheaper. You shall have it from me for nothing. I have a whole cupboard full of poetry in bottles. It makes essences. And that's the best of it, bitter and sweet herbs. I have everything that people want of poetry, in bottles, so that I can put a little on my handkerchief, on holidays, to smell. Why, these are wonderful things that you're telling, said the man. You have poetry in bottles? More than you can require, said the woman. I suppose you know the history of the girl who trod on the loaf, so that she might not soil her shoes. That has been written, and printed too. I told that story myself, said the man. Yes, then you must know it, and you must know also that the girl sank into the earth directly, to the Moor woman, just as old Bogey's grandmother was paying her morning visit to inspect the brewery. She saw the girl gliding down, and asked to have her as a remembrance of her visit, and got her too, while I received a present that's of no use to me, a traveling druggist's shop, a whole cupboard full of poetry in bottles. Grandmother told me where the cupboard was to be placed, and there it's standing still. Just look. You've your 7 4-leaved shamrocks in your pocket, one of which is a 6-leaved one, and so you will be able to see it. And really in the midst of the moor lay something like a great knotted block of alder, and that was the old grandmother's cupboard. The Moor woman said that this was always open to her and to every one in the land, if they only knew where the cupboard stood. It could be opened either at the front or at the back, and at every side and corner, a perfect work of art, and yet only an old alder stump in appearance. The poets of all lands, and especially those of our own country, had been arranged here. The spirit of them had been extracted, refined, criticized and renovated, and then stored up in bottles. With what may be called great aptitude, if it was not genius, the grandmother had taken as it were the flavor of this and of that poet, and had added a little devilry, and then corked up the bottles for use during all future times. "Pray let me see," said the man. "Yes, but there are more important things to hear," replied the Moor woman. "But now we are at the cupboard," said the man. And he looked in. "Here are bottles of all sizes. What is in this one? And what in that one yonder?" "Here is what they call Maybalm," replied the woman. "I have not tried it myself. But I have not yet told you the more important thing you were to hear. The will-o'-the-wisps in the town. That's of much more consequence than poetry and stories. I ought, indeed, to hold my tongue, but there must be a necessity, a fate, a something that sticks in my throat, and that wants to come out. Take care, you mortals." "I don't understand a word of all this," cried the man. "Be kind enough to seat yourself on that cupboard," she retorted, "but take care you don't fall through and break the bottles, you know what's inside of them. I must tell of the great event. It occurred no longer ago than the day before yesterday. It did not happen earlier. It has now 363 days to run about. I suppose you know how many days there are in a year." And this is what the Moor woman told. "There was a great commotion yesterday out here in the marsh. There was a christening feast. A little will-o'-the-wisp was born here, in fact, 12 of them were born altogether. And they have permission, if they choose to use it, to go abroad among men, and to move about in command among them, just as if they were born mortals. That was a great event in the marsh, and accordingly all the will-o'-the-wisps, male and female, went dancing like little lights across the moor. There are some of them of the dog species, but those are not worth mentioning. I sat there on the cupboard, and had all the 12 little newborn will-o'-the-wisps upon my lap. They shone like glowworms. They already began to hop, and increased in size every moment, so that before a quarter of an hour had elapsed, each of them looked just as large as his father or his uncle. Now, it's an old established regulation and favor, that when the moon stands just as it did yesterday, and the wind blows just as it blew then, it is allowed and accorded to all will-o'-the-wisps, that is, to all those who are born at that minute of time, to become mortals, and individually to exert their power for the space of 1 year. The will-o'-the-wisp may run about in the country and through the world, if it is not afraid of falling into the sea, or of being blown out by a heavy storm. It can enter into a person and speak for him, and make all the movements it pleases. The will-o'-the-wisp may take whatever form he likes, of man or woman, and can act in their spirit and in their disguise in such a way that he can effect whatever he wishes to do. But he must manage, in the course of the year, to lead 365 people into a bad way, and in a grand style, too. To lead them away from the right and the truth, and then he reaches the highest point. Such a will-o'-the-wisp can attain to the honor of being a runner before the devil's state coach, and then he'll wear clothes of fiery yellow, and breathe forth flames out of his throat. That's enough to make a simple will-o'-the-wisp smack his lips. But there's some danger in this, and a great deal of work for a will-o'-the-wisp who aspires to play so distinguished a part. If the eyes of the man are open to what he is, and if the man can then blow him away, it's all over with him, and he must come back into the marsh. Or if, before the year is up, the will-o'-the-wisp is seized with a longing to see his family, and so returns to it and gives the matter up, it is over with him likewise, and he can no longer burn clear, and soon becomes extinguished. And cannot be lit up again. And when the year has elapsed, and he has not led 365 people away from the truth and from all that is grand and noble, he is condemned to be imprisoned in decayed wood, and to lie glimmering there, without being able to move. And that's the most terrible punishment that can be inflicted on a lively will-o'-the-wisp. Now, all this I know, and all this I told to the 12 little will-o'-the-wisps whom I had on my lap, and who seemed quite crazy with joy. I told them that the safest and most convenient course was to give up the honor, and do nothing at all. But the little flames would not agree to this, and already fancied themselves clad in fiery yellow clothes, breathing flames from their throats. "Stay with us," said some of the older ones. "Carry on your sport with mortals," said the others. "The mortals are drying up our meadows, they've taken to draining. What will our successors do?" "We want to flame, we will flame, flame," cried the newborn will-o'-the-wisps. And thus the affair was settled. And now a ball was given, a minute long, it could not well be shorter. The little elf maidens whirled round 3 times with the rest, that they might not appear proud, but they preferred dancing with one another. And now the sponsors' gifts were presented, and presents were thrown them. These presents flew like pebbles across the sea-water. Each of the elf maidens gave a little piece of her veil. "Take that," they said, "and then you'll know the higher dance, the most difficult turns and twists, that is to say, if you should find them necessary. You'll know the proper deportment, and then you can show yourself in the very pick of society." The night raven taught each of the young will-o'-the-wisps to say, "Goo goo good," and to say it in the right place, and that's a great gift which brings its own reward. The owl and the stork, but they said it was not worth mentioning, and so we won't mention it. King Waldemar's wild chase was just then rushing over the moor, and when the great lords heard of the festivities that were going on, they sent a couple of handsome dogs, which hunt on the spoor of the wind, as a present. And these might carry 2 or 3 of the will-o'-the-wisps. A couple of old alpas, spirits who occupy themselves without pressing, were also at the feast. And from these the young will-o'-the-wisps learned the art of slipping through every keyhole, as if the door stood open before them. These alpas offered to carry the youngsters to the town, with which they were well acquainted. They usually rode through the atmosphere on their own back hair, which is fastened into a knot, for they love a hard seat. But now they sat sideways on the wild hunting dogs, took the young will-o'-the-wisps in their laps, who wanted to go into the town to mislead and entice mortals, and, whisk, away they were. Now, this is what happened last night. Today the will-o'-the-wisps are in the town, and have taken the matter in hand, but where and how? Ah, can you tell me that? Still, I've a lightning conductor in my great toe, and that will always tell me something. Why, this is a complete story, exclaimed the man. Yes, but it is only the beginning, replied the woman. Can you tell me how the will-o'-the-wisps deport themselves, and how they behave? And in what shapes they have aforetime appeared and led people into crooked paths? I believe, replied the man, that one could tell quite a romance about the will-o'-the-wisps, in 12 parts. Or, better still, one might make quite a popular play of them. You might write that, said the woman, but it's best let alone. Yes, that's better and more agreeable, the man replied, for then we shall escape from the newspapers, and not be tied up by them, which is just as uncomfortable as for a will-o'-the-wisp to lie in decaying wood, to have to gleam, and not to be able to stir. I don't care about it either way, cried the woman. Let the rest write, those who can, and those who cannot likewise. I'll grant you an old bung from my cask that will open the cupboard where poetry's kept in bottles, and you may take from that whatever may be wanting. But you, my good man, seem to have blotted your hand sufficiently with ink, and to have come to that age of satiety that you need not be running about every year for stories, especially as there are much more important things to be done. You must have understood what is going on. The will-o'-the-wisp is in town, said the man. I've heard it, and I have understood it. But what do you think I ought to do? I should be thrashed if I were to go to the people and say, "Look, yonder goes a will-o'-the-wisp in his best clothes." "They also go in undress," replied the woman. "The will-o'-the-wisp can assume all kinds of forms, and appear in every place. He goes into the church, but not for the sake of the service, and perhaps he may enter into one or other of the priests. He speaks in the parliament, not for the benefit of the country, but only for himself. He's an artist with the color pot as well as in the theater, but when he gets all the power into his own hands, then the pot's empty. I chatter and chatter, but it must come out, what's sticking in my throat, to the disadvantage of my own family. But I must now be the woman that will save a good many people. It is not done with my good will, or for the sake of a medal. I do the most insane things I possibly can, and then I tell a poet about it, and thus the whole town gets to know of it directly." "The town will not take that to heart," observed the man, "that will not disturb a single person. For they will all think I'm only telling them a story if I say, 'The will-o'-the-wisp is in the town,'" says the Moor woman. "Take care of yourselves. The storm shakes the shield." In the old days, when Grandpapa was quite a little boy, and ran about in little red breeches and a red coat, and a feather in his cap, for that's the costume the little boys wore in his time when they were dressed in their best, many things were very different from what they are now. There was often a good deal of show in the streets, show that we don't see nowadays, because it has been abolished as too old-fashioned. Still, it is very interesting to hear Grandfather tell about it. It must really have been a gorgeous sight to behold, in those days, when the shoemaker brought over the shield, when the courthouse was changed. The silken flag waved to and fro, on the shield itself a double eagle was displayed, and a big boot. The youngest lads carried the welcome, and the chest of the workmen's guild, and their shirt sleeves were adorned with red and white ribbons. The elder ones carried drawn swords, each with a lemon stuck on its point. There was a full band of music, and the most splendid of all the instruments was the bird, as Grandfather called the big stick with the crescent on the top, and all manner of dingle-dangles hanging to it, a perfect Turkish clatter of music. The stick was lifted high in the air, and swung up and down till it jingled again, and quite dazzled one's eyes when the sun shone on all its glory of gold, and silver, and brass. In front of the procession ran the harlequin, dressed in clothes made of all kinds of colored patches artfully sewn together, with a black face, and bells on his head like a sledge-horse. He beat the people with his bat, which made a great clattering without hurting them, and the people would crowd together and fall back, only to advance again the next moment. Little boys and girls fell over their own toes into the gutter, old women dispensed digs with their elbows, and looked sour, and took snuff. One laughed, another chatted, the people thronged the windows and doorsteps, and even all the roofs. The sun shone, and although they had a little rain too, that was good for the farmer, and when they got wetted thoroughly, they only thought what a blessing it was for the country. And what stories Grandpapa could tell! As a little boy he had seen all these fine doings in their greatest pomp. The oldest of the policemen used to make a speech from the platform on which the shield was hung up, and the speech was in verse, as if it had been made by a poet, as, indeed it had. For 3 people had concocted it together, and they had first drunk a good bowl of punch, so that the speech might turn out well. And the people gave a cheer for the speech, but they shouted much louder for the harlequin, when he appeared in front of the platform, and made a grimace at them. The fools played the fool most admirably, and drank mead out of spirit glasses, which they then flung among the crowd, by whom they were caught up. Grandfather was the possessor of one of these glasses, which had been given him by a working mason, who had managed to catch it. Such a scene was really very pleasant, and the shield on the new courthouse was hung with flowers and green wreaths. "One never forgets a feast like that, however old one may grow," said Grandfather. Nor did he forget it, though he saw many other grand spectacles in his time, and could tell about them too. But it was most pleasant of all to hear him tell about the shield that was brought in the town from the old to the new courthouse. Once, when he was a little boy, Grandpapa had gone with his parents to see this festivity. He had never yet been in the metropolis of the country. There were so many people in the streets, that he thought that the shield was being carried. There were many shields to be seen. 100 rooms might have been filled with pictures, if they had been hung up inside and outside. At the tailor's were pictures of all kinds of clothing, to show that he could stitch up people from the coarsest to the finest. At the tobacco manufacturers were pictures of the most charming little boys, smoking cigars, just as they do in reality. There were signs with painted butter, and herring, clerical collars, and coffins, and inscriptions and announcements into the bargain. A person could walk up and down for a whole day through the streets, and tire himself out with looking at the pictures, and then he would know all about what people lived in the houses, for they had hung out their shields or signs. And, as grandfather said, it was a very instructive thing, in a great town, to know at once who the inhabitants were. And this is what happened with these shields, when grandpapa came to the town. He told it me himself, and he hadn't a rogue on his back, as mother used to tell me he had when he wanted to make me believe something outrageous, for now he looked quite trustworthy. The first night after he came to the town had been signalized by the most terrible gale ever recorded in the newspapers, a gale such as none of the inhabitants had ever before experienced. The air was dark with flying tiles. Old woodwork crashed and fell, and a wheelbarrow ran up the streets all alone, only to get out of the way. There was a groaning in the air, and a howling and a shrieking, and altogether it was a terrible storm. The water in the canal rose over the banks, for it did not know where to run. The storm swept over the town, carrying plenty of chimneys with it, and more than one proud weathercock on a church tower had to bow, and has never got over it from that time. There was a kind of sentry house, where dwelt the venerable old superintendent of the fire brigade, who always arrived with the last engine. The storm would not leave this little sentry house alone, but must needs tear it from its fastenings, and roll it down the street. And, wonderfully enough, it stopped opposite to the door of the dirty journeyman plasterer, who had saved 3 lives at the last fire, but the sentry house thought nothing of that. The barber's shield, the great brazen dish, was carried away, and hurled straight into the embrasure of the councillor of justice. And the whole neighborhood said this looked almost like malice, inasmuch as they, and nearly all the friends of the councillor's wife, used to call that lady the razor, for she was so sharp that she knew more about other people's business than they knew about it themselves. A shield with a dried salt fish painted on it flew exactly in front of the door of a house where dwelt a man who wrote a newspaper. That was a very poor joke perpetrated by the gale, which seemed to have forgotten that a man who writes in a paper is not the kind of person to understand any liberty taken with him. For he is a king in his own newspaper, and likewise in his own opinion. The weathercock flew to the opposite house, where he perched, looking the picture of malice, so the neighbors said. The cooper's tub stuck itself up under the head of ladies' costumes. The eating-house keeper's bill of fare, which had hung at his door in a heavy frame, was posted by the storm over the entrance to the theatre, where nobody went. It was a ridiculous list: horseradish, soup, and stuffed cabbage. And now people came in plenty. The fox's skin, the honorable sign of the furrier, was found fastened to the bell-pull of a young man who always went to early lecture, and looked like a furled umbrella. He said he was striving after truth, and was considered by his aunt a model and an example. The inscription, Institution for Superior Education, was found near the billiard club, which place of resort was further adorned with the words, Children brought up by hand. Now, this was not at all witty. But, you see, the storm had done it, and no one has any control over that. It was a terrible night, and in the morning, only think, nearly all the shields had changed places. In some places the inscriptions were so malicious, that grandfather would not speak of them at all, but I saw that he was chuckling secretly, and there may have been some inaccuracy in his description, after all. The poor people in the town, and still more the strangers, were continually making mistakes in the people they wanted to see, nor was this to be avoided, when they went according to the shields that were hung up. Thus, for instance, some who wanted to go to a very grave assembly of elderly men, where important affairs were to be discussed, found themselves in a noisy boys' school, where all the company were leaping over the chairs and tables. There were also people who made a mistake between the church and the theatre, and that was terrible indeed. Such a storm we have never witnessed in our day, for that only happened in Grandpapa's time, when he was quite a little boy. Perhaps we shall never experience a storm of the kind, but our grandchildren may, and we can only hope and pray that all may stay at home while the storm is moving the shields. The Windmill. A windmill stood upon the hill, proud to look at, and it was proud too. I am not proud at all, it said, but I am very much enlightened without and within. I have sun and moon for my outward use, and for inward use too. And into the bargain I have stearine candles, train oil and lamps, and tallow candles. I may well say that I'm enlightened. I'm a thinking being, and so well constructed that it's quite delightful. I have a good windpipe in my chest, and I have 4 wings that are placed outside my head, just beneath my hat. The birds have only 2 wings, and are obliged to carry them on their backs. I am a Dutchman by birth, that may be seen by my figure, a Flying Dutchman. They are considered supernatural beings, I know, and yet I am quite natural. I have a gallery round my chest, and house room beneath it, that's where my thoughts dwell. My strongest thought, who rules and reigns, is called by others, the man in the mill. He knows what he wants, and is lord over the meal and the bran, but he has his companion, too, and she calls herself Mother. She is the very heart of me. She does not run about stupidly and awkwardly, for she knows what she wants, she knows what she can do, she's as soft as a zephyr and as strong as a storm, she knows how to begin a thing carefully, and to have her own way. She is my soft temper, and the father is my hard one. They are 2, and yet one, they each call the other my half. These 2 have some little boys, young thoughts, that can grow. The little ones keep everything in order. When, lately, in my wisdom, I let the father and the boys examine my throat and the hole in my chest, to see what was going on there, for something in me was out of order, and it's well to examine oneself, the little ones made a tremendous noise. The youngest jumped up into my hat, and shouted so there that it tickled me. The little thoughts may grow, I know that very well. And out in the world thoughts come too, and not only of my kind, for as far as I can see, I cannot discern anything like myself. But the wingless houses, whose throats make no noise, have thoughts too, and these come to my thoughts, and make love to them, as it is called. It's wonderful enough, yes, there are many wonderful things. Something has come over me, or into me, something has changed in the millwork. It seems as if the one half, the father, had altered, and had received a better temper and a more affectionate helpmate, so young and good, and yet the same, only more gentle and good through the course of time. What was bitter has passed away, and the whole is much more comfortable. The days go on, and the days come nearer and nearer to clearness and to joy, and then a day will come when it will be over with me, but not over altogether. I must be pulled down that I may be built up again, I shall cease, but yet shall live on. To become quite a different being, and yet remain the same. That's difficult for me to understand, however enlightened I may be with sun, moon, stearine, train oil, and tallow. My old woodwork and my old brickwork will rise again from the dust. I will hope that I may keep my old thoughts, the father in the mill, and the mother, great ones and little ones, the family, for I call them all, great and little, the company of thoughts, because I must, and cannot refrain from it. And I must also remain myself, with my throat in my chest, my wings on my head, the gallery round my body. Else I should not know myself, nor could the others know me, and say, there's the mill on the hill, proud to look at, and yet not proud at all. That is what the mill said. Indeed, it said much more, but that is the most important part. And the days came, and the days went, and yesterday was the last day. Then the mill caught fire. The flames rose up high, and beat out and in, and bit at the beams and planks, and ate them up. The mill fell, and nothing remained of it but a heap of ashes. The smoke drove across the scene of the conflagration, and the wind carried it away. Whatever had been alive in the mill remained, and what had been gained by it has nothing to do with this story. The miller's family, one soul, many thoughts, and yet only one, built a new, a splendid mill, which answered its purpose. It was quite like the old one, and people said, "Why, yonder is the mill on the hill, proud to look at." But this mill was better arranged, more according to the time than the last, so that progress might be made. The old beams had become worm-eaten and spongy, they lay in dust and ashes. The body of the mill did not rise out of the dust as they had believed it would do. They had taken it literally, and all things are not to be taken literally. Our aunt. You ought to have known our aunt, she was charming. That is to say, she was not charming at all as the word is usually understood. But she was good and kind, amusing in her way, and was just as any one ought to be whom people are to talk about and to laugh at. She might have been put into a play, and wholly and solely on account of the fact that she only lived for the theatre and for what was done there. She was an honourable matron. But Agent Fabs, whom she used to call Flabs, declared that our aunt was stage-struck. "The theatre is my school," said she, "the source of my knowledge. From thence I have resuscitated biblical history. Now, Moses and Joseph in Egypt, there are operas for you. I get my universal history from the theatre, my geography, and my knowledge of men. Out of the French pieces I get to know life in Paris, slippery, but exceedingly interesting. How I have cried over La Famille Roquebourg, that the man must drink himself to death, so that she may marry the young fellow. Yes, how many tears I have wept in the 50 years I have subscribed to the theatre. Our aunt knew every acting play, every bit of scenery, every character, every one who appeared or had appeared. She seemed really only to live during the 9 months the theatre was open. Summertime without a summer theatre seemed to be only a time that made her old, while, on the other hand, a theatrical evening that lasted till midnight was a lengthening of her life. She did not say, as other people do, "Now we shall have spring, the stork is here," or, "They've advertised the first strawberries in the papers." She, on the contrary, used to announce the coming of autumn, with, "Have you heard they're selling boxes for the theatre? Now the performances will begin." She used to value a lodging entirely according to its proximity to the theatre. It was a real sorrow to her when she had to leave the little lane behind the playhouse, and move into the great street that lay a little farther off, and live there in a house where she had no opposite neighbors. "At home," said she, "my windows must be my opera box. One cannot sit and look into one's self till one's tired, one must see people. But now I live just as if I'd go into the country. If I want to see human beings, I must go into my kitchen, and sit down on the sink, for there only I have opposite neighbors. No. When I lived in my dear little lane, I could look straight down into the ironmonger's shop, and had only 300 paces to the theatre, and now I've 3,000 paces to go, military measurement." Our aunt was sometimes ill, but however unwell she might feel, she never missed the play. The doctor prescribed one day that she should put her feet in a bran bath, and she followed his advice. But she drove to the theatre all the same, and sat with her feet in bran there. If she had died there, she would have been very glad. Thorvaldsen died in the theatre, and she called that a happy death. She could not imagine but that in heaven there must be a theatre too. It had not, indeed, been promised us, but we might very well imagine it. The many distinguished actors and actresses who had passed away must surely have a field for their talent. Our aunt had an electric wire from the theatre to her room. A telegram used to be dispatched to her at coffee time, and it used to consist of the words, "Herr Sivertsen is at the machinery," for it was he who gave the signal for drawing the curtain up and down and for changing the scenes. From him she used to receive a short and concise description of every piece. His opinion of Shakespeare's Tempest was mad nonsense. "There's so much to put up, and the first scene begins with water to the front of the wings." That is to say, the water had to come forward so far. But when, on the other hand, the same interior scene remained through 5 acts, he used to pronounce it a sensible, well-written play, a resting play, which performed itself, without putting up scenes. In earlier times, by which name our aunt used to designate 30 years ago, she and the before-mentioned Herr Sivertsen had been younger. At that time he had already been connected with the machinery, and was, as she said, her benefactor. It used to be the custom in those days that in the evening performances in the only theatre the town possessed, spectators were admitted to the part called the flies, over the stage, and every machinist had 1 or 2 places to give away. Often the flies were quite full of good company. It was said that generals' wives and privy councillors' wives had been up there. It was quite interesting to look down behind the scenes, and to see how the people walked to and fro on the stage when the curtain was down. Our aunt had been there several times, as well when there was a tragedy as when there was a ballet. For the pieces in which there were the greatest number of characters on the stage were the most interesting to see from the flies. One sat pretty much in the dark up there, and most people took their supper up with them. Once 3 apples and a great piece of bread and butter and sausage fell down right into the dungeon of Ugolino, where that unhappy man was to be starved to death, and there was great laughter among the audience. The sausage was one of the weightiest reasons why the worthy management refused in future to have any spectators up in the flies. But I was there 37 times, said our aunt, and I shall always remember Mr. Sivertson for that. On the very last evening when the flies were still open to the public, the Judgment of Solomon was performed, as our aunt remembered very well. She had, through the influence of her benefactor, her Sivertson, procured a free admission for the agent Fabs, although he did not deserve it in the least, for he was always cutting his jokes about the theatre and teasing our aunt. But she had procured him a free admission to the flies, for all that. He wanted to look at this player stuff from the other side. Those were his own words, and they were just like him, said our aunt. He looked down from above on the Judgment of Solomon, and fell asleep over it. One would have thought that he had come from a dinner where many toasts had been given. He went to sleep, and was locked in. And there he sat through the dark night in the flies, and when he woke, he told a story, but our aunt would not believe it. The Judgment of Solomon was over, he said, and all the people had gone away, upstairs and downstairs. But now the real play began, the after-piece, which was the best of all, said the agent. Then life came into the affair. It was not the Judgment of Solomon that was performed. No, a real court of judgment was held upon the stage. And Agent Fabs had the impudence to try and make our aunt believe all this. That was the thanks she got for having got him a place in the flies. What did the agent say? Why, it was curious enough to hear, but there was malice and satire in it. It looked dark enough up there, said the agent, but then the magic business began, a great performance, the judgment in the theatre. The box keepers were at their posts, and every spectator had to show his ghostly passbook, that it might be decided if he was to be admitted with hands loose or bound, and with or without a muzzle. Grand people who came too late, when the performance had begun, and young people, who could not always watch the time, were tied up outside, and had list slippers put on their feet, with which they were allowed to go in before the beginning of the next act, and they had muzzles too. And then the judgment on the stage began. All malice, and not a bit of truth in it, said our aunt. The painter, who wanted to get to paradise, had to go up a staircase which he had himself painted, but which no man could mount. That was to expiate his sins against perspective. All the plants and buildings, which the property man had placed, with infinite pains, in countries to which they did not belong, the poor fellow was obliged to put in their right places before cockcrow, if he wanted to get into paradise. Let her Fabs see how he would get in himself, but what he said of the performers, tragedians and comedians, singers and dancers, that was the most rascally of all. Mr. Fabs, indeed, Flabs. He did not deserve to be admitted at all, and our aunt would not soil her lips with what he said. And he said, did Flabs, that the whole was written down, and it should be printed when he was dead and buried, but not before, for he would not risk having his arms and legs broken. Once our aunt had been in fear and trembling in her temple of happiness, the theatre. It was on a winter day, one of those days in which one has a couple of hours of daylight, with a grey sky. It was terribly cold and snowy, but aunt must go to the theatre. A little opera and a great ballet were performed, and a prologue and an epilogue into the bargain, and that would last till late at night. Our aunt must needs go. So she borrowed a pair of fur boots of her lodger, boots with fur inside and out, and which reached far up her legs. She got to the theater, and to her box. The boots were warm, and she kept them on. Suddenly there was a cry of fire. Smoke was coming from one of the side scenes, and streamed down from the flies, and there was a terrible panic. The people came rushing out, and our aunt was the last in the box, on the second tier, left-hand side, for from there the scenery looks best, she used to say. The scenes are always arranged that they look best from the king's side. Aunt wanted to come out, but the people before her, in their fright and heedlessness, slammed the door of the box, and there sat our aunt, and couldn't get out, and couldn't get in. That is to say, she couldn't get into the next box, for the partition was too high for her. She called out, and no one heard her. She looked down into the tier of boxes below her, and it was empty, and low, and looked quite near, and aunt in her terror felt quite young and light. She thought of jumping down, and had got one leg over the partition, the other resting on the bench. There she sat astride, as if on horseback, well wrapped up in her flowered cloak with one leg hanging out, a leg in a tremendous fur boot. That was a sight to behold, and when it was beheld, our aunt was heard too, and was saved from burning, for the theatre was not burned down. That was the most memorable evening of her life, and she was glad that she could not see herself, for she would have died with confusion. Her benefactor in the machinery department, her Sivertson, visited her every Sunday, but it was a long time from Sunday to Sunday. In the latter time, therefore, she used to have in a little child for the scraps. That is to say, to eat up the remains of the dinner. It was a child employed in the ballet, one that certainly wanted feeding. The little one used to appear, sometimes as an elf, sometimes as a page. The most difficult part she had to play was the lion's hind leg in the magic flute, but as she grew larger she could represent the 4 feet of the lion. She certainly only got half a guilder for that, whereas the hind legs were paid for with a whole guilder, but then she had to walk bent, and to do without fresh air. That was all very interesting to hear, said our aunt. She deserved to live as long as the theatre stood, but she could not last so long, and she did not die in the theatre, but respectably in her bed. Her last words were, moreover, not without meaning. She asked, "What will the play be tomorrow?" At her death she left about $500. We presume this from the interest, which came to $20. This our aunt had destined as a legacy for a worthy old spinster who had no friends. It was to be devoted to a yearly subscription for a place in the second tier, on the left side, for the Saturday evening, for on that evening 2 pieces were always given, it said in the will. And the only condition laid upon the person who enjoyed the legacy was, that she should think, every Saturday evening, of our aunt, who was lying in her grave. This was our aunt's religion. The porter's son. The general lived in the grand first floor, and the porter lived in the cellar. There was a great distance between the 2 families, the whole of the ground floor, and the difference in rank. But they lived in the same house, and both had a view of the street, and of the courtyard. In the courtyard was a grass plot, on which grew a blooming acacia tree, when it was in bloom, and under this tree sat occasionally the finely dressed nurse, with the still more finely dressed child of the general, little Emily. Before them danced about barefoot the little son of the porter, with his great brown eyes and dark hair, and the little girl smiled at him, and stretched out her hands towards him. And when the general saw that from the window, he would nod his head and cry, "Charming." The general's lady, who was so young that she might very well have been her husband's daughter from an early marriage, never came to the window that looked upon the courtyard. She had given orders, though, that the boy might play his antics to amuse her child, but must never touch it. The nurse punctually obeyed the gracious lady's orders. The sun shone in upon the people in the grand first floor, and upon the people in the cellar. The acacia tree was covered with blossoms, and they fell off, and next year new ones came. The tree bloomed, and the porter's little son bloomed too, and looked like a fresh tulip. The general's little daughter became delicate and pale, like the leaf of the acacia blossom. She seldom came down to the tree now, for she took the air in a carriage. She drove out with her mamma, and then she would always nod at the porter's George. Yes, she used even to kiss her hand to him, till her mamma said she was too old to do that now. One morning George was sent up to carry the general the letters and newspapers that had been delivered at the porter's room in the morning. As he was running upstairs, just as he passed the door of the sandbox, he heard a faint piping. He thought it was some young chicken that had strayed there, and was raising cries of distress. But it was the general's little daughter, decked out in lace and finery. "Don't tell Papa and Mama," she whimpered, "they would be angry." "What's the matter, little missy?" asked George. "It's all on fire," she answered. "It's burning with a bright flame." George hurried upstairs to the general's apartments. He opened the door of the nursery. The window curtain was almost entirely burnt, and the wooden curtain pole was one mass of flame. George sprang upon a chair he brought in haste, and pulled down the burning articles. He then alarmed the people. But for him, the house would have been burned down. The general and his lady cross-questioned little Emily. "I only took just one lucifer match," she said, "and it was burning directly, and the curtain was burning too. I spat at it, to put it out, I spat at it as much as ever I could, but I could not put it out. So I ran away and hid myself, for Papa and Mama would be angry." "I spat," cried the general's lady, "what an expression! Did you ever hear your Papa and Mama talk about spitting? You must have got that from downstairs." And George had a penny given him. But this penny did not go to the baker's shop, but into the savings box. And soon there were so many pennies in the savings box that he could buy a paint box and color the drawings he made, and he had a great number of drawings. They seemed to shoot out of his pencil and out of his fingers' ends. His first colored pictures he presented to Emily. "Charming," said the general, and even the general's lady acknowledged that it was easy to see what the boy had meant to draw. "He has genius." Those were the words that were carried down into the cellar. The general and his gracious lady were grand people. They had 2 coats of arms on their carriage, a coat of arms for each of them, and the gracious lady had had this coat of arms embroidered on both sides of every bit of linen she had, and even on her nightcap and her dressing bag. One of the coats of arms, the one that belonged to her, was a very dear one. It had been bought for hard cash by her father, for he had not been born with it, nor had she. She had come into the world too early, 7 years before the coat of arms, and most people remembered this circumstance, but the family did not remember it. A man might well have a bee in his bonnet, when he had such a coat of arms to carry as that, let alone having to carry 2, and the general's wife had a bee in hers when she drove to the court ball, as stiff and as proud as you please. The general was old and grey, but he had a good seat on horseback, and he knew it, and he rode out every day, with a groom behind him at a proper distance. When he came to a party, he looked somehow as if he were riding into the room upon his high horse, and he had orders, too, such a number that no one would have believed it, but that was not his fault. As a young man he had taken part in the great autumn reviews which were held in those days. He had an anecdote that he told about those days, the only one he knew. A subaltern under his orders had cut off one of the princes, and taken him prisoner, and the prince had been obliged to ride through the town with a little band of captured soldiers, himself a prisoner behind the general. This was an ever-memorable event, and was always told over and over again every year by the general, who, moreover, always repeated the remarkable words he had used when he returned his sword to the prince. Those words were, "Only my subaltern could have taken your highness prisoner, I could never have done it." And the prince had replied, "You are incomparable." In a real war the general had never taken part. When war came into the country, he had gone on a diplomatic career to foreign courts. He spoke the French language so fluently that he had almost forgotten his own. He could dance well, he could ride well, and orders grew on his coat in an astounding way. The sentries presented arms to him, one of the most beautiful girls presented arms to him, and became the general's lady, and in time they had a pretty, charming child, that seemed as if it had dropped from heaven, it was so pretty. And the porter's son danced before it in the courtyard, as soon as it could understand it, and gave her all his colored pictures, and little Emily looked at them, and was pleased, and tore them to pieces. She was pretty and delicate indeed. "My little rose-leaf," cried the general's lady, "thou art born to wed a prince." The prince was already at the door, but they knew nothing of it. People don't see far beyond the threshold. "The day before yesterday our boy divided his bread and butter with her," said the porter's wife. "There was neither cheese nor meat upon it, but she liked it as well as if it had been roast beef." There would have been a fine noise if the general and his wife had seen the feast, but they did not see it. George had divided his bread and butter with little Emily, and he would have divided his heart with her, if it would have pleased her. He was a good boy, brisk and clever, and he went to the night school in the academy now, to learn to draw properly. Little Emily was getting on with her education too, for she spoke French with her bonne, and had a dancing master. "George will be confirmed at Easter," said the porter's wife, for George had got so far as this. "It would be the best thing, now, to make an apprentice of him," said his father. "It must be to some good calling, and then he would be out of the house." "He would have to sleep out of the house," said George's mother. "It is not easy to find a master who has room for him at night, and we shall have to provide him with clothes too. The little bit of eating that he wants can be managed for him, for he's quite happy with a few boiled potatoes. And he gets taught for nothing. Let the boy go his own way. You will say that he will be our joy some day, and the professor says so too." The confirmation suit was ready. The mother had worked it herself. But the tailor who did repairs had cut them out, and a capital cutter-out he was. If he had had a better position, and been able to keep a workshop and journeyman, the porter's wife said, he might have been a court tailor. The clothes were ready, and the candidate for confirmation was ready. On his confirmation day, George received a great pinchbeck watch from his godfather, the old ironmonger's shopman, the richest of his godfathers. The watch was an old and tried servant. It always went too fast, but that is better than to be lagging behind. That was a costly present. And from the general's apartment there arrived a hymn book bound in morocco, sent by the little lady to whom George had given pictures. At the beginning of the book his name was written, and her name, as "His Gracious Patroness." These words had been written at the dictation of the general's lady, and the general had read the inscription, and pronounced it charming. "That is really a great attention from a family of such position," said the porter's wife. And George was sent upstairs to show himself in his confirmation clothes, with the hymn book in his hand. The general's lady was sitting very much wrapped up, and had the bad headache she always had when time hung heavy upon her hands. She looked at George very pleasantly, and wished him all prosperity, and that he might never have her headache. The general was walking about in his dressing gown. He had a cap with a long tassel on his head, and Russian boots with red tops on his feet. He walked 3 times up and down the room, absorbed in his own thoughts and recollections, and then stopped and said, "So little George is a confirmed Christian now. Be a good man, and honor those in authority over you. Some day, when you are an old man, you can say that the general gave you this precept." That was a longer speech than the general was accustomed to make, and then he went back to his ruminations, and looked very aristocratic. But of all that George heard and saw up there, little Miss Emily remained most clear in his thoughts. How graceful she was, how gentle, and fluttering, and pretty she looked. If she were to be drawn, it ought to be on a soap bubble. About her dress, about her yellow curled hair, there was a fragrance as of a fresh blown rose. And to think that he had once divided his bread and butter with her, and that she had eaten it with enormous appetite, and nodded to him at every second mouthful. Did she remember anything about it? Yes, certainly, for she had given him the beautiful hymn book in remembrance of this. And when the first new moon in the first new year after this event came round, he took a piece of bread, a penny, and his hymn book, and went out into the open air, and opened the book to see what psalm he should turn up. It was a psalm of praise and thanksgiving. Then he opened the book again to see what would turn up for little Emily. He took great pains not to open the book in the place where the funeral hymns were, and yet he got one that referred to the grave and death. But then he thought this was not a thing in which one must believe. For all that he was startled when soon afterwards the pretty little girl had to lie in bed, and the doctor's carriage stopped at the gate every day. "They will not keep her with them," said the porter's wife. "The good God knows whom he will summon to himself." But they kept her after all, and George drew pictures and sent them to her. He drew the Tsar's palace, the old Kremlin at Moscow, just as it stood, with towers and cupolas. And these cupolas looked like gigantic green and gold cucumbers, at least in George's drawing. Little Emily was highly pleased, and consequently, when a week had elapsed, George sent her a few more pictures, all with buildings in them. For, you see, she could imagine all sorts of things inside the windows and doors. He drew a Chinese house, with bells hanging from every one of 16 stories. He drew 2 Grecian temples with slender marble pillars, and with steps all round them. He drew a Norwegian church. It was easy to see that this church had been built entirely of wood, hewn out and wonderfully put together. Every story looked as if it had rockers, like a cradle. But the most beautiful of all was the castle, drawn on one of the leaves, and which he called Emily's Castle. This was the kind of place in which she must live. That is what George had thought, and consequently he had put into this building whatever he thought most beautiful in all the others. It had carved woodwork, like the Norwegian church, marble pillars, like the Grecian temple, bells in every story. And was crowned with cupolas, green and gilded, like those of the Kremlin of the Tsar. It was a real child's castle, and under every window was written what the hall or the room inside was intended to be. For instance, "Here Emily sleeps." "Here Emily dances," "Here Emily plays at receiving visitors." It was a real pleasure to look at the castle, and right well was the castle looked at accordingly. "Charming," said the general. But the old count, for there was an old count there, who was still grander than the general, and had a castle of his own, said nothing at all. He heard that it had been designed and drawn by the porter's little son. Not that he was so very little either, for he had already been confirmed. The old count looked at the pictures, and had his own thoughts as he did so. One day, when it was very gloomy, grey, wet weather, the brightest of days dawned for George. For the professor at the academy called him into his room. "Listen to me, my friend," said the professor, "I want to speak to you. The Lord has been good to you in giving you abilities, and he has also been good in placing you among kind people. The old count at the corner yonder has been speaking to me about you. I have also seen your sketches, but we will not say any more about those, for there is a good deal to correct in them. But from this time forward you may come twice a week to my drawing class, and then you will soon learn how to do them better. I think there's more of the architect than of the painter in you. You will have time to think that over. But go across to the old count this very day, and thank God for having sent you such a friend." It was a great house, the house of the old count at the corner. Round the windows elephants and dromedaries were carved, all from the old times. But the old count loved the new time best, and what it brought, whether it came from the first floor, or from the cellar, or from the attic. "I think," said the porter's wife, "the grander people are, the fewer airs do they give themselves. How kind and straightforward the old count is. And he talks exactly like you and me. Now, the general and his lady can't do that." And George was fairly wild with delight yesterday at the good reception he met with at the count's, and so am I today, after speaking to the great man. Wasn't it a good thing that we didn't bind George apprentice to a handicraftsman? For he has abilities of his own. But they must be helped on by others, said the father. That help he has got now, rejoined the mother, for the count spoke out quite clearly and distinctly. But I fancy it began with the general, said the father, and we must thank them too. Let us do so with all my heart, cried the mother, though I fancy we have not much to thank them for. I will thank the good God. And I will thank him, too, for letting little Emily get well. Emily was getting on bravely, and George got on bravely too. In the course of the year he won the little silver prize medal of the Academy, and afterwards he gained the great one too. It would have been better, after all, if he had been apprenticed to a handicraftsman, said the porter's wife, weeping, for then we could have kept him with us. What is he to do in Rome? I shall never get a sight of him again, not even if he comes back, but that he won't do, the dear boy. It is fortune and fame for him, said the father. Yes, thank you, my friend, said the mother, you are saying what you do not mean. You are just as sorrowful as I am. And it was all true about the sorrow and the journey. But everybody said it was a great piece of good fortune for the young fellow. And he had to take leave, and of the general too. The general's lady did not show herself, for she had her bad headache. On this occasion the general told his only anecdote, about what he had said to the prince, and how the prince had said to him, "You are incomparable." And he held out a languid hand to George. Emily gave George her hand too, and looked almost sorry, and George was the most sorry of all. Time goes by when one has something to do, and it goes by, too, when one has nothing to do. The time is equally long, but not equally useful. It was useful to George, and did not seem long at all, except when he happened to be thinking of his home. How might the good folks be getting on, upstairs and downstairs? Yes, there was writing about that, and many things can be put into a letter, bright sunshine and dark, heavy days. Both of these were in the letter which brought the news that his father was dead, and that his mother was alone now. She wrote that Emily had come down to see her, and had been to her like an angel of comfort, and concerning herself, she added that she had been allowed to keep her situation as porteress. The general's lady kept a diary, and in this diary was recorded every ball she attended and every visit she received. The diary was illustrated by the insertion of the visiting cards of the diplomatic circle and of the most noble families. And the general's lady was proud of it. The diary kept growing through a long time, and amid many severe headaches, and through a long course of half-nights, that is to say, of court balls. Emily had now been to a court ball for the first time. Her mother had worn a bright red dress, with black lace, in the Spanish style. The daughter had been attired in white, fair and delicate. Green silk ribbons fluttered like flag leaves among her yellow locks, and on her head she wore a wreath of water lilies. Her eyes were so blue and clear, her mouth was so delicate and red, she looked like a little water spirit, as beautiful as such a spirit can be imagined. The princes danced with her, one after another of course. And the general's lady had not a headache for a week afterwards. But the first ball was not the last, and Emily could not stand it. It was a good thing, therefore, that summer brought with it rest, and exercise in the open air. The family had been invited by the old count to visit him at him castle. That was a castle with a garden which was worth seeing. Part of this garden was laid out quite in the style of the old days, with stiff green hedges. You walked as if between green walls with peepholes in them. Box trees and yew trees stood there trimmed into the form of stars and pyramids, and water sprang from fountains in large grottos lined with shells. All around stood figures of the most beautiful stone, that could be seen in their clothes as well as in their faces. Every flower bed had a different shape, and represented a fish, or a coat of arms, or a monogram. That was the French part of the garden, and from this part the visitor came into what appeared like the green, fresh forest, where the trees might grow as they chose, and accordingly they were great and glorious. The grass was green, and beautiful to walk on, and it was regularly cut, and rolled, and swept, and tended. That was the English part of the garden. Old time and new time, said the count, here they run well into one another. In 2 years the building itself will put on a proper appearance, there will be a complete metamorphosis in beauty and improvement. I shall show you the drawings, and I shall show you the architect, for he is to dine here today. Charming, said the general. 'Tis like paradise here, said the general's lady, and yonder you have a knight's castle. That's my poultry house, observed the count. The pigeons live in the tower, the turkeys in the first floor, but old Elsie rules in the ground floor. She has apartments on all sides of her. The sitting hens have their own room, and the hens with chickens have theirs. And the ducks have their own particular door leading to the water. Charming, repeated the general. And all sailed forth to see these wonderful things. Old Elsie stood in the room on the ground floor, and by her side stood architect George. He and Emily now met for the first time after several years, and they met in the poultry house. Yes, there he stood, and was handsome enough to be looked at. His face was frank and energetic. He had black shining hair, and a smile about his mouth, which said, "I have a brownie that sits in my ear, and knows every one of you, inside and out." Old Elsie had pulled off her wooden shoes, and stood there in her stockings, to do honor to the noble guests. The hens clucked, and the cocks crowed, and the ducks waddled to and fro, and said, "Quack, quack." But the fair, pale girl, the friend of his childhood, the daughter of the general, stood there with a rosy blush on her usually pale cheeks, and her eyes opened wide, and her mouth seemed to speak without uttering a word. And the greeting he received from her was the most beautiful greeting a young man can desire from a young lady, if they are not related, or have not danced many times together, and she and the architect had never danced together. The count shook hands with him, and introduced him. "He is not altogether a stranger, our young friend George." The general's lady bowed to him, and the general's daughter was very nearly giving him her hand, but she did not give it to him. "Our little Master George," said the general. "Old friends. Charming. You have become quite an Italian," said the general's lady, "and I presume you speak the language like a native?" "My wife sings the language, but she does not speak it," observed the general. At dinner, George sat at the right hand of Emily, whom the general had taken down, while the count led in the general's lady. Mr. George talked and told of his travels, and he could talk well, and was the life and soul of the table, though the old count could have been it too. Emily sat silent, but she listened, and her eyes gleamed, but she said nothing. In the veranda, among the flowers, she and George stood together, the rose bushes concealed them. And George was speaking again, for he took the lead now. "Many thanks for the kind consideration you showed my old mother," he said. "I know that you went down to her on the night when my father died, and you stayed with her till his eyes were closed. My heartiest thanks." He took Emily's hand and kissed it, he might do so on such an occasion. She blushed deeply, but pressed his hand, and looked at him with her dear blue eyes. "Your mother was a dear soul," she said. "How fond she was of her son. And she let me read all your letters, so that I almost believe I know you. How kind you were to me when I was little girl. You used to give me pictures." "Which you tore in two," said George. "No, I have still your drawing of the castle." "I must build the castle in reality now," said George. And he became quite warm at his own words. The general and the general's lady talked to each other in their room about the porter's son, how he knew how to behave, and to express himself with the greatest propriety. "He might be a tutor," said the general. "Intellect," said the general's lady, but she did not say anything more. During the beautiful summertime Mr. George several times visited the count at his castle, and he was missed when he did not come. "How much the good God has given you that he has not given to us poor mortals," said Emily to him. "Are you sure you are very grateful for it?" It flattered George that the lovely young girl should look up to him, and he thought then that Emily had unusually good abilities. And the general felt more and more convinced that George was no cellar child. "His mother was a very good woman," he observed. "It is only right I should do her that justice now she is in her grave." The summer passed away, and the winter came. Again there was talk about Mr. George. He was highly respected, and was received in the first circles. The general had met him at a court ball. And now there was a ball to be given in the general's house for Emily, and could Mr. George be invited to it? "He whom the king invites can be invited by the general also," said the general, and drew himself up till he stood quite an inch higher than before. Mr. George was invited, and he came. Princes and counts came, and they danced, one better than the other. But Emily could only dance one dance, the first, for she made a false step, nothing of consequence. But her foot hurt her, so that she had to be careful, and leave off dancing, and look at the others. So she sat and looked on, and the architect stood by her side. I suppose you are giving her the whole history of St. Peter's, said the general, as he passed by, and smiled, like the personification of patronage. With the same patronizing smile he received Mr. George a few days afterwards. The young man came, no doubt, to return thanks for the invitation to the ball. What else could it be? But indeed there was something else, something very astonishing and startling. He spoke words of sheer lunacy, so that the general could hardly believe his own ears. It was the height of rhodomantade, an offer, quite an inconceivable offer. Mr. George came to ask the hand of Emily in marriage. Man! Cried the general, and his brain seemed to be boiling. I don't understand you at all. What is it you say? What is it you want? I don't know you. Sir! Man! What possesses you to break into my house? And am I to stand here and listen to you? He stepped backwards into his bedroom, locked the door behind him, and left Mr. George standing alone. George stood still for a few minutes, and then turned round and left the room. Emily was standing in the corridor. My father has answered, she said, and her voice trembled. George pressed her hand. He has escaped me, he replied, but a better time will come. There were tears in Emily's eyes, but in the young man's eyes shone courage and confidence. And the sun shone through the window, and cast his beams on the pair, and gave them his blessing. The general sat in his room, bursting hot. Yes, he was still boiling, until he boiled over in the exclamation, lunacy. Porter. Madness. Not an hour was over before the general's lady knew it out of the general's own mouth. She called Emily, and remained alone with her. You poor child, she said, to insult you so. To insult us so. There are tears in your eyes, too, but they become you well. You look beautiful in tears. You look as I looked on my wedding day. Weep on, my sweet Emily. Yes, that I must, said Emily, if you and my father do not say, yes. Child! Screamed the general's lady, you are ill. You are talking wildly, and I shall have a most terrible headache. Oh, what a misfortune is coming upon our house. Don't make your mother die, Emily, or you will have no mother. And the eyes of the general's lady were wet, for she could not bear to think of her own death. In the newspapers there was an announcement. Mr. George has been elected professor of the 5th class, number 8. It's a pity that his parents are dead and cannot read it, said the new Porter people, who now lived in the cellar under the general's apartments. They knew that the professor had been born and grown up within their 4 walls. Now he'll get a salary, said the man. Yes, that's not much for a poor child, said the woman. $18 a year, said the man. Why, it's a good deal of money. No, I mean the honor of it, replied the wife. Do you think he cares for the money? Those few dollars he can earn 100 times over, and most likely he'll get a rich wife into the bargain. If we had children of our own, husband, our child should be an architect and a professor too. George was spoken well of in the cellar, and he was spoken well of in the first floor. The old count took upon himself to do that. The pictures he had drawn in his childhood gave occasion for it. But how did the conversation come to turn on these pictures? Why, they had been talking of Russia and of Moscow, and thus mention was made of the Kremlin, which little George had once drawn for Miss Emily. He had drawn many pictures, but the count especially remembered one, Emily's castle, where she was to sleep, and to dance, and to play at receiving guests. The professor was a true man, said the count, and would be a privy councillor before he died. It was not at all unlikely, and he might build a real castle for the young lady before that time came, why not? That was a strange jest, remarked the general's lady, when the count had gone away. The general shook his head thoughtfully, and went out for a ride, with his groom behind him at a proper distance, and he sat more stiffly than ever on his high horse. It was Emily's birthday. Flowers, books, letters, and visiting cards came pouring in. The general's lady kissed her on the mouth, and the general kissed her on the forehead. They were affectionate parents, and they and Emily had to receive grand visitors, two of the princes. They talked of balls and theatres, of diplomatic missions, of the government of empires and nations, and then they spoke of talent, native talent. And so the discourse turned upon the young architect. "He is building up an immortality for himself," said one, "and he will certainly build his way into one of our first families." "One of our first families," repeated the general and afterwards the general's lady. "What is meant by one of our first families?" "I know for whom it was intended," said the general's lady, "but I shall not say it. I don't think it. Heaven disposes, but I shall be astonished." "I am astonished also," said the general. "I haven't an idea in my head." And he fell into a reverie, waiting for ideas. There is a power, a nameless power, in the possession of favor from above, the favor of Providence, and this favor little George had. But we are forgetting the birthday. Emily's room was fragrant with flowers, sent by male and female friends. On the table lay beautiful presents for greeting and remembrance, but none could come from George, none could come from him, but it was not necessary, for the whole house was full of remembrances of him. Even out of the ash bin the blossom of memory peeped forth, for Emily had sat whimpering there on the day when the window curtain caught fire, and George arrived in the character of fire engine. A glance out of the window, and the acacia tree reminded of the days of childhood. Flowers and leaves had fallen, but there stood the tree covered with hoarfrost, looking like a single huge branch of coral, and the moon shone clear and large among the twigs, unchanged in its changings. As it was when George divided his bread and butter with little Emily. Out of a box the girl took the drawings of the Tsar's palace and of her own castle, remembrances of George. The drawings were looked at, and many thoughts came. She remembered the day when, unobserved by her father and mother, she had gone down to the porter's wife who lay dying. Once again she seemed to sit beside her, holding the dying woman's hand in hers, hearing the dying woman's last words, blessing George. The mother was thinking of her son, and now Emily gave her own interpretation to those words. Yes, George was certainly with her on her birthday. It happened that the next day was another birthday in that house, the general's birthday. He had been born the day after his daughter, but before her of course, many years before her. Many presents arrived, and among them came a saddle of exquisite workmanship, a comfortable and costly saddle. One of the princes had just such another. Now, from whom might this saddle come? The general was delighted. There was a little note with the saddle. Now if the words on the note had been, "Many thanks for yesterday's reception," we might easily have guessed from whom it came. But the words were, "From somebody whom the general does not know." "Whom in the world do I not know?" exclaimed the general. "I know everybody," and his thoughts wandered all through society, for he knew everybody there. "That saddle comes from my wife," he said at last. "She is teasing me, charming." But she was not teasing him, those times were past. Again there was a feast, but it was not in the general's house, it was a fancy ball at the prince's, and masks were allowed too. The general went as Rubens, in a Spanish costume, with a little ruff round his neck, a sword by his side, and a stately manner. The general's lady was Madame Rubens, in black velvet made high round the neck, exceedingly warm, and with a millstone round her neck in the shape of a great ruff, accurately dressed after a Dutch picture in the possession of the general, in which the hands were especially admired. They were just like the hands of the general's lady. Emily was Psyche. In white crepe and lace she was like a floating swan. She did not want wings at all. She only wore them as emblematic of Psyche. Brightness, splendor, light and flowers, wealth and taste appeared at the ball. There was so much to see, that the beautiful hands of Madame Rubens made no sensation at all. A black domino, with an acacia blossom in his cap, danced with Psyche. "Who is that?" asked the general's lady. "His Royal Highness," replied the general. "I am quite sure of it. I knew him directly by the pressure of his hand." The general's lady doubted it. General Rubens had no doubts about it. He went up to the black domino and wrote the royal letters in the mask's hand. These were denied, but the mask gave him a hint. The words that came with the saddle, "One whom you do not know, General." "But I do know you," said the General. "It was you who sent me the saddle." The domino raised his hand, and disappeared among the other guests. "Who is that black domino with whom you were dancing, Emily?" asked the General's lady. "I did not ask his name," she replied, "because you knew it. It is the Professor. Your protégé is here, Count," she continued, turning to that nobleman, who stood close by. "A black domino with acacia blossoms in his cap." "Very likely, my dear lady," replied the Count. "But one of the princes wears just the same costume." "I knew the pressure of the hand," said the General. "The saddle came from the prince. I am so certain of it that I could invite that domino to dinner." "Do so. If it be the prince he will certainly come," replied the Count. "And if it is the other he will not come," said the General, and approached the black domino, who was just speaking with the king. The General gave a very respectful invitation, that they might make each other's acquaintance, and he smiled in his certainty concerning the person he was inviting. He spoke loud and distinctly. The domino raised his mask, and it was George. "Do you repeat your invitation, General?" he asked. The General certainly seemed to grow an inch taller, assumed a more stately demeanor, and took 2 steps backward and 1 step forward, as if he were dancing a minuet. And then came as much gravity and expression into the face of the General as the General could contrive to infuse into it. But he replied, "I never retract my words. You are invited, Professor," and he bowed with a glance at the king, who must have heard the whole dialogue. Now, there was a company to dinner at the General's, but only the old Count and his protégé were invited. "I have my foot under his table," thought George. "That's laying the foundation stone." And the foundation stone was really laid, with great ceremony, at the house of the General and of the General's lady. The man had come, and had spoken quite like a person in good society, and had made himself very agreeable, so that the General had often to repeat his "charming." The General talked of this dinner, talked of it even to a court lady. And this lady, one of the most intellectual persons about the court, asked to be invited to meet the Professor the next time he should come. So he had to be invited again, and he was invited, and came, and was charming again. He could even play chess. "He's not out of the cellar," said the General, "he's quite a distinguished person. There are many distinguished persons of that kind, and it's no fault of his." The Professor, who was received in the King's palace, might very well be received by the General, but that he could ever belong to the house was out of the question, only the whole town was talking of it. He grew and grew. The dew of favor fell from above, so no one was surprised after all that he should become a privy councillor, and Emily a privy councillor's lady. "Life is either a tragedy or a comedy," said the General. "In tragedies they die, in comedies they marry one another." In this case they married. And they had 3 clever boys, but not all at once. The sweet children rode on their hobby horses through all the rooms when they came to see the grandparents. And the General also rode on his stick, he rode behind them in the character of groom to the little privy councillors. And the General's lady sat on her sofa and smiled at them, even when she had her severest headache. So far did George get, and much further, else it had not been worth while to tell the story of the porter's son. The Toad. The well was deep, and therefore the rope had to be a long one. It was heavy work turning the handle when any one had to raise a bucketful of water over the edge of the well. Though the water was clear, the sun never looked down far enough into the well to mirror itself in the waters, but as far as its beams could reach, green things grew forth between the stones in the sides of the well. Down below dwelt a family of the toad race. They had, in fact, come head over heels down the well, in the person of the old mother toad, who was still alive. The green frogs, who had been established there a long time, and swam about in the water, called them well guests. But the newcomers seemed determined to stay where they were, for they found it very agreeable living, in a dry place, as they called the wet stones. The mother frog had once been a traveller. She happened to be in the water bucket when it was drawn up, but the light became too strong for her, and she got a pain in her eyes. Fortunately she scrambled out of the bucket. But she fell into the water with a terrible flop, and had to lie sick for 3 days with pains in her back. She certainly had not much to tell of the things up above, but she knew this, and all the frogs knew it, that the well was not all the world. The mother toad might have told this and that, if she had chosen, but she never answered when they asked her anything, and so they left off asking. "She's thick, and fat and ugly," said the young green frogs. "And her children will be just as ugly as she is." "That may be," retorted the mother toad, "but one of them has a jewel in his head, or else I have the jewel." The young frogs listened and stared. And as these words did not please them, they made grimaces and dived down under the water. But the little toads kicked up their hind legs from mere pride, for each of them thought that he must have the jewel. And then they sat and held their heads quite still. But at length they asked what it was that made them so proud, and what kind of a thing a jewel might be. "Oh, it is such a splendid and precious thing, that I cannot describe it," said the mother toad. "It's something which one carries about for one's own pleasure, and that makes other people angry. But don't ask me any questions, for I shan't answer you." "Well, I haven't got the jewel," said the smallest of the toads. She was as ugly as a toad can be. "Why should I have such a precious thing? And if it makes others angry, it can't give me any pleasure. No, I only wish I could get to the edge of the well, and look out. It must be beautiful up there." "You'd better stay where you are," said the old mother toad, "for you know everything here, and you can tell what you have. Take care of the bucket, for it will crush you to death, and even if you get into it safely, you may fall out. And it's not everyone who falls so cleverly as I did, and gets away with whole legs and whole bones." "Quack," said the little toad, and that's just as if one of us were to say, "Aha." She had an immense desire to get to the edge of the well, and to look over. She felt such a longing for the green, up there. And the next morning, when it chanced that the bucket was being drawn up, filled with water, and stopped for a moment just in front of the stone on which the toad sat, the little creature's heart moved within it. And our toad jumped into the filled bucket, which presently was drawn to the top, and emptied out. "Ugh, you beast," said the farm laborer who emptied the bucket, when he saw the toad. "You're the ugliest thing I've seen for one while." And he made a kick with his wooden shoe at the toad, which just escaped being crushed by managing to scramble into the nettles which grew high by the well's brink. Here she saw stem by stem, but she looked up also. The sun shone through the leaves, which were quite transparent, and she felt as a person would feel who steps suddenly into a great forest, where the sun looks in between the branches and leaves. "It's much nicer here than down in the well. I should like to stay here my whole life long," said the little toad. So she lay there for an hour, yes, for 2 hours. "I wonder what is to be found up here. As I have come so far, I must try to go still farther." And so she crawled on as fast as she could crawl, and got out upon the highway, where the sun shone upon her, and the dust powdered her all over as she marched across the way. "I've got to a dry place now, and no mistake," said the toad. "It's almost too much of a good thing here, it tickles one so." She came to the ditch, and forget-me-nots were growing there, and meadowsweet. And a very little way off was a hedge of whitethorn, and elder bushes grew there, too, and bindweed with white flowers. Gay colors were to be seen here, and a butterfly, too, was flitting by. The toad thought it was a flower which had broken loose that it might look about better in the world, which was quite a natural thing to do. "If one could only make such a journey as that," said the toad. Croak! How capital that would be! 8 days and 8 nights she stayed by the well, and experienced no want of provisions. On the 9th day she thought, forward. Onward. But what could she find more charming and beautiful? Perhaps a little toad or a few green frogs. During the last night there had been a sound borne on the breeze, as if there were cousins in the neighborhood. It's a glorious thing to live. Glorious to get out of the well, and to lie among the stinging nettles, and to crawl along the dusty road. But onward, onward. That we may find frogs or a little toad. We can't do without that, nature alone is not enough for one. And so she went forward on her journey. She came out into the open field, to a great pond, round about which grew reeds, and she walked into it. "It will be too damp for you here," said the frogs, "but you are very welcome." "Are you a he or a she?" "But it doesn't matter, you are equally welcome." And she was invited to the concert in the evening, the family concert, great enthusiasm and thin voices, we know the sort of thing. No refreshments were given, only there was plenty to drink, for the whole pond was free. "Now I shall resume my journey," said the little toad, for she always felt a longing for something better. She saw the stars shining, so large and so bright, and she saw the moon gleaming, and then she saw the sun rise, and mount higher and higher. "Perhaps after all, I am still in a well, only in a larger well. I must get higher yet. I feel a great restlessness and longing." And when the moon became round and full, the poor creature thought, "I wonder if that is the bucket which will be let down, and into which I must step to get higher up? Or is the sun the great bucket? How great it is! How bright it is! It can take up all. I must look out, that I may not miss the opportunity. Oh, how it seems to shine in my head! I don't think the jewel can shine brighter. But I haven't the jewel. Not that I cry about that, no, I must go higher up, into splendor and joy. I feel so confident, and yet I am afraid. It's a difficult step to take, and yet it must be taken. Onward, therefore, straight onward." She took a few steps, such as a crawling animal may take, and soon found herself on a road beside which people dwelt, but there were flower gardens as well as kitchen gardens. And she sat down to rest by a kitchen garden. What a number of different creatures there are that I never knew. And how beautiful and great the world is. But one must look round in it, and not stay in one spot. And then she hopped into the kitchen garden. "How green it is here! How beautiful it is here!" "I know that," said the caterpillar, "on the leaf, my leaf is the largest here. It hides half the world from me, but I don't care for the world." Cluck, cluck. And some fowls came. They tripped about in the cabbage garden. The fowl who marched at the head of them had a long sight, and she spied the caterpillar on the green leaf, and pecked at it, so that the caterpillar fell on the ground, where it twisted and writhed. The fowl looked at it first with one eye and then with the other, for she did not know what the end of this writhing would be. "It doesn't do that with a good will," thought the fowl, and lifted up her head to peck at the caterpillar. The toad was so horrified at this, that she came crawling straight up towards the fowl. "Aha, it has allies," quoth the fowl. "Just look at the crawling thing." And then the fowl turned away. "I don't care for the little green morsel. It would only tickle my throat." The other fowls took the same view of it, and they all turned away together. "I writhe myself free," said the caterpillar. "What a good thing it is when one has presence of mind. But the hardest thing remains to be done, and that is to get on my leaf again. Where is it?" And the little toad came up and expressed her sympathy. She was glad that in her ugliness she had frightened the fowls. "What do you mean by that?" cried the caterpillar. "I wriggled myself free from the fowl. You are very disagreeable to look at. Cannot I be left in peace on my own property? Now I smell cabbage, now I am near my leaf. Nothing is so beautiful as property. But I must go higher up." "Yes, higher up," said the little toad, "higher up. She feels just as I do, but she's not in a good humor today. That's because of the fright. We all want to go higher up." And she looked up as high as ever she could. The stork sat in his nest on the roof of the farmhouse. He clapped with his beak, and the mother stork clapped with hers. "How high up they live," thought the toad. "If one could only get as high as that." In the farmhouse lived two young students, the one was a poet and the other a scientific searcher into the secrets of nature. The one sang and wrote joyously of everything that God had created, and how it was mirrored in his heart. He sang it out clearly, sweetly, richly, in well-sounding verses, while the other investigated created matter itself, and even cut it open where need was. He looked upon God's creation as a great sum in arithmetic, subtracted, multiplied, and tried to know it within and without, and to talk with understanding concerning it, and that was a very sensible thing, and he spoke joyously and cleverly of it. They were good, joyful men, those two. There sits a good specimen of a toad, said the naturalist. I must have that fellow in a bottle of spirits. You have 2 of them already, replied the poet. Let the thing sit there and enjoy its life. But it's so wonderfully ugly, persisted the first. Yes, if we could find the jewel in its head, said the poet, I too should be for cutting it open. A jewel, cried the naturalist. You seem to know a great deal about natural history. But is there not something beautiful in the popular belief that just as the toad is the ugliest of animals, it should often carry the most precious jewel in its head? Is it not just the same thing with men? What a jewel that was that Aesop had, and still more, Socrates. The toad did not hear any more, nor did she understand half of what she had heard. The 2 friends walked on, and thus she escaped the fate of being bottled up in spirits. Those 2 also were speaking of the jewel, said the toad to herself. What a good thing that I have not got it. I might have been in a very disagreeable position. Now there was a clapping on the roof of the farmhouse. Father Stork was making a speech to his family, and his family was glancing down at the 2 young men in the kitchen garden. Man is the most conceited creature, said the stork. Listen how their jaws are wagging. And for all that they can't clap properly. They boast of their gifts of eloquence and their language. Yes, a fine language truly. Why, it changes in every day's journey we make. One of them doesn't understand another. Now, we can speak our language over the whole earth, up in the north and in Egypt. And then men are not able to fly, moreover. They rush along by means of an invention they call railway, but they often break their necks over it. It makes my beak turn cold when I think of it. The world could get on without men. We could do without them very well, so long as we only keep frogs and earthworms. That was a powerful speech, thought the little toad. What a great man that is yonder! And how high he sits! Higher than ever I saw any one sit yet, and how he can swim, she cried, as the stork soared away through the air with outspread pinions. And the mother stork began talking in the nest, and told about Egypt and the waters of the Nile, and the incomparable mud that was to be found in that strange land, and all this sounded new and very charming to the little toad. I must go to Egypt, said she. If the stork or one of his young ones would only take me, I would oblige him in return. Yes, I shall get to Egypt, for I feel so happy. All the longing and all the pleasure that I feel is much better than having a jewel in one's head. And it was just she who had the jewel. That jewel was the continual striving and desire to go upward, ever upward. It gleamed in her head, gleamed in joy, beamed brightly in her longing. Then, suddenly, up came the stork. He had seen the toad in the grass, and stooped down and seized the little creature anything but gently. The stork's beak pinched her, and the wind whistled. It was not exactly agreeable, but she was going upward, upward towards Egypt, and she knew it, and that was why her eyes gleamed, and a spark seemed to fly out of them. Quunk, ah! The body was dead, the toad was killed. But the spark that had shot forth from her eyes, what became of that? The sunbeam took it up, the sunbeam carried the jewel from the head of the toad. Whither? Ask not the naturalist, rather ask the poet. He will tell it thee under the guise of a fairy tale, and the caterpillar on the cabbage, and the stork family belong to the story. Think. The caterpillar is changed, and turns into a beautiful butterfly. The stork family flies over mountains and seas, to the distant Africa, and yet finds the shortest way home to the same country, to the same roof. Nay, that is almost too improbable, and yet it is true. You may ask the naturalist, he will confess it is so, and you know it yourself, for you have seen it. But the jewel in the head of the toad? Seek it in the sun, see it there if you can. The brightness is too dazzling there. We have not yet such eyes as can see into the glories which God has created, but we shall receive them by and by, and that will be the most beautiful story of all, and we shall all have our share in it. The Greenies. A rose tree stood in the window. But a little while ago it had been green and fresh, and now it looked sickly. It was in poor health, no doubt. A whole regiment was quartered on it and was eating it up. Yet, notwithstanding this seeming greediness, the regiment was a very decent and respectable one. It wore bright green uniforms. I spoke to one of the Greenies. He was but 3 days old, and yet he was already a grandfather. What do you think he said? It is all true, he spoke of himself and of the rest of the regiment. Listen. We are the most wonderful creatures in the world. At a very early age we are engaged, and immediately we have the wedding. When the cold weather comes we lay our eggs, but the little ones lie sunny and warm. The wisest of the creatures, the ant, we have the greatest respect for him, understands us well. He appreciates us, you may be sure. He does not eat us up at once. He takes our eggs, lays them in the family anthill on the ground floor, lays them, labeled and numbered, side by side, layer on layer, so that each day a new one may creep out of the egg. Then he puts us in a stable, pinches our hind legs, and milks us till we die. He has given us the prettiest of names, Little Milch Cow. All creatures who, like the ant, are gifted with common sense call us by this pretty name. It is only human beings who do not. They give us another name, one that we feel to be a great affront, great enough to embitter our whole life. Could you not write a protest against it for us? Could you not rouse these human beings to a sense of the wrong they do us? They look at us so stupidly or, at times, with such envious eyes, just because we eat a rose leaf, while they themselves eat every created thing, whatever grows and is green. And oh, they give us the most humiliating of names. I will not even mention it. Ugh! I feel it to my very stomach. I cannot even pronounce it, at least not when I have my uniform on, and that I always wear. I was born on a rose leaf. I and all the regiment live on the rose tree. We live off it, in fact. But then it lives again in us, who belong to the higher order of created beings. The human beings do not like us. They pursue and murder us with soapsuds. Oh, it is a horrid drink. I seem to smell it even now. You cannot think how dreadful it is to be washed when one was not made to be washed. Men. You who look at us with your severe, soapsud eyes, think a moment what our place in nature is. We are born upon the roses, we die in roses, our whole life is a rose poem. Do not, I beg you, give us a name which you yourselves think so despicable, the name I cannot bear to pronounce. If you wish to speak of us, call us, the ants milch cows, the rose-tree regiment, the little green things. And I, the man, stood looking at the tree and at the little greenies, whose name I shall not mention, for I should not like to wound the feelings of the citizens of the rose-tree, a large family with eggs and young ones. And I looked at the soapsuds I was going to wash them in, for I too had come with soap and water and murderous intentions. But now I will use it for soap bubbles. Look, how beautiful! Perhaps there lies in each a fairy tale, and the bubble grows large and radiant and looks as if there were a pearl lying inside it. The bubble swayed and swung. It flew to the door and then burst, but the door opened wide, and there stood Dame Fairytale herself. And now she will tell you better than I can about, I will not say the name, the little green things of the rosebush. Plant lice, said Dame Fairytale. One must call things by their right names. And if one may not do so always, one must at least have the privilege of doing so in a fairy tale. The Dryad. We are traveling to Paris to the exhibition. Now we are there. That was a journey, a flight without magic. We flew on the wings of steam over the sea and across the land. Yes, our time is the time of fairy tales. We are in the midst of Paris, in a great hotel. Blooming flowers ornament the staircases, and soft carpets the floors. Our room is a very cozy one, and through the open balcony door we have a view of a great square. Spring lives down there. It has come to Paris, and arrived at the same time with us. It has come in the shape of a glorious young chestnut tree, with delicate leaves newly opened. How the tree gleams, dressed in its spring garb, before all the other trees in the place. One of these latter had been struck out of the list of living trees. It lies on the ground with roots exposed. On the place where it stood, the young chestnut tree is to be planted, and to flourish. It still stands towering aloft on the heavy wagon which has brought it this morning a distance of several miles to Paris. For years it had stood there, in the protection of a mighty oak tree, under which the old venerable clergyman had often sat, with children listening to his stories. The young chestnut tree had also listened to the stories. For the Dryad who lived in it was a child also. She remembered the time when the tree was so little that it only projected a short way above the grass and ferns around. These were as tall as they would ever be. But the tree grew every year, and enjoyed the air and the sunshine, and drank the dew and the rain. Several times it was also, as it must be, well shaken by the wind and the rain, for that is a part of education. The Dryad rejoiced in her life, and rejoiced in the sunshine, and the singing of the birds, but she was most rejoiced at human voices. She understood the language of men as well as she understood that of animals. Butterflies, cockchafers, dragonflies, everything that could fly came to pay a visit. They could all talk. They told of the village, of the vineyard, of the forest, of the old castle with its parks and canals and ponds. Down in the water dwelt also living beings, which, in their way, could fly under the water from one place to another, beings with knowledge and delineation. They said nothing at all, they were so clever. And the swallow, who had dived, told about the pretty little goldfish, of the thick turbot, the fat brill, and the old carp. The swallow could describe all that very well, but, self is the man, she said. One ought to see these things one's self. But how was the Dryad ever to see such beings? She was obliged to be satisfied with being able to look over the beautiful country and see the busy industry of men. It was glorious. But most glorious of all when the old clergyman sat under the oak tree and talked of France, and of the great deeds of her sons and daughters, whose names will be mentioned with admiration through all time. Then the Dryad heard of the shepherd girl, Joan of Arc, and of Charlotte Corday. She heard about Henry IV, and Napoleon I, she heard names whose echo sounds in the hearts of the people. The village children listened attentively, and the Dryad no less attentively. She became a schoolchild with the rest. In the clouds that went sailing by she saw, picture by picture, everything that she heard talked about. The cloudy sky was her picture book. She felt so happy in beautiful France, the fruitful land of genius, with the crater of freedom. But in her heart the sting remained that the bird, that every animal that could fly, was much better off than she. Even the fly could look about more in the world, far beyond the Dryad's horizon. France was so great and so glorious, but she could only look across a little piece of it. The land stretched out, world-wide, with vineyards, forests and great cities. Of all these Paris was the most splendid and the mightiest. The birds could get there, but she, never. Among the village children was a little ragged, poor girl, but a pretty one to look at. She was always laughing or singing and twining red flowers in her black hair. Don't go to Paris, the old clergyman warned her. Poor child. If you go there, it will be your ruin. But she went for all that. The Dryad often thought of her. For she had the same wish, and felt the same longing for the great city. The Dryad's tree was bearing its first chestnut blossoms, the birds were twittering round them in the most beautiful sunshine. Then a stately carriage came rolling along that way, and in it sat a grand lady driving the spirited, light-footed horses. On the back seat a little smart groom balanced himself. The Dryad knew the lady, and the old clergyman knew her also. He shook his head gravely when he saw her, and said, "So you went there after all, and it was your ruin, poor Mary." "That one poor," thought the Dryad. "No, she wears a dress fit for a countess, she had become one in the city of magic changes. Oh, if I were only there, amid all the splendor and pomp. They shine up into the very clouds at night, when I look up, I can tell in what direction the town lies." Towards that direction the Dryad looked every evening. She saw in the dark night the gleaming cloud on the horizon, in the clear moonlight nights she missed the sailing clouds, which showed her pictures of the city and pictures from history. The child grasps at the picture books, the Dryad grasped at the cloud world, her thought book. A sudden, cloudless sky was for her a blank leaf, and for several days she had only had such leaves before her. It was in the warm summertime, not a breeze moved through the glowing hot days. Every leaf, every flower, lay as if it were torpid, and the people seemed torpid, too. Then the clouds arose and covered the region round about where the gleaming mist announced, "Here lies Paris." The clouds piled themselves up like a chain of mountains, hurried on through the air, and spread themselves abroad over the whole landscape, as far as the Dryad's eye could reach. Like enormous blue-black blocks of rock, the clouds lay piled over one another. Gleams of lightning shot forth from them. "These also are the servants of the Lord God," the old clergyman had said. And there came a bluish dazzling flash of lightning, a lighting up as if of the sun itself, which could burst blocks of rock asunder. The lightning struck and split to the roots the old venerable oak. The crown fell asunder. It seemed as if the tree were stretching forth its arms to clasp the messengers of the light. No bronze cannon can sound over the land at the birth of a royal child as the thunder sounded at the death of the old oak. The rain streamed down. A refreshing wind was blowing, the storm had gone by, and there was quite a holiday glow on all things. The old clergyman spoke a few words for honorable remembrance, and a painter made a drawing, as a lasting record of the tree. "Everything passes away," said the Dryad, "passes away like a cloud, and never comes back." The old clergyman, too, did not come back. The green roof of his school was gone, and his teaching chair had vanished. The children did not come. But autumn came, and winter came, and then spring also. In all this change of seasons the Dryad looked toward the region where, at night, Paris gleamed with its bright mist far on the horizon. Forth from the town rushed engine after engine, train after train, whistling and screaming at all hours in the day. In the evening, towards midnight, at daybreak, and all the day through, came the trains. Out of each one, and into each one, streamed people from the country of every king. A new wonder of the world had summoned them to Paris. In what form did this wonder exhibit itself? "A splendid blossom of art and industry," said one, "has unfolded itself in the Champ de Mars, a gigantic sunflower, from whose petals one can learn geography and statistics, and can become as wise as a Lord Mayor. And raise one's self to the level of art and poetry, and study the greatness and power of the various lands." "A fairy tale flower," said another, "a many-colored lotus plant, which spreads out its green leaves like a velvet carpet over the sand. The opening spring has brought it forth, the summer will see it in all its splendor, the autumn winds will sweep it away, so that not a leaf, not a fragment of its root shall remain. In front of the military school extends in time of peace the arena of war, a field without a blade of grass, a piece of sandy steppe, as if cut out of the desert of Africa, where Fata Morgana displays her wondrous airy castles and hanging gardens. In the Champ de Mars, however, these were to be seen more splendid, more wonderful than in the East, for human art had converted the airy deceptive scenes into reality. The Aladdin's palace of the present has been built, it was said. Day by day, hour by hour, it unfolds more of its wonderful splendor. The endless halls shine in marble and many colors. Master Bloodless here moves his limbs of steel and iron in the great circular hall of machinery. Works of art in metal, in stone, in Gobelins tapestry, announce the vitality of mind that is stirring in every land. Halls of paintings, splendor of flowers, everything that mind and skill can create in the workshop of the artisan, has been placed here for show. Even the memorials of ancient days, out of old graves and turf moors, have appeared at this general meeting. The overpowering great variegated whole must be divided into small portions, and pressed together like a plaything, if it is to be understood and described. Like a great table on Christmas Eve, the Champ de Mars carried a wonder castle of industry and art, and around this knickknacks from all countries had been ranged, knickknacks on a grand scale, for every nation found some remembrance of home. Here stood the royal palace of Egypt, there the caravanserai of the desert land. The Bedouin had quitted his sunny country, and hastened by on his camel. Here stood the Russian stables, with the fiery glorious horses of the steppe. Here stood the simple straw-thatched dwelling of the Danish peasant, with the Dannebrog flag, next to Gustavus Vasa's wooden house from Dalarn, with its wonderful carvings. American huts, English cottages, French pavilions, kiosks, theaters, churches, all strewn around, and between them the fresh green turf, the clear springing water, blooming bushes, rare trees, hothouses, in which one might fancy one's self transported into the tropical forest. Whole gardens brought from Damascus, and blooming under one roof. What colors, what fragrance! Artificial grottos surrounded bodies of fresh or salt water, and gave a glimpse into the empire of the fishes. The visitor seemed to wander at the bottom of the sea, among fishes and polypi. All this, they said, the Champ de Mars offers. And around the great richly spread table the crowd of human beings moves like a busy swarm of ants, on foot or in little carriages, for not all feet are equal to such a fatiguing journey. Hither they swarm from morning till late in the evening. Steamer after steamer, crowded with people, glides down the Seine. The number of carriages is continually on the increase. The swarm of people on foot and on horseback grows more and more dense. Carriages and omnibuses are crowded, stuffed and embroidered with people. All these tributary streams flow in one direction, towards the exhibition. On every entrance the flag of France is displayed. Around the world's bazaar wave the flags of all nations. There is a humming and a murmuring from the hall of the machines, from the towers the melody of the chimes is heard. With the tones of the organs in the churches mingle the hoarse nasal songs from the cafés of the East. It is a kingdom of Babel, a wonder of the world. In very truth it was. That's what all the reports said, and who did not hear them? The Dryad knew everything that is told here of the new wonder in the city of cities. Fly away, ye birds. Fly away to sea, and then come back and tell me, said the Dryad. The wish became an intense desire, became the one thought of a life. Then, in the quiet silent night, while the full moon was shining, the Dryad saw a spark fly out of the moon's disk, and fall like a shooting star. And before the tree, whose leaves waved to and fro as if they were stirred by a tempest, stood a noble, mighty, and grand figure. In tones that were at once rich and strong, like the trumpet of the last judgment bidding farewell to life and summoning to the great account, it said, "Thou shalt go to the city of magic. Thou shalt take root there, and enjoy the mighty rushing breezes, the air and the sunshine there. But the time of thy life shall then be shortened, the line of years that awaited thee here amid the free nature shall shrink to but a small tale. Poor Dryad! It shall be thy destruction. Thy yearning and longing will increase, thy desire will grow more stormy, the tree itself will be as a prison to thee, thou wilt quit thy cell and give up thy nature to fly out and mingle among men. Then the years that would have belonged to thee will be contracted to half the span of the ephemeral fly, that lives but a day, one night, and thy life taper shall be blown out, the leaves of the tree will wither and be blown away. To become green never again." Thus the word sounded. And the light vanished away, but not the longing of the Dryad. She trembled in the wild fever of expectation. "I shall go there," she cried, rejoicingly. "Life is beginning and swells like a cloud. Nobody knows whither it is hastening." When the grey dawn arose and the moon turned pale and the clouds were tinted red, the wished-for hour struck. The words of promise were fulfilled. People appeared with spades and poles. They dug round the roots of the tree, deeper and deeper, and beneath it. A wagon was brought out, drawn by many horses, and the tree was lifted up, with its roots and the lumps of earth that adhered to them. Matting was placed around the roots, as though the tree had its feet in a warm bag. And now the tree was lifted on the wagon and secured with chains. The journey began, the journey to Paris. There the tree was to grow as an ornament to the city of French glory. The twigs and the leaves of the chestnut tree trembled in the first moments of its being moved, and the Dryad trembled in the pleasurable feeling of expectation. Away! Away! It sounded in every beat of her pulse. Away! Away! Sounded in words that flew trembling along. The Dryad forgot to bid farewell to the regions of home. She thought not of the waving grass and of the innocent daisies, which had looked up to her as to a great lady, a young princess playing at being a shepherdess out in the open air. The chestnut tree stood upon the wagon, and nodded his branches. Whether this meant farewell or forward, the Dryad knew not. She dreamed only of the marvelous new things, that seemed yet so familiar, and that were to unfold themselves before her. No child's heart rejoicing in innocence, no heart whose blood danced with passion, had set out on the journey to Paris more full of expectation than she. Her farewell sounded in the words, away! Away! The wheels turned, the distant approached. The present vanished. The region was changed, even as the clouds change. New vineyards, forests, villages, villas appeared, came nearer, vanished. The chestnut tree moved forward, and the Dryad went with it. Steam engine after steam engine rushed past, sending up into the air vapory clouds, that formed figures which told of Paris, whence they came, and whither the Dryad was going. Everything around knew it, and must know whither she was bound. It seemed to her as if every tree she passed stretched out its leaves towards her, with the prayer, "Take me with you. Take me with you," for every tree enclosed a longing Dryad. What changes during this flight! Houses seemed to be rising out of the earth, more and more, thicker and thicker. The chimneys rose like flower pots ranged side by side, or in rows one above the other, on the roofs. Great inscriptions in letters a yard long, and figures in various colors, covering the walls from cornice to basement, came brightly out. "Where does Paris begin, and when shall I be there?" asked the Dryad. The crowd of people grew. The tumult and the bustle increased, carriage followed upon carriage, people on foot and people on horseback were mingled together, all around were shops on shops, music and song, crying and talking. The Dryad, in her tree, was now in the midst of Paris. The great heavy wagon all at once stopped on a little square planted with trees. The high houses around had all of them balconies to the windows, from which the inhabitants looked down upon the young fresh chestnut tree, which was coming to be planted here as a substitute for the dead tree that lay stretched on the ground. The passers-by stood still and smiled in admiration of its pure vernal freshness. The older trees, whose buds were still closed, whispered with their waving branches, "Welcome! Welcome!" The fountain, throwing its jet of water high up in the air, to let it fall again in the wide stone basin, told the wind to sprinkle the newcomer with pearly drops, as if it wished to give him a refreshing draught to welcome him. The Dryad felt how her tree was being lifted from the wagon to be placed in the spot where it was to stand. The roots were covered with earth, and fresh turf was laid on top. Blooming shrubs and flowers in pots were ranged around. And thus a little garden arose in the square. The tree that had been killed by the fumes of gas, the steam of kitchens, and the bad air of the city, was put upon the wagon and driven away. The passers-by looked on. Children and old men sat upon the bench, and looked at the green tree. And we who are telling this story stood upon a balcony, and looked down upon the green spring sight that had been brought in from the fresh country air, and said, what the old clergyman would have said, "Poor Dryad! I am happy! I am happy!" The Dryad cried, rejoicing, "And yet I cannot realize, cannot describe what I feel. Everything is as I fancied it, and yet as I did not fancy it. The houses stood there, so lofty, so close. The sunlight shone on only one of the walls, and that one was stuck over with bills and placards, before which the people stood still, and this made a crowd. Carriages rushed past, carriages rolled past, light ones and heavy ones mingled together. Omnibuses, those overcrowded moving houses, came rattling by, horsemen galloped among them, even carts and wagons asserted their rights. The Dryad asked herself if these high-grown houses, which stood so close around her, would not remove and take other shapes, like the clouds in the sky, and draw aside, so that she might cast a glance into Paris, and over it. Notre Dame must show itself, the Vendôme column, and the wondrous building which had called and was still calling so many strangers to the city. But the houses did not stir from their places. It was yet day when the lamps were lit. The gas jets gleamed from the shops, and shone even into the branches of the trees, so that it was like sunlight in summer. The stars above made their appearance, the same to which the Dryad had looked up in her home. She thought she felt a clear pure stream of air which went forth from them. She felt herself lifted up and strengthened, and felt an increased power of seeing through every leaf and through every fibre of the root. Amid all the noise and the turmoil, the colors and the lights, she knew herself watched by mild eyes. From the side streets sounded the merry notes of fiddles and wind instruments. Up! To the dance, to the dance! To jollity and pleasure! That was their invitation. Such music it was, that horses, carriages, trees, and houses would have danced, if they had known how. The charm of intoxicating delight filled the bosom of the Dryad. How glorious, how splendid it is! She cried, rejoicingly. Now I am in Paris. The next day that dawned, the next night that fell, offered the same spectacle, similar bustle, similar life, changing, indeed, yet always the same, and thus it went on through the sequence of days. Now I know every tree, every flower on the square here. I know every house, every balcony, every shop in this narrow cut-off corner, where I am denied the sight of this great mighty city. Where are the arches of triumph, the boulevards, the wondrous building of the world? I see nothing of all this. As if shut up in a cage, I stand among the high houses, which I now know by heart, with their inscriptions, signs, and placards. All the painted confectionery, that is no longer to my taste. Where are all the things of which I heard, for which I longed, and for whose sake I wanted to come hither? What have I seized, found, won? I feel the same longing I felt before. I feel that there is a life I should wish to grasp and to experience. I must go out into the ranks of living men, and mingle among them. I must fly about like a bird. I must see and feel, and become human altogether. I must enjoy the 1/2 day, instead of vegetating for years in everyday sameness and weariness, in which I become ill, and at last sink and disappear like the dew on the meadows. I will gleam like the cloud, gleam in the sunshine of life, look out over the whole like the cloud, and pass away like it, no one knoweth whither. Thus sighed the Dryad. And she prayed. Take from me the years that were destined for me, and give me but half of the life of the ephemeral fly. Deliver me from my prison. Give me human life, human happiness, only a short span, only the one night, if it cannot be otherwise, and then punish me for my wish to live, my longing for life. Strike me out of thy list. Let my shell, the fresh young tree, wither, or be hewn down, and burnt to ashes, and scattered to all the winds. A rustling went through the leaves of the tree, there was a trembling in each of the leaves, it seemed as if fire streamed through it. A gust of wind shook its green crown, and from the midst of that crown a female figure came forth. In the same moment she was sitting beneath the brightly illuminated leafy branches, young and beautiful to behold, like poor Mary, to whom the clergyman had said, "The great city will be thy destruction." The Dryad sat at the foot of the tree, at her house door, which she had locked, and whose key had thrown away. So young. So fair. The stars saw her, and blinked at her. The gas lamps saw her, and gleamed and beckoned to her. How delicate she was, and yet how blooming, a child, and yet a grown maiden. Her dress was fine as silk, green as the freshly opened leaves on the crown of the tree, in her nut-brown hair clung a half-open chestnut blossom. She looked like the goddess of spring. For one short minute she sat motionless, then she sprang up, and, light as a gazelle, she hurried away. She ran and sprang like the reflection from the mirror that, carried by the sunshine, is cast, now here, now there. Could anyone have followed her with his eyes, he would have seen how marvelously her dress and her form changed, according to the nature of the house or the place whose light happened to shine upon her. She reached the boulevards. Here a sea of light streamed forth from the gas flames of the lamps, the shops and the cafes. Here stood in a row young and slender trees, each of which concealed its Dryad, and gave shade from the artificial sunlight. The whole vast pavement was one great festive hall, where covered tables stood laden with refreshments of all kinds, from champagne and chartreuse down to coffee and beer. Here was an exhibition of flowers, statues, books, and colored stuffs. From the crowd close by the lofty houses she looked forth over the terrific stream beyond the rows of trees. Yonder heaved a stream of rolling carriages, cabriolets, coaches, omnibuses, cabs, and among them riding gentlemen and marching troops. To cross to the opposite shore was an undertaking fraught with danger to life and limb. Now lanterns shed their radiance abroad, now the gas had the upper hand, suddenly a rocket rises. Whence? Whither? Here are sounds of soft Italian melodies. Yonder, Spanish songs are sung, accompanied by the rattle of the castanets. But strongest of all, and predominating over the rest, the street organ tunes of the moment, the exciting, can-can music, which Orpheus never knew, and which was never heard by the Belle Helene. Even the barrow was tempted to hop upon one of its wheels. The Dryad danced, floated, flew, changing her color every moment, like a hummingbird in the sunshine. Each house, with the world belonging to it, gave her its own reflections. As the glowing lotus flower, torn from its stem, is carried away by the stream, so the Dryad drifted along. Whenever she paused, she was another being, so that none was able to follow her, to recognize her, or to look more closely at her. Like cloud pictures, all things flew by her. She looked into 1,000 faces, but not one was familiar to her. She saw not a single form from home. 2 bright eyes had remained in her memory. She thought of Mary, poor Mary, the ragged Mary child, who wore the red flowers in her black hair. Mary was now here, in the world city, rich and magnificent as in that day when she drove past the house of the old clergyman, and past the tree of the Dryad, the old oak. Here she was certainly living, in the deafening tumult. Perhaps she had just stepped out of one of the gorgeous carriages in waiting. Handsome equipages, with coachmen in gold braid and footmen in silken hose, drove up. The people who alighted from them were all richly dressed ladies. They went through the open gate, and ascended the broad staircase that led to a building resting on marble pillars. Was this building, perhaps, the wonder of the world? There Mary would certainly be found. Sancta Maria! Resounded from the interior. Incense floated through the lofty painted and gilded aisles, where a solemn twilight reigned. It was the Church of the Madeleine. Clad in black garments of the most costly stuffs, fashioned according to the latest mode, the rich feminine world of Paris glided across the shining pavement. The crests of the proprietors were engraved on silver shields on the velvet-bound prayer books, and embroidered in the corners of perfumed handkerchiefs bordered with Brussels lace. A few of the ladies were kneeling in silent prayer before the altars, others resorted to the confessionals. Anxiety and fear took possession of the Dryad. She felt as if she had entered a place where she had no right to be. Here was the abode of silence, the hall of secrets. Everything was said in whispers, every word was a mystery. The Dryad saw herself enveloped in lace and silk, like the women of wealth and of high birth around her. Had, perhaps, every one of them a longing in her breast, like the Dryad? A deep, painful sigh was heard. Did it escape from some confessional in a distant corner, or from the bosom of the Dryad? She drew the veil closer around her. She breathed incense, and not the fresh air. Here was not the abiding place of her longing. Away! Away, a hastening without rest. The ephemeral fly knows not repose, for her existence is flight. She was out again among the gas candelabra, by a magnificent fountain. All its streaming waters are not able to wash out the innocent blood that was spilt here. Such were the words spoken. Strangers stood around, carrying on a lively conversation, such as no one would have dared to carry on in the gorgeous hall of secrets whence the Dryad came. A heavy stone slab was turned and then lifted. She did not understand why. She saw an opening that led into the depths below. The strangers stepped down, leaving the starlit air and the cheerful life of the upper world behind them. "I am afraid," said one of the women who stood around, to her husband, "I cannot venture to go down, nor do I care for the wonders down yonder. You had better stay here with me." "Indeed, and travel home," said the man, "and quit Paris without having seen the most wonderful thing of all, the real wonder of the present period, created by the power and resolution of one man." "I will not go down for all that," was the reply. The wonder of the present time, it had been called. The Dryad had heard and had understood it. The goal of her ardent longing had thus been reached, and here was the entrance to it. Down into the depths below Paris. She had not thought of such a thing, but now she heard it said, and saw the strangers descending, and went after them. The staircase was of cast iron, spiral, broad and easy. Below there burned a lamp, and farther down, another. They stood in a labyrinth of endless halls and arched passages, all communicating with each other. All the streets and lanes of Paris were to be seen here again, as in a dim reflection. The names were painted up. And every house above had its number down here also, and struck its roots under the macadamized quays of a broad canal, in which the muddy water flowed onward. Over it the fresh streaming water was carried on arches. And quite at the top hung the tangled net of gas pipes and telegraph wires. In the distance lamps gleamed, like a reflection from the world city above. Every now and then a dull rumbling was heard. This came from the heavy wagons rolling over the entrance bridges. Whither had the Dryad come? You have, no doubt, heard of the catacombs. Now they are vanishing points in that new underground world, that wonder of the present day, the sewers of Paris. The Dryad was there, and not in the world's exhibition in the Champ de Mars. She heard exclamations of wonder and admiration. From here go forth health and life for thousands upon thousands up yonder. Our time is the time of progress, with its manifold blessings. Such was the opinion and the speech of men. But not of those creatures who had been born here, and who built and dwelt here, of the rats, namely, who were squeaking to one another in the clefts of a crumbling wall, quite plainly, and in a way the Dryad understood well. A big old father rat, with his tail bitten off, was relieving his feelings in loud squeaks, and his family gave their tribute of concurrence to every word he said. "I am disgusted with this man mewing," he cried, with these outbursts of ignorance. "A fine magnificence, truly. All made up of gas and petroleum. I can't eat such stuff as that. Everything here is so fine and bright now, that one's ashamed of one's self, without exactly knowing why. Ah, if we only lived in the days of tallow candles. And it does not lie so very far behind us. That was a romantic time, as one may say." "What are you talking of there?" asked the Dryad. "I have never seen you before. What is it you are talking about?" "Of the glorious days that are gone," said the rat, "of the happy time of our great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. Then it was a great thing to get down here. That was a rat's nest quite different from Paris. Mother Plague used to live here then, she killed people, but never rats. Robbers and smugglers could breathe freely here. Here was the meeting place of the most interesting personages, whom one now only gets to see in the theaters where they act melodrama, up above. The time of romance is gone even in our rat's nest. And here also fresh air and petroleum have broken in." Thus squeaked the rat. He squeaked in honor of the old time, when Mother Plague was still alive. A carriage stopped, a kind of open omnibus, drawn by swift horses. The company mounted and drove away along the Boulevard de Sebastopol, that is to say, the underground boulevard, over which the well-known crowded street of that name extended. The carriage disappeared in the twilight. The Dryad disappeared, lifted to the cheerful freshness above. Here, and not below in the vaulted passages, filled with heavy air, the wonder-work must be found which she was to seek in her short lifetime. It must gleam brighter than all the gas flames, stronger than the moon that was just gliding past. Yes, certainly, she saw it yonder in the distance, it gleamed before her, and twinkled and glittered like the evening star in the sky. She saw a glittering portal open, that led to a little garden, where all was brightness and dance music. Colored lamps surrounded little lakes, in which were water plants of colored metal, from whose flowers jets of water spurted up. Beautiful weeping willows, real products of spring, hung their fresh branches over these lakes like a fresh, green, transparent, and yet screening veil. In the bushes burnt an open fire, throwing a red twilight over the quiet huts of branches, into which the sounds of music penetrated, an ear-tickling, intoxicating music, that sent the blood coursing through the veins. Beautiful girls in festive attire, with pleasant smiles on their lips, and the light spirit of youth in their hearts, Marys, with roses in their hair, but without carriage and postilion, flitted to and fro in the wild dance. Where were the heads, where the feet? As if stung by tarantulas, they sprang, laughed, rejoiced, as if in their ecstasies they were going to embrace all the world. The Dryad felt herself torn with them into the whirl of the dance. Round her delicate foot clung the silken boot, chestnut brown in color, like the ribbon that floated from her hair down upon her bare shoulders. The green silk dress waved in large folds, but did not entirely hide the pretty foot and ankle. Had she come to the enchanted garden of Armida? What was the name of the place? The name glittered in gas jets over the entrance. It was Mobile. The soaring upwards of rockets, the splashing of fountains, and the popping of champagne corks accompanied the wild bacchantic dance. Over the whole glided the moon through the air, clear, but with a somewhat crooked face. A wild joviality seemed to rush through the Dryad, as though she were intoxicated with opium. Her eyes spoke, her lips spoke, but the sound of violins and of flutes drowned the sound of her voice. Her partner whispered words to her which she did not understand, nor do we understand them. He stretched out his arms to draw her to him, but he embraced only the empty air. The Dryad had been carried away, like a rose leaf on the wind. Before her she saw a flame in the air, a flashing light high up on a tower. The beacon light shone from the goal of her longing, shone from the red lighthouse tower of the Fata Morgana of the Champ de Mars. Thither she was carried by the wind. She circled round the tower, the workmen thought it was a butterfly that had come too early, and that now sank down dying. The moon shone bright, gas lamps spread light around, through the halls, over the all-world's buildings scattered about, over the rose hills and the rocks produced by human ingenuity, from which waterfalls, driven by the power of Master Bloodless, fell down. The caverns of the sea, the depths of the lakes, the kingdom of the fishes were opened here. Men walked as in the depths of the deep pond, and held converse with the sea, in the diving bell of glass. The water pressed against the strong glass walls above and on every side. The polypi, eel-like living creatures, had fastened themselves to the bottom, and stretched out arms, fathoms long, for prey. A big turbot was making himself broad in front, quietly enough, but not without casting some suspicious glances aside. A crab clambered over him, looking like a gigantic spider, while the shrimps wandered about in restless haste, like the butterflies and moths of the sea. In the fresh water grew water lilies, nymphea, and reeds. The goldfishes stood up below in rank and file, all turning their heads one way, that the streaming water might flow into their mouths. Fat carp stared at the glass wall with stupid eyes. They knew that they were here to be exhibited, and that they had made the somewhat toilsome journey hither in tubs filled with water, and they thought with dismay of the land sickness from which they had suffered so cruelly on the railway. They had come to see the exhibition, and now contemplated it from their fresh or salt water position. They looked attentively at the crowds of people who passed by them early and late. All the nations in the world, they thought, had made an exhibition of their inhabitants, for the edification of the soles and haddocks, pike and carp, that they might give their opinions upon the different kinds. "Those are scaly animals," said a little slimy whiting. "They put on different scales 2 or 3 times a day, and they emit sounds which they call speaking. We don't put on scales, and we make ourselves understood in an easier way, simply by twitching the corners of our mouths and staring with our eyes. We have a great many advantages over mankind. But they have learned swimming of us," remarked a well-educated codling. "You must know I come from the great sea outside. In the hot time of the year the people yonder go into the water, first they take off their scales, and then they swim. They have learnt from the frogs to kick out with their hind legs, and row with their 4 paws. But they cannot hold out long. They want to be like us, but they cannot come up to us. Poor people." And the fishes stared. They thought that the whole swarm of people whom they had seen in the bright daylight were still moving around them. They were certain they still saw the same forms that had first caught their attention. A pretty barbel, with spotted skin, and an enviably round back, declared that the human fry were still there. "I can see a well set up human figure quite well," said the barbel. She was called Contumacious Lady, or something of that kind. She had a mouth and staring eyes, like ours, and a great balloon at the back of her head, and something like a shut-up umbrella in front. There were a lot of dangling bits of seaweed hanging about her. She ought to take all the rubbish off, and go as we do, then she would look something like a respectable barbel, so far as it is possible for a person to look like one. What's become of that one whom they drew away with the hook? He sat on a wheelchair, and had paper, and pen, and ink, and wrote down everything. They called him a writer. "They're going about with him still," said a hoary old maid of a carp, who carried her misfortune about with her, so that she was quite hoarse. In her youth she had once swallowed a hook, and still swam patiently about with it in her gullet. A writer? That means, as we fishes describe it, a kind of cuttle or ink-fish among men. Thus the fishes gossiped in their own way, but in the artificial water grotto the laborers were busy, who were obliged to take advantage of the hours of night to get their work done by daybreak. They accompanied with blows of their hammers and with songs the parting words of the vanishing Dryad. "So, at any rate, I have seen you, you pretty goldfishes," she said. "Yes, I know you," and she waved her hand to them. "I have known about you a long time in my home. The swallow told me about you. How beautiful you are! How delicate and shining! I should like to kiss every one of you. You others, also. I know you all, but you do not know me." The fishes stared out into the twilight. They did not understand a word of it. The Dryad was there no longer. She had been a long time in the open air, where the different countries, the country of black bread, the codfish coast, the kingdom of Russia leather, and the banks of eau de Cologne, and the gardens of rose oil, exhaled their perfumes from the world-wonder flower. When, after a night at a ball, we drive home half asleep and half awake, the melodies still sound plainly in our ears, we hear them, and could sing them all from memory. When the eye of the murdered man closes, the picture of what it saw last clings to it for a time like a photographic picture. So it was likewise here. The bustling life of day had not yet disappeared in the quiet night. The Dryad had seen it. She knew, thus it will be repeated tomorrow. The Dryad stood among the fragrant roses, and thought she knew them, and had seen them in her own home. She also saw red pomegranate flowers, like those that little Mary had worn in her dark hair. Remembrances from the home of her childhood flashed through her thoughts, her eyes eagerly drank in the prospect around, and feverish restlessness chased her through the wonder-filled halls. A weariness that increased continually, took possession of her. She felt a longing to rest on the soft oriental carpets within, or to lean against the weeping willow without by the clear water. But for the ephemeral fly there was no rest. In a few moments the day had completed its circle. Her thoughts trembled, her limbs trembled, she sank down on the grass by the bubbling water. "Thou wilt ever spring living from the earth," she said mournfully. "Moisten my tongue, bring me a refreshing draught." "I am no living water," was the answer. "I only spring upward when the machine wills it." "Give me something of thy freshness, thou green grass," implored the Dryad. "Give me one of thy fragrant flowers." "We must die if we are torn from our stalks," replied the flowers and the grass. "Give me a kiss, thou fresh stream of air, only a single life kiss." "Soon the sun will kiss the clouds red," answered the wind, "then thou wilt be among the dead, blown away, as all the splendor here will be blown away before the year shall have ended. Then I can play again with the light loose sand on the place here, and whirl the dust over the land and through the air. All is dust." The Dryad felt a terror like a woman who has cut asunder her pulse artery in the bath, but is filled again with the love of life, even while she is bleeding to death. She raised herself, tottered forward a few steps, and sank down again at the entrance to a little church. The gate stood open, lights were burning upon the altar, and the organ sounded. What music! Such notes the Dryad had never yet heard. And yet it seemed to her as if she recognized a number of well-known voices among them. They came deep from the heart of all creation. She thought she heard the stories of the old clergyman, of great deeds, and of the celebrated names, and of the gifts that the creatures of God must bestow upon posterity, if they would live on in the world. The tones of the organ swelled, and in their song there sounded these words. "Thy wishing and thy longing have torn thee, with thy roots, from the place which God appointed for thee. That was thy destruction, thou poor Dryad." The notes became soft and gentle, and seemed to die away in a wail. In the sky the clouds showed themselves with a ruddy gleam. The wind sighed. "Pass away, ye dead. Now the sun is going to rise." The first ray fell on the Dryad. Her form was irradiated in changing colors, like the soap bubble when it is bursting and becomes a drop of water, like a tear that falls and passes away like a vapor. Poor Dryad! Only a dewdrop, only a tear, poured upon the earth, and vanished away. What one can invent! There was once a young man who was studying to be a poet. He wanted to become one by Easter, and to marry, and to live by poetry. To write poems, he knew, only consists in being able to invent something. But he could not invent anything. He had been born too late, everything had been taken up before he came into the world, and everything had been written and told about. "Happy people who were born 1,000 years ago," said he. It was an easy matter for them to become immortal. Happy even was he who was born 100 years ago, for then there was still something about which a poem could be written. Now the world is written out, and what can I write poetry about? Then he studied till he became ill and wretched, the wretched man. No doctor could help him, but perhaps the wise woman could. She lived in the little house by the wayside, where the gate is that she opened for those who rode and drove. But she could do more than unlock the gate. She was wiser than the doctor who drives in his own carriage and pays tax for his rank. "I must go to her," said the young man. The house in which she dwelt was small and neat, but dreary to behold, for there were no flowers near it, no trees. By the door stood a beehive, which was very useful. There was also a little potato field, very useful, and an earth bank, with sloe bushes upon it, which had done blossoming, and now bore fruit, sloes, that draw one's mouth together if one tastes them before the frost has touched them. "That's a true picture of our poetryless time, that I see before me now," thought the young man, and that was at least a thought, a grain of gold that he found by the door of the wise woman. "Write that down," said she. "Even crumbs are bread. I know why you come hither. You cannot invent anything, and yet you want to be a poet by Easter." "Everything has been written down," said he. "Our time is not the old time." "No," said the woman. "In the old time wise women were burnt, and poets went about with empty stomachs, and very much out at elbows. The present time is good, it is the best of times, but you have not the right way of looking at it. Your ear is not sharpened to hear, and I fancy you do not say the Lord's Prayer in the evening. There is plenty here to write poems about, and to tell of, for anyone who knows the way. You can read it in the fruits of the earth, you can draw it from the flowing and the standing water, but you must understand how to catch a sunbeam. Now just you try my spectacles on, and put my ear trumpet to your ear, and then pray to God, and leave off thinking of yourself. The last was a very difficult thing to do, more than a wise woman ought to ask. He received the spectacles and the ear trumpet, and was posted in the middle of the potato field. She put a great potato into his hand. Sounds came from within it. There came a song with words, the history of the potato, an everyday story in 10 parts, an interesting story. And 10 lines were enough to tell it in. And what did the potato sing? She sang of herself and of her family, of the arrival of the potato in Europe, of the misrepresentation to which she had been exposed before she was acknowledged, as she is now, to be a greater treasure than a lump of gold. We were distributed, by the king's command, from the council houses through the various towns, and proclamation was made of our great value, but no one believed in it, or even understood how to plant us. One man dug a hole in the earth and threw in his whole bushel of potatoes, another put one potato here and another there in the ground, and expected that each was to come up a perfect tree, from which he might shake down potatoes. And they certainly grew, and produced flowers and green watery fruit, but it all withered away. Nobody thought of what was in the ground, the blessing, the potato. Yes, we have endured and suffered, that is to say, our forefathers have. They and we, it is all one. What a story it was! Well, and that will do, said the woman. Now look at the sloe bush. We have also some near relations in the home of the potatoes, but higher towards the north than they grew, said the sloes. There were Northmen, from Norway, who steered westward through mist and storm to an unknown land, where, behind ice and snow, they found plants and green meadows, and bushes with blue-black grapes, sloe bushes. The grapes were ripened by the frost just as we are. And they called the land Wineland, that is, Groenland, or Slowland. That is quite a romantic story, said the young man. Yes, certainly. But now come with me, said the wise woman, and she led him to the beehive. He looked into it. What life and labor! There were bees standing in all the passages, waving their wings, so that a wholesome draught of air might blow through the great manufactory, that was their business. Then there came in bees from without, who had been born with little baskets on their feet, they brought flower dust, which was poured out, sorted, and manufactured into honey and wax. They flew in and out. The queen bee wanted to fly out, but then all the other bees must have gone with her. It was not yet the time for that, but still she wanted to fly out, so the others bit off her Majesty's wings, and she had to stay where she was. Now get upon the earth bank, said the wise woman. Come and look out over the highway, where you can see the people. What a crowd it is, said the young man. One story after another. It whirls and whirls. It's quite a confusion before my eyes. I shall go out at the back. No, go straight forward, said the woman. Go straight into the crowd of people, look at them in the right way. Have an ear to hear and the right heart to feel, and you will soon invent something. But, before you go away, you must give me my spectacles and my ear trumpet again. And so saying, she took both from him. Now I do not see the smallest thing, said the young man, and now I don't hear anything more. Why, then, you can't be a poet by Easter, said the wise woman. But, by what time can I be one, asked he. Neither by Easter nor by Whitsuntide. You will not learn how to invent anything. What must I do to earn my bread by poetry? You can do that before Shrove Tuesday. Hunt the poets. Kill their writings and thus you will kill them. Don't be put out of countenance. Strike at them boldly, and you'll have carnival cake, on which you can support yourself and your wife too. What one can invent, cried the young man. And so he hit out boldly at every second poet, because he could not be a poet himself. We have it from the wise woman. She knows what one can invent. The Thistle's experiences. Belonging to the lordly manor house was beautiful, well-kept garden, with rare trees and flowers. The guests of the proprietor declared their admiration of it. The people of the neighborhood, from town and country, came on Sundays and holidays, and asked permission to see the garden. Indeed, whole schools used to pay visits to it. Outside the garden, by the palings at the roadside, stood a great mighty thistle, which spread out in many directions from the root, so that it might have been called a thistle bush. Nobody looked at it, except the old ass which drew the milkmaid's cart. This ass used to stretch out his neck towards the thistle, and say, "You are beautiful, I should like to eat you." But his halter was not long enough to let him reach it and eat it. There was great company at the manor house, some very noble people from the capital, young pretty girls, and among them a young lady who came from a long distance. She had come from Scotland, and was of high birth, and was rich in land and in gold, a bride worth winning, said more than one of the young gentlemen, and their lady mothers said the same thing. The young people amused themselves on the lawn, and played at ball. They wandered among the flowers, and each of the young girls broke off a flower, and fastened it in a young gentleman's buttonhole. But the young Scotch lady looked round, for a long time, in an undecided way. None of the flowers seemed to suit her taste. Then her eye glanced across the paling. Outside stood the great thistle bush, with the reddish-blue, sturdy flowers. She saw them, she smiled, and asked the son of the house to pluck one for her. "It is the flower of Scotland," she said. "It blooms in the scutcheon of my country. Give me yonder flower." And he brought the fairest blossom, and pricked his fingers as completely as if it had grown on the sharpest rose bush. She placed the thistle flower in the buttonhole of the young man, and he felt himself highly honored. Each of the other young gentlemen would willingly have given his own beautiful flower to have worn this one, presented by the fair hand of the Scottish maiden. And if the son of the house felt himself honored, what were the feelings of the thistle bush? It seemed to him as if dew and sunshine were streaming through him. "I am something more than I knew of," said the thistle to itself. "I suppose my right place is really inside the palings, and not outside. One is often strangely placed in this world, but now I have at least managed to get one of my people within the pale, and indeed into a buttonhole." The thistle told this event to every blossom that unfolded itself, and not many days had gone by before the thistle heard, not from men, not from the twittering of the birds, but from the air itself, which stores up the sounds, and carries them far around, out of the most retired walks of the garden, and out of the rooms of the house, in which doors and windows stood open. That the young gentleman who had received the thistle flower from the hand of the fair Scottish maiden had also now received the heart and hand of the lady in question. They were a handsome pair, it was a good match. "That match I made up," said the thistle, and he thought of the flower he had given for the buttonhole. Every flower that opened heard of this occurrence. "I shall certainly be transplanted into the garden," thought the thistle, "and perhaps put into a pot, which crowds one in. That is said to be the greatest of all honors." And the thistle pictured this to himself in such a lively manner, that at last he said, with full conviction, "I am to be transplanted into a pot." Then he promised every little thistle flower which unfolded itself that it also should be put into a pot, and perhaps into a buttonhole, the highest honor that could be attained. But not one of them was put into a pot, much less into a buttonhole. They drank in the sunlight and the air, lived on the sunlight by day, and on the dew by night, bloomed, were visited by bees and hornets, who looked after the honey, the dowry of the flower, and they took the honey, and left the flower where it was. "The thievish rabble," said the thistle. "If I could only stab every one of them. But I cannot." The flowers hung their heads and faded, but after a time new ones came. "You come in good time," said the thistle. "I am expecting every moment to get across the fence." A few innocent daisies, and a long thin dandelion, stood and listened in deep admiration, and believed everything they heard. The old ass of the milk cart stood at the edge of the field road, and glanced across at the blooming thistle bush, but his halter was too short, and he could not reach it. And the thistle thought so long of the thistle of Scotland, to whose family he said he belonged, that he fancied at last that he had come from Scotland, and that his parents had been put into the national escutcheon. That was a great thought. But, you see, a great thistle has a right to a great thought. One is often of so grand a family, that one may not know it, said the nettle, who grew close by. He had a kind of idea that he might be made into cambric if he were rightly treated. And the summer went by, and the autumn went by. The leaves fell from the trees, and the few flowers left had deeper colors and less scent. The gardener's boy sang in the garden, across the palings. Up the hill, down the dale we wend. That is life, from beginning to end. The young fir trees in the forest began to long for Christmas, but it was a long time to Christmas yet. Here I am standing yet, said the thistle. It is as if nobody thought of me, and yet I managed the match. They were betrothed, and they have had their wedding, it is now a week ago. I won't take a single step because I can't. A few more weeks went by. The thistle stood there with his last single flower large and full. This flower had shot up from near the roots. The wind blew cold over it, and the colors vanished, and the flower grew in size, and looked like a silvered sunflower. One day the young pair, now man and wife, came into the garden. They went along by the paling, and the young wife looked across it. There's the great thistle still growing, she said. It has no flowers now. Oh, yes, the ghost of the last one is there still, said he. And he pointed to the silvery remains of the flower, which looked like a flower themselves. It is pretty, certainly, she said. Such an one must be carved on the frame of our picture. And the young man had to climb across the palings again, and to break off the calyx of the thistle. It pricked his fingers, but then he had called it a ghost. And this thistle calyx came into the garden, and into the house, and into the drawing-room. There stood a picture, young couple. A thistle flower was painted in the buttonhole of the bridegroom. They spoke about this, and also about the thistle flower they brought, the last thistle flower, now gleaming like silver, whose picture was carved on the frame. And the breeze carried what was spoken away, far away. What one can experience, said the thistle bush. My firstborn was put into a buttonhole, and my youngest has been put in a frame. Where shall I go? And the ass stood by the roadside, and looked across at the thistle. Come to me, my nibble darling, said he. I can't get across to you. But the thistle did not answer. He became more and more thoughtful, kept on thinking and thinking till near Christmas, and then a flower of thought came forth. If the children are only good, the parents do not mind standing outside the garden pale. That's an honorable thought, said the sunbeam. You shall also have a good place. In a pot or in a frame, asked the thistle. In a story, replied the sunbeam. By the almshouse window. Near the grass-covered rampart which encircles Copenhagen lies a great red house. Balsams and other flowers greet us from the long rows of windows in the house, whose interior is sufficiently poverty-stricken. And poor and old are the people who inhabit it. The building is the Wharton almshouse. Look! At the window there leans an old maid. She plucks the withered leaf from the balsam, and looks at the grass-covered rampart, on which many children are playing. What is the old maid thinking of? A whole life drama is unfolding itself before her inward gaze. The poor little children, how happy they are, how merrily they play and romp together. What red cheeks and what angels' eyes! But they have no shoes nor stockings. They dance on the green rampart, just on the place where, according to the old story, the ground always sank in, and where a sportive, frolicsome child had been lured by means of flowers, toys and sweetmeats into an open grave ready dug for it. And which was afterwards closed over the child. And from that moment, the old story says, the ground gave way no longer, the mound remained firm and fast, and was quickly covered with the green turf. The little people who now play on that spot know nothing of the old tale, else would they fancy they heard a child crying deep below the earth, and the dewdrops on each blade of grass would be to them tears of woe. Nor do they know anything of the Danish king who here, in the face of the coming foe, took an oath before all his trembling courtiers that he would hold out with the citizens of his capital, and die here in his nest. They know nothing of the men who have fought here, or of the women who from here have drenched with boiling water the enemy, clad in white, and, biding in the snow to surprise the city. No. The poor little ones are playing with light, childish spirits. Play on, thou little maiden. Soon the years will come, yes, those glorious years. The priestly hands have been laid on the candidates for confirmation. Hand in hand they walk on the green rampart. Thou hast a white frock on, it has cost thy mother much labor, and yet it is only cut down for thee out of an old larger dress. You will also wear a red shawl, and what if it hang too far down? People will only see how large, how very large it is. You are thinking of your dress, and of the giver of all good, so glorious is it to wander on the green rampart. And the years roll by. They have no lack of dark days, but you have your cheerful young spirit, and you have gained a friend, you know not how. You met, oh, how often. You walked together on the rampart in the fresh spring, on the high days and holidays, when all the world come out to walk upon the ramparts, and all the bells of the church steeples seem to be singing a song of praise for the coming spring. Scarcely have the violets come forth, but there on the rampart, just opposite the beautiful castle of Rosenberg, there is a tree bright with the first green buds. Every year this tree sends forth fresh green shoots. Alas! It is not so with the human heart. Dark mists, more in number than those that cover the northern skies, cloud the human heart. Poor child! Thy friend's bridal chamber is a black coffin, and thou becomest an old maid. From the almshouse window, behind the balsams, thou shalt look on the merry children at play, and shalt see thine own history renewed. And that is the life drama that passes before the old maid while she looks out upon the rampart, the green, sunny rampart, where the children, with their red cheeks and bare shoeless feet, are rejoicing merrily, like the other free little birds. The Conceited Apple-Branch. It was the month of May. The wind still blew cold, but from bush and tree, field and flower, came the welcome sound, spring is come. Wildflowers in profusion covered the hedges. Under the little apple tree, spring seemed busy, and told his tale from one of the branches which hung fresh and blooming, and covered with delicate pink blossoms that were just ready to open. The branch well knew how beautiful it was. This knowledge exists as much in the leaf as in the blood. I was therefore not surprised when a nobleman's carriage, in which sat the young countess, stopped in the road just by. She said that an apple branch was a most lovely object, and an emblem of spring in its most charming aspect. Then the branch was broken off for her, and she held it in her delicate hand, and sheltered it with her silk parasol. Then they drove to the castle, in which were lofty halls and splendid drawing-rooms. Pure white curtains fluttered before the open windows, and beautiful flowers stood in shining, transparent vases. And in one of them, which looked as if it had been cut out of newly fallen snow, the apple branch was placed, among some fresh, light twigs of beech. It was a charming sight. Then the branch became proud, which was very much like human nature. People of every description entered the room, and, according to their position in society, so dared they to express their admiration. Some few said nothing, others expressed too much, and the apple branch very soon got to understand that there was as much difference in the characters of human beings as in those of plants and flowers. Some are all for pomp and parade, others have a great deal to do to maintain their own importance, while the rest might be spared without much loss to society. So thought the apple branch, as he stood before the open window, from which he could see out over gardens and fields, where there were flowers and plants enough for him to think and reflect upon, some rich and beautiful, some poor and humble indeed. Poor, despised herbs, said the apple branch, there is really a difference between them and such as I am. How unhappy they must be, if they can feel as those in my position do. There is a difference indeed, and so there ought to be, or we should all be equals. And the apple branch looked with a sort of pity upon them, especially on a certain little flower that is found in fields and in ditches. No one bound these flowers together in a nosegay, they were too common, they were even known to grow between the paving stones, shooting up everywhere, like bad weeds, and they bore the very ugly name of dog flowers, or dandelions. "Poor, despised plants," said the apple bough, "it is not your fault that you are so ugly, and that you have such an ugly name, but it is with plants as with men, there must be a difference." "A difference!" cried the sunbeam, as he kissed the blooming apple branch, and then kissed the yellow dandelion out in the fields. All were brothers, and the sunbeam kissed them, the poor flowers as well as the rich. The apple bough had never thought of the boundless love of God, which extends over all the works of creation, over everything which lives, and moves, and has its being in him. He had never thought of the good and beautiful which are so often hidden, but can never remain forgotten by him, not only among the lower creation, but also among men. The sunbeam, the ray of light, knew better. "You do not see very far, nor very clearly," he said to the apple branch. "Which is the despised plant you so specially pity?" "The dandelion," he replied. "No one ever places it in a nosegay. It is often trodden under foot, there are so many of them, and when they run to seed, they have flowers like wool, which fly away in little pieces over the roads, and cling to the dresses of the people. They are only weeds. But of course there must be weeds. Oh, I am really very thankful that I was not made like one of these flowers." There came presently across the fields a whole group of children, the youngest of whom was so small that it had to be carried by the others. And when he was seated on the grass, among the yellow flowers, he laughed aloud with joy, kicked out his little legs, rolled about, plucked the yellow flowers, and kissed them in childlike innocence. The elder children broke off the flowers with long stems, bent the stalks one round the other, to form links, and made first a chain for the neck, then one to go across the shoulders, and hang down to the waist. And at last a wreath to wear round the head, so that they looked quite splendid in their garlands of green stems and golden flowers. But the eldest among them gathered carefully the faded flowers, on the stem of which was grouped together the seed, in the form of a white feathery coronal. These loose, airy woolflowers are very beautiful, and look like fine snowy feathers or down. The children held them to their mouths, and tried to blow away the whole coronal with one puff of the breath. They had been told by their grandmothers that whoever did so would be sure to have new clothes before the end of the year. The despised flower was by this raised to the position of a prophet or foreteller of events. "Do you see," said the sunbeam, "do you see the beauty of these flowers? Do you see their powers of giving pleasure?" "Yes, to children," said the apple bough. By and by an old woman came into the field, and, with a blunt knife without a handle, began to dig round the roots of some of the dandelion plants, and pull them up. With some of these she intended to make tea for herself. But the rest she was going to sell to the chemist, and obtain some money. "But beauty is of higher value than all this," said the apple tree branch, "only the chosen ones can be admitted into the realms of the beautiful. There is a difference between plants, just as there is a difference between men." Then the sunbeam spoke of the boundless love of God, as seen in creation, and over all that lives, and of the equal distribution of his gifts, both in time and in eternity. "That is your opinion," said the apple bough. Then some people came into the room, and, among them, the young countess, the lady who had placed the apple bough in the transparent vase, so pleasantly beneath the rays of the sunlight. She carried in her hand something that seemed like a flower. The object was hidden by 2 or 3 great leaves, which covered it like a shield, so that no draught or gust of wind could injure it, and it was carried more carefully than the apple branch had ever been. Very cautiously the large leaves were removed, and there appeared the feathery seed crown of the despised dandelion. This was what the lady had so carefully plucked, and carried home so safely covered, so that not one of the delicate feathery arrows of which its mist-like shape was so lightly formed, should flutter away. She now drew it forth quite uninjured, and wondered at its beautiful form, and airy lightness, and singular construction, so soon to be blown away by the wind. "See," she exclaimed, "how wonderfully God has made this little flower. I will paint it with the apple branch together. Every one admires the beauty of the apple bough, but this humble flower has been endowed by heaven with another kind of loveliness. And although they differ in appearance, both are the children of the realms of beauty. Then the sunbeam kissed the lowly flower, and he kissed the blooming apple branch, upon whose leaves appeared a rosy blush. The false collar. There was once a fine gentleman, all of whose movables were a bootjack and a hair comb, but he had the finest false collars in the world, and it is about one of these collars that we are now to hear a story. It was so old, that it began to think of marriage, and it happened that it came to be washed in company with a garter. Nay, said the collar, I never did see anything so slender and so fine, so soft and so neat. May I not ask your name? That I shall not tell you, said the garter. Where do you live? Asked the collar. But the garter was so bashful, so modest, and thought it was a strange question to answer. You are certainly a girdle, said the collar. That is to say an inside girdle. I see well that you are both for use and ornament, my dear young lady. I will thank you not to speak to me, said the garter. I think I have not given the least occasion for it. Yes. When one is as handsome as you, said the collar, that is occasion enough. Don't come so near me, I beg of you, said the garter. You look so much like those menfolks. I am also a fine gentleman, said the collar. I have a bootjack and a hair comb. But that was not true, for it was his master who had them, but he boasted. Don't come so near me, said the garter, I am not accustomed to it. Prude, exclaimed the collar. And then it was taken out of the washing tub. It was starched, hung over the back of a chair in the sunshine, and was then laid on the ironing blanket, then came the warm box iron. Dear lady, said the collar. Dear widow lady. I feel quite hot. I am quite changed. I begin to unfold myself. You will burn a hole in me. Oh. I offer you my hand. Rag, said the box iron. And went proudly over the collar, for she fancied she was a steam engine, that would go on the railroad and draw the wagons. Rag, said the box iron. The collar was a little jagged at the edge, and so came the long scissors to cut off the jagged part. Oh, said the collar, you are certainly the first opera dancer. How well you can stretch your legs out. It is the most graceful performance I have ever seen. No one can imitate you. I know it, said the scissors. You deserve to be a baroness, said the collar. All that I have is a fine gentleman, a bootjack, and a hair comb. If I only had the barony. Do you seek my hand, said the scissors, for she was angry, and without more ado, she cut him, and then he was condemned. I shall now be obliged to ask the hair comb. It is surprising how well you preserve your teeth, miss, said the collar. Have you never thought of being betrothed? Yes, of course. You may be sure of that, said the hair comb. I am betrothed to the bootjack. Betrothed! Exclaimed the collar. Now there was no other to court, and so he despised it. A long time passed away, then the collar came into the rag chest at the paper mill. There was a large company of rags, the fine by themselves, and the coarse by themselves, just as it should be. They all had much to say, but the collar the most, for he was a real boaster. I have had such an immense number of sweethearts. Said the collar, I could not be in peace. It is true, I was always a fine starched-up gentleman. I had both a bootjack and a hair comb, which I never used. You should have seen me then, you should have seen me when I lay down. I shall never forget my first love. She was a girdle, so fine, so soft, and so charming, she threw herself into a tub of water for my sake. There was also a widow, who became glowing hot, but I left her standing till she got black again. There was also the first opera dancer, she gave me that cut which I now go with, she was so ferocious. My own hair comb was in love with me, she lost all her teeth from the heartache. Yes, I have lived to see much of that sort of thing. But I am extremely sorry for the garter, I mean the girdle, that went into the water tub. I have much on my conscience, I want to become white paper. And it became so, all the rags were turned into white paper. But the collar came to be just this very piece of white paper we here see, and on which the story is printed, and that was because it boasted so terribly afterwards of what had never happened to it. It would be well for us to beware, that we may not act in a similar manner, for we can never know if we may not, in the course of time, also come into the rag chest, and be made into white paper, and then have our whole life's history printed on it. Even the most secret, and be obliged to run about and tell it ourselves, just like this collar. The Story of the Wind. Near the shores of the Great Belt, which is one of the straits that connect the Kattegat with the Baltic, stands an old mansion with thick red walls. I know every stone of it, says the wind. I saw it when it was part of the castle of Mark Stig on the promontory. But the castle was obliged to be pulled down, and the stone was used again for the walls of a new mansion on another spot, the baronial residence of Borreby, which still stands near the coast. I knew them well, those noble lords and ladies, the successive generations that dwelt there, and now I'm going to tell you of Waldemar and his daughters. How proud was his bearing, for he was of royal blood, and could boast of more noble deeds than merely hunting the stag and emptying the wine cup. His rule was despotic, it shall be, he was accustomed to say. His wife, in garments embroidered with gold, stepped proudly over the polished marble floors. The tapestries were gorgeous, and the furniture of costly and artistic taste. She had brought gold and plate with her into the house. The cellars were full of wine. Black, fiery horses, neighed in the stables. There was a look of wealth about the house of Borreby at that time. They had 3 children, daughters, fair and delicate maidens, Ida, Joanna, and Anna Dorothea. I have never forgotten their names. They were a rich, noble family, born in affluence and nurtured in luxury. Whirr-ar, whirr-ar, roared the wind, and went on, I did not see in this house, as in other great houses, the high-born lady sitting among her women, turning the spinning wheel. She could sweep the sounding chords of the guitar, and sing to the music, not always Danish melodies, but the songs of a strange land. It was live and let live, here. Stranger guests came from far and near, music sounded, goblets clashed, and I, said the wind, was not able to drown the noise. Ostentation, pride, splendor, and display ruled, but not the fear of the Lord. It was on the evening of the first day of May, the wind continued, I came from the west, and had seen the ships overpowered with the waves, when all on board persisted or were cast shipwrecked on the coast of Jutland. I had hurried across the heath and over Jutland's wood-girt eastern coast, and over the island of Funen, and then I drove across the great belt, sighing and moaning. At length I lay down to rest on the shores of Zealand, near to the great house of Borreby, where the splendid forest of oaks still flourished. The young men of the neighborhood were collecting branches and brushwood under the oak trees. The largest and driest they could find they carried into the village, and piled them up in a heap and set them on fire. Then the men and maidens danced, and sung in a circle round the blazing pile. I lay quite quiet, said the wind, but I silently touched a branch which had been brought by one of the handsomest of the young men, and the wood blazed up brightly, blazed brighter than all the rest. Then he was chosen as the chief, and received the name of the shepherd, and might choose his lamb from among the maidens. There was greater mirth and rejoicing than I had ever heard in the halls of the rich baronial house. Then the noble lady drove by towards the baron's mansion with her 3 daughters, in a gilded carriage drawn by 6 horses. The daughters were young and beautiful, 3 charming blossoms, a rose, a lily, and a white hyacinth. The mother was a proud tulip, and never acknowledged the salutations of any of the men or maidens who paused in their sport to do her honor. The gracious lady seemed like a flower that was rather stiff in the stalk. Rose, lily, and hyacinth, yes, I saw them all 3. Whose little lambs will they one day become? Thought I, their shepherd will be a gallant knight, perhaps a prince. The carriage rolled on, and the peasants resumed their dancing. They drove about the summer through all the villages near. But one night, when I rose again, the high-born lady lay down to rise again no more, that thing came to her which comes to us all, in which there is nothing new. Waldemar remained for a time silent and thoughtful. The loftiest tree may be bowed without being broken, said a voice within him. His daughters wept. All the people in the mansion wiped their eyes, but Lady Da had driven away, and I drove away too, said the wind. Where are our dash? I returned again, I often returned and passed over the island of Funen and the shores of the belt. Then I rested by Borreby, near the glorious wood, where the heron made his nest, the haunt of the wood pigeons, the bluebirds, and the black stork. It was yet spring, some were sitting on their eggs, others had already hatched their young broods. But how they fluttered about and cried out when the axe sounded through the forest, blow upon blow. The trees of the forest were doomed. Waldemar wanted to build a noble ship, a man-of-war, a three-decker, which the king would be sure to buy. And these, the trees of the wood, the landmark of the seamen, the refuge of the birds, must be felled. The hawk started up and flew away, for its nest was destroyed. The heron and all the birds of the forest became homeless, and flew about in fear and anger. I could well understand how they felt. Crows and ravens croaked, as if in scorn, while the trees were cracking and falling around them. Far in the interior of the wood, where a noisy swarm of laborers were working, stood Waldemar and his 3 daughters, and all were laughing at the wild cries of the birds, excepting one, the youngest, Anna Dorothea, who felt grieved to the heart. And when they made preparations to fell a tree that was almost dead, and on whose naked branches the black stork had built her nest, she saw the poor little things stretching out their necks, and she begged for mercy for them, with the tears in her eyes. So the tree with the black stork's nest was left standing. The tree itself, however, was not worth much to speak of. Then there was a great deal of hewing and sawing, and at last the three-decker was built. The builder was a man of low origin, but possessing great pride. His eyes and forehead spoke of large intellect, and Waldemar was fond of listening to him, and so was Waldemar's daughter Ida, the eldest, now about 15 years old. And while he was building the ship for the father, he was building for himself a castle in the air, in which he and Ida were to live when they were married. This might have happened, indeed, if there had been a real castle, with stone walls, ramparts, and a moat. But in spite of his clever head, the builder was still but a poor, inferior bird. And how can a sparrow expect to be admitted into the society of peacocks? I passed on in my course, said the wind, and he passed away also. He was not allowed to remain, and little Ida got over it, because she was obliged to do so. Proud, black horses, worth looking at, were neighing in the stable. And they were locked up. For the admiral, who had been sent by the king to inspect the new ship, and make arrangements for its purchase, was loud in admiration of these beautiful horses. I heard it all, said the wind, for I accompanied the gentleman through the open door of the stable, and strewed stalks of straw, like bars of gold, at their feet. Waldemar wanted gold, and the admiral wished for the proud black horses. Therefore he praised them so much. But the hint was not taken, and consequently the ship was not bought. It remained on the shore covered with boards, a Noah's ark that never got to the water, and that was a pity. In the winter, when the fields were covered with snow, and the water filled with large blocks of ice which I had blown up to the coast, continued the wind, great flocks of crows and ravens, dark and black as they usually are, came and alighted on the lonely, deserted ship. Then they croaked in harsh accents of the forest that now existed no more, of the many pretty birds' nests destroyed and the little ones left without a home, and all for the sake of that great bit of lumber, that proud ship, that never sailed forth. I made the snowflakes whirl till the snow lay like a great lake round the ship, and drifted over it. I let it hear my voice, that it might know what the storm has to say. Certainly I did my part towards teaching it seamanship. That winter passed away, and another winter and summer both passed, as they are still passing away, even as I pass away. The snow drifts onwards, the apple blossoms are scattered, the leaves fall, everything passes away, and men are passing away too. But the great man's daughters are still young, and little Ida is a rose as fair to look upon as on the day when the shipbuilder first saw her. I often tumbled her long, brown hair, while she stood in the garden by the apple tree, musing, and not heeding how I strewed the blossoms on her hair, and dishevelled it. Or sometimes, while she stood gazing at the red sun and the golden sky through the opening branches of the dark, thick foliage of the garden trees. Her sister Joanna was bright and slender as a lily. She had a tall and lofty carriage and figure, though, like her mother, rather stiff in back. She was very fond of walking through the great hall, where hung the portraits of her ancestors. The women were represented in dresses of velvet and silk, with tiny little hats, embroidered with pearls, on their braided hair. They were all handsome women. The gentlemen appeared clad in steel, or in rich cloaks lined with squirrel's fur. They wore little ruffs, and swords at their sides. Where would Joanna's place be on that wall some day? And how would he look, her noble lord and husband? This is what she thought of, and often spoke of in a low voice to herself. I heard it as I swept into the long hall, and turned round to come out again. Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, a child of 14, was quiet and thoughtful. Her large, deep, blue eyes had a dreamy look, but a childlike smile still played round her mouth. I was not able to blow it away, neither did I wish to do so. We have met in the garden, in the hollow lane, in the field and meadow, where she gathered herbs and flowers which she knew would be useful to her father in preparing the drugs and mixtures he was always concocting. Waldemar da was arrogant and proud, but he was also a learned man, and knew a great deal. It was no secret, and many opinions were expressed on what he did. In his fireplace there was a fire, even in summer time. He would lock himself in his room, and for days the fire would be kept burning, but he did not talk much of what he was doing. The secret powers of nature are generally discovered in solitude, and did he not soon expect to find out the art of making the greatest of all good things, the art of making gold? So he fondly hoped. Therefore the chimney smoked and the fire crackled so constantly. Yes, I was there too, said the wind. Leave it alone, I sang down the chimney, leave it alone, it will all end in smoke, air, coals, and ashes, and you will burn your fingers. But Waldemar da did not leave it alone, and all he possessed vanished like smoke blown by me. The splendid black horses, where are they? What became of the cows in the field, the old gold and silver vessels in cupboards and chests, and even the house and home itself? It was easy to melt all these away in the gold-making crucible, and yet obtain no gold. And so it was. Empty are the barns and storerooms, the cellars and cupboards, the servants decreased in number, and the mice multiplied. First one window became broken, and then another, so that I could get in at other places besides the door. Where the chimney smokes, the meal is being cooked, says the proverb, but here a chimney smoked that devoured all the meals for the sake of gold. I blew round the courtyard, said the wind, like a watchman blowing his home, but no watchman was there. I twirled the weathercock round on the summit of the tower, and it creaked like the snoring of a warder, but no warder was there. Nothing but mice and rats. Poverty laid the tablecloth, poverty sat in the wardrobe and in the larder. The door fell off its hinges, cracks and fissures made their appearance everywhere. So that I could go in and out at pleasure, and that is how I know all about it. Amid smoke and ashes, sorrow, and sleepless nights, the hair and beard of the master of the house turned grey, and deep furrows showed themselves around his temples. His skin turned pale and yellow, while his eyes still looked eagerly for gold, the longed for gold, and the result of his labor was debt instead of gain. I blew the smoke and ashes into his face and beard. I moaned through the broken window panes, and the yawning clefts in the walls. I blew into the chests and drawers belonging to his daughters, wherein lay the clothes that had become faded and threadbare, from being worn over and over again. Such a song had not been sung, at the children's cradle as I sung now. The lordly life had changed to a life of penury. I was the only one who rejoiced aloud in that castle, said the wind. At last I snowed them up, and they say snow keeps people warm. It was good for them, for they had no wood, and the forest, from which they might have obtained it, had been cut down. The frost was very bitter, and I rushed through loopholes and passages, over gables and roofs with keen and cutting swiftness. The 3 high-born daughters were lying in bed because of the cold, and their father crouching beneath his leather coverlet. Nothing to eat, nothing to burn, no fire on the hearth. Here was a life for high-born people. Give it up, give it up. But my Lord Da would not do that. After winter, spring will come, he said, after want, good times. We must not lose patience, we must learn to wait. Now my horses and lands are all mortgaged, it is indeed high time. But gold will come at last, at Easter. I heard him as he thus spoke, he was looking at a spider's web, and he continued, Thou cunning little weaver, thou dost teach me perseverance. Let anyone tear thy web, and thou wilt begin again and repair it. Let it be entirely destroyed, thou wilt resolutely begin to make another till it is completed. So ought we to do, if we wish to succeed at last. It was the morning of Easter Day. The bells sounded from the neighboring church, and the sun seemed to rejoice in the sky. The master of the castle had watched through the night, in feverish excitement, and had been melting and cooling, distilling and mixing. I heard him sighing like a soul in despair, I heard him praying, and I noticed how he held his breath. The lamp burnt out, but he did not observe it. I blew up the fire in the coals on the hearth, and it threw a red glow on his ghastly white face, lighting it up with a glare, while his sunken eyes looked out wildly from their cavernous depths, and appeared to grow larger and more prominent. As if they would burst from their sockets. Look at the alchemic glass, he cried, something glows in the crucible, pure and heavy. He lifted it with a trembling hand, and exclaimed in a voice of agitation, Gold! Gold! He was quite giddy, I could have blown him down, said the wind. But I only fanned the glowing coals, and accompanied him through the door to the room where his daughter sat shivering. His coat was powdered with ashes, and there were ashes in his beard and in his tangled hair. He stood erect, and held high in the air the brittle glass that contained his costly treasure. Found! Found! Gold! Gold! He shouted, again holding the glass aloft, that it might flash in the sunshine. But his hand trembled, and the alchemic glass fell from it, clattering to the ground, and brake in 1,000 pieces. The last bubble of his happiness had burst, with a whiz and a whir, and I rushed away from the goldmaker's house. Late in the autumn, when the days were short, and the mist sprinkled cold drops on the berries and the leafless branches, I came back in fresh spirits, rushed through the air, swept the sky clear, and snapped off the dry twigs. Which is certainly no great labor to do, yet it must be done. There was another kind of sweeping taking place at Waldemar Da's, in the castle of Borreby. His enemy, O Rammel, of Basnaz, was there, with the mortgage of the house and everything it contained, in his pocket. I rattled the broken windows, beat against the old rotten doors, and whistled through cracks and crevices, so that Mr. O. Rammel did not much like to remain there. Ida and Anna Dorothea wept bitterly, Joanna stood, pale and proud, biting her lips till the blood came, but what could that avail? O. Rammel offered Waldemar Da permission to remain in the house till the end of his life. No one thanked him for the offer, and I saw the ruined old gentleman lift his head, and throw it back more proudly than ever. Then I rushed against the house and the old lime trees with such force, that one of the thickest branches, a decayed one, was broken off, and the branch fell at the entrance, and remained there. It might have been used as a broom, if anyone had wanted to sweep the place out, and a grand sweeping out there really was, I thought it would be so. It was hard for anyone to preserve composure on such a day. But these people had strong wills, as unbending as their hard fortune. There was nothing they could call their own, excepting the clothes they wore. Yes, there was one thing more, an alchemist's glass, a new one, which had been lately bought, and filled with what could be gathered from the ground of the treasure which had promised so much but failed in keeping its promise. Waldemar Da hid the glass in his bosom, and, taking his stick in his hand, the once rich gentleman passed with his daughters out of the house of Borreby. I blew coldly upon his flustered cheeks, I stroked his grey beard and his long white hair, and I sang as well as I was able, where are gone away. Gone away. Ida walked on one side of the old man, and Anna Dorothea on the other. Joanna turned round, as they left the entrance. Why? Fortune would not turn because she turned. She looked at the stone in the walls which had once formed part of the castle of Mark Stig, and perhaps she thought of his daughters and of the old song. The eldest and youngest, hand in hand, went forth alone to a distant land. These were only two, here there were three, and their father with them also. They walked along the high road, where once they had driven in their splendid carriage, they went forth with their father as beggars. They wandered across an open field to a mud hut, which they rented for $1.50 a year, a new home, with bare walls and empty cupboards. Crows and magpies fluttered about them, and cried, as if in contempt, caw, caw, turned out of our nest, caw, caw, as they had done in the wood at Borreby, when the trees were felled. Da and his daughters could not help hearing it, so I blew about their ears to drown the noise. What use was it that they should listen? So they went to live in the mud hut in the open field, and I wandered away, over moor and meadow, through bare bushes and leafless forests, to the open sea, to the broad shores in other lands, where are. Away, away, year after year. And what became of Waldemar Da and his daughters? Listen, the wind will tell us. The last I saw of them was the pale hyacinth, Anna Dorothea. She was old and bent then, for 50 years had passed and she had outlived them all. She could relate the history. Yonder, on the heath, near the town of Wiborg, in Jutland, stood the fine new house of the canon. It was built of red brick, with projecting gables. It was inhabited, for the smoke curled up thickly from the chimneys. The canon's gentle lady and her beautiful daughters sat in the bay window, and looked over the hawthorn hedge of the garden towards the brown heath. What were they looking at? Their glances fell upon a stork's nest, which was built upon an old tumble-down hut. The roof, as far as one existed at all, was covered with moss and lichen. The stork's nest covered the greater part of it, and that alone was in a good condition. For it was kept in order by the stork himself. That is a house to be looked at, and not to be touched, said the wind. For the sake of the stork's nest it had been allowed to remain, although it is a blot on the landscape. They did not like to drive the stork away, therefore the old shed was left standing, and the poor woman who dwelt in it allowed to stay. She had the Egyptian bird to thank for that. Or was it perchance her reward for having once interceded for the preservation of the nest of its black brother in the forest of Borreby? At that time she, the poor woman, was a young child, a white hyacinth in a rich garden. She remembered that time well, for it was Anna Dorothea. Och, she sighed, for people can sigh like the moaning of the wind among the reeds and rushes. Och, she would say, no bell sounded at thy burial, Waldemar Da. The poor schoolboys did not even sing a psalm and the former lord of Borreby was laid in the earth to rest. Och, everything has an end, even misery. Sister Ida became the wife of a peasant. That was the hardest trial which befell our father, that the husband of his own daughter should be a miserable serf, whom his owner could place for punishment on the wooden horse. I suppose he is under the ground now, and Ida, alas! Alas! It is not ended yet, miserable that I am. Kind heaven, grant me that I may die. That was Anna Dorothea's prayer in the wretched hut that was left standing for the sake of the stork. I took pity on the proudest of the sisters, said the wind. Her courage was like that of a man, and in man's clothes she served as a sailor on board ship. She was of few words, and of a dark countenance. But she did not know how to climb, so I blew her overboard before anyone found out that she was a woman, and, in my opinion, that was well done, said the wind. On such another Easter morning as that on which Waldemar Da imagined he had discovered the art of making gold, I heard the tones of a psalm under the stork's nest, and within the crumbling walls. It was Anna Dorothea's last song. There was no window in the hut, only a hole in the wall, and the sun rose like a globe of burnished gold, and looked through. With what splendor he filled that dismal dwelling! Her eyes were glazing, and her heart breaking. But so it would have been, even had the sun not shone that morning on Anna Dorothea. The stork's nest had secured her a home till her death. I sung over her grave, I sung at her father's grave. I know where it lies, and where her grave is too, but nobody else knows it. New times now, all is changed. The old highroad is lost amid cultivated fields, the new one now winds along over covered graves. And soon the railway will come, with its train of carriages, and rush over graves where lie those whose very names are forgotten. All passed away, passed away. This is the story of Waldemar Da and his daughters. Tell it better, any of you, if you know how, said the wind, and he rushed away, and was gone. A night in the kitchen. Once upon a time, there was a bunch of brimstone matches, which were exceedingly proud, because they were of high descent. Their ancestral tree, that is to say, the great fir tree, of which they were little bits of chips, had been a great, old tree in the forest. The brimstone matches now lay beside the kitchen fender, together with the tinder and an old iron pot, and were speaking of their youth. Yes, we were then on the green branch, said they, then we were really and truly on a green branch. Every morning and evening we drank diamond tea, that was the dew, every day we had sunshine, if the sun shone, and all the little birds told us tales. We could very well observe also, that we were rich. For the common trees were only dressed in summer, but our family had a good stock of green clothing both winter and summer. But then came the woodcutters, that was a great revolution, and our family was cut up root and branch. The main head of the family, he took a place as mainmast in a magnificent ship, which sailed round the world wherever it would, the other branches, some took one place, and some took another. And we have now the post of giving light to the common herd, and, therefore, high-born as we are we now in the kitchen. Yes, it was different with me, said the iron pot, when the matches were silent. As soon as ever I came into the world I was cleaned and boiled many a time. I care for the solid, and am properly spoken of as first in the house. My only pleasure is, as soon as dinner is over, to lie clean and bright upon the shelf, and head a long row of comrades. If I except the water bucket, which now and then goes down in the yard, we always live indoors. Our only newsmonger is the coal box, but it talks so violently about government and the people. Yes, lately there was an old pot, which, out of horror of it, fell down and broke to pieces. Thou chatterest too much, interrupted the tinder, and the steel struck the flint until sparks came out. Should we not have a merry evening? Yes, let us talk about who is the most well-bred among us, said the brimstone matches. No, I don't think it right to talk about ourselves, said an earthen jug, let us have an evening's entertainment. I will begin, I will tell something which everybody has experienced, people can do that so seldom, and it is so pleasant. By the Baltic Sea. That is a beautiful beginning, said all the talkers, it will certainly be a history which we shall like. Yes, then I passed my youth in a quiet family, the furniture was of wood, the floors were scoured. They had clean curtains every fortnight. How interestingly you tell it, said the dusting brush, one can immediately tell that the narrator is a lady, such a thread of purity always runs through their relations. Yes, that one can feel, said the water bucket, and made a little skip of pleasure on the floor. And the earthen jug continued her story, and the end of it was like the beginning. All the talkers shook for pleasure. And the dusting brush took green parsley leaves from the dust heap, and crowned the jug, for he knew that it would vex the others, and thinks he to himself, if I crown her today, she will crown me tomorrow. Now we will dance, said the fire tongs, and began dancing. Yes, indeed. And it is wonderful how he set one leg before the other, the old shoehorn, which hung on a hook, jumped up to see it. Perhaps I, too, may get crowned, said the fire tongs. And it was crowned. They are only the rabble, thought the brimstone matches. The Tiern was then asked to sing, but it said it had got a cold, and it could not sing unless it was boiling. But it was nothing but an excuse, because it did not like to sing, unless it stood upon the table, in grand company. In the window there sat an old pen, which the servant girl was accustomed to write with. There was nothing remarkable about it. It was dipped deep into the inkstand. "If the tea-urn will not sing," said the pen, "then she can let it alone. Outside there hangs a nightingale in a cage, which can sing, and which has not regularly learned anything. But we will not talk scandal this evening. I think it highly unbecoming," said the tea kettle, which was the kitchen singer, and half-sister to the tea-urn, "that such a foreign bird should be listened to. Is it patriotic? I will let the coal-box judge." "It only vexes me," said the coal-box, "it vexes me so much, that no one can think. Is this a proper way to spend an evening? Would it not be much better to put the house to rights? Every one go to his place, and I will rule, that will produce a change." "Yes, let us do something out of the common way," said all the things together. At that very moment the door opened. It was the servant girl, and so they all stood stock still. Not a sound was heard, but there was not a pot among them that did not know what they might have done, and how genteel they were. If I might have had my way, thought they, then it would have been a regularly merry evening. The servant girl took the brimstone matches, and put fire to them. Bless us! How they sputtered and burst into a flame! Now every one can see, thought they, that we take the first rank. What splendor we have! What brilliancy! And with that they were burnt out. The Pea Blossom. There were once 5 peas in one shell, they were green, the shell was green, and so they believed that the whole world must be green also, which was a very natural conclusion. The shell grew, and the peas grew, they accommodated themselves to their position, and sat all in a row. The sun shone without and warmed the shell, and the rain made it clear and transparent. It was mild and agreeable in broad daylight, and dark at night, as it generally is, and the peas as they sat there grew bigger and bigger, and more thoughtful as they mused, for they felt there must be something else for them to do. "Are we to sit here forever?" asked one. "Shall we not become hard by sitting so long? It seems to me there must be something outside, and I feel sure of it." And as weeks passed by, the peas became yellow, and the shell became yellow. "All the world is turning yellow, I suppose," said they, and perhaps they were right. Suddenly they felt a pull at the shell, it was torn off, and held in human hands, then slipped into the pocket of a jacket in company with other full pods. "Now we shall soon be opened," said one, just what they all wanted. "I should like to know which of us will travel furthest," said the smallest of the 5, "we shall soon see now." "What is to happen will happen," said the largest pea. Crack went the shell as it burst, and the 5 peas rolled out into the bright sunshine. There they lay in a child's hand. A little boy was holding them tightly, and said they were fine peas for his pea-shooter. And immediately he put one in and shot it out. "Now I am flying out into the wide world," said he, "catch me if you can," and he was gone in a moment. "I," said the second, "intend to fly straight to the sun, that is a shell that lets itself be seen, and it will suit me exactly," and away he went. "We will go to sleep wherever we find ourselves," said the 2 next, "we shall still be rolling onwards," and they did certainly fall on the floor, and roll about before they got into the pea-shooter, but they were put in for all that. "We shall go farther than the others," said they. "What is to happen will happen," exclaimed the last, as he was shot out of the pea-shooter. And as he spoke he flew up against an old board under a garret window, and fell into a little crevice, which was almost filled up with moss and soft earth. The moss closed itself round him, and there he lay, a captive indeed, but not unnoticed by God. "What is to happen will happen," said he to himself. Within the little garret lived a poor woman, who went out to clean stoves, chop wood into small pieces and perform such like hard work, for she was strong and industrious. Yet she remained always poor, and at home in the garret lay her only daughter, not quite grown up, and very delicate and weak. For a whole year she had kept her bed, and it seemed as if she could neither live nor die. "She is going to her little sister," said the woman. "I had but the 2 children, and it was not an easy thing to support both of them, but the good God helped me in my work, and took one of them to himself and provided for her. Now I would gladly keep the other that was left to me, but I suppose they are not to be separated, and my sick girl will very soon go to her sister above. But the sick girl still remained where she was, quietly and patiently she lay all the day long, while her mother was away from home at her work. Spring came, and one morning early the sun shone brightly through the little window, and threw its rays over the floor of the room. Just as the mother was going to her work, the sick girl fixed her gaze on the lowest pane of the window. "Mother," she exclaimed, "what can that little green thing be that peeps in at the window? It is moving in the wind." The mother stepped to the window and half opened it. "Oh," she said, "there is actually a little pea which has taken root and is putting out its green leaves. How could it have got into this crack? Well now, here is a little garden for you to amuse yourself with." So the bed of the sick girl was drawn nearer to the window, that she might see the budding plant, and the mother went out to her work. "Mother, I believe I shall get well," said the sick child in the evening. "The sun has shone in here so brightly and warmly today, and the little pea is thriving so well, I shall get on better, too, and go out into the warm sunshine again." "God grant it," said the mother, but she did not believe it would be so. But she propped up with the little stick the green plant which had given her child such pleasant hopes of life, so that it might not be broken by the winds. She tied the piece of string to the window-sill and to the upper part of the frame, so that the pea tendrils might twine round it when it shot up. And it did shoot up, indeed it might almost be seen to grow from day to day. "Now really here is a flower coming," said the old woman one morning, and now at last she began to encourage the hope that her sick daughter might really recover. She remembered that for some time the child had spoken more cheerfully, and during the last few days had raised herself in bed in the morning to look with sparkling eyes at her little garden which contained only a single pea plant. A week after, the invalid sat up for the first time a whole hour, feeling quite happy by the open window in the warm sunshine, while outside grew the little plant, and on it a pink pea blossom in full bloom. The little maiden bent down and gently kissed the delicate leaves. This day was to her like a festival. "Our Heavenly Father Himself has planted that pea, and made it grow and flourish, to bring joy to you and hope to me, my blessed child," said the happy mother, and she smiled at the flower, as if it had been an angel from God. But what became of the other peas? Why, the one who flew out into the wide world, and said, "Catch me if you can," fell into a gutter on the roof of a house, and ended his travels in the crop of a pigeon. The two lazy ones were carried quite as far, for they also were eaten by pigeons, so they were at least of some use. But the fourth, who wanted to reach the sun, fell into a sink and lay there in the dirty water for days and weeks, till he had swelled to a great size. "I am getting beautifully fat," said the pea, "I expect I shall burst at last." No pea could do more than that, I think. "I am the most remarkable of all the 5 which were in the shell." And the sink confirmed the opinion. But the young maiden stood at the open garret window, with sparkling eyes and the rosy hue of health on her cheeks. She folded her thin hands over the pea blossom, and thanked God for what He had done. "I," said the sink, "shall stand up for my pea." The bird of popular song. It is winter time. The earth wears a snowy garment, and looks like marble hewn out of the rock. The air is bright and clear. The wind is sharp as a well-tempered sword, and the trees stand like branches of white coral or blooming almond twigs, and here it is keen as on the lofty Alps. The night is splendid in the gleam of the northern lights, and in the glitter of innumerable twinkling stars. But we sit in the warm room, by the hot stove, and talk about the old times. And we listen to this story. By the open sea was a giant's grave, and on the grave mound sat at midnight the spirit of the buried hero, who had been a king. The golden circlet gleamed on his brow, his hair fluttered in the wind, and he was clad in steel and iron. He bent his head mournfully, and sighed in deep sorrow, as an unquiet spirit might sigh. And a ship came sailing by. Presently the sailors lowered the anchor and landed. Among them was a singer, and he approached the royal spirit, and said, "Why mournest thou, and wherefore dost thou suffer thus?" And the dead man answered, No one has sung the deeds of my life, they are dead and forgotten. Song doth not carry them forth over the lands, nor into the hearts of men, therefore I have no rest and no peace. And he spoke of his works, and of his warlike deeds, which his contemporaries had known, but which had not been sung, because there was no singer among his companions. Then the old bard struck the strings of his harp, and sang of the youthful courage of the hero, of the strength of the man, and of the greatness of his good deeds. Then the face of the dead one gleamed like the margin of the cloud in the moonlight. Gladly and of good courage, the form arose in splendor and in majesty, and vanished like the glancing of the northern light. Naught was to be seen but the green turfy mound, with the stones on which no runic record has been graven. But at the last sound of the harp there soared over the hill, as though he had fluttered from the harp, a little bird, a charming singing bird, with ringing voice of the thrush, with the moving voice pathos of the human heart. With a voice that told of home, like the voice that is heard by the bird of passage. The singing bird soared away, over mountain and valley, over field and wood, he was the bird of popular song, who never dies. We hear his song, we hear it now in the room while the white bees are swarming without, and the storm clutches the windows. The bird sings not alone the requiem of heroes, he sings also sweet gentle songs of love, so many and so warm, of northern fidelity and truth. He has stories in words and in tones, he has proverbs and snatches of proverbs. Songs which, like runes laid under a dead man's tongue, force him to speak, and thus popular song tells of the land of his birth. In the old heathen days, in the times of the Vikings, the popular speech was enshrined in the harp of the bard. In the days of knightly castles, when the strongest fist held the scales of justice, when only might was right, and a peasant and a dog were of equal importance, where did the bird of song find shelter and protection? Neither violence nor stupidity gave him a thought. But in the gabled window of the knightly castle, the lady of the castle sat with the parchment roll before her, and wrote down the old recollections in song and legend, while near her stood the old woman from the wood. And the travelling peddler who went wandering through the country. As these told their tales, there fluttered around them, with twittering and song, the bird of popular song, who never dies so long as the earth has a hill upon which his foot may rest. And now he looks in upon us and sings. Without are the night and the snowstorm. He lays the runes beneath our tongues, and we know the land of our home. Heaven speaks to us in our native tongue, in the voice of the bird of popular song. The old remembrances awake, the faded colors glow with a fresh luster, and story and song pour us a blessed draught which lifts up our minds and our thoughts, so that the evening becomes as a Christmas festival. The snowflakes chase each other, the ice cracks, the storm rules without, for he has the might, he is Lord, but not the Lord of all. It is winter time. The wind is sharp as a two-edged sword, the snowflakes chase each other. It seems as though it had been snowing for days and weeks, and the snow lies like a great mountain over the whole town, like a heavy dream of the winter night. Everything on the earth is hidden away, only the golden cross of the church, the symbol of faith, rises over the snow grave, and gleams in the blue air and in the bright sunshine. And over the buried town fly the birds of heaven, the small and the great, they twitter and they sing as best they may, each bird with his beak. First comes the band of sparrows, they pipe at every trifle in the streets and lanes, in the nests and the houses, they have stories to tell about the front buildings and the back buildings. We know the buried town, they say. Everything living in it is peep. 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 The black ravens and crows flew on over the white snow. Grub, grub, they cried. There's something to be got down there, something to swallow, and that's most important. That's the opinion of most of them down there, and the opinion is goo-goo good. The wild swans come flying on whirring pinions, and sing of the noble and the great, that will still sprout in the hearts of men, down in the town which is resting beneath its snowy veil. No death is there, life reigns yonder. We hear it on the notes that swell onward like the tones of the church organ, which sees us like sounds from the elf hill, like the songs of Ossian, like the rushing swoop of the wandering spirit's wings. What harmony! That harmony speaks to our hearts, and lifts up our souls. It is the bird of popular song whom we hear. And at this moment the warm breath of heaven blows down from the sky. There are gaps in the snowy mountains, the sun shines into the clefts. Spring is coming, the birds are returning, and new races are coming with the same home sounds in their hearts. Hear the story of the year, the night of the snowstorm, the heavy dream of the winter night, all shall be dissolved, all shall rise again in the beauteous notes of the bird of popular song, who never dies. A cheerful temper. From my father I received the best inheritance, namely a good temper. And who was my father? That has nothing to do with the good temper, but I will say he was lively, good-looking, round, and fat. He was both in appearance and character a complete contradiction to his profession. And pray what was his profession and his standing in respectable society? Well, perhaps, if in the beginning of a book these were written and printed, many, when they read it, would lay the book down and say, "It seems to me a very miserable title, I don't like things of this sort." And yet my father was not a skin-dresser nor an executioner, on the contrary, his employment placed him at the head of the grandest people of the town, and it was his place by right. He had to precede the bishop, and even the princes of the blood. He always went first, he was a hearse driver. There, now, the truth is out. And I will own, that when people saw my father perched up in front of the omnibus of death, dressed in his long, wide, black cloak, and his black-edged, three-cornered hat on his head, and then glanced at his round, jocund face, round as the sun, they could not think much of sorrow or the grave. That face said, "It is nothing, it will all end better than people think." So I have inherited from him, not only my good temper, but a habit of going often to the churchyard, which is good, when done in a proper humor. And then also I take in the Intelligencer, just as he used to do. I am not very young, I have neither wife nor children, nor a library, but, as I said, I read the Intelligencer, which is enough for me. It is to me a delightful paper, and so it was to my father. It is of great use, for it contains all that a man requires to know, the names of the preachers at the church, and the new books which are published. Where houses, servants, clothes, and provisions may be obtained. And then what a number of subscriptions to charities, and what innocent verses. Persons seeking interviews and engagements, all so plainly and naturally stated. Certainly, a man who takes in the Intelligencer may live merrily and be buried contentedly, and by the end of his life will have such a capital stock of paper that he can lie on a soft bed of it. Unless he prefers wood shavings for his resting place. The newspaper and the churchyard were always exciting objects to me. My walks to the latter were like bathing places to my good humor. Every one can read the newspaper for himself, but come with me to the churchyard while the sun shines and the trees are green, and let us wander among the graves. Each of them is like a closed book, with the back uppermost, on which we can read the title of what the book contains, but nothing more. I had a great deal of information from my father, and I have noticed a great deal myself. I keep it in my diary, in which I write for my own use and pleasure a history of all who lie here, and a few more beside. Now we are in the churchyard. Here, behind the white iron railings, once a rose-tree grew. It is gone now, but a little bit of evergreen, from a neighboring grave, stretches out its green tendrils, and makes some appearance. There rests a very unhappy man, and yet while he lived he might be said to occupy a very good position. He had enough to live upon, and something to spare, but owing to his refined tastes the least thing in the world annoyed him. If he went to a theatre of an evening, instead of enjoying himself he would be quite annoyed if the machinist had put too strong a light into one side of the moon. Or if the representations of the sky hung over the scenes when they ought to have hung behind them. Or if a palm tree was introduced into a scene representing the zoological gardens of Berlin, or a cactus in a view of Tyrol, or a beech tree in the north of Norway. As if these things were of any consequence. Why did he not leave them alone? Who would trouble themselves about such trifles? Especially at a comedy, where every one is expected to be amused. Then sometimes the public applauded too much, or too little, to please him. They are like wet wood, he would say, looking round to see what sort of people were present. This evening, nothing fires them. Then he would vex and fret himself because they did not laugh at the right time, or because they laughed in the wrong places, and so he fretted and worried himself till at last the unhappy man fretted himself into the grave. Here rests a happy man, that is to say, a man of high birth and position, which was very lucky for him, otherwise he would have been scarcely worth notice. It is beautiful to observe how wisely nature orders these things. He walked about in a coat embroidered all over, and in the drawing-rooms of society looked just like one of those rich pearl-embroidered bell-pulls, which are only made for show, and behind them always hangs a good thick cord for use. This man also had a stout, useful substitute behind him, who did duty for him, and performed all his dirty work. And there are still, even now, these serviceable cords behind other embroidered bell-ropes. It is all so wisely arranged, that a man may well be in a good humor. Here rests, it makes one feel mournful to think of him, but here rests a man who, during 67 years, was never remembered to have said a good thing. He lived only in the hope of having a good idea. At last he felt convinced, in his own mind, that he really had one, and was so delighted that he positively died of joy at the thought of having at last caught an idea. Nobody got anything by it. Indeed, no one even heard what the good thing was. Now I can imagine that this same idea may prevent him from resting quietly in his grave. For suppose that to produce a good effect, it is necessary to bring out his new idea at breakfast, and that he can only make his appearance on earth at midnight, as ghosts are believed generally to do. Why then this good idea would not suit the hour, and the man would have to carry it down again with him into the grave. That must be a troubled grave. The woman who lies here was so remarkably stingy, that during her life she would get up in the night and mew, that her neighbors might think she kept a cat. What a miser she was! Here rests a young lady, of a good family, who would always make her voice heard in society, and when she sang, "Mi manca la voce," for it was the only true thing she ever said in her life. Here lies a maiden of another description. She was engaged to be married, but, her story is one of everyday life, we will leave her to rest in the grave. Here rests a widow, who, with music in her tongue, carried gall in her heart. She used to go round among the families near, and search out their faults, upon which she preyed with all the envy and malice of her nature. This is a family grave. The members of this family held so firmly together in their opinions, that they would believe in no other. If the newspapers, or even the whole world, said of a certain subject, it is so and so. And a little schoolboy declared he had learned quite differently, they would take his assertion as the only true one, because he belonged to the family. And it is well known that if the yard cock belonging to this family happened to crow at midnight, they would declare it was morning, although the watchman and all the clocks in the town were proclaiming the hour of 12 at night. The great poet Goethe concludes his Faust with the words, "May be continued, so might our wanderings in the churchyard be continued. I come here often, and if any of my friends, or those who are not my friends, are too much for me, I go out and choose a plot of ground in which to bury him or her. Then I bury them, as it were. There they lie, dead and powerless, till they come back new and better characters. Their lives and their deeds, looked at after my own fashion, I write down in my diary, as every one ought to do. Then, if any of our friends act absurdly, no one need to be vexed about it. Let them bury the offenders out of sight, and keep their good temper. They can also read the Intelligencer, which is a paper written by the people, with their hands guided. When the time comes for the history of my life, to be bound by the grave, then they will write upon it as my epitaph. The man with a cheerful temper. And this is my story. Delaying is not forgetting. There was an old mansion surrounded by a marshy ditch with a drawbridge which was but seldom let down. Not all guests are good people. Under the roof were loopholes to shoot through, and to pour down boiling water or even molten lead on the enemy, should he approach. Inside the house the rooms were very high and had ceilings of beams, and that was very useful considering the great deal of smoke which rose up from the chimney fire where the large, damp logs of wood smouldered. On the walls hung pictures of knights in armor and proud ladies in gorgeous dresses, the most stately of all walked about alive. She was called Meta Mogan, she was the mistress of the house, to her belonged the castle. Towards the evening robbers came, they killed 3 of her people and also the yard dog, and attached Mrs. Meta to the kennel by the chain, while they themselves made good cheer in the hall and drank the wine and the good ale out of her cellar. Mrs. Meta was now on the chain, she could not even bark. But lo! The servant of one of the robbers secretly approached her, they must not see it, otherwise they would have killed him. Mrs. Meta Mogan, said the fellow, do you still remember how my father, when your husband was still alive, had to ride on the wooden horse? You prayed for him, but it was no good, he was to ride until his limbs were paralyzed. But you stole down to him, as I steal now to you, you yourself put little stones under each of his feet that he might have support, nobody saw it, or they pretended not to see it, for you were then the young gracious mistress. My father has told me this, and I have not forgotten it. Now I will free you, Mrs. Meta Mogan. Then they pulled the horses out of the stable and rode off in rain and wind to obtain the assistance of friends. Thus the small service done to the old man was richly rewarded, said Meta Mogan. Delaying is not forgetting, said the fellow. The robbers were hanged. There was an old mansion, it is still there, it did not belong to Mrs. Meta Mogan, it belonged to another old noble family. We are now in the present time. The sun is shining on the gilt knob of the tower, little wooded islands lie like bouquets on the water, and wild swans are swimming round them. In the garden grow roses, the mistress of the house is herself the finest rose petal, she beams with joy, the joy of good deeds, however, not done in the wide world, but in her heart, and what is preserved there is not forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. Now she goes from the mansion to a little peasant hut in the field. Therein lives a poor paralyzed girl, the window of her little room looks northward, the sun does not enter here. The girl can only see a small piece of field which is surrounded by a high fence. But today the sun shines here, the warm, beautiful Son of God is within the little room, it comes from the south through the new window, where formerly the wall was. The paralyzed girl sits in the warm sunshine and can see the wood and the lake. The world had become so large, so beautiful, and only through a single word from the kind mistress of the mansion. The word was so easy, the deed so small, she said, the joy it afforded me was infinitely great and sweet. And therefore she does many a good deed, thinks of all in the humble cottages and in the rich mansions, where there are also afflicted ones. It is concealed and hidden, but God does not forget it. Delayed is not forgotten. An old house stood there, it was in the large town with its busy traffic. There are rooms and halls in it, but we do not enter them, we remain in the kitchen, where it is warm and light, clean and tidy. The copper utensils are shining, the table as if polished with beeswax, the sink looks like a freshly scoured meat board. All this a single servant has done, and yet she has time to spare as if she wished to go to church. She wears a bow on her cap, a black bow, that signifies mourning. But she has no one to mourn, neither father nor mother, neither relations nor sweetheart. She is a poor girl. One day she was engaged to a poor fellow, they loved each other dearly. One day he came to her and said, "We both have nothing. The rich widow over the way in the basement has made advances to me, she will make me rich, but you are in my heart, what do you advise me to do?" "I advise you to do what you think will turn out to your happiness," said the girl. "Be kind and good to her, but remember this, from the hour we part we shall never see each other again." Years passed. Then one day she met the old friend and sweetheart in the street, he looked ill and miserable, and she could not help asking him, "How are you?" "Rich and prospering in every respect," he said, "the woman is brave and good, but you are in my heart. I have fought the battle, it will soon be ended, we shall not see each other again now until we meet before God." A week has passed, this morning his death was in the newspaper, that is the reason of the girl's mourning. Her old sweetheart is dead and has left a wife and 3 stepchildren, as the paper says, it sounds as if there is a crack, but the metal is pure. The black bough signifies mourning, the girl's face points to the same in a still higher degree. It is preserved in the heart and will never be forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. These are 3 stories you see, 3 leaves on the same stalk. Do you wish for some more trefoil leaves? In the Little Heart Book are many more of them. Delaying is not forgetting. The Dumb Book. In the high road which led through a wood stood a solitary farmhouse. The road, in fact, ran right through its yard. The sun was shining and all the windows were open. Within the house people were very busy. In the yard, in an arbor formed by lilac bushes in full bloom, stood an open coffin. Thither they had carried a dead man, who was to be buried that very afternoon. Nobody shed a tear over him. His face was covered over with a white cloth. Under his head they had placed a large thick book, the leaves of which consisted of folded sheets of blotting paper, and withered flowers lay between them. It was the herbarium which he had gathered in various places and was to be buried with him, according to his own wish. Every one of the flowers in it was connected with some chapter of his life. "Who is the dead man?" we asked. "The old student," was the reply. "They say that he was once an energetic young man, that he studied the dead languages, and sang and even composed many songs. Then something had happened to him, and in consequence of this he gave himself up to drink, body and mind. When at last he had ruined his health, they brought him into the country, where someone paid for his board and residence. He was gentle as a child as long as the sullen mood did not come over him, but when it came he was fierce, became as strong as a giant, and ran about in the wood like a chased deer. But when we succeeded in bringing him home, and prevailed upon him to open the book with the dried-up plants in it, he would sometimes sit for a whole day looking at this or that plant, while frequently the tears rolled over his cheeks. God knows what was in his mind, but he requested us to put the book into his coffin, and now he lies there. In a little while the lid will be placed upon the coffin, and he will have sweet rest in the grave." The cloth which covered his face was lifted up, the dead man's face expressed peace, a sunbeam fell upon it. A swallow flew with the swiftness of an arrow into the arbor, turning in its flight, and twittered over the dead man's head. What a strange feeling it is, surely we all know it, to look through old letters of our young days. A different life rises up out of the past, as it were, with all its hopes and sorrows. How many of the people with whom in those days we used to be on intimate terms appear to us as if dead, and yet they are still alive, only we have not thought of them for such a long time, whom we imagined we should retain in our memories forever, and share every joy and sorrow with them. The withered oak leaf in the book here recalled the friend, the schoolfellow, who was to be his friend for life. He fixed the leaf to the student's cap in the green wood, when they vowed eternal friendship. Where does he dwell now? The leaf is kept, but the friendship does no longer exist. Here is a foreign hothouse plant, too tender for the gardens of the north. It is almost as if its leaves still smelt sweet. She gave it to him out of her own garden, a nobleman's daughter. Here is a water lily that he had plucked himself, and watered with salt tears, a lily of sweet water. And here is a nettle, what may its leaves tell us? What might he have thought when he plucked and kept it? Here is a little snowdrop out of the solitary wood, here is an evergreen from the flower pot at the tavern, and here is a simple blade of grass. The lilac bends its fresh fragrant flowers over the dead man's head. The swallow passes again, twit, twit, now the men come with hammer and nails, the lid is placed over the dead man, while his head rests on the dumb book, so long cherished, now closed forever. What the moon saw. Introduction. It is a strange thing, when I feel most fervently and most deeply, my hands and my tongue seem alike tied, so that I cannot rightly describe or accurately portray the thoughts that are rising within me. And yet I am a painter, my eye tells me as much as that, and all my friends who have seen my sketches and fancies say the same. I am a poor lad, and live in one of the narrowest of lanes. But I do not want for light, as my room is high up in the house, with an extensive prospect over the neighboring roofs. During the first few days I went to live in the town, I felt low-spirited and solitary enough. Instead of the forest and the green hills of former days, I had here only a forest of chimney-pots to look out upon. And then I had not a single friend, not one familiar face greeted me. So one evening I sat at the window, in a desponding mood. And presently I opened the casement and looked out. Oh, how my heart leaped up with joy! Here was a well-known face at last, a round, friendly countenance, the face of a good friend I had known at home. In fact, it was the moon that looked in upon me. He was quite unchanged, the dear old moon, and had the same face exactly that he used to show when he peered down upon me through the willow trees on the moor. I kissed my hand to him over and over again, as he shone far into my little room, and he, for his part, promised me that every evening, when he came abroad, he would look in upon me for a few moments. This promise he has faithfully kept. It is a pity that he can only stay such a short time when he comes. Whenever he appears, he tells me of one thing or another that he has seen on the previous night, or on that same evening. Just paint the scenes I described to you, this is what he said to me, and you will have a very pretty picture book. I have followed his injunction for many evenings. I could make up a new 1001 Nights, in my own way, out of these pictures, but the number might be too great, after all. The pictures I have here given have not been chosen at random, but follow in their proper order, just as they were described to me. Some great gifted painter, or some poet or musician, may make something more of them if he likes. What I have given here are only hasty sketches, hurriedly put upon the paper, with some of my own thoughts, interspersed, for the moon did not come to me every evening, a cloud sometimes hid his face from me. First evening. Last night, I am quoting the moon's own words, last night I was gliding through the cloudless Indian sky. My face was mirrored in the waters of the Ganges, and my beams strove to pierce through the thick intertwining boughs of the bananas, arching beneath me like the tortoise's shell. Forth from the thicket tripped a Hindu maid, light as a gazelle, beautiful as Eve. Airy and ethereal as a vision, and yet sharply defined amid the surrounding shadows, stood this daughter of Hindostan. I could read on her delicate brow the thought that had brought her hither. The thorny creeping plants tore her sandals, but for all that she came rapidly forward. The deer that had come down to the river to quench her thirst, sprang by with a startled bound, for in her hand the maiden bore a lighted lamp. I could see the blood in her delicate finger-tips, as she spread them for a screen before the dancing flame. She came down to the stream, and set the lamp upon the water, and let it float away. The flame flickered to and fro, and seemed ready to expire, but still the lamp burned on, and the girl's black sparkling eyes, half veiled behind their long silken lashes, followed it with a gaze of earnest intensity. She knew that if the lamp continued to burn so long as she could keep it in sight, her betrothed was still alive, but if the lamp was suddenly extinguished, he was dead. And the lamp burned bravely on, and she fell on her knees, and prayed. Near her in the grass lay a speckled snake, but she heeded it not, she thought only of Brahma and of her betrothed. "He lives," she shouted joyfully, "he lives." And from the mountains the echo came back upon her, "He lives." Second evening. Yesterday, said the moon to me, I looked down upon a small courtyard surrounded on all sides by houses. In the courtyard sat a clucking hen with 11 chickens, and a pretty little girl was running and jumping around them. The hen was frightened, and screamed, and spread out her wings over the little brood. Then the girl's father came out and scolded her, and I glided away and thought no more of the matter. But this evening, only a few minutes ago, I looked down into the same courtyard. Everything was quiet. But presently the little girl came forth again, crept quietly to the hen house, pushed back the bolt, and slipped into the apartment of the hen and chickens. They cried out loudly, and came fluttering down from their perches, and ran about in dismay, and the little girl ran after them. I saw it quite plainly, for I looked through a hole in the henhouse wall. I was angry with the wilful child, and felt glad when her father came out and scolded her more violently than yesterday. Holding her roughly by the arm, she held down her head, and her blue eyes were full of large tears. "What are you about here?" he asked. She wept and said, "I wanted to kiss the hen and beg her pardon for frightening her yesterday, but I was afraid to tell you." And the father kissed the innocent child's forehead, and I kissed her on the mouth and eyes. Third evening. In the narrow street round the corner yonder, it is so narrow that my beams can only glide for a minute along the walls of the house. But in that minute I see enough to learn what the world is made of. In that narrow street I saw a woman. 16 years ago that woman was a child, playing in the garden of the old parsonage, in the country. The hedges of rosebush were old, and the flowers were faded. They straggled wild over the paths, and the ragged branches grew up among the boughs of the apple trees. Here and there were a few roses still in bloom, not so fair as the queen of flowers generally appears, but still they had color and scent too. The clergyman's little daughter appeared to me a far lovelier rose, as she sat on her stool under the straggling hedge, hugging and caressing her doll with the battered pasteboard cheeks. 10 years afterwards I saw her again. I beheld her in a splendid ballroom. She was the beautiful bride of a rich merchant. I rejoiced at her happiness, and sought her on calm quiet evenings. Ah, nobody thinks of my clear eye and my silent glance. Alas! My rose ran wild, like the rose bushes in the garden of the parsonage. There are tragedies in everyday life, and tonight I saw the last act of one. She was lying in bed in a house in that narrow street. She was sick unto death, and the cruel landlord came up, and tore away the thin coverlet, her only protection against the cold. "Get up," said he, "your face is enough to frighten one. Get up and dress yourself, give me money, or I'll turn you out into the street. Quick, get up." She answered, "Alas! Death is gnawing at my heart. Let me rest." But he forced her to get up and bathe her face, and put a wreath of roses in her hair. And he placed her in a chair at the window, with a candle burning beside her, and went away. I looked at her, and she was sitting motionless, with her hands in her lap. The wind caught the open window and shut it with a crash, so that a pane came clattering down in fragments, but still she never moved. The curtain caught fire, and the flames played about her face, and I saw that she was dead. There at the open window sat the dead woman, preaching a sermon against sin. My poor faded rose out of the parsonage garden. Fourth evening. This evening I saw a German play acted, said the moon. It was in a little town. A stable had been turned into a theatre, that is to say, the stable had been left standing, and had been turned into private boxes, and all the timber work had been covered with colored paper. A little iron chandelier hung beneath the ceiling, and that it might be made to disappear into the ceiling, as it does in great theatres, when the ting-ting of the prompter's bell is heard, a great inverted tub has been placed just above it. Ting-ting, and the little iron chandelier suddenly rose at least half a yard and disappeared in the tub, and that was the sign that the play was going to begin. A young nobleman and his lady, who happened to be passing through the little town, were present at the performance, and consequently the house was crowded. But under the chandelier was a vacant space like a little crater. Not a single soul sat there, for the tallow was dropping, drip, drip. I saw everything, for it was so warm in there that every loophole had been opened. The male and female servants stood outside, peeping through the chinks, although a real policeman was inside, threatening them with a stick. Close by the orchestra could be seen the noble young couple in 2 old armchairs, which were usually occupied by his worship the mayor and his lady. But these latter were today obliged to content themselves with wooden forms, just as if they had been ordinary citizens, and the lady observed quietly to herself, "One sees, now, that there is rank above rank." And this incident gave an air of extra festivity to the whole proceedings. The chandelier gave little leaps, the crowd got their knuckles rapped, and I, the moon, was present at the performance from beginning to end. Fifth evening. Yesterday, began the moon, I looked down upon the turmoil of Paris. My eye penetrated into an apartment of the Louvre. An old grandmother, poorly clad, she belonged to the working class, was following one of the under-servants into the great empty throne room, for this was the apartment she wanted to see, that she was resolved to see. It had cost her many a little sacrifice, and many a coaxing word, to penetrate thus far. She folded her thin hands, and looked round with an air of reverence, as if she had been in a church. Here it was, she said, here. And she approached the throne, from which hung the rich velvet fringed with gold lace. There, she exclaimed, there, and she knelt and kissed the purple carpet. I think she was actually weeping. But it was not this very velvet, observed the footman, and a smile played about his mouth. True, but it was this very place, replied the woman, and it must have looked just like this. It looked so, and yet it did not, observed the man. The windows were beaten in, and the doors were off their hinges, and there was blood upon the floor. But for all that you can say, my grandson died upon the throne of France. Died? Mournfully repeated the old woman. I do not think another word was spoken, and they soon quitted the hall. The evening twilight faded and my light shone doubly vivid upon the rich velvet that covered the throne of France. Now who do you think this poor woman was? Listen, I will tell you a story. It happened, in the Revolution of July, on the evening of the most brilliantly victorious day, when every house was a fortress, every window a breastwork. The people stormed the Tuileries. Even women and children were to be found among the combatants. They penetrated into the apartments and halls of the palace. A poor half-grown boy in a ragged blouse fought among the older insurgents. Mortally wounded with several bayonet thrusts, he sank down. This happened in the throne room. They laid the bleeding youth upon the throne of France, wrapped the velvet around his wounds, and his blood streamed forth upon the imperial purple. There was a picture. The splendid hall, the fighting groups. A torn flag upon the ground, the tricolour was waving above the bayonets, and on the throne lay the poor lad with the pale glorified countenance, his eyes turned towards the sky, his limbs writhing in the death agony, his breast bare. And his poor tattered clothing half hidden by the rich velvet embroidered with silver lilies. At the boy's cradle a prophecy had been spoken, he will die on the throne of France. The mother's heart dreamt of a second Napoleon. My beams have kissed the wreath of immortelles on his grave, and this night they kissed the forehead of the old grand dame, while in a dream the picture floated before her which thou mayest draw, the poor boy on the throne of France. Sixth evening. I've been in UPS, said the moon. I looked down upon the great plain covered with coarse grass, and upon the barren fields. I mirrored my face in the Tirus river, while the steamboat drove the fish into the rushes. Beneath me floated the waves, throwing long shadows on the so-called graves of Odin, Thor, and Frigga. In the scanty turf that covers the hillside names have been cut. There is no monument here, no memorial on which the traveler can have his name carved, no rocky wall on whose surface he can get it painted, so visitors have the turf cut away for that purpose. The naked earth peers through in the form of great letters and names, these form a network over the whole hill. Here is an immortality, which lasts till the fresh turf grows. Up on the hill stood a man, a poet. He emptied the mead horn with the broad silver rim, and murmured a name. He begged the winds not to betray him, but I heard the name. I knew it. A count's coronet sparkles above it, and therefore he did not speak it out. I smiled, for I knew that a poet's crown adorns his own name. The nobility of Eleonora d'Este is attached to the name of Tasso. And I also know where the rose of beauty blooms. Thus spake the moon, and a cloud came between us. May no cloud separate the poet from the rose. Seventh evening. Along the margin of the shore stretches a forest of firs and beeches, and fresh and fragrant is this wood, hundreds of nightingales visit it every spring. Close beside it is the sea, the ever-changing sea, and between the two is placed the broad high road. One carriage after another rolls over it, but I did not follow them, for my eye loves best to rest upon one point. A Hun's grave lies there, and the sloe and blackthorn grow luxuriantly among the stones. Here is true poetry in nature. And how do you think men appreciate this poetry? I will tell you what I heard there last evening and during the night. First, two rich landed proprietors came driving by. Those are glorious trees, said the first. Certainly. There are 10 loads of firewood in each, observed the other. It will be a hard winter, and last year we got $14 a load, and they were gone. The road here is wretched, observed another man who drove past. That's the fault of those horrible trees, replied his neighbor, there is no free current of air, the wind can only come from the sea, and they were gone. The stage-coach went rattling past. All the passengers were asleep at this beautiful spot. The postilion blew his horn, but he only thought, I can play capitally. It sounds well here. I wonder if those in there like it. And the stage-coach vanished. Then two young fellows came galloping up on horseback. There's youth and spirit in the blood here, thought I, and, indeed, they looked with a smile at the moss-grown hill and thick forest. I should not dislike a walk here with the miller's Christine, said one, and they flew past. The flowers scented the air, every breath of air was hushed, it seemed as if the sea were a part of the sky that stretched above the deep valley. A carriage rolled by. 6 people were sitting in it. 4 of them were asleep. The 5th was thinking of his new summer coat, which would suit him admirably. The 6th turned to the coachman and asked him if there were anything remarkable connected with yonder heap of stones. No, replied the coachman, it's only a heap of stones, but the trees are remarkable. How so? Why, I'll tell you how they are very remarkable. You see, in winter, when the snow lies very deep, and has hidden the whole road so that nothing is to be seen, those trees serve me for a landmark. I steer by them, so as not to drive into the sea, and you see that is why the trees are remarkable. Now came a painter. He spoke not a word, but his eyes sparkled. He began to whistle. At this the nightingales sang louder than ever. Hold your tongues, he cried testily. And he made accurate notes of all the colors and transitions, blue, and lilac, and dark brown. That will make a beautiful picture, he said. He took it in just as a mirror takes in a view, and as he worked he whistled a march of Rossini. And last of all came a poor girl. She laid aside the burden she carried, and sat down to rest upon the Hun's grave. Her pale handsome face was bent in a listening attitude towards the forest. Her eyes brightened, she gazed earnestly at the sea and the sky, her hands were folded, and I think she prayed, Our Father. She herself could not understand the feeling that swept through her, but I know that this minute, and the beautiful natural scene, will live within her memory for years. Far more vividly and more truly than the painter could portray it with his colors on paper. My rays followed her till the morning dawn kissed her brow. 8th evening. Heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the moon did not make his appearance at all. I stood in my little room, more lonely than ever, and looked up at the sky where he ought to have shown himself. My thoughts flew far away, up to my great friend, who every evening told me such pretty tales, and showed me pictures. Yes, he has had an experience indeed. He glided over the waters of the deluge, and smiled on Noah's ark just as he lately glanced down upon me, and brought comfort and promise of a new world that was to spring forth from the old. When the children of Israel sat weeping by the waters of Babylon, he glanced mournfully upon the willows where hung the silent harps. When Romeo climbed the balcony, and the promise of true love fluttered like a cherub toward heaven, the round moon hung, half hidden among the dark cypresses, in the lucid air. He saw the captive giant at St. Helena, looking from the lonely rock across the wide ocean, while great thoughts swept through his soul. Ah! What tales the moon can tell! Human life is like a story to him. Tonight I shall not see thee again, old friend. Tonight I can draw no picture of the memories of thy visit. And, as I looked dreamily towards the clouds, the sky became bright. There was a glancing light, and a beam from the moon fell upon me. It vanished again, and dark clouds flew past, but still it was a greeting, a friendly good night offered to me by the moon. 9th evening. The air was clear again. Several evenings had passed, and the moon was in the first quarter. Again he gave me an outline for a sketch. Listen to what he told me. I have followed the polar bird and the swimming whale to the eastern coast of Greenland. Gaunt ice-covered rocks and dark clouds hung over a valley, where dwarf willows and barberry bushes stood clothed in green. The blooming likeness exhaled sweet odors. My light was faint, my face pale as the water lily that, torn from its stem, has been drifting for weeks with the tide. The crown-shaped northern light burned fiercely in the sky. Its ring was broad, and from its circumference the rays shot like whirling shafts of fire across the whole sky, flashing in changing radiance from green to red. The inhabitants of that icy region were assembling for dance and festivity. But, accustomed to this glorious spectacle, they scarcely deigned to glance at it. Let us leave the soul of the dead to their ball play with the heads of the walruses, they thought in their superstition, and they turned their whole attention to the song and dance. In the midst of the circle, and divested of his furry cloak, stood a Greenlander, with a small pipe, and he played and sang a song about catching the seal, and the chorus around chimed in with, "E-I-A, E-I-A, ah." And in their white furs they danced about in the circle, till you might fancy it was a polar bear's ball. And now a court of judgment was opened. Those Greenlanders who had quarrelled stepped forward, and the offended person chanted forth the faults of his adversary in an extempore song, turning them sharply into ridicule, to the sound of the pipe and the measure of the dance. The defendant replied with satire as keen, while the audience laughed, and gave their verdict. The rocks heaved, the glaciers melted, and great masses of ice and snow came crashing down, shivering to fragments as they fall. It was a glorious Greenland summer night. 100 paces away, under the open tent of hides, lay a sick man. Life still flowed through his warm blood, but still he was to die, he himself felt it, and all who stood round him knew it also. Therefore his wife was already sewing round him the shroud of furs, that she might not afterwards be obliged to touch the dead body. And she asked, "Wilt thou be buried on the rock, in the firm snow? I will deck the spot with thy kayak, and thy arrows, and the angekok shall dance over it. Or wouldst thou rather be buried in the sea?" "In the sea," he whispered, and nodded with a mournful smile. "Yes, it is a pleasant summer tent, the sea," observed the wife. "Thousands of seals sport there, the walrus shall lie at thy feet, and the hunt will be safe and merry." And the yelling children tore the outspread hide from the window hole, that the dead man might be carried to the ocean, the billowy ocean, that had given him food and life, and that now, in death, was to afford him a place of rest. For his monument, he had the floating, ever-changing icebergs, whereon the seal sleeps, while the storm bird flies round their gleaming summits. 10th evening. "I knew an old maid," said the moon. "Every winter she wore a wrapper of yellow satin, and it always remained new, and was the only fashion she followed. In summer she always wore the same straw hat, and I verily believe the very same grey-blue dress. She never went out, except across the street to an old female friend, and in later years she did not even take this walk, for the old friend was dead. In her solitude my old maid was always busy at the window, which was adorned in summer with pretty flowers, and in winter with cress, grown upon felt. During the last months I saw her no more at the window, but she was still alive. I knew that, for I had not yet seen her begin the long journey, of which she often spoke with her friend. Yes, yes, she was in the habit of saying, when I come to die I shall take a longer journey than I have made my whole life long. Our family vault is 6 miles from here. I shall be carried there, and shall sleep there among my family and relatives. Last night a van stopped at the house. A coffin was carried out, and then I knew that she was dead. They placed straw around the coffin, and the van drove away. There slept the quiet old lady, who had not gone out of her house once for the last year. The van rolled out through the town gate as briskly as if it were going for a pleasant excursion. On the high road the pace was quicker yet. The coachman looked nervously round every now and then. I fancy he half expected to see her sitting on the coffin, in her yellow satin wrapper. And because he was startled, he foolishly lashed his horses, while he held the reins so tightly that the poor beasts were in a foam. They were young and fiery. A hare jumped across the road and startled them, and they fairly ran away. The old sober maiden, who had for years and years moved quietly round and round in a dull circle, was now, in death, rattled over stock and stone on the public highway. The coffin in its covering of straw tumbled out of the van, and was left on the high road, while horses, coachman, and carriage flew past in wild career. The lark rose up caroling from the field, twittering her morning lay over the coffin, and presently perched upon it, picking with her beak at the straw covering, as though she would tear it up. The lark rose up again, singing gaily, and I withdrew behind the red morning clouds. 11th evening. I will give you a picture of Pompeii, said the moon. I was in the suburb in the Street of Tombs, as they call it, where the fair monuments stand, in the spot where, ages ago, the merry youths, their temples bound with rosy wreaths, danced with the fair sisters of Lays. Now, the stillness of death reigned around. German mercenaries, in the Neapolitan service, kept guard, played cards, and diced, and a troop of strangers from beyond the mountains came into the town, accompanied by a sentry. They wanted to see the city that had risen from the grave illumined by my beams, and I showed them the wheel ruts in the streets paved with broad lava slabs. I showed them the names on the doors, and the signs that hung there yet. They saw in the little courtyard the basins of the fountains, ornamented with shells. But no jet of water gushed upwards, no song sounded forth from the richly painted chambers, where the bronze dog kept the door. It was the city of the dead. Only Vesuvius thundered forth his everlasting hymn, each separate verse of which is called by men an eruption. We went to the temple of Venus, built of snow-white marble, with its high altar in front of the broad steps, and the weeping willows sprouting freshly forth among the pillars. The air was transparent and blue, and black Vesuvius formed the background, with fire ever shooting forth from it, like the stem of the pine tree. Above it stretched the smoky cloud in the silence of the night, like the crown of the pine, but in a blood-red illumination. Among the company was a lady singer, a real and great singer. I have witnessed the homage paid to her in the greatest cities of Europe. When they came to the tragic theatre, they all sat down on the amphitheatre steps, and thus a small part of the house was occupied by an audience, as it had been many centuries ago. The stage still stood unchanged, with its walled side scenes, and the two arches in the background, through which the beholders saw the same scene that had been exhibited in the old times, a scene painted by nature herself, namely, the mountains between Sorrento and Amalfi. The singer gaily mounted the ancient stage, and sang. The place inspired her, and she reminded me of a wild Arab horse, that rushes headlong on with snorting nostrils and flying mane. Her song was so light and yet so firm. Anon I thought of the mourning mother beneath the cross at Golgotha, so deep was the expression of pain. And, just as it had done thousands of years ago, the sound of applause and delight now filled the theatre. Happy, gifted creature! All the hearers exclaimed. 5 minutes more, and the stage was empty, the company had vanished, and not a sound more was heard, all were gone. But the ruins stood unchanged, as they will stand when centuries shall have gone by, and when none shall know of the momentary applause and of the triumph of the fair songstress. When all will be forgotten and gone, and even for me this hour will be but a dream of the past. 12th evening. I looked through the windows of an editor's house, said the moon. It was somewhere in Germany. I saw handsome furniture, many books, and a chaos of newspapers. Several young men were present, the editor himself stood at his desk, and 2 little books, both by young authors, were to be noticed. This one has been sent to me, said he. I have not read it yet. What think you of the contents? Oh, said the person addressed, he was a poet himself, it is good enough, a little broad, certainly, but, you see, the author is still young. The verses might be better, to be sure. The thoughts are sound, though there is certainly a good deal of commonplace among them. But what will you have? You can't be always getting something new. That he'll turn out anything great I don't believe, but you may safely praise him. He is well read, a remarkable Oriental scholar, and has a good judgment. It was he who wrote that nice review of my Reflections on Domestic Life. We must be lenient towards the young man. But he is a complete hack. Objected another of the gentlemen. Nothing worse in poetry than mediocrity, and he certainly does not go beyond this. Poor fellow, observed a third, and his aunt is so happy about him. It was she, Mr. Editor, who got together so many subscribers for your last translation. Ah, the good woman. Well, I have noticed the book briefly. Undoubted talent, a welcome offering, a flower in the garden of poetry, prettily brought out, and so on. But this other book, I suppose the author expects me to purchase it? I hear it is praised. He has genius, certainly, don't you think so? Yes, all the world declares as much, replied the poet, but it has turned out rather wildly. The punctuation of the book, in particular, is very eccentric. It will be good for him if we pull him to pieces, and anger him a little, otherwise he will get too good an opinion of himself. But that would be unfair, objected the fourth. Let us not carp at little faults, but rejoice over the real and abundant good that we find here. He surpasses all the rest. Not so. If he is a true genius, he can bear the sharp voice of censure. There are people enough to praise him. Don't let us quite turn his head. Decided talent, wrote the editor, with the usual carelessness. That he can write incorrect verses may be seen in page 25, where there are 2 false quantities. We recommend him to study the ancients, etc. I went away, continued the moon, and looked through the windows in the aunt's house. There sat the bee-praised poet, the tame one, all the guests paid homage to him, and he was happy. I sought the other poet out, the wild one. Him also I found in a great assembly at his patron's, where the tame poet's book was being discussed. I shall read yours also, said Maecenas. But to speak honestly, you know I never hide my opinion from you. I don't expect much from it, for you are much too wild, too fantastic. But it must be allowed that, as a man, you are highly respectable. A young girl sat in a corner. And she read in a book these words. In the dust lies genius and glory. But everyday talent will pay. It's only the old, old story. But the piece is repeated each day. 13th evening. The moon said, beside the woodland path there are 2 small farmhouses. The doors are low, and some of the windows are placed quite high, and others close to the ground, and whitethorn and barberry bushes grow around them. The roof of each house is overgrown with moss and with yellow flowers and houseleek. Cabbage and potatoes are the only plants cultivated in the gardens, but out of the hedge there grows a willow tree, and under this willow tree sat a little girl, and she sat with her eyes fixed upon the old oak tree between the 2 huts. It was an old withered stem. It had been sawn off at the top, and a stork had built his nest upon it, and he stood in this nest clapping with his beak. A little boy came and stood by the girl's side, they were brother and sister. What are you looking at? He asked. I'm watching the stork, she replied. Our neighbors told me that he would bring us a little brother or sister today, let us watch to see it come. The stork brings no such things, the boy declared, you may be sure of that. Our neighbor told me the same thing, but she laughed when she said it, and so I asked her if she could say, on my honor, and she could not. And I know by that the story about the storks is not true, and that they only tell it to us children for fun. But where do babies come from, then? Asked the girl. Why, an angel from heaven brings them under his cloak, but no man can see him. And that's why we never know when he brings them. At that moment there was a rustling in the branches of the willow tree, and the children folded their hands and looked at one another. It was certainly the angel coming with the baby. They took each other's hand, and at that moment the door of one of the houses opened, and the neighbor appeared. Come in, you two, she said. See what the stork has brought. It is a little brother. And the children nodded gravely at one another, for they had felt quite sure already that the baby was come. 14th evening. I was gliding over the Lunabird heath, the moon said. A lonely hut stood by the wayside, a few scanty bushes grew near it, and a nightingale who had lost his way sang sweetly. He died in the coldness of the night, it was his farewell song that I heard. The morning dawn came glimmering red. I saw a caravan of emigrant peasant families who were bound to Hamburg, there to take ship for America, where fancied prosperity would bloom for them. The mothers carried their little children at their backs, the elder ones tottered by their sides, and a poor starved horse tugged at a cart that bore their scanty effects. The cold wind whistled, and therefore the little girl nestled closer to the mother, who, looking up at my decreasing disk, thought of the bitter want at home, and spoke of the heavy taxes they had not been able to raise. The whole caravan thought of the same thing, therefore, the rising dawn seemed to them a message from the sun, of fortune that was to gleam brightly upon them. They heard the dying nightingale sing. It was no false prophet, but a harbinger of fortune. The wind whistled, therefore they did not understand that the nightingale sung, "Fare away over the sea. Thou hast paid the long passage with all that was thine, and poor and helpless shalt thou enter Canaan. Thou must sell thyself, thy wife, and thy children. But your griefs shall not last long. Behind the broad fragrant leaves lurks the goddess of death, and her welcome kiss shall breathe fever into thy blood. Fare away, over the heaving billows." And the caravan listened well pleased to the song of the nightingale, which seemed to promise good fortune. Day broke through the light clouds, country people went across the heath to church. The black-gowned women with their white headdresses looked like ghosts that had stepped forth from the church pictures. All around lay a wide dead plain, covered with faded brown heath, and black charred spaces between the white sand hills. The women carried hymn books, and walked into the church. "Oh, pray for those who are wandering to find graves beyond the foaming billows." 15th evening. I know a Pulcinella, the moon told me. The public applaud vociferously directly they see him. Every one of his movements is comic, and is sure to throw the house into convulsions of laughter, and yet there is no art in it all, it is complete nature. When he was yet a little boy, playing about with other boys, he was already Punch. Nature had intended him for it, and had provided him with a hump on his back, and another on his breast. But his inward man, his mind, on the contrary, was richly furnished. No one could surpass him in depth of feeling or in readiness of intellect. The theatre was his ideal world. If he had possessed a slender well-shaped figure, he might have been the first tragedian on any stage, the heroic, the great, filled his soul, and yet he had to become a Pulcinella. His very sorrow and melancholy did but increase the comic dryness of his sharply cut features, and increased the laughter of the audience, who showered plaudits on their favorite. The lovely Columbine was indeed kind and cordial to him. But she preferred to marry the Harlequin. It would have been too ridiculous if beauty and ugliness had in reality paired together. When Pulcinella was in very bad spirits, she was the only one who could force a hearty burst of laughter, or even a smile from him. First she would be melancholy with him, then quieter, and at last quite cheerful and happy. "I know very well what is the matter with you," she said. "Yes, you're in love." And he could not help laughing. "I in love," he cried, "that would have an absurd look. How the public would shout." "Certainly, you are in love," she continued. And added with a comic pathos, "and I am the person you are in love with." You see, such a thing may be said when it is quite out of the question, and, indeed, Pulcinella burst out laughing, and gave a leap into the air, and his melancholy was forgotten. And yet she had only spoken the truth. He did love her adoringly, as he loved what was great and lofty in art. At her wedding he was the merriest among the guests, but in the stillness of night he wept. If the public had seen his distorted face then, they would have applauded rapturously. And a few days ago, Columbine died. On the day of the funeral, Harlequin was not required to show himself on the boards, for he was a disconsolate widower. The director had to give a very merry piece, that the public might not too painfully miss the pretty Columbine and the agile Harlequin. Therefore Pulcinella had to be more boisterous and extravagant than ever. And he danced and capered, with despair in his heart, and the audience yelled, and shouted, "Bravo, bravissimo." Pulcinella was actually called before the curtain. He was pronounced inimitable. But last night the hideous little fellow went out of the town, quite alone, to the deserted churchyard. The wreath of flowers on Columbine's grave was already faded, and he sat down there. It was a study for a painter. As he sat with his chin on his hands, his eyes turned up towards me, he looked like a grotesque monument, a punch on a grave, peculiar and whimsical. If the people could have seen their favorite, they would have cried as usual, "Bravo, Pulcinella! Bravo, bravissimo!" 16th evening. Hear what the moon told me. I have seen the cadet who had just been made an officer put on his handsome uniform for the first time. I have seen the young bride in her wedding dress, and the princess girl-wife happy in her gorgeous robes, but never have I seen a felicity equal to that of a little girl of 4 years old, whom I watched this evening. She had received a new blue dress, and a new pink hat, the splendid attire had just been put on, and all were calling for a candle, for my rays, shining in through the windows of the room, were not bright enough for the occasion. And further illumination was required. There stood the little maid, stiff and upright as a doll, her arms stretched painfully straight out away from the dress, and her fingers apart, and oh, what happiness beamed from her eyes, and from her whole countenance. "Tomorrow you shall go out in your new clothes," said her mother, and the little one looked up at her hat, and down at her frock, and smiled brightly. "Mother," she cried, "what will the little dogs think, when they see me in these splendid new things?" 17th evening. I have spoken to you of Pompeii, said the moon. That corpse of a city, exposed in the view of living towns. I know another sight still more strange, and this is not the corpse, but the spectre of a city. Whenever the jetty fountains splash into the marble basins, they seem to me to be telling the story of the floating city. Yes, the spouting water may tell of her, the waves of the sea may sing of her fame. On the surface of the ocean a mist often rests, and that is her widow's veil. The bridegroom of the sea is dead, his palace and his city are his mausoleum. Dost thou know this city? She has never heard the rolling of wheels or the hoof-tread of horses in her streets, through which the fish swim, while the black gondola glides spectrally over the green water. I will show you the place, continued the moon, the largest square in it, and you will fancy yourself transported into the city of a fairy tale. The grass grows rank among the broad flagstones, and in the morning twilight thousands of tame pigeons flutter around the solitary lofty tower. On 3 sides you find yourself surrounded by cloistered walks. In these the silent Turk sits smoking his long pipe, the handsome Greek leans against the pillar and gazes at the upraised trophies and lofty masts, memorials of power that is gone. The flags hang down like mourning scarves. A girl rests there, she has put down her heavy pails filled with water, the yoke with which she has carried them rests on one of her shoulders, and she leans against the mast of victory. That is not a fairy palace you see before you yonder, but a church, the gilded domes and shining orbs flash back my beams. The glorious bronze horses up yonder have made journeys, like the bronze horse in the fairy tale, they have come hither, and gone hence, and have returned again. Do you notice the variegated splendor of the walls and windows? It looks as if genius had followed the caprices of a child, in the adornment of these singular temples. Do you see the winged lion on the pillar? The gold glitters still, but his wings are tied, the lion is dead, for the king of the sea is dead. The great halls stand desolate, and where gorgeous paintings hung of yore, the naked wall now peers through. The Lazzaroni sleeps under the arcade, whose pavement in old times was to be trodden only by the feet of high nobility. From the deep wells, and perhaps from the prisons by the Bridge of Sighs, rise the accents of woe, as at the time when the tambourine was heard in the gay gondolas, and the golden ring was cast from the Bucentaur to Audria, the queen of the seas. Audria! Shroud thyself in mists, let the veil of thy widowhood shroud thy form, and clothe in the weeds of woe the mausoleum of thy bridegroom, the marble, spectral Venice. 18th evening. I looked down upon a great theatre, said the moon. The house was crowded, for a new actor was to make his first appearance that night. My rays glided over a little window in the wall, and I saw a painted face with the forehead pressed against the panes. It was the hero of the evening. The Nile beard curled crisply about the chin, but there were tears in the man's eyes, for he had been hissed off, and indeed with reason. The poor incapable. But incapables cannot be admitted into the empire of art. He had deep feeling, and loved his art enthusiastically, but the art loved not him. The prompter's bell sounded. The hero enters with a determined air, so ran the stage direction in his part, and he had to appear before an audience who turned him into ridicule. When the piece was over, I saw a form wrapped in a mantle, creeping down the steps. It was the vanquished knight of the evening. The scene-shifters whispered to one another, and I followed the poor fellow home to his room. To hang oneself is to die a mean death, and poison is not always at hand, I know, but he thought of both. I saw how he looked at his pale face in the glass, with eyes half closed, to see if he should look well as a corpse. A man may be very unhappy, and yet exceedingly affected. He thought of death, of suicide. I believe he pitied himself, for he wept bitterly, and when a man has had his cry out he doesn't kill himself. Since that time a year had rolled by. Again a play was to be acted, but in a little theatre, and by a poor strolling company. Again I saw the well-remembered face, with the painted cheeks and the crisp beard. He looked up at me and smiled. And yet he had been hissed off only a minute before, hissed off from a wretched theatre, by a miserable audience. And tonight a shabby hearse rolled out of the town gate. It was a suicide, our painted, despised hero. The driver of the hearse was the only person present, for no one followed except my beams. In a corner of the churchyard the corpse of the suicide was shoveled into the earth, and nettles will soon be growing rankly over his grave, and the sexton will throw thorns and weeds from the other graves upon it. 19th evening. I come from Rome, said the moon. In the midst of the city, upon one of the 7 hills, lie the ruins of the imperial palace. The wild fig tree grows in the clefts of the wall, and covers the nakedness thereof with its broad grey-green leaves. Trampling among heaps of rubbish, the ass treads upon green laurels, and rejoices over the rank thistles. From this spot, whence the eagles of Rome once flew abroad, whence they came, saw, and conquered, our door leads into a little mean house, built of clay between 2 pillars. The wild vine hangs like a mourning garland over the crooked window. An old woman and her little granddaughter live there. They rule now in the palace of the Caesars, and show to strangers the remains of its past glories. Of the splendid throne hall only a naked wall yet stands, and a black cypress throws its dark shadow on the spot where the throne once stood. The dust lies several feet deep on the broken pavement. And the little maiden, now the daughter of the imperial palace, often sits there on her stool when the evening bells ring. The keyhole of the door close by she calls her turret window. Through this she can see half Rome, as far as the mighty cupola of St. Peter's. On this evening, as usual, stillness reigned around, and in the full beam of my light came the little granddaughter. On her head she carried an earthen pitcher of antique shape filled with water. Her feet were bare, her short frock and her white sleeves were torn. I kissed her pretty round shoulders, her dark eyes, and black shining hair. She mounted the stairs. They were steep, having been made up of rough blocks of broken marble and the capital of a fallen pillar. The colored lizards slipped away, startled, from before her feet, but she was not frightened at them. Already she lifted her hand to pull the doorbell. A hare's foot fastened to a string formed the bell handle of the imperial palace. She paused for a moment. Of what might she be thinking? Perhaps of the beautiful Christ child, dressed in gold and silver, which was down below in the chapel, where the silver candlesticks gleamed so bright, and where her little friends sung the hymns in which she also could join. I know not. Presently she moved again, she stumbled, the earthen vessel fell from her head, and broke on the marble steps. She burst into tears. The beautiful daughter of the imperial palace wept over the worthless broken pitcher. With her bare feet she stood there weeping, and dared not pull the string, the bell rope of the imperial palace. 20th evening. It was more than a fortnight since the moon had shone. Now he stood once more, round and bright, above the clouds, moving slowly onward. Hear what the moon told me. From a town in Fezzan I followed a caravan. On the margin of the sandy desert, in a salt plain, that shone like a frozen lake, and was only covered in spots with light drifting sand, a halt was made. The eldest of the company, the water gourd hung at his girdle, and on his head was a little bag of unleavened bread, drew a square in the sand with his staff, and wrote in it a few words out of the Koran. And then the whole caravan passed over the consecrated spot. A young merchant, a child of the East, as I could tell by his eye and his figure, rode pensively forward on his white snorting steed. Was he thinking, perchance, of his fair young wife? It was only 2 days ago that the camel, adorned with furs and with costly shawls, had carried her, the beauteous bride, round the walls of the city, while drums and cymbals had sounded, the women sang, and festive shots, of which the bridegroom fired the greatest number, resounded round the camel. And now he was journeying with the caravan across the desert. For many nights I followed the train. I saw them rest by the well-side among the stunted palms. They thrust the knife into the breast of the camel that had fallen, and roasted its flesh by the fire. My beams cooled the glowing sands, and showed them the black rocks, dead islands in the immense ocean of sand. No hostile tribes met them in their pathless route, no storms arose, no columns of sand whirled destruction over the journeying caravan. At home the beautiful wife prayed for her husband and her father. "Are they dead?" she asked of my golden crescent. "Are they dead?" she cried to my full disk. Now the desert lies behind them. This evening they sit beneath the lofty palm trees, where the crane flutters round them with its long wings, and the pelican watches them from the branches of the mimosa. The luxuriant herbage is trampled down, crushed by the feet of elephants. A troop of Negroes are returning from a market in the interior of the land, the women, with copper buttons in their black hair, and decked out in clothes dyed with indigo, drive the heavily laden oxen, on whose backs slumber the naked black children. A Negro leads a young lion which he has brought, by a string. They approach the caravan. The young merchant sits pensive and motionless, thinking of his beautiful wife, dreaming, in the land of the blacks, of his white lily beyond the desert. He raises his head, but at this moment a cloud passed before the moon, and then another. I heard nothing more from him this evening. 21st evening. I saw a little girl weeping, said the moon. She was weeping over the depravity of the world. She had received a most beautiful doll as a present. Oh, that was a glorious doll, so fair and delicate. She did not seem created for the sorrows of this world. But the brothers of the little girl, those great naughty boys, had set the doll high up in the branches of a tree and had run away. The little girl could not reach up to the doll, and could not help her down, and that is why she was crying. The doll must certainly have been crying too, for she stretched out her arms among the green branches, and looked quite mournful. Yes, these are the troubles of life of which the little girl had often heard tell. Alas, poor doll! It began to grow dark already, and suppose night were to come on completely. Was she to be left sitting on the bough all night long? No, the little maid could not make up her mind to that. "I'll stay with you," she said, although she felt anything but happy in her mind. She could almost fancy she distinctly saw little gnomes, with their high-crowned hats, sitting in the bushes. And further back in the long walk, tall spectres appeared to be dancing. They came nearer and nearer, and stretched out their hands towards the tree on which the doll sat. They laughed scornfully, and pointed at her with their fingers. Oh, how frightened the little maid was! But if one has not done anything wrong, she thought, nothing evil can harm one. I wonder if I have done anything wrong. And she considered. Oh, yes. I laughed at the poor duck with the red rag on her leg. She limped along so funnily, I could not help laughing, but it's a sin to laugh at animals. And she looked up at the doll. "Did you laugh at the duck too?" she asked, and it seemed as if the doll shook her head. 22nd evening. I looked down upon Tyrol, said the moon, and my beams caused the dark pines to throw long shadows upon the rocks. I looked at the pictures of St. Christopher carrying the infant Jesus that are painted there upon the walls of the houses, colossal figures reaching from the ground to the roof. St. Florian was represented pouring water on the burning house, and the Lord hung bleeding on the great cross by the wayside. To the present generation these are old pictures, but I saw when they were put up, and marked how one followed the other. On the brow of the mountain yonder is perched, like a swallow's nest, a lonely convent of nuns. 2 of the sisters stood up in the tower tolling the bell. They were both young, and therefore their glances flew over the mountain out into the world. A travelling coach passed by below, the postilion wound his horn, and the poor nuns looked after the carriage for a moment with a mournful glance, and a tear gleamed in the eyes of the younger one. And the horn sounded faint and more faintly, and the convent bell drowned its expiring echoes. 23rd evening. Hear what the moon told me. Some years ago, here in Copenhagen, I looked through the window of a mean little room. The father and mother slept, but the little son was not asleep. I saw the flowered cotton curtains of the bed move, and the child peep forth. At first I thought he was looking at the great clock, which was gaily painted in red and green. At the top sat a cuckoo, below hung the heavy leaden weights, and the pendulum with the polished disc of metal went to and fro, and said, tick, tick. But no, he was not looking at the clock, but at his mother's spinning wheel, that stood just underneath it. That was the boy's favorite piece of furniture, but he dared not touch it, for if he meddled with it he got a rap on the knuckles. For hours together, when his mother was spinning, he would sit quietly by her side, watching the murmuring spindle and the revolving wheel, and as he sat he thought of many things. Oh, if he might only turn the wheel himself! Father and mother were asleep, he looked at them, and looked at the spinning wheel, and presently a little naked foot peered out of the bed, and then a second foot, and then 2 little white legs. There he stood. He looked round once more, to see if father and mother were still asleep. Yes, they slept, and now he crept softly, softly, in his short little nightgown, to the spinning wheel, and began to spin. The thread flew from the wheel, and the wheel whirled faster and faster. I kissed his fair hair in his blue eyes, it was such a pretty picture. At that moment the mother awoke. The curtain shook, she looked forth, and fancied she saw a gnome or some other kind of little spectre. In heaven's name, she cried, and aroused her husband in a frightened way. He opened his eyes, rubbed them with his hands, and looked at the brisk little lad. "Why, that is Bertel," said he. "And my eye quitted the poor room, for I have so much to see." At the same moment I looked at the halls of the Vatican, where the marble gods are enthroned. I shone upon the group of the Laocoon, the stone seemed to sigh. I pressed a silent kiss on the lips of the muses, and they seemed to stir and move. But my rays lingered longest about the Nile group with the colossal god. Leaning against the Sphinx, he lies there thoughtful and meditative, as if he were thinking on the rolling centuries. And little love gods sport with him and with the crocodiles. In the horn of plenty sat with folded arms a little tiny love god, contemplating the great solemn river god, a true picture of the boy at the spinning wheel. The features were exactly the same. Charming and lifelike stood the little marble form, and yet the wheel of the year has turned more than 1,000 times since the time when it sprang forth from the stone. Just as often as the boy in the little room turned the spinning wheel had the great wheel murmured, before the age could again call forth marble gods equal to those he afterwards formed. Years have passed since all this happened, the moon went on to say. Yesterday I looked upon a bay on the eastern coast of Denmark. Glorious woods are there, and high trees, an old knightly castle with red walls, swans floating in the ponds, and in the background appears, among orchards, a little town with a church. Many boats, the crews all furnished with torches, glided over the silent expanse, but these fires had not been kindled for catching fish, for everything had a festive look. Music sounded, a song was sung, and in one of the boats the man stood erect to whom homage was paid by the rest, a tall sturdy man, wrapped in a cloak. He had blue eyes and long white hair. I knew him, and thought of the Vatican, and of the group of the Nile, and the old marble gods. I thought of the simple little room where little Bertel sat in his nightshirt by the spinning wheel. The wheel of time has turned, and new gods have come forth from the stone. From the boats there arose a shout, "Hurrah, hurrah for Bertel Thorvaldsen." 24th evening. I will now give you a picture from Frankfurt, said the moon. I especially noticed one building there. It was not the house in which Goethe was born, nor the old council house, through whose grated windows peered the horns of the oxen that were roasted and given to the people when the emperors were crowned. No, it was a private house, plain in appearance, and painted green. It stood near the old Jew Street. It was Rothschild's house. I looked through the open door. The staircase was brilliantly lighted, servants carrying wax candles in massive silver candlesticks stood there, and bowed low before an old woman, who was being brought downstairs in a litter. The proprietor of the house stood bareheaded, and respectfully imprinted a kiss on the hand of the old woman. She was his mother. She nodded in a friendly manner to him and to the servants, and they carried her into the dark narrow street, into a little house, that was her dwelling. Here her children had been born, from hence the fortune of the family had arisen. If she deserted the despised street and the little house, fortune would also desert her children. That was her firm belief. The moon told me no more, his visit this evening was far too short. But I thought of the old woman in the narrow despised street. It would have cost her but a word, and a brilliant house would have arisen for her on the banks of the Thames, a word, and a villa would have been prepared in the Bay of Naples. If I deserted the lowly house, where the fortunes of my sons first began to bloom, fortune would desert them. It was a superstition, but a superstition of such a class, that he who knows the story and has seen this picture, need have only 2 words placed under the picture to make him understand it, and these 2 words are, a mother. 25th evening. It was yesterday, in the morning twilight, these are the words the moon told me, in the great city no chimney was yet smoking, and it was just at the chimneys that I was looking. Suddenly a little head emerged from one of them, and then half a body, the arms resting on the rim of the chimney pot. "Yehip! Yehip!" cried a voice. It was the little chimney sweeper, who had for the first time in his life crept through a chimney, and stuck out his head at the top. Yehip! Yehip! Yes, certainly that was a very different thing to creeping about in the dark narrow chimneys. The air blew so fresh, and he could look over the whole city towards the green wood. The sun was just rising. It shone round and great, just in his face, that beamed with triumph, though it was very prettily blacked with soot. "The whole town can see me now," he exclaimed, "and the moon can see me now, and the sun too. Yehip! Yehip!" And he flourished his broom in triumph. 26th evening. Last night I looked down upon a town in China, said the moon. My beams irradiated the naked walls that formed the streets there. Now and then, certainly, a door is seen, but it is locked, for what does the Chinaman care about the outer world? Closed wooden shutters covered the windows behind the walls of the houses, but through the windows of the temple a faint light glimmered. I looked in, and saw the quaint decorations within. From the floor to the ceiling pictures are painted, in the most glaring colors, and richly gilt, pictures representing the deeds of the gods here on earth. In each niche statues are placed, but they are almost entirely hidden by the colored drapery and the banners that hang down. Before each idol, and they are all made of tin, stood a little altar of holy water, with flowers and burning wax lights on it. Above all the rest stood Fo, the chief deity, clad in a garment of yellow silk, for yellow is here the sacred color. At the foot of the altar sat a living being, a young priest. He appeared to be praying, but in the midst of his prayer he seemed to fall into deep thought, and this must have been wrong, for his cheeks glowed and he held down his head. Poor Sui Hong! Was he, perhaps, dreaming of working in the little flower garden behind the High Street wall? And did that occupation seem more agreeable to him than watching the wax lights in the temple? Or did he wish to sit at the rich feast, wiping his mouth with silver paper between each course? Or was his sin so great that, if he dared utter it, the celestial empire would punish it with death? Had his thoughts ventured to fly with the ships of the barbarians, to their homes in far distant England? No, his thoughts did not fly so far, and yet they were sinful, sinful as thoughts born of young hearts, sinful here in the temple, in the presence of Fo and the other holy gods. I know whither his thoughts had strayed. At the farther end of the city, on the flat roof paved with porcelain, on which stood the handsome vases covered with painted flowers, sat the beauteous Pooh, of the little roguish eyes, of the full lips, and of the tiny feet. The tight shoe pained her, but her heart pained her still more. She lifted her graceful round arm, and her satin dress rustled. Before her stood a glass bowl containing 4 goldfish. She stirred the bowl carefully with a slender lacquered stick, very slowly, for she, too, was lost in thought. Was she thinking, perchance, how the fishes were richly clothed in gold, how they lived calmly and peacefully in their crystal world, how they were regularly fed, and yet how much happier they might be if they were free? Yes, that she could well understand, the beautiful Pooh. Her thoughts wandered away from her home, wandered to the temple, but not for the sake of holy things. Poor Pooh! Poor Sui Hong! Their earthly thoughts met, but my cold beam lay between the two, like the sword of the cherub. 27th evening. The air was calm, said the moon. The water was transparent as the purest ether through which I was gliding, and deep below the surface I could see the strange plants that stretched up their long arms towards me like the gigantic trees of the forest. The fishes swam to and fro above their tops. High in the air a flight of wild swans were winging their way, one of which sank lower and lower, with wearied pinions, his eyes following the airy caravan, that melted farther and farther into the distance. With outspread wings he sank slowly, as a soap bubble sinks in the still air, till he touched the water. At length his head lay back between his wings, and silently he lay there, like a white lotus flower upon the quiet lake. And a gentle wind arose, and crisped the quiet surface, which gleamed like the clouds that poured along in great broad waves, and the swan raised his head, and the glowing water splashed like blue fire over his breast and back. The morning dawn illuminated the red clouds, the swan rose strengthened, and flew towards the rising sun, towards the bluish coast whither the caravan had gone, but he flew alone, with a longing in his breast. Lonely he flew over the blue swelling billows. 28th evening. I will give you another picture of Sweden, said the moon. Among dark pine woods, near the melancholy banks of the Stockson, lies the old convent church of Reda. My rays glided through the grating into the roomy vaults, where kings sleep tranquilly in great stone coffins. On the wall, above the grave of each, is placed the emblem of earthly grandeur, a kingly crown. But it is made only of wood, painted and gilt, and is hung on a wooden peg driven into the wall. The worms have gnawed the gilded wood, the spider has spun her web from the crown down to the sand, like a mourning banner, frail and transient as the grief of mortals. How quietly they sleep! I can remember them quite plainly. I still see the bold smile on their lips, that so strongly and plainly expressed joy or grief. When the steamboat winds along like a magic snail over the lakes, a stranger often comes to the church, and visits the burial vault. He asks the names of the kings, and they have a dead and forgotten sound. He glances with a smile at the worm-eaten crowns, and if he happens to be a pious, thoughtful man, something of melancholy mingles with the smile. Slumber on, ye dead ones. The moon thinks of you, the moon at night sends down his rays into your silent kingdom, over which hangs the crown of pine wood. 29th evening. Close by the high road, said the moon, is an inn, and opposite to it is a great wagon shed, whose straw roof was just being rethatched. I looked down between the bare rafters and through the open loft into the comfortless space below. The turkey cock slept on the beam, and the saddle rested in the empty crib. In the middle of the shed stood a traveling carriage. The proprietor was inside, fast asleep, while the horses were being watered. The coachman stretched himself, though I am very sure that he had been most comfortably asleep half the last stage. The door of the servants' room stood open, and the bed looked as if it had been turned over and over, the candle stood on the floor, and had burnt deep down into the socket. The wind blew cold through the shed, it was nearer to the dawn than to midnight. In the wooden frame on the ground slept a wandering family of musicians. The father and mother seemed to be dreaming of the burning liquor that remained in the bottle. The little pale daughter was dreaming too, for her eyes were wet with tears. The harp stood at their heads, and the dog lay stretched at their feet. 30th evening. It was in a little provincial town, the moon said. It certainly happened last year, but that has nothing to do with the matter. I saw it quite plainly. Today I read about it in the papers, but there it was not half so clearly expressed. In the taproom of the little inn sat the bear leader, eating his supper. The bear was tied up outside, behind the wood pile, poor Bruin, who did nobody any harm, though he looked grim enough. Up in the garret 3 little children were playing by the light of my beams. The eldest was perhaps 6 years old, the youngest certainly not more than 2. Tramp, tramp, somebody was coming upstairs. Who might it be? The door was thrust open. It was Bruin, the great, shaggy Bruin. He had got tired of waiting down in the courtyard, and had found his way to the stairs. I saw it all, said the moon. The children were very much frightened at first at the great shaggy animal. Each of them crept into a corner, but he found them all out, and smelt at them, but did them no harm. This must be a great dog, they said, and began to stroke him. He lay down upon the ground. The youngest boy clambered on his back, and bending down a little head of golden curls, played at hiding in the beast's shaggy skin. Presently the eldest boy took his drum, and beat upon it till it rattled again. The bear rose upon his hind legs, and began to dance. It was a charming sight to behold. Each boy now took his gun, and the bear was obliged to have one too, and he held it up quite properly. Here was a capital playmate they had found. And they began marching, 1, 2, 1, 2. Suddenly some one came to the door, which opened, and the mother of the children appeared. You should have seen her in her dumb terror, with her face as white as chalk, her mouth half open, and her eyes fixed in a horrified stare. But the youngest boy nodded to her in great glee, and called out in his infantile prattle, "We're playing at soldiers." And then the bear leader came running up. 31st evening. The wind blew stormy and cold, the clouds flew hurriedly past. Only for a moment now and then did the moon become visible. He said, I looked down from the silent sky upon the driving clouds, and saw the great shadows chasing each other across the earth. I looked upon a prison. A closed carriage stood before it, a prisoner was to be carried away. My rays pierced through the grated window towards the wall. The prisoner was scratching a few lines upon it, as a parting token. But he did not write words, but a melody, the outpouring of his heart. The door was opened, and he was led forth, and fixed his eyes upon my round disk. Clouds passed between us, as if he were not to see his face, nor I his. He stepped into the carriage, the door was closed, the whip cracked, and the horses galloped off into the thick forest, whither my rays were not able to follow him. But as I glanced through the grated window, my rays glided over the notes, his last farewell engraved on the prison wall. Where words fail, sounds can often speak. My rays could only light up isolated notes, so the greater part of what was written there will ever remain dark to me. Was it the death hymn he wrote there? Were these the glad notes of joy? Did he drive away to meet death, or hasten to the embraces of his beloved? The rays of the moon do not read all that is written by mortals. 32nd evening. I love the children, said the moon, especially the quite little ones, they are so droll. Sometimes I peep into the room, between the curtain and the window frame, when they are not thinking of me. It gives me pleasure to see them dressing and undressing. First, the little round naked shoulder comes creeping out of the frock, then the arm. Or I see how the stocking is drawn off, and a plump little white leg makes its appearance, and a white little foot that is fit to be kissed, and I kiss it too. But about what I was going to tell you. This evening I looked through a window, before which no curtain was drawn, for nobody lives opposite. I saw a whole troop of little ones, all of one family, and among them was a little sister. She is only 4 years old, but can say her prayers as well as any of the rest. The mother sits by her bed every evening, and hears her say her prayers. And then she has a kiss, and the mother sits by the bed till the little one has gone to sleep, which generally happens as soon as ever she can close her eyes. This evening the two elder children were a little boisterous. One of them hopped about on one leg in his long white nightgown, and the other stood on a chair surrounded by the clothes of all the children, and declared he was acting Grecian statues. The third and fourth laid the clean linen carefully in the box, for that is a thing that has to be done. And the mother sat by the bed of the youngest, and announced to all the rest that they were to be quiet, for little sister was going to say her prayers. I looked in, over the lamp, into the little maiden's bed, where she lay under the neat white coverlet, her hands folded demurely and her little face quite grave and serious. She was praying the Lord's Prayer aloud. But her mother interrupted her in the middle of her prayer. "How is it," she asked, "that when you have prayed for daily bread, you always add something I cannot understand? You must tell me what that is." The little one lay silent, and looked at her mother in embarrassment. "What is it you say after our daily bread?" "Dear mother, don't be angry, I only said, and plenty of butter on it." Poultry Meg's family. Poultry Meg was the only person who lived in the new stately dwelling that had been built for the fowls and ducks belonging to the manor house. It stood there where once the old knightly building had stood with its tower, its pointed gables, its moat, and its drawbridge. Close by it was a wilderness of trees and thicket. Here the garden had been, and had stretched out to a great lake, which was now moorland. Crows and choughs flew screaming over the old trees, and there were crowds of birds. They did not seem to get fewer when any one shot among them, but seemed rather to increase. One heard the screaming into the poultry house, where Poultry Meg sat with the ducklings running to and fro over her wooden shoes. She knew every fowl and every duck from the moment it crept out of the shell, and she was fond of her fowls and her ducks, and proud of the stately house that had been built for them. Her own little room in the house was clean and neat, for that was the wish of the gracious lady to whom the house belonged. She often came in the company of grand noble guests, to whom she showed the hens and ducks' barracks, as she called the little house. Here were a clothes cupboard, and an armchair, and even a chest of drawers. And on these drawers a polished metal plate had been placed, whereon was engraved the word, Grub, and this was the name of the noble family that had lived in the house of old. The brass plate had been found when they were digging the foundation. And the clerk has said it had no value except in being an old relic. The clerk knew all about the place, and about the old times, for he had his knowledge from books, and many a memorandum had been written and put in his table drawer. But the oldest of the crows perhaps knew more than he, and screamed it out in her own language, but that was the crow's language, and the clerk did not understand that, clever as he was. After the hot summer days the mist sometimes hung over the moorland as if a whole lake were behind the old trees, among which the crows and the daws were fluttering. And thus it had looked when the good knight Grub had lived here, when the old manor house stood with its thick red walls. The dog chain used to reach in those days quite over the gateway. Through the tower one went into a paved passage which led to the rooms. The windows were narrow, and the panes were small, even in the great hall where the dancing used to be. But in the time of the last Grub, there had been no dancing in the hall within the memory of man, although an old drum still lay there that had served as part of the music. Here stood a quaintly carved cupboard, in which rare flower roots were kept, for my Lady Grub was fond of plants and cultivated trees and shrubs. Her husband preferred riding out to shoot wolves and boars. And his little daughter Marie always went with him part of the way. When she was only 5 years old, she would sit proudly on her horse, and look saucily round with her great black eyes. It was a great amusement to her to hit out among the hunting dogs with her whip, but her father would rather have seen her hit among the peasant boys, who came running up to stare at their lord. The peasant in the clay hut close by the knightly house had a son named Soren, of the same age as the gracious little lady. The boy could climb well, and had always to bring her down the birds' nests. The birds screamed as loud as they could, and one of the greatest of them hacked him with its beak over the eye so that the blood ran down, and it was at first thought the eye had been destroyed, but it had not been injured after all. Marie Grub used to call him her Soren, and that was a great favor, and was an advantage to Soren's father, poor John, who had one day committed a fault, and was to be punished by riding on the wooden horse. This same horse stood in the courtyard, and had 4 poles for legs, and a single narrow plant for a back. On this John had to ride astride, and some heavy bricks were fastened to his feet into the bargain, that he might not sit too comfortably. He made horrible grimaces, and Soren wept and implored little Marie to interfere. She immediately ordered that Soren's father should be taken down, and when they did not obey her, she stamped on the floor, and pulled at her father's sleeve till it was torn to pieces. She would have her way, and she got her way, and Soren's father was taken down. Lady Grub, who now came up, parted her little daughter's hair from the child's brow, and looked at her affectionately, but Marie did not understand why. She wanted to go to the hounds, and not to her mother, who went down into the garden, to the lake where the water lily bloomed, and the heads of bulrushes nodded amid the reeds, and she looked at all this beauty and freshness. "How pleasant!" she said. In the garden stood at that time a rare tree, which she herself had planted. It was called the blood beech, a kind of negro growing among the other trees, so dark brown were the leaves. This tree required much sunshine, for in continual shade it would become bright green like the other trees, and thus lose its distinctive character. In the lofty chestnut trees were many birds' nests, and also in the thickets and in the grassy meadows. It seemed as though the birds knew that they were protected here, and that no one must fire a gun at them. Little Marie came here with Soren. He knew how to climb, as we have already said, and eggs and fluffy feathered young birds were brought down. The birds, great and small, flew about in terror and tribulation. The peewit from the fields, and the crows and daws from the high trees, screamed and screamed. It was just such din as the family will raise to the present day. "What are you doing, you children?" cried the gentle lady, "that is sinful." Soren stood abashed, and even the little gracious lady looked down a little, but then he said, quite short and pretty, "My father lets me do it." Craw craw. "Away away from here," cried the great black birds, and they flew away. But on the following day they came back, for they were at home here. The quiet gentle lady did not remain long at home here on earth, for the good God called her away, and, indeed, her home was rather with him than in the nightly house. And the church bells tolled solemnly when her corpse was carried to the church, and the eyes of the poor people were wet with tears, for she had been good to them. When she was gone, no one attended to her plantations, and the garden ran to waste. Grub the Knight was a hard man, they said, but his daughter, young as she was, knew how to manage him. He used to laugh and let her have her way. She was now 12 years old, and strongly built. She looked the people through and through with her black eyes, rode her horse as bravely as a man, and could fire off her gun like a practiced hunter. One day there were great visitors in the neighborhood, the grandest visitors who could come. The young king, and his half-brother and comrade, the Lord Ulrich Frederick Gildenlow. They wanted to hunt the wild boar, and to pass a few days at the castle of Grub. Gildenlow sat at table next to Marie Grub, and he took her by the hand and gave her a kiss, as if she had been a relation. But she gave him a box on the ear, and told him she could not bear him, at which there was great laughter, as if that had been a very amusing thing. And perhaps it was very amusing, for, 5 years afterwards, when Marie had fulfilled her 17th year, a messenger arrived with a letter, in which Lord Gildenlow proposed for the hand of the noble young lady. "There was a thing for you. He is the grandest and most gallant gentleman in the whole country," said Grub the Knight, "that is not a thing to despise." "I don't care so very much about him," said Marie Grub. But she did not despise the grandest man of all the country, who sat by the king's side. Silver plate, and fine linen and woolen, went off to Copenhagen in a ship, while the bride made the journey by land in 10 days. But the outfit met with contrary winds, or with no winds at all, for 4 months passed before it arrived, and when it came, my Lady Gildenlow was gone. "I'd rather lie on coarse sacking than lie in his silken beds," she declared. I'd rather walk barefoot than drive with him in a coach. Late one evening in November 2 women came riding into the town of Erebus. They were the gracious Lady Gildenlow, Marie Grubb, and her maid. They came from the town of Weil, whither they had come in a ship from Copenhagen. They stopped at Lord Grubb's stone mansion in Erebus. Grubb was not well pleased with this visit. Marie was accosted in hard words. But she had a bedroom given her, and got her beer soup of a morning, but the evil part of her father's nature was aroused against her, and she was not used to that. She was not of a gentle temper, and we often answer as we are addressed. She answered openly, and spoke with bitterness and hatred of her husband, with whom she declared she would not live. She was too honorable for that. A year went by, but it did not go by pleasantly. There were evil words between the father and the daughter, and that ought never to be. Bad words bear bad fruit. What could be the end of such a state of things? We two cannot live under the same roof, said the father one day. Go away from here to our old manor house, but you had better bite your tongue off than spread any lies among the people. And so the two parted. She went with her maid to the old castle where she had been born, and near which the gentle, pious lady, her mother, was lying in the church vault. An old cowherd lived in the courtyard, and was the only other inhabitant of the place. In the rooms heavy black cobwebs hung down, covered with dust. In the garden everything grew just as it would. Hops and climbing plants ran like a net between the trees and bushes, and the hemlock and nettle grew larger and stronger. The blood beech had been outgrown by other trees, and now stood in the shade, and its leaves were green like those of the common trees, and its glory had departed. Crows and choughs, in great close masses, flew past over the tall chestnut trees, and chattered and screamed as if they had something very important to tell one another, as if they were saying, "Now she's come back again." The little girl who had their eggs and their young ones stolen from them. And as for the thief who had got them down, he had to climb up a leafless tree, for he sat on a tall ship's mast, and was beaten with a rope's end if he did not behave himself. The clerk told all this in our own times. He had collected it and looked it up in books and memoranda. It was to be found, with many other writings, locked up in his table drawer. Upward and downward is the course of the world, said he. It is strange to hear. And we will hear how it went with Marie Grubb. We need not for that forget Poultry Meg, who is sitting in her capital henhouse, in our own time. Marie Grubb sat down in her times, but not with the same spirit that old Poultry Meg showed. The winter passed away, and the spring and the summer passed away, and the autumn came again, with the damp, cold sea fog. It was a lonely, desolate life in the old manor house. Marie Grubb took her gun in her hand and went out to the heath, and shot hares and foxes, and whatever birds she could hit. More than once she met the noble Sir Pal Dyer, of Norback, who was also wandering about with his gun and his dogs. He was tall and strong, and boasted of this when they talked together. He could have measured himself against the deceased Mr. Brockenhus, of Eegskov, of whom the people still talked. Pal Dyer had, after the example of Brockenhus, caused an iron chain with a hunting horn to be hung in his gateway, and when he came riding home, he used to seize the chain, and lift himself and his horse from the ground, and blow the horn. "Come yourself and see me do that, Dame Marie," he said. "One can breathe fresh and free at Norback." When she went to his castle is not known, but on the altar candlestick in the church of Norback it was inscribed that they were the gift of Pal Dyer and Marie Grubb, of Norback Castle. A great stout man was Pal Dyer. He drank like a sponge. He was like a tub that could never get full, he snored like a whole sty of pigs, and he looked red and bloated. "He is treacherous and malicious," said Dame Pally Dyer, Grubb's daughter. Soon she was weary of her life with him, but that did not make it better. One day the table was spread, and the dishes grew cold. Pal Dyer was out hunting foxes, and the gracious lady was nowhere to be found. Towards midnight Pal Dyer came home, but Dame Dyer came neither at midnight, nor next morning. She had turned her back upon Norback, and had ridden away without saying good-bye. It was grey, wet weather. The wind grew cold, and a flight of black screaming birds flew over her head. They were not so homeless as she. First she journeyed southward, quite down into the German land. A couple of golden rings with costly stones were turned into money. And then she turned to the east, and then she turned again and went towards the west. She had no food before her eyes, and murmured against everything, even against the good God himself, so wretched was her soul. Soon her body became wretched too, and she was scarcely able to move a foot. The peewit flew up as she stumbled over the mound of earth where it had built its nest. The bird cried, as it always cried, "You thief! You thief!" She had never stolen her neighbor's goods, but as a little girl she had caused eggs and young birds to be taken from the trees, and she thought of that now. From where she lay she could see the sand dunes. By the seashore lived fishermen. But she could not get so far, she was so ill. The great white sea mews flew over her head, and screamed as the crows and daws screamed at home in the garden of the manor house. The birds flew quite close to her, and at last it seemed to her as if they became black as crows, and then all was night before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was being lifted and carried. A great strong man had taken her up in his arms, and she was looking straight into his bearded face. He had a scar over one eye, which seemed to divide the eyebrow into two parts. Weak as she was, he carried her to the ship, where he got a rating for it from the captain. The next day the ship sailed away. Madame Grub had not been put ashore, so she sailed away with it. But she will return, will she not? Yes, but where, and when? The clerk could tell about this too, and it was not a story which he patched together himself. He had the whole strange history out of an old authentic book, which we ourselves can take out and read. The Danish historian, Ludwig Holberg, who has written so many useful books and merry comedies, from which we can get such a good idea of his times and their people, tells in his letters of Marie Grub, where and how he met her. It is well worth hearing, but for all that, we don't at all forget Poultry Meg, who is sitting cheerful and comfortable in the charming fowl house. The ship sailed away with Marie Grub. That's where we left off. Long years went by. The plague was raging at Copenhagen. It was in the year 1711. The Queen of Denmark went away to her German home, the king quitted the capital, and everybody who could do so hurried away. The students, even those who had board and lodging gratis, left the city. One of these students, the last who had remained in the free college, at last went away too. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. He was carrying his knapsack, which was better stacked with books and writings than with clothes. A damp mist hung over the town, not a person was to be seen in the streets. The street doors around were marked with crosses, as a sign that the plague was within, or that all the inmates were dead. A great wagon rattled past him, the coachman brandished his whip, and the horses flew by at a gallop. The wagon was filled with corpses. The young student kept his hand before his face, and smelt at some strong spirits that he had with him on a sponge in a little brass scent case. Out of a small tavern in one of the streets there were sounds of singing and of unhallowed laughter, from people who drank the night through to forget that the plague was at their doors. And that they might be put into the wagon as the others had been. The student turned his steps towards the canal at the castle bridge, where a couple of small ships were lying. One of these was weighing anchor, to get away from the plague-stricken city. If God spares our lives and grants us a fair wind, we are going to Gronmud, near Falster, said the captain, and he asked the name of the student who wished to go with him. Ludwig Holberg, answered the student. And the name sounded like any other. But now there sounds in it one of the proudest names of Denmark. Then it was the name of a young, unknown student. The ship glided past the castle. It was not yet bright day when it was in the open sea. A light wind filled the sails, and the young student sat down with his face turned towards the fresh wind, and went to sleep, which was not exactly the most prudent thing he could have done. Already on the third day the ship lay by the island of Falster. Do you know anyone here with whom I could lodge cheaply? Holberg asked the captain. I should think you would do well to go to the fairy woman in Borghaus, answered the captain. If you want to be very civil to her, her name is Mother Soren Sorensen Muller. But it may happen that she may fly into a fury if you are too polite to her. The man is in custody for a crime, and that's why she manages the ferry boat herself. She has fists of her own. The student took his knapsack and betook himself to the ferry house. The house door was not locked, it opened, and he went into a room with a brick floor, where a bench, with a great coverlet of leather, formed the chief article of furniture. A white hen, who had a brood of chickens, was fastened to the bench, and had overturned the pipkin of water, so that the wet ran across the floor. There were no people either here or in the adjoining room. Only a cradle stood there, in which was a child. The ferry boat came back with only one person in it. Whether that person was a man or a woman was not an easy matter to determine. The person in question was wrapped in a great cloak, and wore a kind of hood. Presently the boat lay to. It was a woman who got out of it and came into the room. She looked very stately when she straightened her back. Two proud eyes looked forth from beneath her black eyebrows. It was Mother Soren, the fairy wife. The crows and daws might have called out another name for her, which we know better. She looked morose, and did not seem to care to talk. But this much was settled, that the student should board in her house for an indefinite time, while things looked so bad in Copenhagen. This or that honest citizen would often come to the ferry house from the neighboring little town. There came Frank the cutler, and Sivert the exciseman. They drank a mug of beer in the ferry house, and used to converse with the student, for he was a clever young man, who knew his practica, as they called it. He could read Greek and Latin, and was well up in learned subjects. The less one knows, the less it presses upon one, said Mother Soren. You have to work hard, said Hallberg one day, when she was dipping clothes in the strong soapy water, and was obliged herself to split the logs for the fire. That's my affair, she replied. Have you been obliged to toil in this way from your childhood? You can read that from my hands, she replied, and held out her hands, that were small indeed, but hard and strong, with bitten nails. You are learned, and can read. At Christmas time it began to snow heavily. The cold came on, the wind blew sharp, as if there were vitriol in it to wash the people's faces. Mother Soren did not let that disturb her. She threw her cloak around her, and drew her hood over her head. Early in the afternoon, it was already dark in the house, she laid wood and turf on the hearth, and then she sat down to darn her stockings, for there was no one to do it for her. Towards evening she spoke more words to the student than it was customary with her to use. She spoke of her husband. He killed a sailor of Drager by mischance, and for that he has to work for 3 years in irons. He's only a common sailor, and therefore the law must take its course. The law is there for people of high rank, too, said Hallberg. Do you think so? Said Mother Soren. Then she looked into the fire for a while. But after a time she began to speak again. Have you heard of Kai Leakey, who caused a church to be pulled down, and when the clergyman, Master Martin, thundered from the pulpit about it, he had him put in irons, and sat in judgment upon him, and condemned him to death? Yes, and the clergyman was obliged to bow his head to the stroke. And yet Kai Leakey went scot-free. He had a right to do as he did in those times, said Hallberg, but now we have left those times behind us. You may get a fool to believe that, cried Mother Soren, and she got up and went into the room where the child lay. She lifted up the child, and laid it down more comfortably. Then she arranged the bed-place of the student. He had the green coverlet, for he felt the cold more than she, though he was born in Norway. On New Year's morning it was a bright sunshiny day. The frost had been so strong, and was still so strong, that the fallen snow had become a hard mass, and one could walk upon it. The bells of the little town were tolling for church. Student Hallberg wrapped himself up in his woolen cloak, and wanted to go to the town. Over the ferry house the crows and daws were flying with loud cries, one could hardly hear the church bells for their screaming. Mother Soren stood in front of the house, filling a brass pot with snow, which she was going to put on the fire to get drinking water. She looked up to the crowd of birds, and thought her own thoughts. Student Hallberg went to church. On his way there and on his return he passed by the house of tax collector Sivert, by the town gate. Here he was invited to take a mug of brown beer with treacle and sugar. The discourse fell upon Mother Soren, but the tax collector did not know much about her, and, indeed, few knew much about her. She did not belong to the island of Falster, he said, she had a little property of her own at one time. Her husband was a common sailor, a fellow of a very hot temper, and had killed a sailor of Dryad, and he beat his wife, and yet she defended him. I should not endure such treatment, said the tax collector's wife. I am come of more respectable people. My father was stocking weaver to the court. And consequently you have married a governmental official, said Hallberg, and made a bow to her and to the collector. It was on Twelfth Night, the evening of the festival of the Three Kings. Mother Soren lit up for Hallberg a three-king candle, that is, a tallow candle with 3 wicks, which she had herself prepared. A light for each man, said Hallberg. For each man, repeated the woman, looking sharply at him. For each of the wise men from the east, said Hallberg. You mean it that way, said she, and then she was silent for a long time. But on this evening he learned more about her than he had yet known. You speak very affectionately of your husband, observed Hallberg, and yet the people say that he ill-uses you every day. That's no one's business but mine, she replied. The blows might have done me good when I was a child, now, I suppose, I get them for my sins. But I know what good he has done me, and she rose up. When I lay sick upon the desolate heath, and no one would have pity on me, and no one would have anything to do with me, except the crows and daws, which came to peck me to bits, he carried me in his arms. And had to bear hard words because of the burden he brought on board ship. It's not in my nature to be sick, and so I got well. Every man has his own way, and Soren has his, but the horse must not be judged by the halter. Taking one thing with another, I have lived more agreeably with him than with the man whom they called the most noble and gallant of the king's subjects. I have had the stadtholder Gildenlow, the king's half-brother, for my husband. And afterwards I took Paul Dyer. One is as good as another, each in his own way, and I in mine. That was a long gossip, but now you know all about me. And with those words she left the room. It was Marie Grubb. So strangely had fate played with her. She did not live to see many anniversaries of the Festival of the Three Kings. Hallberg has recorded that she died in June, 1716. But he has not written down, for he did not know, that a number of great black birds circled over the fairy house, when Mother Soren, as she was called, was lying there a corpse. They did not scream, as if they knew that at a burial silence should be observed. So soon as she lay in the earth, the birds disappeared, but on the same evening in Jutland, at the old manor house, an enormous number of crows and choughs were seen. They all cried as loud as they could, as if they had some announcement to make. Perhaps they talked of him who, as a little boy, had taken away their eggs and their young. Of the peasant's son, who had to wear an iron garter, and of the noble young lady, who ended by being a ferryman's wife. Brave! Brave, they cried. And the whole family cried, brave. Brave, when the old house was pulled down. They are still crying, and yet there's nothing to cry about, said the clerk, when he told the story. The family is extinct, the house has been pulled down, and where it stood is now the stately poultry house, with gilded weathercocks, and the old poultry Meg. She rejoices greatly in her beautiful dwelling. If she had not come here, the old clerk added, she would have had to go into the workhouse. The pigeons cooed over her, the turkey-cocks gobbled, and the ducks quacked. Nobody knew her, they said, she belongs to no family. It's pure charity that she is here at all. She has neither a drake father nor a hen mother, and has no descendants. She came of a great family, for all that. But she did not know it, and the old clerk did not know it, though he had so much written down, but one of the old crows knew about it, and told about it. She had heard from her own mother and grandmother about poultry Meg's mother and grandmother. And we know the grandmother too. We saw her ride, as child, over the bridge, looking proudly around her, as if the whole world belonged to her, and all the birds' nests in it, and we saw her on the heath, by the sand dunes. And, last of all, in the fairy house. The granddaughter, the last of her race, had come back to the old home, where the old castle had stood, where the black wild birds were screaming. But she sat among the tame birds, and these knew her and were fond of her. Poultry Meg had nothing left to wish for, she looked forward with pleasure to her death, and she was old enough to die. Grave, grave, cried the crows. And Poultry Meg has a good grave, which nobody knew except the old crow, if the old crow is not dead already. And now we know the story of the old manor house, of its old proprietors, and of all Poultry Meg's family. The end.